Chapter 1, $5 million to buy out relationships. The city of Tianfu, a certain urban village, Ning Mucha, who was dressed in a fashionable, trendy and extravagant manner, looked out of place in contrast to the chaotic urban village where sewage and grease stains float on the ground. Lighting is extremely poor in the dim and cluttered, and filled with a rotten and moldy mixed odor of the small broken cheap rental suite. The cheap and shabby rental house was like this. Even if it was cleaned up again, there was an odor. Ning Mucha's eyebrows were furrowed, and she used her white, slender fingers to cover her mouth and nose. She suspected that if she lowered her hand and breathed in a few more mouthfuls of the murky air in the room, she was afraid that she would vomit. Lightly glancing at Chen and Di, who were wearing white sweatshirt, beach pants and flip-flops in front of her, a pure beggar's appearance, the delicate and charming cheeks floated with a disgusted and loathsome look. A pair of charming peach blossom eyes are also full of contempt and despise. Very impatient questioning. Aggrieved, huh? Chen and Di sneered, staring at her with unblinking eyes, and said hatefully, I'm not aggrieved. What do I have to be aggrieved about? To you, I am just an emotionless money-making machine. What qualification do I have to be aggrieved? Even if I am aggrieved, who cares? Ning Mocha frowned with a displeased expression, seemingly disgusted that he brought up this topic, also unwilling to grind and wheedle with him again. She opened the limited edition designer handbag she carried on her wrist, and rummaged through it to find the bank card she had prepared earlier. Handing it to him, he said condescendingly, $2 million, you have to not eat or drink, splashing life to earn 20 or 30 years. From now on, I walk my Yangwan Road, you over your wooden bridge. We no longer have any intersection and entanglement. However, Chen and DMO said to pick up the bank card. He just did not even take a look. He was still staring at her. Ning Mucha did not dare to look directly at his sharp gaze like a knife. The beautiful eyebrow raised, the corner of the mouth raised a disdainful snort. Despising, she said, too little? It doesn't matter. I'll give you 3 more millions to make up 5 million. I also advise you not to give an inch. This 5 million is already all I have at the moment. This was true. 5 million was indeed all the money she could get out right now. Although it was heartbreaking, she didn't regret it. She now only wanted to resolve this matter as soon as possible, to leave this dilapidated and dirty rented house and urban village as soon as possible, and to get rid of the burdensome burden in front of her as soon as possible. Since then, the sky was high enough for birds to fly, and the sea was wide enough for fish to leap. No one could restrain her anymore, and no one could stop her advancement in chasing wealth and freedom. Ha ha! Chen and Di laughed out loud in a slightly maniacal and unrestrained manner. Obviously, he no longer had his previous equanimity. He admitted that he had broken his defense. You've got hardened wings now, and you're starting to resent me for getting in the way? Why didn't you mind me when I tore up my college acceptance letter? How come you didn't mind me when I was playing hard to get to move bricks to make money to support you? When I worked several part-time jobs to pay for your education? How come you didn't dislike me? The more he said, the more agitated he became. Cross-eyed, he looked straight at her, his eyes filled with thick disappointment. Continuing to growl emotionally, he said, you're even hitting me with money now? Trying to draw a line with me? Have you ever considered my feelings? 5 years, do you know how I've lived these 5 years? Do you know? It's that the whole world has forgotten what I, Chen and Di, am, and you, Ning Mucha, can't forget. Even if the whole world dislikes me, Chen and Di, you Ning Mucha can't dislike. I'm just living on the streets, even snatching food from dogs. I won't accept your charity and insults to me. Get lost, you immediately get lost. Get lost as far away as you can. Just pretend that I've never known you. Get lost. Listening to his angry accusations and rants, Ning Mocha froze slightly, and was actually somewhat disoriented. Perhaps it was because his words had evoked bits and pieces of memories from the past. Slightly lowering her head, she dared even less to look directly into his eyes. A trace of guilt also appeared on her exquisite face, but it passed in an instant. There may have been a slight struggle in his heart, but then he resumed his overbearing and superior posture. With an arrogant face, he said, I admit that I do owe you, but this 5 million is also enough to pay it off, right? Aren't you saying these words because you want more? Might as well tell you bluntly, $5 million is my limit, not a single point more. Everything you've done willingly. It seems like I've never forced you to do anything, right? You also don't need to act as if you are great. The reason why you gave so much, aren't you harboring ill intentions? Chen and Di frowned as he heard the deeper meaning in Ning Mucha's words. Rhetorically, he asked, mischievous intentions? Greedy for your body? Ning Mucha justifiably sneered. Don't beat yourself up, right? You dare to say no? Ha, ha ha. Chen and Di were exasperated by her and laughed. Ning Mucha, I never dreamed that in your eyes. I would be such a person. After saying that, he shook his head with incomparable disappointment and loss. Since this was the case, he really didn't want to say anything more. The little follower that used to get tired of him all day long, intimately shouting brother, brother, had already died, and now standing in front of him, is just a money blinded by money corrosion, completely sunk in the lights and wine, paper drunken luxury life of gold worship girl. He had tried countless times to wake her up, but now it seemed that all his efforts were not only futile, but instead, he was also regarded by Ning Mucha as an enemy, as a stumbling block to be kicked away. How could he not be disappointed? Heart tired and lost, he let out a long sigh, waved his hand feebly and said, "Go away, go as far away as you can. From now on, you and I are strangers." Once these words came out, Ning Mocha finally nodded in satisfaction. "All of my contact information has been changed, and I signed up with a company, so I'll be leaving Tianfu tomorrow. I believe we won't have the chance to meet again. After all, there's a chasm between you and me, and that chasm will only grow wider with time, making it difficult for you to cross. If one day you forget it, I don't think you'll be able to make much of a difference." After Ning Mocha finished mocking, she threw the bank card in her hand directly onto the worn-out dining table and turned around, ready to leave. "Wait." Chen Jidi frowned and spoke out to stop her. Pointing at the brightly shining bank card, he said with dissatisfaction, "I'm not a garbage dump here. Please don't litter, okay?" Ning Mucha's towering chest rose and fell violently, clearly infuriated by his words. Turning around, she rushed to him and pointed at his nose before cursing. "Chen Jidi, put away your ridiculous pride. You don't take a good look at what kind of life you're living now. Moving bricks at the construction site during the day in the wind and sun, delivering takeaways at night in the wind and rain, and finally having to drag your tired body back to this dirty doghouse. You have to break $1 into several petals to spend it, and you've been wearing this set of clothes for 2 or 3 years, right? You live like a dog. What qualifications do you have to think my money is dirty? And what qualifications do you have to look down on me, Ning Mucha? At least, I live 100 times better than you. There's no need to give up such a large sum of money for that tiny bit of pride and face. With this money, you can at least live like a human being." Chen Jidi coldly smiled, relentlessly poking and prodding. "Ning Mucha, I'm stupid, but don't treat me like an idiot either. Are you really sincere in wanting to give me this money? Even now you're still acting, still sympathizing, and still treating me like a little cutie. Teasing? P.S. After all, if you've gotten yourself high and feel toxic, get through the first few chapters and you'll open the door to a new world." Chapter 2 Money Measures Everything. Chen Jidi coldly scrutinized her, revealing the truth in a single word. "You are nothing more than wanting to have a better conscience for yourself, and at the same time, you are also breaking the bank and avoiding falling on deaf ears, preventing it before it's too late. After all, you are now considered a netizen in size. Even if you and I are exposed in the future, you still have room to maneuver and a backhand to clear your name." Seeing a flash of panic on her face, Chen Jidi knew that they had been hit by their words. The sneer on his dark cheeks grew even more. Continuing sarcastically, he said, "Ning Mucha, is it that in your heart, everything can be measured in terms of money? You shouldn't think that by giving me this money, you can really pay back everything and have a clear conscience, right? Oh, dreaming, not to mention whether it can pay off. You think I will really receive, will be as you want? Ha ha. I'll just choose not to accept it, just to let you owe me for the rest of your life, and live in the condemnation of your conscience for the rest of your life. But then again, you should have no conscience, oh? Ha ha. You." The infuriated Ning Mucha was like an enraged lioness, staring at him with wide-eyed fury, but Chen Jidi didn't give her a chance to speak at all and continued to tease. "You don't have to be hypocritical anymore either. Even though I don't receive your money, I, Chen Jidi, will definitely not mention about you to anyone either. You don't have to worry that your ugly behavior of being wolfish and ungrateful will leak out of my mouth." Even though she hid it extremely well, Chen Jidi still caught a flash of her excitement and elation. In turn, it once again confirmed what he had said earlier. Ning Mucha picked up the bank card on the table while saying with a stiff upper lip, "Since you refuse to accept the money for the sake of face and pride, I have nothing to say, but I hope you're true to your word." And a mouthful of spit. This was nothing more than a slip of the tongue, and in accordance with her understanding of Chen Jidi, the banter and ridicule that he had just used was nothing more than a deliberate word of exasperation. Moreover, she didn't have the slightest doubt about the promise Chen Jidi had given, because since childhood, he had never lied to himself. After saying that, she turned around and left, not willing to stay a moment longer. Looking at her resolute and unrelenting back, the undeterred Chen Jidi didn't hold back and made a last attempt, softly calling out, "Little snot." However, Ning Mucha turned a deaf ear, not to mention turning around and looking back. Even her footsteps did not pause for a moment, walking so resolutely, so unhesitatingly. This walk, the two will really no longer have anything to do with each other. Like strangers, don't say goodbye, even if we meet again. It's just a stranger. Chen, in the first face of despondency, incomparable disheveled sitting on the floor, looks so lonely and desolate. For a long time, he did not move the slightest bit. That little snot was his last hope. Until the moment before he shouted out little snot, he still had fantasies about Ning Mucha. Unfortunately, his last hope and fantasy was trampled to pieces by Ning Mucha's high heels, at the top of nearly 40 degrees of heat, braving the wind, rain and snow, on the construction site to lift rebar and move bricks, by the foreman called to squeeze the exploitation. He did not collapse, be looked down upon by the difficult and not allowed to take the elevator, hard to climb 20 or 30 floors, because almost overtime and was pointed at by the customer's nose, scolding and harsh, but also have to apologize in a low voice. He did not break down, but at the moment, this deeply weathered, life-tested brown man, but the collapse of a mess, because he lost his most beloved thing. Ning Mu T small Chan and 5-year-old, both are orphans, both are still in infancy, or ruthlessly abandoned outside a privately founded orphanage. The size of the orphanage was not large, and the number of orphans it housed was also not large, because of the old director's limited social connections and influence, coupled with the fact that the overall size of the orphanage was not up to standard. Therefore, the government subsidy was also extremely limited. Although the relevant departments have obtained permission to allow social fundraising, the amount of money raised is pitifully small. It could be said that the operation of the entire orphanage was almost entirely dependent on the old director's savings and retirement salary. Fortunately, except for Chen Jidi and Ning Mucha, all the orphans in the orphanage had been adopted by kind-hearted people. The reason why they were not adopted was not because they did not look good. On the contrary, they were exceptionally well-behaved and adorable since they were small. It was not because they had physical defects, but because they had psychological problems. They were so withdrawn and cold and arrogant that they suffocated people. Often they wouldn't say a word for a week. And of course they were not liked. The orphanage eventually closed down due to financial reasons and the old director's deteriorating health. The two of them were not mercilessly abandoned again, but were adopted by the childless old director. In the kind and kindly old director of the meticulous, painstaking long-term care, as well as care, the two gradually cheerful and lively. Not only did they have a happy childhood, they also had relatives. Although the days were hard, they were very happy. The two also especially to the old dean to compete. Not only well-behaved and obedient, academic performance is also among the top. Unfortunately, the good times don't last long. Just when Chan and received the acceptance letter from the first school, and happily ran home to report the good news, the old dean suffered a cerebral hemorrhage and unfortunately passed away. Since then, the only two people left to depend on each other were Chan and Ning Mucha. Looking at Ning Mucha, who was 5 years younger than himself and is still a little girl, Chen Jidi did not hesitate to tear the acceptance letter that had not yet been warmed up to shreds. The old dean is gone. He must carry this family. He must carry the burden of life, earn money to support himself and Ning Mucha. He resolutely chose this family, chose Ning Mucha, and gave up sacrificing himself, sending out flyers, brushing dishes, being a doorman, entering factories, delivering couriers, takeaways, going to the construction site. As long as he can earn money and not break the law, he is willing to do any job. He is not qualified to be tired, dirty or bitter. Ning Mucha also did not disappoint his expectations, successfully entered the double first-class Tianfu University, in order to provide for her to go to college, in order to let her live a better life. Chan and the first even more desperately, like crazy to earn money. He didn't have any complaints, because he knew that for him and Ning Mucha, the only way out was to study. However, the plot of the story did not develop as he thought. The change in Ning Mucha's temperament also began the moment she entered the university. She began to become rebellious, become love of beauty, love of face, love to compare, become vain, become gold-digging, and become 6 relatives do not recognize. She did not even allow Chen Jidi to go to school to see her and find her. Suddenly the transformation, like a changed person, and before the judgment of 2 people. P.S. Briefly, read a lot of book lovers' paragraph reviews, as if not get my point. To the pig foot, he valued Ning Mucha's money? No. Then he valued Ning Mucha's return? Neither. As an orphan who was abandoned as a child, what he valued, what he cared about, what he even longed for, was affection. What mattered was affection. Chapter 3, The White-Eyed Wolf That Can't Be Raised. As for Chen and Jidi, they were busy earning money to support their family all day long, so how would they notice her transformation at first? But as time passes, her transformation becomes more and more intense. Chen Jidi also finally noticed her dislike and alienation of himself. He thought that the little snot had grown up and started to intentionally keep a distance between men and women from him, so he didn't take it to heart. However, when she repeatedly refused to pick up his phone, do not return messages, and even repeatedly refused to accept his transfer and red envelope, he finally realized that things are not right. Unsettled, he purposely sought leave from his foreman and prepared to go to school to see Ning Mucha, for which he even lost his job at the construction site. However, what he didn't expect was that before he even entered the school to look for it, he saw the familiar and unfamiliar Ning Mucha at the front gate. She wore a fashionable trend, and dressed up flamboyantly. Where there is half a bit of children's appearance of college students, more let Chen and the first unexpected is, he actually witnessed Ning Mucha sat on a Maybach luxury car. Feeling puzzled, he hurriedly stopped a cab and followed it closely. He had been trailing to a private club, and watched the Maybach drive in with a swagger. Seeing this situation, Chen and the first more or less guessed what? On the spot, on the rage. Anxious, he tried to rush into the private club, trying to stop Ning Mucha from going astray. However, he was blocked by several strong security guards. After exhausting his words and explaining himself to no avail, he forced his way in. Even though he had developed a lot of muscle and strength from years of hard labor, it was hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists, let alone far more than 4 hands. After being beaten up, he could only helplessly stand guard outside. Just when his patience was about to be worn out, he finally waited for the Maybach that slowly drove out of the clubhouse. Defiantly, he rushed forward and intercepted the parked car. Ning Mucha and a successful man of about 50 years of age got out of the car at the same time. Chen and Di immediately rushed forward angrily to question her about what the hell she was doing, but were stopped by the man at the side. Immediately, without any surprise, the two men tangled together. The old man in his 50s, how can he be the opponent of the strong and powerful Chen and Di? Enraged and irrational, he flipped the old man to the ground with a little force. Seeing this, Ning Mucha rushed to him in an arrow step, and without any further ado, he swung his palm up and slapped him hard on his face. Even more so, she demanded that he make amends and apologize to the old man in an unkind tone. Chen and the first hand to cover the red marks were inside face. A face of disbelief stared at her blankly, until she went back to the car with the old man and left. He still hadn't regained his senses. He still doesn't know how he got back to the rental house. After returning home, he began to send messages and call Ning Mucha non-stop. However, her cell phone kept prompting her to turn off. It wasn't until the evening that Ning Mucha took the initiative to find her door. From her words, Chen and Di finally realized what was going on. It turned out that Ning Mucha had come into contact with the live broadcasting industry by chance. Moreover, she also held the mentality of giving it a try and succeeded in becoming a newcomer small anchor on the Douyin platform. But who would have thought that with her super high face value, sexy and hot body, T style, and not bad singing voice, she quickly attracted a large wave of traffic and fans. Of course, also attracted a lot of generous tycoon and the wrong kind of big brother. With the live broadcast time elongated, she also gradually from the rookie newcomer, growing into a slightly thin name of the face value, talent and PK anchor, and that old man driving a Maybach. Has been supporting her. Give her brush nearly 10 million list of big brother. The reason why take the initiative to find Chen and Di, also not want to give him to explain what, but with him to draw a line, part ways. Chen and the first painstakingly a passive good advice, but has been completely blinded by the money. She simply can't not listen to it. The two did not accidentally have a heated argument, and Ning Muti after sneering a few sentences, proudly left. Chen and Di don't understand. Is it really possible to have money, or to disown all your relatives for the sake of money? Why do they turn against each other? Or is it true that different paths do not lead to the same thing? However, he did not die of heart. He still felt that new efforts can still be once that obedient little snot to wake up. Do not answer the phone. Do not return the message. He went to the university to find. Go to the dead squat. However, every time they meet, the two people are not happy, and even heated arguments. In the face of Ning Mucha's repeated hurtful words, contemptuous and disdainful demeanor, as well as cold and arrogant attitude, Chen and the first still did not want to give up. He told her with love and reason, and said all the good and bad words. Let her set her mind right. To study first, don't be dazzled by the short-lived and illusory scenery in front of you. Back up a million steps. Even if you want a part-time anchor, it is not impossible, but at least should be self-respect and self-love and self-respect, right? Unfortunately, Ning Mucha was just like a king who ate the scales and was determined to do so. Not only did she not listen to advice, but she was also bent on dropping out of school, completely cut off all contact with Chen and Di. Today, once again took the initiative to come to the door. She made it clear that she did not want to have anything to do with Chen and Di again. She wants to kick away Chen and Di, this piece of stumbling block. Get rid of him as a burden. Said words, also as hurtful and incomparable, completely chilled Chen and Di's heart. As she said, although it was true that the two of them did not have any relationship, Chen Jidi had always treated her as his own sister. 20 years of living with each other, even if it is a stone in the chest, should be hot, right? What's more, people are not grass and trees. How can they really have no feelings? But on the contrary, Ning Mucha is simply a white-eyed wolf that can't be bred. After the old dean left, she is the only family member of Chen and the first. However, the world is unpredictable. Who would have thought that the ending would be like this? Since the beginning of his life, Chen and Di have cried twice. Once was when the old dean left, the other time was now. The old dean was gone, and little Snot was buried in his heart forever. The only two relatives all left him. Can imagine how helpless and lonely he is now. Men don't cry lightly, but they are just not at the place of sadness. The seemingly strong Chen and the first, in front of the family love is fragile and unbearable. Hundreds of trials and tribulations only outside suffer. A drop of affection pain in the heart. To be honest, he does not blame Ning Muti, more hate her. Really, without the suffering of others, do not persuade others good. He has experienced, so he understands more. Everyone has the right to choose life. He is just choosing bread and milk. I only hope that she will not regret, but also can live the life she wants. If you start over again, Chen and the first may also adhere to the original choice, right? After all, at that time, how could he possibly discard the teenage Ning Mucha and leave her alone? He thought that he wasn't that heartless and cold-blooded, because no matter what, at that time, Ning Mucha was still his little Snot, his dependent relative. Chen and Di rubbed his reddened eyes and slowly stood up. After washing his face, he picked up the cell phone and keys on the table and went out the door. Chapter 4, Breaking the Siege. Chen and Di rode on the second-hand battery car that he had specially exchanged for a delivery, and headed straight to Wangshan Cemetery. After the old dean left, Chen and the first sold the only heritage left by the old dean, that suit full of happy and warm memories of the small old house. The money earned, all to the old dean to purchase this new home. Chen and the first from the bag out of a bottle of Erdwotu, 2 wine glasses, and a pack of $5 of Red River brand cigarettes. Unscrew the cap of the bottle. To the old dean poured a cup, and lit a cigarette in front of the tombstone. Afterwards, he poured himself a cup, also lit a cigarette. The old dean was not allowed to smoke and drink, but after the old dean left, Chen and Di dropped out of school to work. Dabbling in tobacco and alcohol is normal. In the end, the burden of life and the pressure is too great. His tender shoulders for a moment how to bear up, pressure breathless him, and cannot say with others to hear, and even more cannot let the little Snot know, but the pressure in the heart and really suffocated. So he gradually learned to use tobacco and alcohol to soothe the release. He sat quietly in front of the old dean's tombstone, not caring about the blazing sun, burying his head, a strong smoke, drinking wine, not a word. Always report the good news and not the bad. How would he dare to report the recent situation and what happened today to the old dean? And this sitting is a whole 2 hours. A whole box of cigarettes smoked out. Wine is still left a lot. Slightly drunk, he slowly stood up, and then bowed at the tombstone, kneeling, and heavily kowtowed 3 times. He said with a forced smile, "Old man, it's getting late. I'll come back to see you next time. Don't be angry." After saying that, he turned away reluctantly. The summer sun was hot, coupled with the fact that he had just drank a few glasses of white wine. Once he left the cemetery, Chen and Di were thirsty. "Boss, please bring me a bottle of frozen mineral water." "Thank you." In the cemetery opposite the small store to ask for a bottle of mineral water. Even the money cannot pay. Busy unscrewing the bottle cap, tilted his head as gulp 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 gulp, until the bottom of the bottle turned to the sky. He felt satisfied and happy before giving up. Took out his cell phone. Just wanted to ask the boss about the price. Ready to pay, but was interrupted by the sound of a bird like 100 birds and antelope. "Boss, may I ask if you have offerings for sale here?" Chen and Di subconsciously turned around and twisted their heads to look, only to see a beautiful woman with long flowing hair walk out from the red Beetle sedan. The slightly loose white cartoon t-shirt could hardly hide her slim figure. The ultra-short and tight jean shorts showed off her long, straight, white and delicate legs to the fullest. At the same time, also her rounded buttocks exposed. A tall body of about 1.7 meters. The perfect proportion of a 9-headed body. Sexy and youthful. The perfect features are like a paintbrush. Skin like condensed grease, muscle like snow. Blowing bullet can be broken, moist and clean. Exquisite face does not have heavy makeup, just a little powder. Perhaps even light makeup cannot be counted, because just traced a brow only. Probably this is the natural beauty, is difficult to abandon it. The only thing that is lacking is a slightly narrow-mindedness. Looking at her face, she was estimated to be in her early 20s. She should be similar to Ning Mucha's age, so she must also be a college student, right? At the same time Chen and Di were looking at her. The girl also noticed him. For a moment, the 4 eyes met. A polite slight nod was given to her, and she returned a kind smile. The two of them were also considered to have a simple greeting. As she walked past, Chen and Di caught a fresh scent. It was not stuffy, not greasy, very light, very refreshing, and it smelled very good. The girl must have also come to the cemetery to pay her respects. She had bought a lot of things to pay her respects. Incense, wax, cigarettes and alcohol, as well as fruits and melons and so on. Chen and Di pulled out the cracked cell phone while asking, "Boss, How much? $3. He was about to unlock the screen, but suddenly realized that the screen of the cell phone could not light up even if he pressed it. Chen Jidi smiled sarcastically at the boss who was staring at him, and explained in a slightly embarrassed manner, "Sorry, it's out of battery. I'll pay cash," said he hastily put his hand into the pocket of his beach pants and fumbled. But in addition to a lighter and a pack of cigarettes, as well as a string of keys, and then nothing else, he suddenly remembered that when he bought cigarettes and alcohol earlier, he had already used up all of his already small amount of cash. At that moment, the muggle. It really was a blessing and a curse. The store owner as well as the girl waiting to check out all looked at him in unison. The air was most afraid of a sudden silence. Chen Jidi showed a bitter smile on his face and scratched his slate head awkwardly. Carefully, he said, "Boss, would you believe me when I say that I've also run out of cash?" Puff. Seeing his embarrassed face, the girl didn't hold back and burst out laughing. I don't know what poked her funny bone. Before the boss could say anything, she jumped the gun and apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." Then she rushed to the store owner and said, "Boss, I'll settle his bill together. How much do you calculate in total?" Chen Jidi couldn't help but stare at her and said with gratitude, "Thank you." The girl who relieved him shook her head and smiled faintly. "No, just a bottle of water." After settling the bill, the girl carried her things and walked towards the cemetery. Chen Jidi looked at her, hurried back and shouted, "Beauty, can you leave a contact?" After saying this and feeling too presumptuous, he also forced an explanation. "Don't misunderstand. It's just convenient for me to return the money to you." The girl turned back and smiled, slightly mischievous, said, "No need to bother. If you are lucky enough to meet again, you ask me to drink water." Looking at her distant back, Chen Jidi didn't know what he was thinking. After the smell of alcohol dissipated, he also rode on his favorite electric bicycle, ready to go home. "I thought that next time if there is a chance to meet again, even if the installment also want to invite her to drink a cup of milk tea." Back to the city village cheap rental house, has nearly 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen and the first to the broken cell phone to charge the electricity, and then went to the shower. After coming out of the bathroom, he changed into a yellow lab coat. Seeing that the dinner rush hour was approaching, he had to go on a takeout run as well. Ever since he lost his job at the construction site due to his vacation, delivery had become his main job. No matter what, life goes on. Where is the time to be sentimental, to be negative, to be melodramatic, to lick wounds? Unplugging the charging cell phone and looking at it, it was only 10% charged. Chen and the first exasperated muttered, "Broken cell phone. Sooner or later to throw you." This angry words, he is afraid to have said more than 10 times. If he really wanted to throw it away, he wouldn't have waited until now. Although it is a small snot a few years ago out of the old cell phone, the body is full of scratches. The screen is broken all the cracks, but also can barely use. He can't afford to spend a lot of money on a new cell phone when he has to break $1 into several petals. It's not like it's unusable. Even if it ended up being completely unusable, he wouldn't be willing to throw it away. After all, this is the little snot about the few thoughts. In his heart, little snot was a relative who was more than a sister, and Ning Muti, just a stranger. They are two completely different people. Chapter 5 Activating the System. Chen and Dee were aware of the battery life of his broken cell phone, so he always had a charging treasure with him. After connecting his cell phone to the fully charged charging treasure, he took his helmet and went out, opened the Phantom Group app and clicked to start taking orders. Luck was still good. He received an order from the system just after opening it. During the dinner rush hour, Chen and Dee's orders have not stopped, and he has long been sweating. Wait for the dinner rush, and then to the late night snack time. Has been busy until 12 o'clock. Chen and the first to have time to breathe. Sultry and irritating weather. Dark clouds in the night sky. Seems to have signs of heavy rain. Chen and the first is not worried. After all, his battery car is installed with a rain canopy cover. Even if it is already 12 o'clock at night, but the city of Tianfu is still flashing lights. Neon bright, lively and extraordinary. As far as the eye can see, it is full of red wine and green lights as well as intoxication. And he Chen and the first, but also as many still in the life of the busy hard workers and one of the members only. Life is never easy for ordinary people, and every hard struggle, grit your teeth and insist on today, will become the ambush in the future to amaze the world. Chen and Dee looked at the flickering streetlights, slowly clenched their fists, and cheered for themselves in their hearts. Go for it, Hitman. Opening the large water cup he was carrying, Gulong just slammed a shot, a cozy look on his face. Take one last order. He should have dragged his tired body home, but he was ghostly ready to take another order. Just as he was thinking, the beep of his cell phone rang. Picking it up and looking at it, it just so happened that the system had sent him an order. After accepting this order, he closed the order-taking function, put on the helmet, start the battery car, went straight to the business store called Vegetarian and went. There is no need to navigate. Chen the First is aware of the location of the store. For one thing, vegetarian food is very famous in Tianfu. Is a high-end store specializing in vegetarian food. Its vegetarian food is called the best in Tianfu. Of course, Chen didn't know how it tasted. He couldn't afford to eat such high-grade dishes. Can afford to eat vegetarian. Absolutely is rich. Secondly, it is because he has received many orders from this store before, and is not generally familiar with it. Moreover, it was not far from where he was now, so where was the need for navigation? It took less than 5 minutes to arrive. Walked into the hotel and asked. There is no meal. Chen the First is not in a hurry. After all, time is still abundant, and this is also his last order tonight. If there are no accidents, absolutely will not exceed the time. Walked out of the restaurant, quietly leaning against the street side of the dumpster. From his pants pocket, he took out $5 of Red River and lit one, to ease the addiction to cigarettes, but also to pass the boring time waiting for food. While gulping down the smoke, I took out my cell phone to confirm the delivery address. Looking at the delivery address displayed on the cell phone screen, Chen Di's bronze-colored cheeks revealed a helpless bitter smile. 10 Mile Imperial Mansion, the highest end and most luxurious villa area in Tianfu. The single-family villas in 10 Mile Royal Mansion were all sold for over $100 million. Those who could live in 10 Mile Royal Mansion were either rich or noble. Not only is he Chen Di, almost all of the delivery men dislike the delivery of these high-end neighborhoods. There is no special reason, mainly because it is too troublesome and cumbersome to get in and out, and it is too big and easy to get lost. Too delayed. Just as he finished the last puff of his cigarette and reached out to throw the butt into the trash can, a drop of rainwater coincidentally fell on the back of his hand. Chen Di looked up into the dark night sky and couldn't help but mutter breathlessly, "No way? Wait until I finish delivering the last order before you go down, can't you?" In an instant, the rain suddenly rushed, and the sound of clattering rain fell instantly. Hurriedly and quickly ran into the restaurant. Before he had time to catch his breath, the waiter handed him the takeout, which was packaged in a very exquisite and upscale way. Chen the First dare not delay. Take the takeaway into the back seat installed in the insulation box on the departure of the delivery. The rain poured down on the ground, causing the visibility to decrease. He has to be careful and slow down, or else he will get into an accident. The streets of the city, which had been bustling with activity, were instantly deserted, and even the number of vehicles on the streets was significantly reduced. Although the torrential rain and ultra-low visibility made him have to slow down, but thanks to the abundant time, there was no need to worry about going overtime as a result. It was not far from the 10 Mile Imperial Mansion, so there was even less need to hurry. Slowly and leisurely riding in the pouring rain, splashing raindrops wet clothes and pants also do not realize. Turn right at the intersection in front of you, and walk another 100 meters to your destination. Chen the First vigilant heart, also gradually put down, just when he was thinking of delivering the takeout, going home to take a shower, and then having a good meal. A bright light flashed behind him. Through the blurry rearview mirror, Chen Di realized that a sedan was following behind him, slowly approaching. Because of the rain curtain as well as the obstruction by the water mist, coupled with the bright light, he could not really see it. In order to avoid accidents, he also deliberately leaned to the side of the road, and also turned right through the intersection. Just after the intersection, the car behind him also hit the steering wheel to turn right. I do not know whether the steering wheel hit too hard, or the owner did not see the front of the battery car, only heard a bang sound, even directly into it. Tailgating. The sudden impact of the force so that caught off guard Chen the First, even with the car with a person knocked to the ground. Behind the white La Mera also slammed on the brakes. Then a beautiful young woman wearing a well-tailored high-grade business suit came out of the car in a hurry. Chen Di struggled to get up and patted his head vigorously. After he was slightly awake, he hurriedly checked his injuries. It seemed that apart from his head being knocked and his knees and elbows being worn through, there were no major injuries. It was fortunate that the Primera behind him was slow enough. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chen Di did not know whether he was lucky or unlucky. Said lucky, good end of the delivery. Neither inviting who also did not mess with who, but flew into trouble. Rear-end accidents. But if you say unlucky it, suffered a rainstorm car accident, but only a little skin, insignificant minor injuries, frowning at the beauty of the young woman in a hurry and panic to their fast pace. Even if he was in a good temper, he couldn't help but be a little annoyed at this time. Where else would he care about her looks and figure as well as the way she was dressed? These unrelated side issues? When he was about to angrily rush forward to question and vent a few words, a mechanical and hard voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the network Divine Hero System. This system will be dedicated to making the host the number one godly hero of the network, the number one god of war. Chapter 6, 200 million Docoins. As a host of the Cyber Divine Hero System, it is only right that the host should strike hard on the internet. reigning supreme and wielding money like dirt. According to the system's observation of the host's long past, it was found that the host's view of money as well as his pattern is really too limited. In order to test whether the host can become a qualified god ho, this system hereby presents the host's Douyin account with 200 million Douyin. A small test. If the host can squander the 200 million bucks within the 1-week time limit, he passes the system's test. If the host fails to complete the test when the time limit expires, the system will start the self-destruct program and join the host in the ultimate bliss. Note 1. The bucket coins rewarded by this system are all recharged through compliant and legal channels. Note 2. The bucket coins rewarded by this system can only be used to reward the host, not to reward yourself, nor can they be cashed out through the following forms. Chen Jidi instantly froze. Cyber Divine Hero System? 200 million Do coins? Because he was poor. Because he was frugal. Chen Jidi was a very homely person. In his spare time on weekdays, he didn't have any special hobbies, but just stayed at home to read free novels, brush the Douyin, and watch live broadcasts. The main thing is that he does not have to spend money on these hobbies to pass the time. He did not read a lot of novels. Naturally, external hanging golden finger, system and so on, know it like the back of his hand. He was shocked that such a fantastic and bizarre thing really existed, and it also happened to him. Completely unbelievable, okay? Just as he was questioning whether he was hallucinating and mishearing, a mature and extremely gentle voice rang in his ears. Sir, are you not okay? Seeing him frozen straight in the rain, the beautiful young woman inquired with both guilt and anxious concern. Chen and Di also came back to their senses from her urgent shouts. Sir, how are you? Let me send you to the hospital for a checkup. I feel as if you are not doing well. After the beautiful young woman finished speaking eagerly, she was ready to assist him towards the car. Chen and Di slightly shook his head and said in a trance, I'm fine, no need to go to the hospital. The beautiful young woman looked at him with a worried face, pointing at his forehead and said, But, your head is bleeding. Reaching out to touch a hand where her finger was pointing, he felt a small gash that he hadn't even felt before. Taking a look at the red bloodstains on his hand, Chen and Di still shook his head and said, It's not a problem. It's just a small cut. The beautiful young woman hurriedly took off the delicate silk scarf on her neck for decoration and handed it to him. Sir, you can use the silk scarf to cover the wound first. Chen and Di did not refuse this time, but took the silk scarf and covered his forehead to avoid further bleeding. The sexy, charming and gentle voice of the beautiful young woman resounded again. Sir, to be on the safe side, let's go to the hospital for a detailed checkup. Don't worry, it's my full responsibility. I will definitely be responsible for you to the end. Chen and Di just wanted to refuse once again, but suddenly remembered something. Finished, he couldn't help but mutter out anxiously, and then turned to look at the battery car that had fallen on the side of the road. Busy to pick up the battery car, propping up the frame. Only a cursory glance, he concluded that the battery car is not seriously damaged. Only the tail of the shell is damaged. It must still be able to ride. However, what he cares most is not the car. Rather, it was the takeout that was placed in the insulated box in the back seat. Hands and feet to open the insulation box to see. There is no accident. Finished. Takeaway all spilled. Then took out his cell phone to look at the time. More finished ball. About to time out. He sighed helplessly, and there is no time to dwell on with the beautiful young woman. Immediately hurriedly said to her, I'm fine, now I really don't have time to talk to you in detail. My takeout order is going to time out. As for the cost of repairing the car, as well as compensating for the cost of the takeaway, let's put it this way. You leave a contact information for me. When I get the car repaired, I'll reimburse you along with it. Is that okay with you? The beautiful young woman walked quickly back to the Primera, grabbed her satchel from the passenger seat, and rummaged through it to find the business card case. Taking out a business card, she handed it to him. While bowing and apologizing, she said, I'm really sorry, sir. Because of my negligence and carelessness, I deeply apologize for causing you trouble and damage. If there are any problems, you can contact me and I will absolutely take responsibility to the end. With her attitude being so sincere, Chen and Di were too embarrassed to say anything more, and could only recognize his own bad luck. What's more, he really didn't have the time to argue with her right now. He casually put the business card and the silk scarf covering his forehead into his pocket, and hurriedly rode on the not-so-heavily damaged electric bicycle and left. Because the takeout was spilled, he had to go back to the merchant's store again and order another one at his own expense. When finished ordering and paying, Chen and Di looked at the remaining single-digit deposit balance and laughed bitterly. No vegetarian consumption high, but a few dishes on nearly $4,000 or $5,000. This mother is also too expensive, some right? Not vegetarian? Just look at the price. Thought it was dragon meat, monk meat it, eating it, I'm afraid it's not going to ascend to immortality? Shan in the heart of the first cold, dripping blood but then thought of the beautiful young woman's very good attitude and character. Must be looking for her reimbursement should be recognized. He only a little better. The order has already exceeded the time limit. Chen and the first had to dial the customer's phone. In any case, must first give the customer to explain, or late delivery. People will certainly wait for anxious fire. The phone did not ring twice to be connected. Hello there, may I ask who you are? A very nice and energetic, as well as polite female voice came from the receiver. Chen and Dee raised their eyebrows slightly, inexplicably feeling somewhat familiar, but for a moment, he could not recall where he had heard it before. Not allowing him to think too much, he hurriedly apologized in a sincere manner. Hello, may I ask if you are Ms. Moo? I'm a Phantom Group takeout rider. I'm sorry, because of my personal reasons, there was an accident that caused your meal to be delivered late. I'm sorry for delaying your meal. I'm very sorry. Chen and Dee originally thought that they would be greeted with an angry and harsh scolding, or a disgruntled complaint, or threats such as refunding the order or a bad review. He had also prepared himself mentally. However, to his surprise, the customer on the opposite side was very calm and gentle. It's okay, a little late is a little late. It's not easy to deliver takeaways in a rainstorm. Little brother rider, you have to pay attention to safety. Hard work, to be honest, no matter whether it is false love or false intention, can be understood. Tolerance and care. Chen and the first is still particularly touched. Hang up the phone. In the process of waiting for food, the rainstorm also gradually stopped. Summer rain always comes and goes quickly. Chen and the habitual hand into the pants pocket to touch the cigarette, ready to smoke a cigarette to ease the burst of addiction. But the cigarettes did not touch, but touched out the blood-stained silk scarf, as well as the beautiful young woman's business card. Chapter 7, Margin. Unspeakable. Rubbing the silk scarf with excellent texture in his hand, although Chen and Dee knew nothing about luxury goods, he also knew that it was by no means cheap. Ghostly slightly sniff, a light fragrance instantly drilled into the nostrils, led him intoxicated. Suddenly realizing the stupid and humiliating behavior, his bronzed face slightly red, busily put the silk scarf back into his pocket. Then he looked at the business card in his hand. Luckily, it was a platinum business card. Otherwise, it would have been soaked by the soaked pants. Platinum business card is not generally exquisite. The top engraved with the company name, City Culture Media Company, and the center engraved with the name and position, Mooching, President. At the bottom was the phone number and email address. Very simple, but without losing the atmosphere. Chen and the first did not expect the young woman is a strong woman, domineering female president, he thought. Now he is more sure that the young woman will not renege on the bill. The mood is also a lot of comfort. Satisfied with the platinum business card into the pants pocket, such as tomorrow to repair the battery car tail shell, and then find her reimbursement. Suddenly remembering the activation of the network god's hero system again. In order to verify if it was a hallucination that occurred when he fell and broke his head, he hurriedly took out his cell phone, opened the Douyin app, tapped the wallet and was stunned. Good guy, it's true, only to see the wallet in the bucket coin account, really quietly lying 200 million bucket coins. Chen and Dee disbelievingly swallowed hard, stretching out his trembling fingers, pointing to the long series of numbers, softly counted, 1, 10, 100, 200 million do coins whole, 1 no more, 1 no less. After this confirmation, when the facts were in front of him, shocked or not, there was no way for him not to believe it. 200 million bucks converted into RMB is a whole 20 million. Chen and Dee's eyes twinkled with countless little stars. His heartbeat began to accelerate, his face flushed red, constantly gasping for air, and he even felt that the hot blood in his body had boiled and was constantly rolling, constantly taking deep breaths. He tried to keep himself calm and awake. However, when he thought that the 200 million do coins could only be swiped to someone else, his parched heart and boiling hot blood was instantly doused with coldness. The look of flesh pain on his face was as if it was cutting his flesh and draining his blood. If there is no restriction of the system, and he can recklessly brush to himself, shaving off the platform's share, there is still $10 million. But unfortunately, this wealth didn't belong to him, and he only had eyes to covet. The system not only forbade him from swiping to himself, but also listed a series of rules and regulations that restricted him from cashing in. Just as he was incredibly depressed, the reordered meal was ready. Riding his beloved little battery car, he started to deliver the food. The rainstorm has stopped. This time, he should not be unlucky enough to meet with an accident again, right? If it happens again, he really can't do anything about it. The few savings have been completely emptied. How to do is to the business brush plate, or to the customer meet pay? Fortunately, all the way to the 10 miles of the royal mansion in is stable and smooth. After a series of cumbersome registration checks in the guardhouse, then the professional security guard drove a ferry to send him to his destination. In such a high-end and luxurious villa area, Naturally, it wouldn't allow idle people to wander around inside like headless flies. The 10-mile imperial mansion did not cover a large area in general, and it was easy to get lost even with the guidance of street signs. After sending him to the next order of villas, the security guard drove off in a ferry. When he wanted to go out, he could press the pagers that were everywhere in the villa area, and a ferry would naturally come to pick him up. The high-end luxury villa area was just extraordinary. Chen Jidi pressed the visual pager next to the iron fence gate. A moment later, a voice came from the pager. "The door is open. Please come in," only to see the fully automated iron gate slowly opened. Chen Jidi walked into the iron gate, through the beautiful courtyard in front of the villa, and came to the front door of the villa. Before he could ring the doorbell, the door opened. Then a delicate and beautiful face peeked out. 4 eyes met. Chen Jidi and the girl in the house both revealed surprised expressions and exclaimed out in unison, "It's you?" I don't know if it was because Tianfu City was too small, or if fate was just too good to be true. Both of them probably didn't expect that after only a few hours, they would actually meet again. Ms. Mu Jiu Gu guffawed, very generously stretching out her fair and slender hand, taking the initiative to introduce herself. Chen Jidi also reached out to politely touch her fingers lightly, although his hand was very delicate and soft, and there was a hint of coolness, but he did not covet too much, but rather a touch of separation. A simple smile appeared on his slightly tanned face as he politely said, "A very nice name." Mu Jiu blinked her large Kazran eyes, looked at him with an expectant face, and asked, "What's good about it?" Chen Jidi obviously didn't anticipate that she would ask more seriously and deeply, and were instantly a bit muggle. Seeing his embarrassed face, Mu Jiu snorted a laugh, mischievously winked again, and strangely spat out her tongue. The delicate and beautiful pretty face surfaced a smile like a successful prank. "Just kidding, don't mind." Chen Jidi shook their heads slightly as they looked at the quirky her. "You haven't introduced yourself yet." Oh, Chen Jidi hurriedly said. "Chen Jidi, Ear East Chen, Jidi of Scholar and First. Very nice name." Chen Jidi reproduced his awkwardness, puffing, "How can a nice big beauty be so naughty? Can we communicate in a friendly manner?" Mu Jiu herself doesn't know why she can't help but always want to tease him. It just felt fun, especially seeing his face of helpless embarrassment. It was super fun. "Want to come in and sit down?" That said, it was only polite, because she, who was blocking the doorway, did not have the slightest intention of giving up her body. If Chen Jidi didn't have some emotional intelligence, didn't have some eyesight, and really agreed to it, then it would be too uninteresting. Mu Jiu did not mean anything else, not to mention prejudice and discrimination. After all, it was only the second time we met. In the case of not knowing anything, how would she dare to rashly let a strange man into the house? Not to mention the fact that she and her mom were the only 2 women in the house in the middle of the night, so it was even more inappropriate. Chen Jidi's IQ was already quite high, and after many years of being born in the society, he had already practiced the skills of observing words, colors, and human feelings. How could he not understand? Immediately, he shook his head and politely refused. "Thank you, but no need. I still have other orders to deliver." After saying that, he delivered the takeout in his hand. "Ms. Mu, I'm very sorry for delaying your meal. Enjoy your meal." From the beginning, she hadn't put it on her mind, let alone minded it, and now that she saw Chen in the first body in a sorry state, she naturally would not blame even more. She smiled and shook her head, wanting to say something but never did. With a look of wanting to say something. Chapter 8: The relationship that took a plunge. Out of kindness, based on sensibility, the kind-hearted Mu Jiu wanted to let him enter the house, but thinking rationally, it was indeed inappropriate. After struggling internally for a few moments, just as he made up his mind and was ready to open his mouth, Chen Jidi bowed and apologized before turning around and leaving. After the order delivery is completed, according to the usual practice, he is to be 5-star praise, but now this situation, he really can't open his mouth. What face to ask for a favorable review? Even if it was a 1-star bad review, he would still recognize it. Mao, who are you talking to? When Mu Jiu closed the door to his room and returned to the living room, a beautiful young woman slowly walked down from upstairs. The rose-red low-cut silk nightgown showed her sexy and enchanting, exposing the round and convex parts of her entire body, while also her mature physique as well as charm, set off more perfect. Chest is floating a big white. A pair of C-type blood pandas can be called perfect. Just right. More than 1 point less 1 point are not good. If hidden, let people think of, whether it is appearance, body, or temperament, even the voice, can be called excellent, especially that mature and elegant and not lose sexy charm. The killing power of men is simply not too big, not to mention boys, even mature men cannot resist the slightest. It's like an aged wine, with a rich and mellow aroma and a strong aftertaste. One look and you know, absolutely very moist. She, who had just finished soaking in a milk rose bath, asked absently as she slowly descended the stairs while wiping her chestnut-colored curls with a towel. If Chen and Di were here, they would definitely be incomparably surprised. Because, he knew this charmingly beautiful young woman. It wasn't anyone else. It was the mature young woman who had accidentally chased after him earlier. The president of Qingcheng Culture Media, Mu Qingcheng. Mu Jiogu shook the takeout in her hand at her and said with a smile, "Mom, it's the takeout that's arrived." If she heard her address, Chen and Di were afraid that her jaw would drop in shock. Mu Qingcheng and Mu Jiogu were actually mother and daughter? She looked to be at most 35 or 36 years old, and I'm afraid no one would not believe it when the two said they were sisters. But if they said that they were mother and daughter, it would instead make people's eyes drop. Still, rich people can take care of themselves, but in the end, it is also her own hard base, the combination of the two, naturally especially young. At the dining table, Mu Qingcheng looked at Mu Jiogu who wolfed down her food, not caring about the image of a lady, and frowned slightly dissatisfied. She said, "Eat slowly, no one is grabbing with you, why are you in a hurry?" Oh. Mu Jiogu, whose mouth was stuffed with rice, said back vaguely. Mu Qingcheng flavorfully blanked her and said without a good mood, "Speak properly." Mu Jiogu struggled to choke down the food in her mouth and grabbed the water cup next to her, who patted her not too shruggy chest and comfortably let out a long breath. "So close, almost choked. I live time to arrive. Last night said that today at 12 o'clock to start broadcasting. How to pigeonhole fans ah?" Mu Qingcheng did not have the good sense to give her a blank look. "Just your 3 or 5 people live room." As for, Mu Jiogu's neck stretched, strongly retorted, "What's wrong with 3 or 5 people? They are also my loyal fans and friends, okay? Besides, I've only been on the air for 2 or 3 days, and I've managed to capture several Iron fans, so I think it's already very wrong, right?" Her delicate face was overflowing with a sense of accomplishment, and she was even a little smug. Unable to resist nodding her head firmly, she continued with a longing face, "I firmly believe that as long as I harbor a resilient and unremitting heart, I will definitely grow bigger and stronger, and create brilliance." Mu Qingcheng looked at her full of naivety and shook her head slightly. After hesitating, she still decided to appropriately pour cold water on her. Slowly, she said, "Without the operation of capital, without the operation of a company's guild, it's hard to become a head anchor, or even a first-tier, super first-tier anchor." With these words, she had already said it quite euphemistically. More than difficult? The possibilities could be said to be slim to none. In front of capital giants, in front of huge companies, so what if an individual was strong and powerful? Unless you can be so strong that you can crush the capital giants. If you really can, then you are a capital crocodile yourself. Hearing her words, Mu Jiogu frowned and looked at her with a wary face. "Mom, what do you mean by that?" Mu Qingcheng said solemnly, Mao, let's put aside the bet for now. Why don't you sign up to a subsidiary under Mom's umbrella? This way, Mom is also more at ease, and with the operation of the company, with your own conditions and talent, you want to leap to become a first-line anchor easily, even if..." Before she could finish her words, Mu Jiogu hastily made a pause gesture. Interrupting, she said, "Hey, Mom, stop first. Didn't we agree not to interfere with each other? Even if we leave the matter of the bet aside for now, I still want to try how far I can go with my own skills. Besides, live broadcasting is just my personal hobby. There's no need to put shackles on my hobby anymore. Not even if you sign up for your own mom's company. The meaning is all different law." Mu Qingcheng helplessly shook her head and said, All right, Mom is just saying it off the cuff. It's all up to your own will. But don't blame Mom for not reminding you. This road of live broadcasting is not easy to walk. Don't bump into dust when the time comes and run to your mom crying and whining. Mu Jiogu mischievously poked her tongue out. "I won't." Chen Jidi, who returned to the cheap rental house in the middle of the city village, felt comfortable after taking a shower. After hand-washing the changed clothes and the blood-stained silk scarf and drying them, he finally had some time to spare. Habitually touch out his cell phone to prepare to order a takeaway. After all, it was already 12 o'clock, and he hadn't even eaten dinner yet, so he had long since passed out from hunger. There was no fire at home, as he really didn't have much extra time to spend on 3 meals a day before. Although there weren't many options for takeout according to his frugal standards and stingy habits, it was still a struggle to eat well, but also cheap and affordable. That naturally cannot escape the 4 giants of the catering industry, and that's exactly what he was torn about. Is it better to eat cassoulet rice or ramen? But it feels like the bridge rice noodle and Shaxian seem to be very good as well. After half a day's agonizing, he finally chose the extra spicy cassoulet, plus 2 boxes of rice. Doing manual labor, the amount of food is naturally not small. He also likes to eat spicy, always like, when the old dean is very like, because, spicy, Rice. Waiting for the order to pay but was prompted to pay the balance is insufficient. He suddenly remembered that he is now a completely poor. Half a day of agonizing. It is not easy to choose. The result is no money. This is also too add up. Luckily, tomorrow is the day of the Phantom Group's payday. Otherwise it would be really barbecue. But tonight, it seems destined to starve. Although it had just rained, the sweltering heat remained. Even if it's already 12 o'clock at night, it's still hot and dry. This year's summer is not generally hot. The average temperature these days has been as high as 44 degrees, just 1 degree less than Crooked Mouth. The cheap rented room is not installed air conditioning. Even if it is installed, it is estimated that he cannot afford the electricity bill. Chen in the first lying on the bamboo mat bed, hand unscrewed from the second-hand market next to the old fan, listening to the fan swinging when the ear-piercing creaking sound, has long been accustomed to him but suddenly inexplicably feel irritable, probably because he was not happy today. Hands patted under the head, eyes laxly looking at the wall skin peeling aging ceiling, muttering, "Can't I be kinder to myself now?" Chapter 9, kicked out of the live streaming room. Chen and D's well-defined, masculine and upright face revealed a determined look. Only myself left. Even if I don't care about myself, who else do I expect? Taking a deep breath, then exhaling heavily. From now on, live for yourself. Before, he lived for the old dean, for the little snot who was not his own sister but was more like one. Now, he lived for himself. His transformation at this moment was like a nirvana rebirth. The sweltering heat and the clanking old fan made him toss and turn in bed, making it difficult to sleep. Quite annoyed, he simply did not sleep, got up and leaned against the bed, lit a cigarette and smoked it silently, picked up the cell phone that was placed on the bedside, and clicked on the Douyin app. Taking another look at the 200 million Do coins lying on the account, he remembered the system's previous warning. Within 7 days, it must be squandered or it will be destroyed along with the system. Thinking of this, he was even more unmotivated to sleep. These 200 million Do coins were the pretentious capital given to him by the system, but they were also a talisman of death. Chen and D couldn't help but shout softly, "System, system, are you there? Can you hear me?" As soon as he finished speaking, the system's mechanical and hard voice resounded in his head once again. The host doesn't need to make a sound, he only needs to meditate in his head, and this system will naturally recognize it. Chen and D were not surprised. After all, he was an old bookworm, even though he would only whore himself out. These operations of the system are all really routine base manipulation, nothing to be surprised about. If I don't finish squandering the 200 million Do coins within 7 days, will you and I really be destroyed? Yes. After receiving a definitive answer once again, Chen and D sucked in a breath of cool air. Good guy, really ruthless even destroys himself together. But it's not bad, it's not just 200 million bucks, it is not easy to earn money, but if it is to spend money, is it difficult? It's not too late. Anyway, can't sleep. Early squander finished early down to earth. He casually clicked into the live broadcast. Although he usually watched live broadcasts, he never just whored around, never charged a penny, and never grabbed red envelopes, much less participated in the lucky bags. That's why his account is still a small white number to this day, not even a level. Even though there were 200 million Do coins lying in his pocket, he had to spend them before he could count them as a level. 200 million Do coins, no more, no less, just enough to make his O-level white number rise to the highest level of 60. Obviously, the system also had a deep meaning. His Douyin screen name was simply the word. There were no fancy characters, no literary poems, and no pretentious foreign language. The avatar is also a series of avatars that can be seen everywhere, which is quite nice and festive. The account has also never released any work. 0 likes, 0 attention, 0 fans. Even if you want to squander 200 million bucks, Chen and D will also find their own more favorable anchor brush, instead of casually looking for some anchors to brush a pass. Moreover, he already has a whole plan in mind. Men and women are irrelevant, as long as they meet their own preferences and appetites on the line. With the purpose of spending a lot of money, he casually slid through the live broadcasting room. With the increase in the number of live rooms that he slid through, Chen and D's frowns also grew deeper and deeper. Anchor can be said to be a variety of. There are talent anchor, there are value anchor, gossip anchor, there are funny anchor, there are game anchor, there are dedicated PK anchor. But Chen in the first half of the day to see, either playing dumb, pretending to be crazy, is to play the rubbing ball, scratching the head, and claptrap, eye-catching. In short, none of them were his favorite type. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and his frowning brows suddenly dispersed, pausing to slide his fingers across the screen. The interface stopped at the live broadcast room of the female anchor named Shomai. Looks very beautiful, very sexy. I do not know if it is the reason that the beauty face is turned on, but it really fits Chen and D's eyes. live room only 10 or so people, and the female anchor is with the netizen fans sent pop-up interactive chat. Coincidentally, with Chan and the first with into the live room, there is also a nickname for the cover in the cover people, only to see the anchor shoe Ermi hands than the heart, smile like a flower. Incomparable enthusiasm said, welcome cover in the cover big brother into the live room. As for Chen and D, it was obvious that they were selectively ignored. Chen Jidi raised an eyebrow. Of course he knew why Shomai only welcomed Gai Zhenggai and ignored him. The reason was simple and realistic. It was because he was just a small white number, while Gai Zhenggai was a level 45 big brother. Chen and D were not glassy-eyed or paranoid, and he naturally understood. The live broadcast room in and out. Come and go so many visitors netizens. Of course, the anchor cannot be welcomed one by one. If all the welcome in place, then the anchor's mouth is afraid to wear out calluses. Therefore, almost all anchors will selectively welcome. As for the standard, of course, the higher the rank, the more enthusiastic and grand. Chen and D pondered briefly, then typed, how come the anchor doesn't welcome me? That's right, he was deliberately looking for a fight. But if Shomai was to see this pop up and say a word of welcome, then Chen and D's gift today would inevitably be swiped. However, the truth was that it wasn't. It wasn't because the public screen was scrolling too fast to see, nor was it that she didn't see it. Instead, she turned a blind eye. The vast majority of anchors, even some big anchors, after seeing such a pop-up screen, no matter whether it was a false sentiment or a false intention, they would say a word of welcome. It was nothing more than a passing remark anyway, but Shomai didn't. She similarly selectively filtered it out, still interacting with Gai Zhenggai on her own. Chen and D smiled faintly as they continued typing and asked, how come I'm not welcome? He did notice that Shomai's brows furrowed slightly and the smile on her face froze. Obviously, she had definitely seen Chen and D's statement on the public screen. Still, she didn't choose to pay attention to it, and the other people in the live room and the management, likewise, ignored it. It was said that things don't come in threes, so Chen and D intended to try one last time. Beauty, why aren't you welcoming me? Shomai really couldn't hold back this time, her face instantly turning black, very dissatisfied. She said, can you have some quality? Don't brush the screen? The 3 pop-ups in a row didn't just annoy Shomai alone, but also her fans in the live broadcast room. Even the level 45 Gai Zhenggai couldn't sit still. It was as if Chen and D's 3 questions were directed at him. Why are you not welcome? Don't you have any pussy count yourself? What kind of existence is a level 0 white number running in to find? Please use strength and speak with gifts, okay? As soon as the words were typed, a special effect of a sports car worth 1,200 do coins appeared on the screen. Shomai instantly smiled like a flower, comparing hearts while whining and thanking. Thank you for the Porsche from Big Brother Gai Zhenggai. Love you yo. The management and fans of the live broadcast room also spoke on the public screen and bragged. Thank you Brother Gai. Brother Gai is atmospheric. Mr. Gai is awesome. Brother Gai don't be angry. This kind of little white number looking for existence is everywhere. Why care about him? Manage to do something. Take this kind of small black powder that has nothing to do and kick it directly. Immediately after, Chen and D were pulled black and kicked out of the live broadcast room. Chapter 10 3 Encounters in One Day. Chen and D slightly embarrassedly smiled back, somewhat confused. It's just that he asked 2 times more, right? I'm not sure if I'm a good person, but I'm a good person. Although it is true that there is a suspicion of looking for existence, but it is not to be a small black powder, right? Lick Big Brother also do not need to lick so bottomless, right? Just because the Big Brother a little emotionally charged words, a Porsche, he kicked himself out of the live room? What's the point? What about style? Chan and the first person open-minded, and the character is very good, but at this time also cannot help but some stifled. The society is realistic. I did not expect the live room is even more realistic. Shake your head, continue to slide the screen, idle up, thumbs gently stroke drifted into the next live room. Before he could see what was going on in the live room, he heard a familiar voice. Welcome ND. Chen Jidi fixed his eyes and was instantly surprised. He thought that he had misread his eyes and was busy rubbing his eyes. Once he opened his eyes again, he wasn't wrong. It was her, Mu Gu. At the same time he was surprised. He also had to marvel at destiny. Within one day, 3 encounters. The most outrageous thing is to meet in a vast network. At this time, Mu Gu is sitting demurely on the boss chair live, looking at the background inside her camera. It should be a room specially arranged and built for live broadcasting. There wasn't much of a difference between her in the live broadcast screen and her in reality. Looking at her avatar in the upper left corner, it was indeed a live broadcast without a face. Even with no beauty face, she was still beautiful. Coupled with the lighting effects, it is even more bright and colorful. This face value really can play. It is not an exaggeration to say that her face value can completely beat more than 90% of the female anchors in Douyin. Chen and D had noticed her avatar. which was a colorful little monster holding a large knife, and next to it was a line of small words, stabbing black fans to death. Then look at the top right corner of the list of fan avatars, the same as a small monster holding a big knife, only that line of small words became, stab the anchor. Chen and Di clicked on the online audience list, and there were only 2 people, but the avatars were the same, only the color of the little monster was different, and Mujio Ge's Douyin screen name nickname was also her real name. Looking at their fan light tags, they both had asterisk level black fans hanging on them. The corners of Chen and Di's mouth rose slightly, finding it interesting. He Di? Your nickname is exactly the same as a friend of mine's real name. Chen and Di were a bit stunned. Was she talking about herself? In her heart, was she already considered a friend? With a slight smile, he typed, since it's such a coincidence, I'll send a fan light sign and add a group. He then spent 1 do coin to gift a fan lamp tag and successfully joined the fan group. Although it was only worth a minuscule 10 cents, the fan light tag had a different meaning. Mujio Ge's face was full of smiles, and it was clear that she wasn't generally happy. Enthusiastically, she said, thank you for Di's fan lamp tag. Everyone warmly welcomed Di into the group. Administrator 1/2 Sugar, thank you Di for joining the Black Fan Gang. Mighty Tiger with Lurking Claws, congratulations to brother for successfully joining the pit. Although both of them were less than level 10, the atmosphere in the live room was really good. Chen and Di hesitated for a moment, then typed, Anchor, can you treat me to a meal? I haven't even had dinner until now. Mujio Ge was visibly stunned. She was bound to not expect it to be so direct. Mighty Tiger with Lurking Claws, brother, encountered something difficult? 1/2 Sugar, really encountered something difficult. I'll treat you. The response of the two made Chen and Di somewhat unprepared. Originally thought that he would be treated as a cheater who cheats food and drink, but he didn't expect. Mujio Ge guffawed and said, although my ability is limited, it's still no problem to treat you to a meal. I have been concerned about you La. You also back off a bit. Only mutual attention can send red packets. Oh. Chen and Di clicked the attention next to the avatar. Then he saw Mujio Ge pick up another cell phone and lowered her head to drum. A moment later, she raised her cell phone screen at the camera. He Di, it's already been sent to you, so collect it. Mujio Ge mischievously blinked her eyes and teased with a smile. After eating my meal, you are my person. Chen and Di didn't say anything, but silently exited the live broadcast room. There was no way. He was indeed too hungry. It was better to collect the red packets and order a takeaway first. One day, 3 encounters, 3 favors owed. Oh, a bottle of water. Oh, a cup of milk tea. Oh, a meal. Opening the private message. I really received a red packet from Mujio Ge. $50 and a message. Have a pig's foot meal and a cup of iced milk tea. Beautiful. Putting other things aside for the moment. At this moment, Chen and Di really had been warmed by this strange girl. Since Mujio Ge had already arranged it for him, there was no need for him to dwell on what to eat. He directly clicked on the takeaway app and started to place his order. Pig's feet rice, iced milk tea. After Chen and Di exited the live broadcast room, they directly looked dumbfounded at Mujio Ge's only 2 fan viewers. Lurking minions of the tiger. No, this buddy did not even say thank you? That's all it took? 1/2 Sugar, haha, so miserable a female anchor. Every day even the electricity bill can't earn, not to mention, but also backward. Mujio Ge bashful smile, said, hey Sugar, do not bring so mocking people ah. Backwards is backwards. At least there's one more fan. The Mighty Tiger with Lurking Claws and Teeth. Fans? I think it's more like a scammer. How can you run away as soon as you receive money? 1/2 Sugar, eat a lesson and grow wiser. G May, across the network line across the screen. Who doesn't know what the opposite side is? Don't be too kind over the top. Mujio Ge shook her head and said with a smile, maybe he's just too hungry and went out to order takeout first? Maybe he'll be back soon? The Mighty Tiger with Lurking Claws and Teeth. Let's just bet on whether or not the dude will come back. How about it? Fine. Mujio Ge said without hesitation. I bet he'll come back. Mighty Tiger with Lurking Claws and Teeth. Then I'll bet that he won't come back. And if you lose, sing me a song called The Wind Rises. If I lose, I'll take you out for a fight. The kind that's guaranteed to win. So what? 1/2 Sugar, yo. Cerebellar axe. So crazy. And a package win? Just as Mujio Ge was about to speak, she suddenly saw a line of small words float across the screen. He Di came. Lurking minions of the tiger. I go. Brother, slipped all the way. You still come back for what? It's a big loss. This is a big loss. Chen in the first deductive word explained. Too hungry. Cannot carry. Go out to order takeout la. Mujio Ge immediately smiled. Slightly self-satisfied. Said, haha, was I said right? Small sample, but also bet with me. 1/2 of the sugar. Small brain acts you miserable. Hard work moving bricks for a month's salary. I'm afraid I can't keep it. Serves you right. The words all revealed gloating. But before he could speak, Chen and Di who didn't understand the situation clearly, snatched the words and typed them out first. Jidi, let's go. Go out for a fight. Win it all. Chapter 11. The attacking PK group. Mujiogu was actually a bit speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. Good in the good set of beauty sugar candy cannot wait to speak for her to solve the problem. 1/2 sugar, I said. The entire live room. Except for Moo. It's just the three of us. I'm level 9. Cerebellar Axe level 2. And brother 0 level small white number. How to talk her so crazy? Who gave you two the confidence to win? If you lose, you two can't bear to see Moo do the punishment. Mighty tiger with lurking claws and teeth. Conditions and popularity are fought out. We're always chatting by ourselves behind closed doors. Where do we get popularity? His words were not bad, regardless of whether one lost or won. Playing PK would definitely increase popularity. Moreover, one could also take the opportunity to suck the opposite side's fans. If one was lucky enough to be matched with a big anchor, the traffic would definitely be overwhelming. Mujiogu also waved his hand in a bold and domineering manner. Smiling, he said, okay, then let's go out and fight. It's fine, losing is losing. I'll do the punishment is. Chen Jidi, who now only wanted to finish brushing the 200 million fighting coins as soon as possible, immediately typed, with me here, what makes you lose? Good guy. This statement directly stunned the three people in the live broadcast room. Mujiogu weakly said, brother, can we not blow powerful? Did you forget about borrowing money for dinner a few minutes ago? 1/2 sugar, count on it. Moo, you'd better stab these two little black fans. I guess they just want to see you do the punishment. Mighty tiger with lurking claws, dude is bossy. In that case, before we go out to fight, let's make a clear division of labor. We must fight for our family's aura and cohesion. Moo was responsible for the momentum group. A company on the PK, directly ask the opposite anchor to carry or not to carry the punch. Also do not care what the punishment. Directly take it. The momentum must be pinpointed in place. I'm in charge of the ignition group. The beginning of the stud. Directly a Porsche ignition. Overbearing and brother no. One will be in charge of the tower guarding group, suppressing the opponent's firepower and guarding the tower. As for the salty fish sugar baby, well, you are responsible for the atmosphere group it. In the side shouting 666 on the line. Good guy. This little brain axe is a rare talent. The division of labor is quite detailed and reasonable. Very good. Although there were only 4 people in the live room even including the anchor, just listening to it felt quite atmospheric. Lurking minions mighty tiger, how about it? Is my arrangement reasonable? Chen and D sent an okay emoji. Mujiogu also made an okay gesture and said, very good, very reasonable. Only sugar candy expressed dissatisfaction. 1/2 sugar, on what grounds? It seems like my rank is the highest. Why do I have to be in charge of the atmosphere group, responsible for shouting 666? But unfortunately, her dissatisfied remarks were selectively ignored by the tacitly understanding trio at the same time. Mujiogu directly initiated a random PK. In a moment's time, the system matched the anchor. Only a slight lurch was seen, and then the screen accessed the matching anchor's screen. The opponent was also a newbie female anchor, and there were only a few people in the live room. It was normal and reasonable. The system was matching based entirely on PK value. Beauty, you, Mujiogu, who was ready to greet her, was rudely interrupted by the opposite anchor Little Peach before she could finish her sentence. Ouch, I'm going. Little Peach stood up, put his face close to the screen. His face was astonished at the inexplicable look. Miss, you really have no beauty face? My god, it's prettier than even my beauty face pulling full. It's so pretty. Mujiogu smiled implicitly, being praised so bluntly. She was still a little smug in her heart, but on her mouth, she said modestly, no, Miss Sister, you're pretty too. Why? Little Peach waved her hand. This is purely a credit that belongs to my beauty. Her mindset was quite positive. But the fact is also true. Do not look at Doin Live. A brush is a beautiful woman, but 90% of female anchors are relying on the effect of the beauty of the face. The beauty of the face off. In the end, what looks like do not know it. Chen and the first have seen a lot of PK lost off the beauty of the face. That Lushan true face. TSK, not to be complimented. The list of the wrong kind of big brother. I am afraid that all have to run away overnight. Seeing that the rhythm and atmosphere were brought to the wrong side, the cerebellar axe hastened to speak to correct it. Mighty tiger of the lurking claws, temperament, we are out to fight, not to exchange pleasantries. Hurry up, bring out the temperament. Sugar from the atmosphere group also started to chime in. Declare war. Cough cough. Mujiogu pretended to fake cough twice. Positive voice, Little Peach, can you play? Can play. Just our family may not have any conditions. We'll pull down your GDP. Mujiogu just wanted to speak, but then she suddenly thought of what Little Brainax said about the momentum, and she had to change her words. Then do you carry a punch? Little Peach gave a slight lurch, and probably didn't guess that her aura would change abruptly, but she wasn't ambiguous, and directly returned, carry, must carry the beating, Miss Sister you can play however you want. Mujiogu thought about it and then said, then whoever loses will be lectured by the other for 2 minutes? Little Peach made an okay gesture. No problem, close the mic, start. As soon as Mujiogu closed the other team's mic, Sugar Candy from the Atmosphere group started to give the command, ignition. As soon as these words came out, a red Porsche was seen sliding out of the screen. Thank you Big Brother. Big Brother is mighty and stout. 666. The Atmosphere group was on point. Mujiogu also smiled and thanked. Thank you little Brainax for the Porsche. It was obvious that she was still slightly reserved and didn't let go. Newcomers, only live for 2 days. It's normal to look restrained and awkward, and it's right when you get used to it. The tiger with the lurking claws, at high D. Brother, the fire has been lit. The process and tower guarding is in your hands. Andy, no problem. Just as they were playing with vigor. What they didn't know was that a viewer came in stealthily in the live room. The stealthy viewer was no one else but mooching. After all, she was her own daughter. And even though she said that she would not interfere with each other, it did not prevent her from secretly paying attention. The account she logged into was her own private account, not the company guild's operating account, so the level wasn't high. It wasn't that she didn't have the money to brush up, but she didn't have the time, didn't have the need, and didn't have the hobby. She was also too lazy to log out or create a trumpet or something, so she directly purchased a stealth privilege. Simple and rough. Looking at the online audience of 3, Mooching smiled and shook his head. Mujiogu could definitely broadcast up with his own face value and talent. There was no doubt about that. But to become a head anchor, or even move up, relying on face value and talent alone was obviously not enough. There must also be capital, team professional operation. Most of all, there must also be the support of the God Ho, a live broadcast room. If there is a resident divine hero, the popularity will never be low. After all, there are really a lot of people who love to watch. Mujiogu looked at the opponent's remaining blood bar and said with a smile, that should be enough, right? No need to upvote again. Indeed, at the initial stage, 1,200 votes were enough to lock the throat. Chen Jidi thought briefly and typed, Debtor, have you heard of the Emperor set? Chapter 12 Ordinary Version Emperor set. Mujiogu frowned slightly, blinking her big innocent eyes, and asked with a puzzled expression, Debtor? Why do you call me a debtor? Jidi, because I owe you, so you are my unjust debtor. Mujiogu smiled faintly and hastily waved her hands. Not so much, not so much. It's just a meal. I was joking when I said before that if you ate my meal, you're my person. Jidi, but I took it seriously. Chen Jidi himself didn't know if his words were mostly a joke or if he had gone off the deep end. Seeing his pop-up, Mujiogu smiled sweetly, only thinking it was a joke she didn't take it seriously. 1/2 sugar, Emperor set? What is an Emperor set? Just started watching the live broadcast of the Sugar Candy. Have not heard of the Emperor set is normal. In contrast, the small brainax that has been mixing in all the major live broadcasting rooms for many years has seen a lot of knowledge. Simply explained, the Emperor set is to brush all the special effects gifts of Douyin. Mujiogu and Sugar suddenly came to a realization. Andy, I don't have enough levels or light tags right now, and I don't have the time to draw a lottery, so I can't brush the Tycoon version of the Emperor set, so I can only have a normal version. Seeing the pop-up he sent, although Mujiogu had some expectations, she still firmly shook her head, hastily refused. No need. It's too much of a bust. It's not necessary. I'm just broadcasting for fun. I don't rely on live streaming to make money. Moreover, 1,200 votes is already a solid win. Don't waste it. Her expression and words were full of sincerity, not like she was faking. Chen and Dee, who were leaning on the bed, smiled and shook their heads, obviously increasing their favorability towards Mujiogu once again. Other anchors were using all their heart and means, trying every possible idea to circle votes. As for her, she refused to even send them to her door. It's really a clear stream in the live broadcast world. However, Chen and Dee, who were shivering with 200 million do coins in their pockets, how could they listen to her? Without saying a word, directly click on the lower right corner of the gift bar to open brush. The price from low to high. Also do not care whether it is a special effects gift. Directly in order to open brush. And the first to send a small star. The first gift is a Porsche. He sent a private jet. In the live broadcast room, Chen and Dee's gift tips kept scrolling, and the gift special effects were dazzling to watch. At the first moment Chen and Dee opened their brush, Mujiogu pressed record. How to say is also the first Emperor set in the live broadcast career. Of course, must record the screen, to keep as a souvenir. In fact, her current mood was quite complicated. There was excitement, joy, anticipation, and also apprehension. uneasiness, and even a little bit of urgency and nervousness. Her expression was a bit dull, and her eyes were slightly lax. It was obvious that her attention was not focused on the live broadcast, and she did not know what she was thinking. After Chen and Di swiped the private airplane, the live broadcast room started to enter people one after another. I think it should be the Douyin platform that started to push the stream. He gave away the carnival. As soon as the carnival worth 30,000 Do coins, or 3,000 RMB, came out, the floating screen of the whole platform also appeared above the live streaming room. Kaze sent the carnival in Mujioge's live room. As the floating screen crossed, the live room instantly flooded with several hundred people. Chen and Di also breathed a sigh of relief. Finally finished ordering. It was cool, but it was also weirdly tiring. It's really an emperor set, haven't seen it in a long time. Awesome. The first time I saw the emperor set, Big Brother bold and stout, just came. What's going on? With more than 200,000 votes to beat others 10 votes, God's horse situation? The live broadcast room instantly buzzed with activity, and the public screen scrolled up quickly. Mujiogo looked at the increasing number of online viewers. His heart was happy. No wonder it was said that when there was a Big Brother in the live room, there would be popularity. She slowly stood up, bowed deeply to the camera, and said sincerely, "Thank you and Brother D for the Emperor set. Thank you." With her thanks, the pop-up screen came alive once again. Holy, it's really an Emperor set? Unfortunately, I just came in and didn't see it. I missed the famous scene. Good lord, Emperor set, really good at it. I don't understand the world of the Tycoon. A PK, level 0 up to level 35. Big Brother awesome, That's right, Chen and Di, who had swiped more than 200,000 Do coins, directly rose honorably to level 35. Looking at the pop-ups on the public screen, Chen Jidi laughed and shook his head. It turns out that one would really lose oneself in a sound of Big Brother. In the past, when he watched the live broadcast, he didn't understand what the mindset of the Big Brothers who were furiously swiping was, but now he seemed to understand a bit. Unfortunately, though, he was very dissatisfied with the current rate of squandering his bucket coins. Slow, too slow. Mighty Tiger of the Lurking Claws, at ND, holy, you're really a hidden divine hero, aren't you? Brother, you'll be my brother from now on. 1/2 sugar, moo you're such a traitorous luck. A pig's foot meal actually bought a Big Brother. Mu Jio, who had resat down, laughed uncontrollably and chimed in. A meal to buy a Big Brother. What traitorous luck. Ha ha. The gossip fire of the melon eaters was immediately ignited, and they asked what was going on. Administrator Sugar is not responsible for the live broadcast of the unknown audience to explain in detail. In a few words, it restored the course of events, and the new audience in the live broadcast room also followed the understanding. They sent pop-ups one after another, expressing envy and jealousy at Mujioge's good fortune. Little Peach looked at her own blood bar, which was only in single digits and pressed down to just a sliver, and laughed bitterly. I say, I only have a few votes. As to hit me with over 200,000 votes? Hit so hard. Big Brother, how much to give some medical expenses? After saying that, he saw Little Peach stand up, then lie straight on the floor, not moving at all. It was clear that she would only get up after paying the medical fees. This tawdry maneuver of hers instantly made Mujiogo laugh. Slowly said, I'll do it. I'll use my trumpet to give you an airplane as medical expenses. As she spoke, the avatar of List 1 Chen and D had disappeared. Although he had never spent money before, he who often watched live broadcasts certainly knew what medical expenses were. He had to splurge now, and he also quite liked Little Peach's character, so it was fine to give some medical expenses. What's wrong? As soon as we talk about medical expenses, Big Brother runs away? That doesn't work either. Big Brother's pattern is small. Just this? Still a Big Brother? Hit so hard, even a little medical expenses are not willing to give. Egg Brother. Seeing the List 1 leave, Mujioga live streaming room watching the audience have sent pop-ups to bring the rhythm. Mujioga naturally also noticed the rhythm on the public screen and frowned. He just wanted to open his mouth to say a few words, but Little Peach, who had already gotten up, excitedly shouted, Welcome Big Brother Chen and D. Chen and D of course could not leave, but switched into the other party's live room, and Small Peach previously lying to medical expenses also but for the live effect, and did not want to really want. Of course, if she could take the opportunity to ask for it, it would naturally be excellent. Hearing her enthusiastic cheers, the rhythm in the live broadcast room instantly disappeared. Just after the welcome, she saw a row of colorful floor tiles suddenly spread out on the screen. Little Peach subconsciously covered her mouth in disbelief. Incredibly excited, she stood up and chanted, Thank you and Big Brother for the carnival, and Big Brother atmosphere, and Big Brother is the best. Thank you Big Brother for sending Huazi's medical expenses. However, it wasn't over. When the special effects disappeared, another row of floor tiles was laid out. Chen Jidi had sent out a second carnival. 2 carnivals, 60,000 sound waves, 6,000 RMB. How could Little Peach not be excited? Thank you and the first big brother. And the first brother oxen domineering class. Wish and the first brother wish. All the best. A sale. Little Peach gave all the blessing words she could think of in one breath. Leaning on the head of the bed, Chen Jidi had a smile on his face. Not to mention, this feeling is really cool. The whole body and mind through awe. No wonder the god in the live broadcast room will brush the addiction. When the feeling of big brother, really easy to get lost. Chapter 13, You've Fallen in Love. Mujiogu also really did not expect him to be so bold. Medical expenses alone will give 2 huazi. Mind also cannot help but once again lively up. Is he really in the legend of the unattainable and cannot be asked for God's ho big brother? Earlier, he asked himself to treat him to a takeaway meal. Was it just a simple test for himself? Don't look at now Douyin 60 level of God heroic everywhere, but most of them are guild number. Back to the flow of number, or e-commerce number. A lot of vegetables in love to play the audience, but also foolishly thought that these are really God's big brother it. Even if they are cut as leaks or still in the dark. No nothing. Of course, the huge Douyin platform. It is not without real God big brother, just not as much as imagined. 60 level big brother is not necessarily true big brother, but 30 or 40 level big brother. Absolutely true big brother. Water, cannot be said not deep. There is nothing surprising. The water in all walks of life is deep, only that it is not exposed to the level of it. Little Peach even between the eyebrows are showing no more excitement and joy. Engaged in the live broadcast industry, time to say short not short, to say long is not long, but still have nearly half a year of light. Today is the first time she received this kind of extravagant and expensive gift from Carnival, and one received or received two. The excitement in her heart is naturally self-evident. Looking at Mujiogu's eyes are also full of envy and jealousy. Such a luxurious god, how they can not meet it? Although secretly sighed bad luck, but the smile on the face is not reduced at all. Very boldly said, come chant, since the big brother of the 9 sisters family so bureau gaspold, then I cannot be bad thing is not it? Say, how to punish, as long as not violating the law, I guarantee to do the punishment, even if I have to turn off the beauty face to remove makeup. With 2 carnivals as medical expenses, I'm afraid that the platform's head anchors will never come up short. Hearing this, Mujiogu smiled faintly. Of course it's impossible to punish her for turning off her face and removing her makeup. Isn't this purely smashing other people's rice bowls? She also did not take the initiative, but said, wait let me ask our big brother if there is anything you want to penalize? And brother, do you have any performances or programs you want to see? But all a little bit of emotional intelligence or will be a little means of the anchor. At this time most will ask their own on the ticket of the big brother. After all, the big brother on so ticket, spends so money, of course, to the big brother happy main. Chen and the first hands quickly touched the screen keyboard, began to type. You own casual on, just typed out a few words, but he suddenly deleted all. Frowning seriously think for a moment, then he typed, you asked if she can hang banners? What Chen and D had sent was a supreme pop-up screen worth 366 do coins apiece. Once it was sent out, it was a floating screen, so there was no such thing as being overwhelmed or going unnoticed. Mujiogu relayed his words with a smile. Upon hearing this, Little Peach returned without the slightest hesitation. Of course, say, what slogan to write on the banner? Seeing the pop-up sent by Chen and D, Mujiogu laughed and relayed. The banner should say Sister Jiogu is mighty, and Brother GD is domineering. The latter half of the sentence was added by herself, but Chen Jidi actually said the first half. Although hanging the banner was a punishment he came up with on the fly, it fit in perfectly with his layout and planning. Little Peach made an OJBK gesture and said, no problem, the banner will be ready tomorrow. Sister 9, let's shut each other down, so you can bring in Brother D to collect the punishment tomorrow. As soon as her words fell, floor tile special effects appeared abruptly in the live broadcast room once again. Surprised, she covered her mouth and stared at the gift effects on the screen with wide eyes, then once again excitedly exclaimed in a loud voice, thank you and Brother D for sending the huazi. Big brother is domineering. Big brother is bullish plus. Looking at her shocked scratching ghostly roar, Chen and D shook his head and laughed, typing, banner fee. Facer smiling rotten small peach while bowing to thank, while high voice flattery, thank you big brother to send the banner fee. Big brother thick, big brother bull, rainbow fart is open mouth. As for face and whatnot, does not exist. Since the choice of anchor this line of work, that do not billion and will lick big brother is a necessary skill. The netizens who were watching onlookers in the 2 live rooms also bragged about it. Emma, big brother deserves to be a big brother. Give medical expenses do not count. Even props money. Big Brother's pattern is really big. Admire, admire, admire. Mixed Douyin live broadcast for a few years. The first time I met the Big Brother who gave 3 carnival medical expenses. And the first Big Brother is really God's luxury. Identification is complete. Looking at the subtitles on the public screen, Chen Jidi almost got lost in a Big Brother again. Go and Little Peach disconnected after paying attention to each other. With the end of PK, the popularity of Ge's live room was naturally dropping. But fortunately, it eventually stabilized at over 200 people. Go said while pounding his cell phone, "I'll give everyone a 1000 lucky bag. Those who like the anchor can click to follow yo. Those who didn't add a fan light sign can send a fan light sign to add a group to participate in the lucky bag. Thank you all." After taking advantage of the situation to suck waves of powder, Go looked at the list. Chen and D's avatar slightly frowned. Chen and D lit a cigarette, leisurely leaning on the bed and swallowing clouds. When he was about to type and shout at her to continue to go out and fight, a pop-up window with an invitation to connect suddenly popped up on the screen. He thought about it and still accepted the connection invitation. In order to avoid Go hearing his own voice, he deliberately lowered his voice and joked, "What's wrong, Deader? What do you intend to do by pulling me on the mic?" Go stroked her soft hair and smiled wryly. "You're miserable. You're going to fall in love." He was stunned for the first time, never expecting her to inexplicably say such an opening line. Before he could speak, Go continued, "Hey D, honestly, are you in love at first sight with Ninth Sister me? Is it true that you are harboring some not-so-serious fantasies about Ninth Sister? Let me make it clear to you first. Ninth Sister is a serious person. If you hold other purposes, Ninth Sister advises you not to waste your breath and money. It's useless." Chen and D were dumbfounded. Very breathless and deliberately contemptuous. Nine Sisters. Should say not say. You, this narcissism really make people downhead. Vomit. Hearing his disdainful tone, as well as his disdainful words, Go not only didn't get angry, but instead, she also patted her chest reassuringly. "If you say so, Sister 9 is relieved." Chen and D smiled, genuinely feeling that Go was good. At least she had principles and a bottom line. Seeing that she was still ready to continue pushing, Chen and D hurriedly urged, "Don't talk nonsense, keep fighting." Go flavorful white glance, did not have the good taste to say, how? The 2 dimes in the pocket anxious to spend. The old iron in the live broadcast room were stunned. What is this? A haughty female anchor disliked Big Brother ranking 1 online? All the other anchors were trying to defend and lick Big Brother ranking 1 in every way possible. How come the style has changed here? Chen and the first also do not nonsense. Direct Strong asked, "Go or not?" Chapter 14, Prude Anchor and Big Brother. Hearing such a strong tone from him, Ge's little tantrum also came up at once. Raising her stubborn little head, she lifted her barren little chest. Jia said, "Yo ho, still dare to call the shots with Ninth Sister, right? Ching." Chen and D snorted disdainfully. Wonky. Seconds to understand the Go instantly black face. Mouth hardened slyly said, "Sister, this is exquisite good, right? You know a dare." While saying this, she also straightened her waist again and puffed out her chest, trying to make herself look less shabby. Chen and D once again said in a conspiratorial manner, "Don't hold up la." Again hold up is also Wang's eye small steamed buns. Chatter. Go couldn't help but look down. Perhaps she herself was a bit too much to look at. A touch of awkward smile on her delicate face, but a flash and pass, because her pride and dignity does not allow her to concede on this matter. At least the momentum cannot lose. Justifiably and exasperatedly disliked back. "What's wrong with small? Small is small. I'm proud. I save fabric for the country. Yes, yes, yes. You have small breasts. You have reason. You have small breasts. You have the final say. No wonder Sister 9 is so lucky. It turns out to be fierce." Go looked at a comment that made her incredibly irritated and instantly freaked out. Angrily picking up the prop knife on the side, she stabbed at the camera, roaring, "I'll stab you little black fans to death." Watching her play a trick, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room could not be described as bad. Chen and D also smiled heartily. He hadn't been this relaxed and this happy from the bottom of his heart right now for a long time. However, when he thought that there were still large amounts of dough coins left to spend, he instantly became unhappy. "Seriously," he urged. "Alright, don't play around. Hurry up and take us black fans out to fight." Go put away her own 40-meter sword and said arrogantly, "You call me out to go out and fight and you go? Doesn't Sister 9 want to lose face? I'm in charge of my territory. Don't think you can teach me things just because you're a Big Brother of Pungjai." Humph. Chen in the corner of D's mouth hooked up a smile, faintly asked, "Not going, right?" Humph. Go raised her head, her hands around her chest, and snorted arrogantly. Although she didn't say anything, she had already made her attitude clear. It wasn't that she was hypocritically posturing, but she genuinely didn't want to go out and fight PKs again. The reason for this was simply because she was thinking for Chen and D. After all, in 10 or so minutes, he had already spent over $30,000. Chen and D's good intentions for her, of course, is well aware of, and does not doubt her sincerity in the slightest. This was also Mu Jiuge, but any other anchor, I'm afraid that they didn't even need him to shout. They were in a hurry to even the next PK. Almost the vast majority of anchors were like this. Originally well in the live room to sing, dance or do other live content, but once you see the wrong kind of big brother into the live room, immediately began to even PK, one after another. Not to the wrong kind of big brother's vote to grips clean will never stop. Even PK speed, even faster than the wrong kind of big brother to charge the speed or fast. And when Brother Grievous Seat exited the live broadcast room, he began to sing and dance again to do the live broadcast content. This is not purely the big brother as a big wrong seed, as a bean batch. Still think these little tricks are very clever. The reason why a lot of big brother know the anchor's little trick, but still willing to be happy, it is only with other purposes. Where are so many Death Guardian sentimental big brother? Those who understand it also understand it. Seeing Mu Jiuge's arrogant speculative hand, Chen and D smiled faintly. No nonsense. Directly began to sprinkle red packet rain. 6,000 do coins of red packets, and all second packets. Cough cough. He kept sending second packets while fake coughing twice to clear his voice. After all, disguising the sound path is still quite hurtful to the voice. Brothers, you just stay in the live room at ease and watch the popularity. Don't need you guys to upvote. In addition to the fixed daily fan light sign, even the little stars don't need you guys to break one. Not only that, this live broadcasting room also has large fortune bags, as well as irregularly large red packet rains that can be grabbed. His words immediately caused the netizen fans to shout. Boss is atmospheric. Brother he D has a pattern. Brother and D, a good big brother for life. He only stopped when he sent 10 6,000 doujinshi second packets in a row. It was then that he slowly said, Debtor, are you sure you don't want to take our black powder group out to fight? Although he didn't know what he intended to do, Mu Jiuge shook her head no. Don't go. Don't go. Don't go. Don't you guys honestly lie on your backs in the live broadcasting room to listen to me sing and watch me dance? Doesn't it smell good? 9 sisters to you guys. I sing can be good. All kinds of dance is also handy. I won't hide it from you. Sister Gio is a professional. Why do you have to be so grumpy? Going out to fight at every turn? That's not good. The aura and tone completely lost the toughness and arrogance from earlier, and instead turned into kind words and bitter persuasion. There was even a hint of pleading. If Chen and D didn't have a life-suppressing talisman affixed to his forehead, then he would naturally be happy to enjoy Mu Jiuge's talent. But now not in time to the hot potato to throw out. Dog life is difficult to protect. If I don't go, I'm going to quit the group. The moment he threatened, the public screen was filled with the word quit dominating the screen. It's not that they don't love each other anymore, but Chen and D gave too much, including Sugar Candy and Little Brainax all threatened to withdraw from the group. Mu Jiuge was dumbfounded. Okay, she admitted to successfully being threatened. Hey, don't. Dizzily waved her hands. With a humble fawning smile on her face, she said, don't move and say these angry words about quitting the group. Naughty, is not just a fight? Okay, I'll take you guys there always, right? The netizen fans in the live broadcast room were also crying and laughing. What's going on here? A haughty face-changing female anchor and an overbearing, bossy ranking one big brother, loving and killing each other on a daily basis? How to feel two people are actually abnormal. The anchor is not like a serious anchor. The big brother is not like a serious big brother. Chen and the first teased, early promised not on the line? Why did you bother? Mu Jiuge coyly and humbly said, yes, and Brother D's lesson is, just as she was about to launch the accompanying PK, she suddenly received a request to connect to the microphone. At a glance, it was actually sent by Sugar Candy. Although puzzled, she still agreed. As soon as Sugar Candy got on the mic, she couldn't wait to say, Sister 9, you just have to initiate the random PK. For the rest, you don't have to care. Listening to her voice, she shouldn't be very old, and was estimated to be around 20, and her voice was quite nice. Talking about punishments, bringing the atmosphere, canvassing or anything else, you don't have to worry about it. Just leave it to me and Brother D. Mu Jiuge raised her eyebrows. What do you mean? Treating me as a tool person? Sugar Candy and Chen and D returned in unison. Pretty much. Disgruntledly, they skimmed their mouths. Alright, I'll see what flowers you little black fans can play with. The words were randomly matched to an anchor just as the ground fell. When the screen accessed in and saw the other anchor, Chen and D were slightly stunned, followed by a meaningful smile on his face. It was really a narrow road between enemies. Chapter 15 Punishment for Insulting People. Who was Mu Jiuge's random connected PK anchor if not Shu Ermii, who had pulled Chen and D black and kicked them out of the live room? Although Shuermi saw the two linked windows hanging at the bottom of Mujo Ji's screen, she didn't notice Chen and Di's avatar and nickname. The corner of her mouth sketched up a wry smile, and her heart was also filled with a sense of joy. It was so hard to hook up with a level 45 big brother, but she simply couldn't find an opponent who could carry the ticket for her. Previously, the two randomized PK matches were won with only a mere 1,000 or 800 votes, which made her very depressed. If she couldn't find a PK opponent who could carry her votes, how could she circle her big brother's votes? Originally, she didn't even hold out hope for random PK, but she didn't expect to encounter an unexpected surprise. Like Mujio Gu, the vast majority of those who hung two continuous mics to play PK had tickets and were strong enough. Otherwise, it was too humiliating. She was about to click on the two people's avatars and check their levels when she noticed a message on the public screen. Ha, and the first? Isn't that the little white number that was kicked out earlier? Oh? Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's really him. The nickname, avatar, and positioning are all the same. Yo-oo. Surprisingly all 36 levels. Awesome. Gee whiz. Level 36 only. Nothing compared to Mr. Guy. That's right. After paying the medical bills, Chen and Di had risen to level 36. Seeing the pop-ups on the public screen, Shulmai's complexion stared. Clicking on Chen Jidi's avatar to take a look. It was really the same little white number that she had kicked out of the live room earlier. In order to hide her embarrassment, she could only force a smile and pretend to be indifferent. Unfortunately, no matter how she looked at it, she felt that her smile was slightly bitter. It feels like the heart is dripping blood. Level 0 to level 36, but the consumption of more than 30,000 nearly 40,000 yuan and this white flower of more than 30,000 yuan. It is surprising that he personally rejected the door. Never thought that he was a potential stock. If their temper and patience a little better, say welcome 2 words, then this money is not into their pockets? Shulmai, who forced a smile on her face, slightly held her forehead, regretting it. At the same time, she also cursed Chen and Di in her heart for being petty and pretentious. However, when she saw her avatar on the top of the live broadcast list, she felt a little better. In her heart, she also couldn't help but secretly relieve herself. Isn't it just level 36? It doesn't matter. Compared to a level 45 big brother, it's not a star and a half difference. As long as I lick big brother happy, it's worth it. Indeed not comparable. Level 45 but at least consume 31 almost 10 times as much as level 36. At this time, the always silent Guy Zhongdai but suddenly typed floating screen said, "Pull me on the mic." Seeing the pop-up screen he sent, Shulmai was even more beautiful. Obviously, this PK would be laced with personal grudges and involve a battle of face, and once it evolved into a personal grudge face-off, then the big brothers on both sides would easily go to the top. As long as the big brother on the head, that vote circle up simply not too simple. Although the heart beautiful cannot, but her face but pretend as if nothing happened. Bitchy and greasy voice said, "Brother Guy, pulling you on the microphone can be, but you must not act out of anger. Also do not go to the head. If the opposite anchor wins, people apologize to her big brother is all. It's fine." Although his mouth was persuading and relieving his big brother, but in his heart, he hoped that things would get bigger and more aggressive the better. And the hand movement is not slow at all. For fear of delaying a little bit of time, the wrong kind of big brother will not be on the microphone. At this time, Mujio Ji's face revealed a puzzled look. Listening to the meaning of her words, it seems like there is some kind of grudge with her own big brother. But it wasn't convenient for her to ask right now. When she was about to open her mouth to say hello, she was interrupted by the big brother across the street who had just yanked on the mic. "Yo ho, what is this doing? 2 dead rats in your waist, pretending to be a hunter?" This was said very nonchalantly, and the tone was quite frivolous and disdainful. Mu Jiu-gu frowned. She and the viewers in the live broadcast room could certainly hear the meaning of the words. 2 dead rats. Weren't they talking about Hedi and sugar candy? Just as she wanted to speak, she was interrupted by him again. "Yo, who did I think it was? Isn't this the little Karami who just got kicked out of the live room? You didn't find a presence with us just now, and now you're pretending to be a pussy when you change live rooms? Ha, level 36? Not bad. It's enough to pretend in a small live room. What? You want to compete with us? Want to get back your face? But are you that? Ha ha." Facing the other big brother's crazy taunts, Sugar was the first to hold back. "Don't talk nonsense. If you can play, play. If you can't play, crawl." "Oh, of course I can play." Big beautiful woman initiative to send the door to ask for abuse. How can we refuse it? It's just right to take you guys for fun. Hearing the opposite side of such a big talk rant, even the audience fans in the live broadcast room were ignited with anger. Not to mention Mu Jiu-gu. In a cold voice, he asked, "Say, how do you play?" Let's see. Here's the deal. How about doing 500 squats if you lose? He. Good lord. This punishment was pretty tough for a female anchor, but Mujiogu didn't hesitate for a second and said back, okay, I'll take it. Start. The reason why she agreed so quickly wasn't because she wanted to pit her big brother's vote, but the opposite side's excessive words made her very upset. Moreover, for this PK, she was prepared to upvote herself. Don't be in a hurry. I haven't finished yet. Add one more punishment. If you guys lose, I want the 2 dead rats you're holding in your waist to yell for 3 minutes that I'm an unhelpful little plopper, and that guy played well. Needless to say, this punishment would be a bit insulting. Moreover, where was the punishment for losing a PK fight to Big Brother and Big Sister? Because it involved 2 of his fans, Mujiogu couldn't take the liberty. Instead, Sugar Candy huffed and said, fine, we'll take it, and the same goes for you guys if you lose. She directly made the decision, and it was obvious that she was also a little grumpy. Shulmai was simply happy in her heart. She wasn't worried at all that she would lose. After all, the 45-level Big Brother was sitting here. Big Brother are personally down the field. That will absolutely towards the dead on the ticket. The only thing she is worried about now is that the opposite side of the firepower is not fierce enough. The Big Brother tickets are not enough, affecting their own circle of votes. Therefore, she planned to add another fire. Before we start PK, let's get the rules right. 10 minutes of PK, 1 before and 3 after. Whoever has fewer votes in the middle will raise their hands and squat in a horse stance. The first 1 and the last 3 means that the first 1 minute and the last 3 minutes are closed mic canvassing, and the 6 minutes in the middle is open mic. Whoever has fewer votes is not allowed to speak or play music. Mujiogu also didn't bother to ink and talk nonsense again, and directly clicked reopen. Let's start. Closed mic. As soon as the PK opened, the Atmosphere team leader Sugar shouted passionately, "Skinny old man, start it, ignition." With her command, a red Primera rushed out of the screen. The manticore of lurking minions delivers the Porsche. Thanks to Cerebellum Axe for the Porsche. Cerebellum Tiger is stout. Cerebellum Axe is majestic. At this time, inside a luxurious villa in Magic City, Xiao Luo, who was lying paralyzed on the bed, heard Sugar's exuberant tiger and wolf words, and shook his head with a speechless bitter smile. Chapter 16 Crazy Mockery and Diss. Skinny old men and women. Upvote a little attention and downvote a little praise. Life gets brighter and brighter. And Brother D said that we don't need everyone to upvote, not even a small heart. But we can't just watch the fun, can we? Move your nimble little hands, and together we will point up the Zanzan. I have to say that Sugar's Atmosphere team leader was quite qualified, and the rhythm and atmosphere were guided very well. The fire was lit. Atmosphere, also in place, but strangely enough, the opposite side that had just clamored so hard didn't even get on the ballot. The other side anchor's blood bar did not move at all. Mujiogu's eyebrows knitted slightly, guessing that the opposite side might be preparing to steal the tower at last. As time passed by second, the first minute had finally arrived. When the countdown just jumped to 9 minutes, Mujiogu opened the opponent's mic. However, what was unexpected was that the opponent's bloodline suddenly surged over at this exact moment. At a glance, a whole 30,000 votes. Awazi was stamped in the cover. Mujiogu was busy picking up the spare cell phone on the side, ready to upvote herself. But Shulmai didn't give her any time at all, and spoke directly. Come on, go squat horse stance. Squat standardized yo. There was no way. Since they were playing PK, then they had to follow the rules of the game. Mujiogu could only obediently stand up, push the rotating seat to the side, bend her knees, make a fist, and raise her hands flat. Should I say no? This horse stance was definitely in place. TSK. Sure, white and long legs. It's a pity not to tie the horse stance. Gai Zhongai said sarcasm in a conspiratorial manner. Hey, look at you. Your face value is super high. Your body is good. Your waist is thin and your legs are long. My brother, I like it too late. And how can I bear to punish you? How about this? Why don't you simply admit defeat directly? Then brother will exempt you from punishment. Only let the dead rat below you that is lying down and pretending to be dead do the punishment. How about it? The moment these words came out, the bright smile on Shulmai's face suddenly froze. In her heart, she cried out no, never admit defeat. And looking at the other party's blood bar that didn't move at all, it was even more anxious. Hurry up and chase over. You do not chase, the blood strips over. How can Big Brother get on the ticket? Old lady also circle a fart ticket. When she saw that Mujiogu was just a disdainful cold snort, her hanging heart was only let down. Coldly sneering, she said, oops, what's going on? Were your blood strips electro-welded? Or were you anesthetized? Can you move a little? No, I say your family wouldn't come out to learn how to play PK with only $120, right? Mujiogu's little tantrum was simply exasperated, and she had the heart to dislike a few words back. but she couldn't speak with fewer votes. Leaning against the bed, Charlotte's brows had been tightly furrowed, listening to the extremely pretentious ranting, as well as the more and more excessive taunts. He slowly clicked on the recharge page, but what he didn't expect was that after clicking recharge now, a message of server abnormality, please retry later popped up. He tried 2 more times, but it was still abnormal. Exit the recharge page. Want to try again? I can't top up. It keeps prompting me for an exception. Cerebellar Axe. I'll transfer the money to you, so you can help me recharge. Seeing the message sent by Sugar Candy, Charlotte was stunned. In reality, he and Sugar Candy had only known each other for 2 days. Typing, he said, "You trust me so much? Not afraid of me absconding with the money?" "Not afraid. I trust you." "Then I'm afraid I'll have to fail your trust, because I'm also recharging abnormally." "What the hell is this? It falls off when it matters. What can we do now?" "It's fine." After sending the message, Charlotte tilted his head back and looked at the ceiling, a look of indecision on his face. A moment later, he gritted his teeth as if he had made some major decision, only to see him turn slightly sideways, pull open the drawer of the nightstand, and take out a cell phone from it. "Hey, it's already been 3 minutes and your blood bars are still not moving. I'm anxious for you guys just watching. I say that you a vote does not go up. How have the nerve to climb on the wheat to pretend to be a pussy? Aren't you just ashamed of your skin? What? You're a wimp now. It's just a carnival. 30,000 votes. That's not enough to lock your throat, is it? You said you don't have the power, so why are you pretending? Are you honest now?" In the face of his repeated mockery and diss, the netizens and fans surrounding Mooching's live broadcast also picked up the pace. And first, "Big brother, you can get on the ticket. Don't wait." Andy, "Big brother, this can be tolerated? Him to death. Too arrogant. I'll go. I thought I'd witness a big battle, but this? It's also too diluted. Still thought it was a real god hoet." The result of a level 45 Big Brother gave a shocked dumbfounded. He too a waste of feelings. At this time, Chen and D, for the things that happened in the live broadcast room was ignorant. Hiccup. Chen in the first breath of iced milk tea, drink through the heart cold, hit a soothing burp, while drawing out toilet paper to wipe his greasy mouth. He cozily muttered to himself, "Phew, the feeling of being full is really solid." After throwing the cleanly eaten fast food box into the trash can, he slowly walked back to the bedside and picked up the cell phone that hadn't been turned off. At a glance, Mooching was straining to take horse steps while the opposite side was still furiously spewing trash talk. Looking at the rhythm on the public screen, Chen and D smiled and shook their heads. Many fans and netizens were like this. Not only did they watch the fun, but they also liked to kidnap Big Brother. Without saying a word, he clicked on the gift bar. It was better to free the debtors first, find the most expensive carnival, and then press and hold as a flurry of blind barren thin messy point. Do not care about the number. At this time, Xia Luo, who had just turned on the computer and was about to log on to Douyin, suddenly saw the floor tile special effect lit up in the live broadcast room. Who cannot help but take a long breath. The corner of the mouth also hooked up a smile. Looks like it's not necessary to use you. Looking at the phone muttered softly, and then it was turned off again and thrown into the nightstand drawer. Watto sends out the carnival. The first time I saw this, I was able to send out a carnival. Whoa, thanks for the 12 carnivals sent out by Andy. Big Brother bold. Big Brother stout. Come on. Full screen thanks to a wave of Brother Andy. Sugar Plum, who had been holding it in for too long, was finally able to speak. And Mooching, who saw the gift special effects and heard the voice, also breathed a long sigh of relief. While rubbing his sore arms and thighs, he sat back in his seat. Thanks. Mooching didn't say too many words of thanks, only 2 simple words, but from the bottom of her heart. Looking at the opposite side of the instantly dumbfounded Shomai, Sugar couldn't wait to fire back. What? Muggle law? Don't stare. Hurry up and tie the horse stance. Remember, do it as standard as our ninth sister. Shomai dawdled and stood up with a pitiful, aggrieved expression. Obviously, her behavior was for Gai Zhenggai to see. In her heart, she naturally also cursed Chen and D. Marred. Not on the ticket. Not on the ticket. Once on the ticket, it's more than 300,000. You meow so swing vote. Still let my mother how to circle votes? Of course, she is now also praying for the wrong kind of Big Brother quickly on the head. Chapter 17, Watching Waziyu Together. Goat City. In the luxurious private room of a certain high-end extravagant private club, Tycoon Demolition's second-generation Jogai was lying comfortably paralyzed on the leather sofa, with one hand wrapped around a heavily made-up Cheongsam beauty. He was going up and down, causing the 2 Cheongsam beauties to laugh gently. The black Cheongsam beauty on the left picked up a glass full of expensive whiskey on the crystal coffee table and handed it to Jogai's mouth. Jogai was smiling as he enjoyed the attentive service of the beauties. The black Cheongsam beauty slightly glanced sideways at the cell phone on the T-support stand, her eyes full of envy. She said in a charming voice, "Brother Guy, do you think that Zoe and I have the potential to be anchors?" Joe Guy pretended to scrutinize the two people carefully from left to right, and then said decisively, "Yes, how could we not? Look at you guys, you're beautiful. You have a good body, and you're flirty. Not to mention those geeks and LSPs, it's just that the Tycoon Big Brother will be mesmerized." While saying that, he also reached out to wipe the headlights, hate the red Cheongsam beauty on the right, reached out and slapped his dishonest hand, wanting to refuse to welcome a pout. "Brother Guy, then if our two sisters are anchors, will you come and be our guardian big brother?" After saying that, she used a toothpick to pick up a delicate virgin fruit and fed it into his mouth. Her eyes were mesmerized and electrified as she gazed at him. Joe Guy took a bite of the holy maiden fruit into his mouth, and a lewd smile appeared on his face. He, just with this Thai vigor of you two, Brother Guy, I can't refuse, can I?" Upon hearing this, the two women were instantly delighted and coincidentally pressed their faces against his chest, like two kittens, in his arms intimately rubbing daintily. Slender fingers also kept drawing circles on his chest. To say that to please men, pinpointing men's minds, they can definitely be a good hand. It's not impossible to be an anchor. The key is that you two have to be a little more restrained. After all, what we are talking about now is positive energy. You two flirty cannot. Ha ha. Joe Guy's flirting and joking caused the two women to stare blankly. You meow in the clubhouse left and right, but give us talk about positive energy. This is not pure bull asterisk. It? Zoe, who noticed the cell phone screen at this moment, spoke out and reminded, "Brother Guy, the anchor woman you're guarding, it seems like she's going to lose." Guardian? Bull asterisk guarding. In reality, he had only just met Shomai, and like Chen and Di, it was the first time he entered her live room. He only thought she looked moist, so he teased her. Originally, he intended to play around. If he could get his hands on her, that would naturally be excellent. But if she is with their own pure water play heart, just want to hang words, then they do not have time to spend with her. After all, they do not lack of women, unless she looks similar to the opposite female anchor. In that case, but now it's different. This PK has nothing to do with the two anchors, but is about a man's dignity in face. For Joe Guy, he can't lose face even if he loses everything. If he lost this PK, what face would he have to play Doin? After all, having risen to level 45 in only a few days, he was also considered to have a small reputation. Immediately straightened his back, picked up his cell phone and took a look. Oh, good guy. It even directly swung more than 300,000 votes. Kind of interesting. Not only was he not intimidated, instead he was greatly amused. It was only just over $30,000. Of course it couldn't scare him. To the second-generation demolitionist, he was sprinkled with water. Looking at his balance, there were only 50,000 Do coins left, so it was obvious that it wasn't quite enough. He didn't panic and clicked on the recharge page, directly entering 100,000 in the customized amount. That's right, that's 100,000 RMB. That's $1 million. His bank card was a limited edition VVIP card. There was no such thing as a limit. As long as the balance on the card was sufficient, he could spend as much as he wanted. After successfully recharging the card, he tapped on the gift bar, and similarly held down Carnival and clicked furiously. Coming. The opposite side is coming. Big brother, quickly go on. Dead pressure. Don't give the opposite side a chance to turn over. Quick, brother Chen and Di. The opposite side is raining Huazi. Chen and Di smiled lightly. Wanting to turn over? Is that possible? On it. Make a strong on it. Your vote on the more ruthless, I will be more excited. Jia. Light a Red River brand cigarettes. Take a deep breath. Not fast and slow said. Yo, still dare to move? Just this? You guys just say Huaziyu? Ha, let's show you guys what the real Huaziyu is. Although Shomai was squatting, she was always aware of the live broadcast screens. As soon as she saw Huaziyu raining down on her live broadcast, a smile instantly spread across her originally shriveled and sorrowful face. The moment the blood bar pressed past, she could no longer suppress her high emotions. Incredibly excited, she danced with her hands and feet, while chanting, "Thank you for the Huazi rain that I, Mr. Guy, sent, love." But before the words of thanks were finished, Mu Jioge pressed her hand to indicate that she should continue to go to squatting horse stance. Fixing her eyes, the blood bar was once again deadened. Shu Ermiai, who was half speaking, was as uncomfortable as if she had eaten a fly. Looking at the floor tile special effects and the blood bar full of prayers and pity, although it kept rising and moving, the speed was simply no match for the other side. Can only walk back unhappily and continue to tie the horse stance. Chen in the first hand clamped a cigarette. One hand quickly clicked the carnival, stopping without stopping, and the hand speed of being single for more than 20 years. That's not generally fast. He sent out the carnival in Mugioge's live broadcast room. The first thing you need to do is to send out the carnival in Mugioge's live broadcasting room. This all-platform floating screen has never stopped. It also led to a lot of discussion among netizens who noticed this floating screen in other live rooms. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who is this? I've been paying attention for a few minutes now, and this floating screen hasn't stopped. It's really fierce. Constant floating screen for so long. How many carnivals did this brush? Let's go. Brothers, let's go watch the fun together. Mooching looked at the blood bar that continued to grow at a rapid pace, and a look of surprise appeared on her flirtatious face. Originally, she thought that Heidi might be a tycoon, but she never thought that he would be a true godly hero. A godly tycoon who threw away $10,000. As Mugioge's own mother, she naturally knew all about it. Therefore, she definitely knows that this doesn't even exist as a guild ticket, a return ticket or an e-commerce ticket, and that it's a true encounter with a godly big brother. 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. Looking at the blood bar without the slightest intention of stopping, Mooching's flaming red lips also widened slightly with it. As the president of Qingcheng Culture Media, as well as the boss of the Qingcheng Guild, which was ranked in the top 5 of the Douyin rankings, it wasn't that she hadn't seen the world before. However, it was rare for her to see such a ferocious aura. She couldn't help but look forward to seeing how much this newest god of Douyin could actually brush. Then she took a look at the online audience in the live broadcast room, and it was already 10,000 plus. It was obvious that Mao Mao had already stood up. Even in the formative years, the transition period is not. Is the rise so quickly and abruptly? This is the influence of a god's big brother. At this time, Zhou Gai, who has recharged several times, obviously panicked. Looking at his side is still suppressed to death blood. Forehead has begun to ooze fine sweat. The most crucial thing was that even though his side's bloodline had been suppressed, the other side still had no tendency to stop. Note, the million-second kill rule does not exist yet. Chapter 18, Jumping Clown. Zhou Gai had never dreamed that the little white number that he had indirectly kicked out of the live room in a few words before would be a tough opponent. Seeing that the PK countdown is getting closer and closer, and the gap between the two sides of the bloodstain is not a half a star, Zhou Gai knew that he was afraid that there was no way back in this game, so he wisely chose to stop upvoting. Although he didn't upvote again, looking at his cross-eyed and gloomy expression, he knew that he was definitely not convinced. Like him, the second generation of the demolition of overnight wealth, the most important thing is face. Just want to be a decent person. And looking at the final fixed number of 10 million, 6 million bloodstained votes, and then recalling his previous attitude and ranting, instantly felt like a jumping clown. Ugly. It felt like his face had been viciously thrown to the ground by the other party, and he even crushed it vigorously with the sole of his shoe. Snap. Only a crisp shattering sound was heard. After closing the mic, Zhou Gai violently slammed the crystal wine glass in his hand onto the ground, shattering into slag. The two women beside him were instantly stunned. How perverted Zhou Gai was, they had experienced it, so at this time they did not even dare to breathe, silent as a cicada. They were afraid that this broad young gold master would vent his unwarranted anger on himself and set himself on fire. Asterisk 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 ing little Yakuza, deliberately wanting to see me laugh, right? He maliciously speculated that the reason Chen Jidi didn't upvote at first was because he wanted to see him jump up and down, waiting until the end before crushing backlash and making himself the laughingstock. His speculation was not unfounded. Now, not to mention Mugioge's live room, even Shu Ermiai's live room, the public screen is full of jokes, mocking his rhythm. This further made him lose face, and the fire came up in a flash. Okay, I really with you on today. Who ing goat who grandson? After viciously cursing, he picked up his cell phone and started to recharge. He rightfully believed that the reason why he lost this PK had nothing to do with his strength. Rather, it was the fact that recharging the Do coins had delayed his time to get on the ticket. Since he wanted to compete and get back his face, the ammunition must be well prepared. Therefore, this time, he had made a huge investment, recharging 5 million renminbi, that is to say, a whole 50 million votes. Of course, according to his estimation, 50 million votes will definitely not be used up, but it doesn't matter. If you can't use it all up, just leave it for later. You'll have to recharge it later anyway. Looking at the arriving Do coins, his gloomy face finally eased a little. Habitually reach out and ready to touch the wine cup on the coffee table, but fumble half a day did not touch. He just wanted to curse before suddenly remembering that he had dropped the wine glass. Hardly glared at the black Chonsam beauty beside. Not good-naturedly scolded in a stern voice, "Are you ing blind? Or are you an idiot? What are you stupidly staring at? Still don't get lost and go get another wine glass and pour the wine for lousy." Okay, Zhou Xiao. The black Chonsam beauty hurriedly shivered and got up to get the wine cup, not daring to delay for a minute. Sensei did not dare to show even the slightest bit of emotion by talking back. This guy, purely a dog, changed his face when he said so. Zhou Shao. You, eat the fruit and dissipate the fire. The red Cheongsam beauty also carefully served the big wolf dog. Zhou Gai did not look at the grape she handed to his mouth, but instead stared coldly straight at her. To put out the fire? Where would the Cheongsam beauty not understand the deep meaning of his cold hum? In her heart, she let out a sad, dark sigh. Then she slowly got up and knelt in front of his crotch. Stretching out her slender fingers, she gently pulled open the zipper, and then, slowly lowered his head. If it is not for money, who is willing to bow their head? Zhou Gai lay paralyzed on the backrest of the sofa, one hand holding the cell phone to watch the live broadcast, one hand pressed her head dead center. A low muffled grunt couldn't help but come out of her mouth as well. Shelmai looked at the public screen that was screaming and taunting, and instantly blackened her face. Without good humor, she said, "Management, kick out all these black fans who are bringing General Gai's rhythm." Zhou Gai thought for a moment and opened the microphone to explain. "I'm sorry, Ameme. Blame me. I didn't charge enough." How could his character be genuinely trying to apologize and explain? It was nothing more than finding an excuse for failure in washing himself. Scratching her head, Shelmai rolled her eyes in 1,000 ways, pretending to be angry. "Mr. Guy, what kind of words are you saying? For you to be able to break the bank so much for Mimi. Mimi is too happy and grateful to blame you. How could I blame you? Even if you don't get a single vote. Mr. Guy, as long as you can come to the live broadcast room to see Mimi and accompany her, I'm happy." Family members, full screen help me snap the wave of Mr. Guy's dominance. Thank you, Mr. Guy. After saying that, she turned to the camera and bowed deeply. Thank me again, Mr. Guy. Although bimboish, this thanks was incomparably sincere. Even though PK had lost, the benefits had actually gone into her pocket. More than 5 million votes, more than $500,000, deduct the platform commission, and not to talk about the tax, fell into their pockets on 25 million, and it was only a matter of 10 minutes. Sensei's sincere gratitude, even if it meant asking her to offer her body, even if it meant tributing her big brother, she would be happy to do so. Family members, our own big brother maintains himself. Don't be led by black fans. Trouble management are on the heart. All dare to bring the rhythm of the cover total. All black kicked out. There is no mercy to speak. It's normal to lose and win in PK. We're crazy about winning, and Mei will carry the loss. It's fine. It should be said not to say. Her wave of brainwash is very good. On the contrary, Mujio Ge's live room is very different. The atmosphere is quite hot, and the public screen is full of words about Big Brother's great touting. Playing Douyin not long. I did not expect that today I had the honor to see a 10 million level PK, and the first brother really he meow powerful. 49 level? And brother D is the fastest upgrade I've ever seen. Bar none. 10 minutes. 1 million. So tough. Addictive. Energizing. Predicting that the Douyin Shinhao list will soon welcome a newly promoted Shinhao. After sincerely thanking Chen and D, Mujioga sat on the chair with a slightly dull expression without saying a word. It seemed like he hadn't slowed down until now. In the past, when watching other people's live broadcasts, he had also seen True God's magnificent big brother frantically upvoting like he didn't want money. After becoming an anchor himself, of course, he had also fantasized about such a crazy scenario. But who had thought that the third day of broadcasting had shown into reality? However, when the fantasy came true, she was at a loss for words for a moment, not daring to believe. Sugar Candy on the mic saw her look of dementia and had to speak out to remind her. Hey, Sister 9, what are you doing? What are you staring at? Mujiogo looked strange and shook her head back. I'm a little scared. Scared? You're afraid that you're not stupidly charged by happiness? Oh, what the hell is there to be afraid of? Mujiogo did not answer her, but stared straight at Chan and D's avatar on the mic, a look of doubt and hesitation. After a long time, she finally opened her mouth. Chapter 19 The Girl Who Loves to Drive. No makeup and no beauty but incomparably exquisite face was written with seriousness and earnestness. In a serious manner, she said, Brother, can I ask you a question? First of all, if you can ask, then you must answer honestly. You can't lie or look around. Chen and D in front of the screen hesitated and thought for a moment, then lowered his voice and said, Ninth sister, what do you want to ask? Mujiogo blinked her big flashing eyes and said in a clipped tone, Oba komi shaojio. Hearing her wickedly pampered style, Chen and D couldn't help but shiver. A mushroom that seemed quite pure and introverted did not expect to have such a greasy side. I don't know if it's in his nature, or for the live broadcast effect. However, compared to her previous constraints, she had obviously liberalized a lot, which was very good. Besides, listening to your voice you should be almost 30 years old, right? People are after 0 years. Ha! She mischievously raised her glossy chin, indescribably haughty and smug. Chen and D instantly felt a flock of black crows rapidly flying over their heads. Breathlessly, he said in a deep voice, ask quickly if you want to ask, otherwise I'm going to change my mind. Oba why monkey rush, which have a come to enter the main topic. Mustn't we do enough foreplay first to liven up the atmosphere? Chen in the first face looked at Mu Jiugu on the screen with surprise. The sudden car that directly ran over his face caught him off guard. The words of the tiger and wolf that came out of her mouth also really threw him for a loop. It turns out that she is still an old driver who drives a train. Dirty. I suspect the anchor is driving, but I have no evidence. Wow. Dirty nine sister. I seem to like it more. Got a driver's license? You can drive on this damn broken road? Sure enough, an anchor who can drive is a good anchor. The already hot atmosphere instantly rose a few points higher. Chen Jidi held his forehead, feeling as if there was no way to communicate with her normally. He could only pretend to be angry and sternly said, hurry up and ask. Okay, Oba. Looking at her contrived cute look, Chen Jidi wanted to press her to the ground and rub her hard. The very measured Mu Jiugu of course knows that it's too late, otherwise it's just a waste of time to make people nauseous. Put away the playful smile. Positive color, Oba, you honestly say, is not to see color, like on me, falling in love, which means, coming but not going. Chen Jidi had to press back the wheel marks on his face. Mu Jiugu responded to him with a flavorful blank look. Coughing. Chen Jidi pretended to fake cough twice to restore seriousness, deliberation for a moment, and then slowly said, like cannot talk about, barely a little good sense, and that's all. Who? Hearing him answer so solemnly, Mu Jiugu let out a long breath, patting her not-so-wealthy chest. That's good. Hey, what do you mean by that? I'm warning. Don't act up just because you're a bit of a beauty. Although it was harshly worded, why did Mu Jiugu sound so happy? Oba, to be honest, are you really particularly rich? Once Mu Jiugu finished this question, the more than 10,000 people in the live broadcast room all listened intently. Even the public screen was temporarily silent, showing how curious everyone was. Chen Jidi raised their eyebrows. What do you mean? I'm afraid to wait a few days to hear about you from the news. If you, then I'll return the money to you. Just send gifts and rewards according to your ability. There's no need. Even if we all send coins, do not brush. Just accompany. I am also very happy. Mu Jiugu is vague, but the meaning is understood by everyone. Chen and Di were dumbfounded. What are you thinking? Don't worry. I have more money than you can imagine. In order to smoothly brush out the dough coins on his account, Chen Jidi didn't mind blowing a tiny bit of awesome. It wasn't really bragging. After all, he was the man with the divine magnificent system. Mu Jiugu threw him a sanitary eye. There's no need to swipe so crazily even if you're rich, right? It's not like it came from a gale. Even if you want to win, you can steal the tower at the end. Why go head on? Chen and Di smiled back. Isn't this my first time playing PK? My first time on the ticket? No experience. Mu Jiugu bulged her eyes, with a very innocent look. But, there are some things that don't need experience to be able to do. Chen and Di really wanted to grab her out of the screen and whack her hard. A little girl, driving at the drop of a hat, and driving on any road. Is this like that? Chen Jidi was also too lazy to grind his teeth with her and directly said, open the mic. Watch them do the punishment. Mu Jiugu opened the mic and made a pause hand gesture motion. Shu Ermei also opened the mic when she saw this. 500 squats, right? Watch. Shu Ermei wasn't ambiguous and got up to start doing the punishment. Since he had taken the PK, then he had to admit when he lost. If Rollerblade can't afford to play, then who will play with you in the future? Hey, that who? Don't think you can muddle through by being catatonic. Hurry up. You have to stand upright when you get beaten. Sugar Candy, who was the head horse, voiced a reminder and urged. Joe Guy grimaced, gritted his teeth and shouted, I'm the useless little lying dish, and brother hit well. I am the useless little plunker, and brother D fights well. Obviously can hear his tone cavity is full of anger. Decent person, Joe Guy, was now really losing face. Shulmai's movements of doing squats were getting slower and more substandard. But Mu Jiugu didn't say anything. After all, 500 squats were still quite difficult for girls, and on the public screen of her live broadcast, the audience and visitors watching were mocking and laughing. The fans, on the other hand, were heartbroken and cheering. Unbeknownst to them, Shulmai's heart had long been happy. Isn't it just losing? Isn't it just doing punishment? If she could get so many votes in every PK, she could lose until the end of time. You are laughing at the anchor to do punishment, but the anchor is laughing at you to eat noodles. Pay the car loan, pay the mortgage. Hey, Chen and Di sighed as they listened to Joe Guy's self-damaging words. Teasingly, he said, brother Guy, right? I still like the way you were untamed before. The reason why he was shading him was because he wanted to completely piss him off. It looked like he was still quite powerful. It was to forcefully rack him to carry the votes. It wasn't that he couldn't airbrush, it was just that the atmosphere wasn't there, and it never felt right. Moreover, it didn't quite match his package. Chen Jidi had carefully studied the restrictions given by the system. After a meticulous analysis, he caught the loopholes. He, on the other hand, was prepared to drill the system's bugs and use it to get rich. Although he now hated to swipe all the dough coins on his account in one fell swoop, not everyone was worth swiping. So, this time, Mo got medical expenses because some people didn't deserve it. As soon as the 3-minute punishment time was up, Jogai couldn't wait to start spewing trash talk furiously. Chapter 20, Knife Strike While Laughing. You've never won, have you? Is it New Year's Eve just because you won a handful of times? If it wasn't for the delay in recharging, you'd be worthy of winning me? Grandson, I'm just asking you, do you still dare to continue playing? In fact, there was no need for Chen Jidi to provoke him further. He was bound to come back. This son, how he had to get back. Otherwise it would be really undignified. Chen Jidi smiled lightly and asked, still want to continue to play ah? What? Do not dare to play? Wimpy? Ha! Jogai contemptuously snorted. This way, you call me a master. Master will not be with you how? Ha! Chen and the first cloud said. You misunderstood. I am afraid to play you to the bad. There is no need to take your whole body to challenge my pocket money. Why bother? When you're a big brother, you can live within your means. Why do you have to be so facetious? Do you want to regret it when you have to step on a sewing machine and eat dirt? It's not bad to win. At least it's a relief. But a doomed game. Is it worth putting your life on the line? The tone and accent of his speech was very calm and peaceful. However, it was a sentence out of the storm, and the force was quite large. I'll go. And Brother D's words are quite leveled. Domineering. Don't take the whole body to challenge the pocket money. This sentence is also too dangling. Merciless. Although he was deriding him, Chen Jidi still carried a few moments of sincere persuasion. Playing PK for entertainment is just a game. You beat someone to the point where their family's wealth is scattered and they are in debt. Wouldn't that be a sin? Jogai's mood was already bad, and as a result of being squeezed by Chen Jidi's sheepishness, his mind instantly exploded. In an instant, he became angry again. In the end, he was a young man. Reaching out, he yanked over another Cheongsam beauty and pressed her head down. Humph. Half a catty duck with 4 or 2 mouths. Just a hard mouth is useless. Is a mule as a horse? Let's pull it out and walk it. Jogai took a deep breath and forced himself not to break the defense. If you really have the ability, hit on the blood strip. This hand. Whoever loses, whoever shouts 3 times for the other party's father. Dare to take it? Chen Jidi returned without hesitation. You had to dig a pit for yourself to jump. What reason do I have to stop you? Oh. However, I have a small request. What request? It can't be that you want to concede, right? Chen Jidi smiled and said, that's not true. I just want to extend the PK time. Jogai frowned and sneered. Is it to shake a helper? It's fine. Feel free to shake it. Count on it. Do I need to shake someone when I'm fighting a little karami like you? I am afraid that 10 minutes is not enough for me to spend. Good guy. That's pretty crazy. Of course, the people in both live rooms thought that he was simply putting out harsh words. However, only he himself knew clearly that these words were truer than even a leather sofa. This time, he was prepared to swipe all of the remaining nearly 190 million votes. The most expensive gift he could swipe right now was only the carnival worth 30,000 votes. That meant that he would have to brush nearly 6,300 wazi and point more than 6,300 times. And the longest PK time was only 15 minutes. When converted, that's an average of 7 pokes per second. This was no small challenge for him who had been single for over 20 years. But it shouldn't be much of a problem. After all, he also had the reputation of being the hand of God. Ha! Jogai snorted disdainfully. Alright, 15 minutes then. I'll see how many tickets you can get on. The two men talked about it and then prepared to start the fight. And the big battle was on the verge of breaking out. Shomai never dreamed of such a happy day. There was no need to find an opponent. No need to canvass. No need to do penalties. And no need to even speak. All that was needed was to click on Start PK and then sit quietly and wait for the circle votes. No, you can't even say circle votes. It should be sitting and waiting for food. This is absolutely every anchor. The most dreamed of PK. However, Mujiogu is an exception. Very dissatisfied complained, hey. Excessive when I do not exist, right? Really take me as a tool person? Can you respect my profession a little bit? I'm an anchor. At this time, the public screen was full of push again. Quit the group. Mujiogu that suffocated immediately was not happy. Sleeve rolled up. Hey, I'm this little temper. Scare hua? Do you guys believe it or not? Believe it or not, I will immediately click start. Well, sensible twist. Withdrawing from the group was one of her few soft spots, and unfortunately, it was sadly taken. Don't push lie. Just get it started. I'm already pumping my fist. This is definitely an amazing PK. I have to record the screen. I'll share the live stream right away so that everyone can witness this great battle. At this moment, all the netizen fans were agitated. The big battle was about to start. Chen and Di sat upright, moving their arms, wrists and fingers in preparation for the battle. Atmosphere team leader and headhorse Sugar Candy also did a pre-battle mobilization. Brothers, I hope that when PK starts later on, everyone can follow Brother Di's gift and click their likes together, okay? A surging look also appeared on Cerebral Axe Charlotte's face, and he was instantly ignited as well. At the same time, it also evoked his memories. When he thought of the beginning, how could he not be the spirited and unbeatable? But, Mujiogo blankly sat in the live broadcast room, giving her the whole will not. Chen and the first and Sugar. All the work is done. She this anchor and what use? A good talent anchor. Did not expect to be reduced to a vase? Mascot. The more she thought about it, the more angry she was. Her eyes were full of grievances, like a woman in a deep bosom. Looking at the aggrieved Mujiogo, Chen and Di felt funny, softly said, Xiao Jiao ah, when PK, you sing, just to cheer everyone up. Upon hearing this, Mujioge's spirit was immediately revitalized. Busily nodding her head, she said, okay, what song do you want to hear, Oba? Sing a song called The Wind Rises. Mujiogo was slightly stunned. Before, Little Brain Axe had ordered this song, and now Chen and Di also ordered this song. Coincidental enough. What's wrong? Can't sing? Yes, 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 I can sing it beautifully. After saying that, she stood up with the microphone, then turned the camera around, only to see a piano appearing right next to her. After adjusting it, she slowly sat down in front of the piano, stretching out her slender white fingers and placing them on the black and white keys. With the familiar and wonderful notes ringing out, the big battle finally kicked off. Skinny old man, fire. The rules could not be messed up, and the flow and sense of ceremony had to be there as well. Just after Sugar's battle orders were given, a dazzling Primera slid gracefully out of the screen. The Ignition team leader, Sarabella Max, as always, took the lead and fired the first shot. Chapter 21. Oops. It's the feeling of a heartbeat. Time was tight and the task was heavy. Chen and Di didn't dare to delay. Hurriedly clicked on the gift list and poked at the carnival. Worthy of being the man known as the Hand of God, his hand speed was indeed ridiculously fast, directly looking silly at the audience and fans in the live broadcast room. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is it this powerful in the beginning? Don't look at the gift special effects. Look at the numbers on the blood bar. My nigga, 200, 000 to 300, 000 jumps a second. Hiss, sucks in a breath of cool air. Horrible as hell. Horrible as hell. Marred. Is this the legendary bloodstripe disappearing technique? The sweeping and crushing, unstoppable gusto that came at the very beginning truly stunned everyone. Lost in thought, Sugar Candy was awakened by Mujioge's suddenly resounding song, and suddenly felt his blood turn over and boil. Excitedly surging, she shouted, Skinny old men, follow and the rhythm of Brother D. Together, point the praise up. Dry dry dry. Driven by her, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was instantly ignited, and the online audience, without realizing it, unexpectedly broke through to 20,000 plus. Nearly 10,000 people followed the likes at the same time, and the double was instantly activated. The number of likes was also rising. When PK first opened, Shulmai was still interacting with her big brother with a smile on her face, but after a few seconds, she was instantly dumbfounded. She looked at the other party's thick blood bar, and then looked at her own party's blood bar that had almost been eaten away, and she panicked. Shivering, she pointed at the screen and said in a trembling voice, Guy, Mr. Guy, it's coming, the opposite side is coming. And at this time, Joe Guy in the clubhouse private room was doing something indescribable. After hearing her yelling voice, Joe Guy, who was disturbed in his pleasure, frowned and his face instantly grimaced. Very dissatisfied, he said, Just come, you're panicking Dura? What's all the yelling for? So what if we let his blood bar run for 3 minutes first? Shulmai, who was afraid of offending his big brother, anxiously explained. No, Mr. Guy, you'd better take a look for yourself. Joe Guy glumly picked up the cell phone on the side, and with just one glance, his complexion changed drastically. He also hurriedly straightened his back and stood at attention, looking at his opponent's insanely soaring blood bar. He didn't dare to be careless anymore. However, he didn't panic too much. It wasn't that he was mentally tough, but that he had the backbone. And the source of his backbone was the mystery shop. That's right, not only had he unlocked the mystery shop, he had also picked up a romantic carnival worth 60,000 doin. Other than the Doin official special invited godly guests, in order to receive the romantic carnival, it would cost 50 Ws. Chen and Di were qualified enough to receive it, only with the limit of 200. There were no more spots left for a long time. That was why Zhou wasn't panicking. If he swiped one romantic carnival, then Chen and Di would have to swipe 2 ordinary carnivals. The speed was twice as fast as his, so what was there to panic about? Although he wasn't panicking, looking at the other party's bloodstain, which was already in the millions of votes, Zhou didn't dare to delay or take it lightly. He hurriedly clicked on the gift bar and also started to poke furiously, looking at the gift special effects displayed on the screen. Shomai's mouth opened wide in surprise. At once, she was so excited and thrilled that she danced around. Exclaiming loudly, she said, "Holy, is this the legendary romantic carnival? No, I have to record the screen. This is the first time I've received a gift from a mystery store. Thank me, Mr. Guy. Mr. Guy is awesome. Mr. Guy loves you. I want to give you a monkey." Shomai was so excited that she kept bowing to the camera, thanking and bragging one after another. Even intentionally or unintentionally, he was hinting at something. First time I saw the romantic carnival. It's so beautiful. Look at this. Mr. Guy is just awesome. Even the limited gift from the mystery shop. Ho! This is the symbol of a true god's ho. Isn't the one across the street and the other one a high jumper? Mr. Guy used the romantic carnival to break his legs. Zhou looked at Shomai, who had no bottom line and whose winks hinted constantly, and then looked at the public screen full of boasting and flattery. Unspeakably pleased with himself, a superb sense of superiority also arose. This kind of feeling really made him somewhat addicted. He now did not doubt for a second that as long as he hooked his finger, Shomai would grovel and run to his knees. Cool. So damn cool. This was the magic of money. Although a few minutes had slowly passed, Chen and Di's fingers poking the screen did not have the slightest hint of slowing down. In the rented room, Chen and Di sat pensively at the dining table, a helpless bitter smile on his fully concentrated face. Even though the speed had not slowed down, he had gradually felt the soreness coming from his wrist. Previously, he had naively thought that this matter of spending money was simply not too simple, but at this moment, he realized that he was so wrong. Having lived an empty life for more than 20 years, he had only realized that spending money on consumption was also a kind of pain. What's even sadder is that this kind of pain can only be borne by oneself silently, and can't tell others to listen, because who the hell would believe it? Only think he is in Versailles. Now the audience in the live broadcast room is so. There is no not envious and jealous of him waving money like dirt. However, when Chen in the first thought that after this battle, half of his calculations and plans would have succeeded, he didn't feel tired. This must undoubtedly, after this battle, he is sure to become famous in one battle. The whole network is known. Once upon a time when I first knew this world, all kinds of flow, looking at the sky seems to be in front of my eyes. Chen and the first emanation of thoughts were Mu Jiuji's song forcibly dragged back to the live broadcast room. Looking at sitting in front of the piano playing and singing to himself Mu Joga, he could not help but look dumbfounded. On his slightly tanned face, the word obsessed was written all over it. His current fingers, too, were just subconsciously jabbing in inertia. Compared to her previous active temperament of loving to drive, quirky, and mischievous, she is simply a different person at this moment. When playing the piano, the skillful and incomparably elegant movements. When she sang a song, her voice was like heavenly music. When brewing feelings, that face full of intoxication and intense emotion, all let Chen and the first deeply fascinated by it. Professional. What is professional? Nah, this is. Mu Jiugu wasn't bragging. She was really professional, sang beautifully and was very talented. Didn't use an accompaniment, didn't use a sound card, played and sang herself acoustically. Really super good. Chen and Di had always felt that Ning Nurti's singing was particularly good, but compared to Mu Jiugu, what he had previously thought was good became a bit unpleasant to the ears. It wasn't that Ning Mucha wasn't good, but Mu Jiugu was too strong. Originally, the singing voice was beautiful, the voice was heavenly, coupled with superb professional singing skills, as well as heartfelt emotional interpretation. How could it be impossible to sing into the audience's heart? Chen and the first think Mu Jiugu's singing strength absolutely can be ranked into the Douyin anchor top 3. Mu Jiugu is probably the kind of person that God chases after to feed her. Looking at elegant, confident and exudes a charming charm of Mu Jiugu, Chen and the first feeling of love. He has never been in love in his 20s, and at this moment, he is vaguely moved. Chapter 22 Rhythm flying all over the internet. Brothers, hurry up and search the Mu Jiugu live streaming room to witness a battle of the century. Quickly, go to Mooching's live broadcasting room to witness the style of the godly hero who has thrown millions of dollars. Extra. Mooching's live streaming room suddenly appeared superhero. Go. Watch the fun. This newly promoted divine hero is ruthless, more fierce than the top 3 big brothers on the True Gods hero list. Just as Chen Jidi's battle with Jogai entered a white-hot stage, the entire live broadcast room of Douyin's entire network was spreading the news. Even the live rooms of the super first-tier popular anchors who were on the air, Magic Hand Edward, Mr. Jiang, King of Shichu, Big Sister, and Little 17, were full of this kind of rhythm. Of course, it also caused the guild behind them to be curious, have opened a small number into the live room to find out. More positive when it comes to the news gossip anchor. As a news gossip anchor, their live selling point and watch point is naturally the platform of the anchor's various events and activities, as well as gossip and lace. How could they miss a PK of at least $10 million like Chen and Jogai? This kind of large-scale PK, if they really missed it, then basically they wouldn't be able to mix it up. When all the other news anchors were talking and explaining about it and you knew nothing about it, then you would definitely be unpopular, and definitely lose fans because of it. After all, there are so many news and gossip anchors. If you want to attract fans and circle votes, you have to have a keen sense of smell and be well informed. And at this time, Eater Chao Gongang's live room, the full public screen was similarly rhythmic. Hubby, when their PK is over, do you want to go lick a hand of Big Brother? Go hubby. You don't know how fierce that and brother in Nine Sisters live room is. It's fiercer than any of the big brothers you had in your peak. Go hubby, we support you. If you can lick the support of brother and D, you can definitely get back on your feet. At the dining table, Eunuch Chow was eating a gourmet snack that he had made with his own hands while watching the public screen pop-ups. When he saw that the screen was full of people asking him to take the initiative to lick Big Brother, his eating movements visibly lurched, and then smiled and shook his head. There was no pretense of turning a blind eye or digressing from the topic. Instead, he slowly said, I took the initiative to even go over and lick Big Brother. What does that look like? Moreover, even if I shamelessly go over to lick, then Big Brother will definitely support me? What's more, I'm no longer playing PK, so what's the point of licking Big Brother? Come on, guys, I'm not the same person I used to be, so don't worry about it. Aren't we doing fine now? Talking about food, chattering, how nice and harmonious. He spoke in a male and female voice, sometimes thick and sometimes thin. One word is thick and one word is thin, and even the first half of the same word is thick and the second half is thin. This is the typical yin and yang voice, that is, the eunuch's voice. This is also the reason why he is called Eunuch Chow. The nearly 10,000 fans in the live broadcast room couldn't help but sigh as they watched the calm-minded Eunuch Chow speak eloquently. Eunuch, touch your chest yourself and say, are you really willing? Seeing the pop-ups floating across the screen, Eunuch Chow's movements clearly gave another beat. Pretending as if nothing had happened, he blandly said, there's nothing to be resigned to, the king has become the loser. Don't be tough, even us fans are not willing, let alone you. Please pull yourself together, don't give up on yourself, and get back what you once lost. Eunuch Chow smiled faintly, but anyone could see the despondency and unwillingness in his smile. I have indeed lost a lot. Lost my family's foundation, lost my popularity, lost my reputation, and lost my big brother who supported me. But I didn't gain nothing. At least I gained a large group of hardcore fans like you guys. The hard times see true love. Day long show heart. Now today, I'll still stay in my live room. All hardcore die hard. To be honest, Chow, I really did not think that there would be 8,000 or 9,000 hardcore fans to stay. Having you guys around is my greatest fortune and wealth. Thank you brothers for not leaving me. The more Eunuch Chow spoke, the more he went on, and finally stood up and bowed deeply to the camera, unwilling to get up for a long time. And at this time, the online audience of Mooching's live broadcast room had already broken through 100,000 plus. Of course, almost all of them are watching. As soon as the PK ended, the people who could really stay and be enamored were definitely no more than 10%. As the PK countdown continued to shorten, Chen Jidi's speed of poking the carnival had obviously decreased quite a bit. The soreness had also gotten very strong, but he still stubbornly gritted his teeth and persisted. The one who walks 100 miles is half 90. Seeing that the dawn is about to rise, how could he give up before the break of dawn? 100 million now. It's already 100 million votes. Holy, I actually had the honor of witnessing a PK that broke 100 million. And Brother D is really heck of a good guy. Good guy. Just to see how hilarious are for me to see the blood boiling, powerful, and the first brother powerful, broken voice. I can't believe I threw up watching the carnival special effects. Brothers, am I floating? Wang Defa, 100 million votes, 10 million nah. Did Brother Hidi's money come from the wind? Nima, it's true that poverty limits my imagination. Without exception, The spectators in the live broadcast room were all shocked by Chen Jidi's heartless upvoting. Compared to the clamor in Mooching's live room, Shu Ermiai's live room was as silent as a puddle of stagnant water. Zhou Gai had long since stopped upvoting, and the 50 million votes in his pocket had all been swiped out. He had just gotten on top of it and had thought about continuing to charge up and keep doing it, but he was called off by a phone call. Now, he also calmed down, looking at the opposite side of the blood bar that was still frantically scurrying up and had no intention of stopping. The corner of his mouth revealed a helpless bitter smile. A sense of powerless frustration arose. Where was there any trace of his previous arrogance and cockiness? It was only then that he realized that what people had said before wasn't barking and bragging, but was the truth. With so many votes, if it wasn't a guild, an e-commerce company, or a cloud-controlled server room, it really wouldn't be possible to finish in 10 minutes. Although Zhou Gai hadn't been playing Douyin for long, it wasn't like he hadn't seen a godly hero before. On the contrary, he knew at least 2 of the top 10 big brothers on the Douyin Divine Heroes list, and there was also a good big brother who was in bad taste with him. He also witnessed a large PK with hundreds of millions of votes. But that was either scripted or had an early appointment. Like Chen Jidi, catching a random person and upvoting them in a heartless manner was the first time he had seen it. Believe it or not, this was an unprecedented first for the entire Douyin. From entering the live room together and mocking his little white number, to now hitting over 100 million votes, in less than an hour's time, Chen Jidi were shattering his perceptions over and over again. He admitted that he had lost completely, but that didn't mean he was convinced. The face that had been trampled under Chen Jidi's feet, he would definitely get it back. Moreover, it wouldn't be too long. Chapter 23, he's setting records. Shelmai stared at the live screen as if she were a wooden chicken, looking at the other party's blood bar that was still climbing. She hated that she could not give herself 2 slaps in the face. Human desire is so, have more, will want more, endless, never satisfied. Zhou Gai's 50 million votes had all been swiped for her, and for a small pouncing anchor with only 20 or so viewers, she was completely counted as an overnight fortune. Perhaps she would be grateful to Zhou Gai, but never too much. It was probably more of a resentment, especially after seeing that the other party was still frantically upvoting. She also sort of looked back. It was obvious that the reason why he asked how he wasn't welcome as soon as he entered the live room was definitely a trial and test. If Zhou Gai hadn't suddenly come in as well, how could he himself be unwelcome? If Zhou Gai hadn't fanned the flames and started a conflict, how could he have dimly kicked in brother De Lahaye out of the live room? Assuming that none of this had happened, wouldn't he have become his own big brother? And the votes that he has now, wouldn't they all be his own? The more she thought about it, the more regretful Shelmai became. The funny thing is, she even put all the responsibility and mistakes, all of the brain pushed to Zhou Gai. On the other hand, she herself, not only did she get a clean bill of health, but she even became a victim. What kind of bull **** logic was this? At this moment in her mind, compared to Chen Jidi, Zhou Gai is nothing. She was even put on the blacklist of enemies. Looking at the high-hanging avatar of Zhou Gai on the mic, there is a trace of contempt and dislike in her eyes. How many kilograms of oneself is not clear? No strength to go around pretending what big garlic cut off their own financial road, causing themselves to somehow offend the god big brother. Really bad luck. Of course, these can only think about it in the heart, and certainly do not dare to speak out. If Zhou Gai knows what she thinks in her heart, then, for fear of having to vomit more than 3 liters of blood, spend so much money, lost PK, but also to do the face of the punishment, but did not get a little gratitude, but also outside the person. Who is this looking for? He admitted that he was not a human being, but Shelmai was a real dog. Still cannot feed the dog. Shelmai, who has a deep heart, is now secretly calculating how to get in brother's forgiveness? How can we dig in brother to come back? Put on face? What is that? Is money more affordable? What's more, unlike Zhou Gai, he would never label himself as a decent person. The Shuermai, who has been playing a lot of games and small plans, has left aside, and at this time, Mooching's live broadcasting room can be said to be very lively. Not only gathered all kinds of love to see the hot hero, there are countless did not open broadcast anchor crazy influx. Douyin's guilds of all sizes have also come together. Even Douyin official are concerned about this PK. Douyin's small assistant is stationed as many as 110 million, 120 million, 130 million. Everyone stared at the blood bar in unison, each increase thrilling them. It felt as if Chen Jidi's gift was swiped for them. It was almost as if they were immersed in PK, completely substituting themselves into it. As for Mu Qingchang, she had likewise been paying attention to Mooching's live room. She also wanted to see how much her daughter's godly big brother could brush. Could he break Douyin's record of 1 billion votes in a single match? At the same time, she couldn't help but marvel at her bestie's luck being too heaven-defying. I'm afraid that no one could have imagined that an unintentional meal of goodwill takeout could be exchanged for a divine magnificent big brother, right? Who would believe this? The heart also ripples with despair. If the daughter of this big brother does not brush pull, and has been supporting her words, she stepped into the ranks of a line of anchors as sooner or later, then his bet with her is not lost? Does one really have to go to? Hey, thinking about it gives me a headache, bitterly shaking his head, unwilling to think more, and so really to that time to say it. After all, it is still early. Now the pattern of the fighting sound live has been finalized. The cake is also all divided up. Want to cross a foot? Share the cake, and is not so easy thing? Think those guilds in capital are vegetarian? Will they watch you rise to the top? Looking at the number of bloodstained votes that had already exceeded 150 million, mooching could not help but frown and ponder. If it was PK that got the votes before, then now it was completely equivalent to brushing in the air. Not to mention the 50 million votes from PK. It has been airbrushed by 100 million. What kind of concept is this? To say that she had seen many large PKs that had broken the 100 million mark, and she had also personally manipulated many innings, but that is all built on the basis of both sides of the bloodline has come and gone. That is in the more powerful. Moreover, it wasn't just some godly big brother on his own. Among them were the anchor's own return votes, as well as electric votes, and guild votes, and a whole bunch of miscellaneous ones added up, like Chen Jidi who single-handedly swiped so many. She had only seen two. However, those two true godly heroes, one had withdrawn from the net, and one had cancelled his account. However, it was the first time she had seen one like Chen Jidi who had swiped so much empty-handedly. She was somewhat unable to figure out why Chen Jidi were doing this. Suddenly, mooching's mind flashed and seemed to grasp some key point. Those who could empty brush so much were nothing more than three situations. 1. The most simple and rough. Then it is really more money to burn. Secondly, that is the iron heart to have thoughts about their own daughter, and for this reason do not hesitate to smash money. The third, most likely, that is he is setting records, is making things happen, is deliberately creating momentum. What he wants is to become famous in one battle. As for after becoming famous, there were so many things that could be done. Obviously, he succeeded. Unsurprisingly, tomorrow, this character, will definitely be known all over the internet, and will definitely be the center of everyone's topic of discussion. Mooching is worthy of being a female president who has been in the shopping mall for a long time. She analyzed all the veins in just a moment, and her analysis was quite thorough and comprehensive. But unfortunately, what she could not have imagined was that the reasons she analyzed, Chen and D were all hit, instead of only accounting for one of them alone. He did have so many fighting coins that he was burning his hands, and he also more or less felt differently about Mujiogu, and was still more than that, making a name for himself. Of course, it wasn't just Mooching who guessed his true purpose. At this time, the heads of the top-ranked big guilds such as the Radiant Guild, Imperial Figure Guild, Starlight Alliance Media, and so on, who were hidden in Mujiogu's live broadcast room, had also more or less guessed his intentions. Even if Chen and D didn't have such thoughts, they would have similarly speculated so. The habitual thinking of capital and businessmen would always start from profit. As time continued to pass, more and more viewers gathered in Mujiogu's live broadcast room. 190 million now. 190 million now. Less than a minute left. Can it break through to 200 million? Asterisk. It seems like I'm about to witness the birth of the Douyin record. I thought that Brother Dashing, Old Man Time, Tiger King, Sister Chang, etc. were already invincible, but I didn't expect someone to be even braver than them. Whose battle general is this? Chapter 24, Old Father's Wise Teachings. Speak not to hear favoritism, rely on me to feel love. Wait for your dependence. Favoritism to you? Pain is also very pleasant. This song Favoritism was also the song that Chen and D named Mujio to sing, the same as The Wind is Blowing. Both songs are Chen and D's special favorite. Never tire of listening to them. There was no special reason for this. It was simply personal preference and taste. Mujiogu also played and sang by herself, and managed it with ease, silent and full of explosive power. In the emotion of the pinch is not hesitant. Hearing Chen and the first could not help but applaud and applaud. Even the votes are not brushed. The public screen is full of good listening screen. It seems that this wave of talent show let Mujiogu circle a lot of powder, with the last note of the song falling to the ground. This large-scale PK that caused countless netizens and viewers to pay attention to, is also finally coming to an end. Hey, it's a pity that it didn't break 200 million, just a few 100,000 votes away from squeezing into the top 10 of the Douyin large PK ranking. Although it did not enter the top 10 of the ranking, but I feel that this PK is the most ruthless and real. Indeed, which of the top 10 PK battles on the leaderboard were not scheduled in advance? Moreover, it's also basically at the time of the annual peak tournament. Tonight, this PK is all about Brother Hidi's output in fighting alone, so it's already superb to be able to brush so much. I guess Brother Chen and D's hands are quickly getting wasted. The netizen fans guessed correctly. Chen and D's hands were indeed almost ruined. Chen and D breathed a long sigh of relief. Although he didn't empty the bucket of coins, there wasn't much left. Tired. So tired. My hands are almost ruined. It's hard to lift them now. Mujiogu flirtatiously rolled her eyes, and said in a good-natured manner, Deserved. Who made you brush so heartlessly? How many times have sugar candy and little brain axe stopped you? But did you listen? Now you know that your hands hurt? Serves you right. That's true. Although Mujiogu was singing, he had also shouted countless times to stop brushing in the middle of the song. He even threatened him with an undercurrent, but was countered by Chen and D, who threatened him back. And Sugar Candy and Little Brainaxe were also urging him one by one not to get on top and calm down. Chen and D flirted. Hey, I'm spending money to find a crime and still can't get a good one right? Mujiogu and Sugar returned in unison. Chen and D smiled faintly, not bothering to dislike them, and backhanded another string of carnival combo. Once Mujiogu saw the gift reminder and gift special effects, she stomped her feet anxiously. Crying, she said, I'm sorry, I was wrong, okay? Oba really don't brush it. Chen and D smiled smugly and dejectedly said, Little boy, still can't cure you? This is what Mujiogu was accustomed to. If it were any other anchor, they wouldn't take you off the air without draining you dry. As long as you dare to keep brushing, they will dare to keep thanking. Even if there is a mountain of silver, it has to be sucked up. Nima, it has to be in Brother Dia. Even persuasion and education are so domineering. He too really can pretend. Big Brother Brush Gift Heart may refer to how happy it. This hypocritical posture. Really disgusting. Didn't start watching from the beginning. Don't understand anything. Don't blindly bring the rhythm. Okay? From the very beginning. It is in the first brother and our fans frame 9 sister out of the fight. Understand? There would be rhythms and small black fans in any live room. It was unavoidable. Even big stars like the Heavenly Kings and Divas had people hacking them, let alone tiny anchors. For these brainless little black fans, either choose to ignore them or kick them out directly. Don't get serious with them, or they will only get more and more aggressive. If you want to be a good anchor, your mindset must be good. Otherwise, if your mind explodes as soon as the little black fans tease you, then how can you broadcast? After the two sides opened the mic, Jogai extremely awkwardly fake coughed twice, and did not wait to be prodded, directly shouted vaguely, Dad. Chen and D smiled and said, Xiaogaya, since you're shouting at me like this, then as your elder, I also have a sentence for you. Those who know what I can, and what I can do it to the best of my ability. Those who know what I can't, and what I can't do it to, be open-minded. Remember, stay humble, but don't be as bossy and arrogant as you are today, okay? He was really like an old father who was teaching earnestly. The faceless Jogai was bashful. Gritting his teeth, he said, You are indeed fierce and powerful, but you don't want to be complacent. Sooner or later I will get this son back. At that time I hope you can boldly receive the move, but don't pretend to be dead and concede. Not to mention Chen and D. I'm afraid that everyone in the 2 live streaming rooms agreed that he was just putting out harsh words and playing with his mouth. Today was beaten so hard, beaten without the power to fight back. The heart does not have a little bit of force to count? Chen and D smiled. Alright, I'll be waiting any time, but you must remember to bring the conditions. At that time don't bring another 3 mil and 2 dates. All play not addictive it. We'll see. Jogai put down the last harsh words and hurriedly got off the mic and left the live room. Staying for one more second was a kind of torture for him. In particular, the pop-up screen full of mocking sneers in the live room made him not have the face to look at it. Seeing him run away completely, Shulmai was relieved. After all, if he was there, some words were not too good to say. Her face was full of sincerity, making a guilty and pitiful appearance. Delicate and weak said, and brother sorry well, before it happens that people are not in a good mood, the cover is always on the side of the flurry. Had a moment some short circuit, confused you to pull the black. I'm sorry don't be angry, I have lifted the blackout. And brother you can forgive people's unintentional mistakes? Don't you like listening to songs? Why don't you come to my live room? I can sing very well. Shulmai didn't care at all about the despicable words on the public screen, and didn't care about face or anything at all. Face? What's the use of wanting face? Can you lick your way to Big Brother? Can you lick your way to a mansion or a luxury car? Look around. No matter if it's a small anchor that's on the street, or a top-tier top-stream anchor. Who wants face? Chen and D frowned, the loathing in his heart rising a whole lot higher. He didn't even want to respond to a single word, directly saying to Mujiogu, Xiaojio, hang up, let's go. Okay Luoba. Mujiogu was actually disgusted by this kind of anchor that had no principles. no bottom line, and wanted money without a face. Yes, it's not easy to make money, but at least the bottom line can't be lost, right? Now don't want face to desperately make money, but wait until you make enough money, and desperately to find face. Why bother? After hanging up the connection, as expected, the number of online viewers in the live room is almost a precipitous plunge. In an instant, it fell directly from more than 200,000 to less than 100,000, and it is still falling wildly. Unsurprisingly, at the end of the day, the ones that can be left behind, at most 10,000. This is still the most ideal situation. Chapter 25, number 1 on the entire network. As expected, in the end, the popularity of mooching's live room stabilized at 6,000 people. Don't underestimate the fact that the popularity of a live room that can stay fixed at 6,000 is already considered very good. What's more, she's still chatting. If she's performing her talent, or going out to fight, then her popularity will still skyrocket. It's impossible to eat a big fat man in one sitting. What Mooching needs now is to settle down. At the same time, constantly rely on the live content to circle the powder. This way the popularity will slowly rise. The key is to do a good job of live content, so that the popularity will be solid. Don't open the broadcast on the non-stop even PK. In addition to playing PK will only play PK. In addition to the circle vote cut leaks, what will not? Yes, PK popularity will indeed be high, will rise, but basically all the people watching, and what is the use of it? This is not destined to broadcast a long time, and the live room simply cannot stay Big Brother. The first thing you need to do is to get rid of the problem. Alive down, playing dozens of PK, which Guardian Big Brother can afford, does not cost the ticket of the small PK do not matter, but once encountered ruthless, a PK down, Big Brother on the waist of half, many will only PK anchor popularity, but no Big Brother in the live room, is the reason. So, first of all, you have to focus on live content and live effect. Even PK anchors? That's the same. Just as soon as he hung up the connection, Sugar Candy on the mic suddenly and inexplicably started apologizing. Big Brother, I'm sorry. Chen and Dee were a bit confused, not understanding what she meant by this. Puzzled and curious, he asked, "What's wrong, little sister Sugar? Why are you suddenly apologizing to me?" Sugar Plum explained shyly, "If we hadn't urged you to go out and fight, we wouldn't have to spend so much tonight." Chen and Dee laughed and shook their heads. Hey, wasn't I the one flirting? Why, you guys? Come on, why do you have to take everything upon yourself? And haven't I already said it? I have more money than you can imagine. To me, it's really just a bunch of meaningless numbers. Understand? Well, although he didn't even know where tomorrow's breakfast was, it didn't stop him from pretending in the slightest. After saying that, he directly opened the gift bar, and chose the guest one half of the sugar to send a gift at the top. Then the special effect of floor tiles instantly unfolded in the live broadcast room. "Ah!" Sugar exclaimed in shock, but it was completely audible that there was no excitement or surprise in her exclamation. Instead, there was more anxiety. No, Big Brother, don't brush me. I don't need it, although I may not be as rich as you, Big Brother, but how can I say that I'm also a little rich woman? I really don't need it." Listening to her in a hurry and with a bit of an angry tone, Chen and Dee felt a bit amused. Mooching on the other hand smiled and said, Sugar, you just take it. Anyway, he loves to show off when he has $2 I don't want it. If you don't want it, he'll still go and brush it off to other Thai foxes. Humph. Oh, good guy, really dare to say anything. 100 taboo. Xiao Jiao. Listen to what you mean by this. You and Sugar little sister are also considered Thai foxes? In fact, as soon as the words left his mouth just now, Mooching realized that something was wrong, but he couldn't take it back anymore. As expected, he caught the words, can only return an almighty blank stare. Sugar Plum was indifferent, hemmed and hawed, and digressed. Big Brother, we are saying, when we go out to fight in the future, can we not do it so violently? Can't we steal the tower? Chen and Dee rejected decisively without thinking. No, Mooching asked. Why? Chen and the first is very serious back, I think. All steal tower Big Brother, stealth Big Brother, and mysterious person Big Brother, all is brush pull. Ouch. Listen, in this piece of momentum, but also have to see my in first brother. Don't say it. When you think about it, what Brother He said doesn't seem to be wrong. I agree. Mooching blankly glanced at him in a bad mood. You're just crazy. If you let those Big Brothers hear this, it's weird if they don't beat you up. Is there a Mystic Big Brother in our live room? Come out and dislike this kid. Mystic 9527. What Brother Hay said is not unreasonable. Originally it was just a casual shout in jest. Who knew that a mystic really blew up? Mooching. Chen and Dee smiled smugly. Mooching exasperatedly said, you're just fooling around. Wait for the day you brush pull. You'll be mad not to get up. Ha, I brush pull? How dare you question my strength? After Chen Jidi finished speaking, he directly rained Huazi again. This time, he emptied all the coins in his pocket, and his level also smoothly rose to the highest level. 60. Sugar Candy was the first to send her congratulations. Congratulations brother on your joyous promotion to level 60. Honored to be a level 60 big brother. With her reminder, the crowd realized that Chen Jidi had already reached full level. It immediately triggered the live broadcast room once again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. One night. No. 1 or 2 hours of time. From level 0 to level 60. I'm Nima, and I'm afraid that Brother D is the fastest upgrading in the entire network, right? Everyone can actually say for sure, and the first brother is the whole doing fastest ascension to level 60 big brother. Sure enough, Brother He D is really setting records. Nay, I am uneducated. A sentence is awesome to walk the world. Chen Jidi smiled faintly. He wasn't happy about upgrading. He was happy about completing the system test. Looking at the public screen full of congratulations, just when he wanted to open his mouth to speak, a carnival special effect suddenly appeared in the live room. Looking more closely, it wasn't given to Mu Jiugu, nor was it given to Sugar Candy, but it was given to himself. Little Yo-Yo sent and first carnival. Immediately after, he saw the supreme pop-up screen she sent. Congratulations to Brother He D. Happy to receive the honor of a level 60 consumer tycoon. Chen Jidi clicked on her profile to take a look, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Unsurprisingly to him, Little Yo-Yo was an anchor, and the reason why she sent him Huazi, the implication and purpose was obvious. It was to wind up investing, to lick Big Brother. As for congratulations, bull asterisk 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 asterisk, but it was just a pretext to find. Chen and the first quite appreciate her, even the first to eat crabs, but it needs some courage and boldness. Thank you. He simply said 2 words and shut his mouth. At this time, Little Yo-Yo, who was holding the cell phone, saw that after he stopped talking, a disappointed look appeared on his face. Softly muttered, speculation. Shaking Little Wit really cannot. Hey, or down to earth. It is not too lost. Loss on loss. The investment would have been dangerous. At least show a face. Made a good karma. Maybe someday I'm the first brother to run a tart brush to their own? When that time comes, a small gesture will be made. Won't it? One must know that the crumbs that he G brother leaked out from his fingers would be enough to sustain himself. After shaking her head and sighing, she prepared to silently exit the live broadcast room. But what she didn't know was that after exiting the live broadcast room, there would be a big surprise waiting for her. Chapter 26 Receiving Gifts Only Carnival. Little Yo-Yo, who silently exited the live broadcast room, happened to catch a glimpse of a red dot in the message bar below. She, who had OCD, absolutely did not allow the little red dots to appear, so she smoothly clicked on it. The result was that when she clicked on it, she immediately dropped her jaw in shock, and the first followed you. That's right, it was an attention message, and it was also true that it was level 60 and yes, after Xiao Yuyu was surprised, she was simply happy and couldn't contain her excitement. To know that this is a concern also, its significance is self-evident. Big brother sense attention, then there is no need to say more? After the small Yo-Yo back off, joyfully put away the phone. This sleep also sleep. She was very smart not to go to the live room to brush the face, not to send a private message to the big brother, as if nothing happened. Of course, the wind investment to mix face is not only a small Yo-Yo one. After her, the news gossip anchor, Iron Mouthly even sent 2 carnival. Chen Jidi similarly only said the word thank you, and quietly clicked the attention. Tai Zueli and Xiao Yuyu were secretly ecstatic in their hearts. Of course they wouldn't tell anyone about the attention. Now Mu Ge's live room. There are still a lot of anchors lurking, and these anchors, all in the wait and see, hesitant to invest, especially after seeing Chen and the first no indication, just coldly said thank you. They are even more hesitant. At this time, Douyin's #1 news and gossip anchor, Gossip King's live room, Old Wang Ah, your nemesis Iron Mouthly but went there to venture capital. You do not go? That's right, and the first brother is a fierce batch. Hurry to go to mix a familiar face. Pull the relationship If Iron Mouthly get in the first brother's support, you this Douyin gossip a brother. I'm afraid the status is not guaranteed yo. Ch. Looking at the screen full of rhythm, long inverted triangle eyes, pointed mouth monkey cheeks Gossip King, disdainful light snort, and then pretended to pick up the cover bowl of tea. A small sip, put down the tea bowl, pretending to be profound, said, I'll give you guys, this thing is not as simple as you think. Venture capital? Lick Big Brother? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I dare to bet that all those who go to venture capital tonight will have to go down the drain. These brainless fools don't even know that they're being treated like leaks, but they're still complacent and secretly pleased with themselves. Families, a lot of things. What you see with your own eyes is not necessarily true. In this business of anchoring, the water is not generally deep. After he swore and finished these words, he immediately detonated the live broadcast room. Old Wang, what do you mean by that? Could there be something fishy? Honestly speaking, Old Wang, do you have any insider information? Hurry up and say it. You are the words have meaning, old king. Quickly say good reward. Gossip King looked at the rising popularity of the live broadcast. The corner of his mouth raised a wry smile. After a little thought, he slowly said, tonight's live broadcast time is also almost up. So let's not chat deeply. Let's do it this way. Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, Old Wang will start broadcasting on time and open a special show for this newly minted godly hero. At that time, Lao Wang will give you a detailed chat about the reasons and unknown insider information. Didn't pay attention to the old king's hurry to pay attention to go wave. Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock remember to lock the old king's live room on time. Heavy attack. Absolutely will shock you all eyeballs. Upon hearing this, the audience fans in the live broadcast room were not happy at once. Asterisk. This pussy again. He now engaged in the next decomposition of this set. Isn't this like hanging people's appetites? I'll curse you for eating instant noodles without a seasoning packet forever. Marred. Speak halfway. Make my heart itch. This asshole. Inappropriate son of man. Gossip King looked at the public screen with a smile on his face. This was the effect he wanted. It can be predicted that when the broadcast starts tomorrow, the popularity will absolutely explode. Drinking a mouthful of tea dutifully, he continued. Actually, my trumpet has been following mooching's live broadcast. You've all seen it. What did those anchors who went to venture capital and to mix their faces get? Promises? Returned gifts? Warm greetings? None of it. Alright, only cold and icy 2 words. He. The deep meaning, everyone can figure it out by themselves. Okay, I have to go off the air. Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. Let's talk in detail. See you all. Originally thought that there would be quite a number of anchors who would come here to brush their faces, but it turned out that there were only little Yojo and Iron Spoutly. Chen Jidi smiled faintly, not taking it seriously at all. Those who were watching, hesitating, not daring, and had no pattern, would have their time to regret. Although there are no longer anchors giving gifts, the special effects of the floor tiles are still constant. The mighty tiger of lurking minions gave in the 10th carnival. Floating the screen, he said, congratulations to brother for honorably rising to level 60. Chen and Di were slightly shocked and said, yo, good guy, small brainax, you are not ready to live your life. This is out of big blood, right? Smiley face is not only out of big blood, are avalanches, so brother, you can take care of me. All could hear that he was joking. Chen and Di laughed and said, don't get into all this nonsense. Just based on the first words you and Sugar Little Sister said to me, we are friends. It's not the same. His meaning, Sugar Little Sister and Little Brainax as well as Mujiogu all understood. Charlotte in the villa smiled heartily. Typing, he said, brother, I won't hide it from you. After you quit the live broadcasting room, I thought you were a liar for a while. I'm sorry. Chen and Di didn't mind at all. Normal. In my place, I would have thought the same. It's fine. Immediately after that, Sugar Candy also sent out congratulatory gifts. Congratulations to my brother for advancing to the Godly Heroes list. 1/2 Sugar sent 11 carnival to ED. Before Chen and Di could open their mouths, Sarabella Max snapped words in dissatisfaction. Hey, Sugar, you're over the dungo. Why do you have to send one more than me? Sugar said triumphantly, stinky brother. You have to be good to call the sound Sugar sister. Roar. Well, it seems that it is indeed a little none. But what I didn't expect was that Mujiogu actually came to mix a foot. Mujiogu gave in 12th carnival. Congratulations to Oba for honorably rising to level 60. He. Come on, you two call Sister 9 to here. In the future, Sister 9 will cover you. Chen and Di laughed and shook their heads, feeling childish. But childish is childish. But the atmosphere is very good, very harmonious and cordial. However, the fans in the live broadcast room were not happy. Hey, what do you mean? Not taking us fans to play, is it? Quit the group. No fun. Mujiogu took a look. The screen was full of regiment withdrawals. What's wrong with this? He quickly spoke out to appease the cranky fans. Pretend to say in a lowly manner. Don't move to withdraw from the group. Hurt feelings not? I didn't say I wouldn't take you guys to play, right? Why are you still sulking? Tell me, what do you want? At this moment, a female fan said, I strongly request to join the Atmosphere group led by Sister Sugarplum. Chapter 27, the Black Fans group takes shape. The pop-ups from the female fans were like a fuse, completely igniting the live broadcast room. I demand to join the Ignition group led by Brother Tiger. I also want to join the Ignition group. I request to join the Atmosphere group. Looking at the incomparably enthusiastic fans, Mujiogo was very happy and felt a little smug inside. Smiling like a flower, she hurriedly said, okay, all can join. Let's put it this way. Fans who want to add a group, please private message Little Brain Axe and Sugar Candy. Whoever's group you want to add, you guys will private message them, okay? The two of them will manage and arrange you in a unified manner, so we'll play together from now on, okay? Hearing her say this, the cranky fans finally subsided. However, the fans were quite self-aware of their strength and knew what groups to add. Those who didn't have the conditions, but had the time, added the atmosphere group. For those who had more money, they added the ignition group, but no one dared to add the tower guard group. Chen Jidi hadn't even received a single group minion. In fact, he didn't need one, because he was enough for one person, and he became an army in one person. Sugar smiled and asked, brother, do you accept people in your tower guarding group? Sarabella Max floated the screen and flirted. Sister Sugar Candy, you asking this is purely redundant. Even if Big Brother wants to take in people, can he? Ha ha. Chen Jidi just wanted to say no, but suddenly smacked out some thoughts, so he slowly said, receive whether he can receive it or not is one thing, but he still needs to receive it. However, I carefully thought about it. The tower guard group is too hard to hear, and there is no momentum to speak of, completely unworthy of our temperament. Therefore, I decided to rename the tower guard group to the combat group. Cough cough. Although the current establishment of the combat group is just me, but our purpose is to be expensive and not expensive. Obamu Jiogu Kazlan's big eyes fluttered. Originally, you still have such a middle too hot-blooded side he. Quite childish Sugar also followed and laughed. Chen Jidi slightly awkwardly snapped and smiled, forcing a sly defense. What do you women know? We men are teenagers until we die, okay? Just as they were chatting feverishly, Mystic 9527 Weekly sent a pop-up and asked, at the risk of asking, I wonder how I can join your gang. Mujiogo was stunned. He didn't expect to attract a mysterious big brother. Hastily and enthusiastically, he said, just follow plus fanlight sign. Upon seeing the mysterious person paying attention and giving away fanlight tags, Mujiogo couldn't help but fool around. Look at Sister Joe's damn face value, talent, and charisma. How come she's so attractive to Big Brother? Chen Jidi couldn't help but crack down. Are you sure it's coming for you? Sugar Candy also chimed in. Ninth sister, why do I feel that Big Brother is coming for us? Mighty tiger with lurking claws and teeth. Ninth sister, you do look beautiful, but you're over the dung if you still want to be beautiful. Mujiogo immediately said no. Mystic Big Brother, you honestly say, are you attracted to me? Honestly, no. Mujiogo went down on the spot. Mystic 9527 continued to float the screen. I just rushed to your gang. I feel like it should be quite interesting to play. God's Big Brother to play fighting sound well. Play is a happy, but we're the real God Big Brother. That basic brush are sentiment tickets. Do not pull what love tickets and so on. Like them such a god ho. In real life may be lacking women? What kind of women do not have to come to the virtual network to find excitement? The beauty of the face is off. The makeup is removed. I do not know what it looks like. If you look for them in real life, won't they be more real? Of course, there must be a lot of Big Brother is brushing the love ticket. This kind, inevitably offline with the Big Brother met. Sugar instantly said, interesting, must be interesting. I wonder which group you want to add Big Brother. Is it the joyful talkative atmosphere group? Or the grumpy ignition group? Or the battle group, which is known as the concentration camp of godly heroes? Good guy. Sugar, this little nun's eloquence is hard to get. This is not pure fooling? Also belongs to his open eyes say blind words The key others have been lying on the live broadcast. You such a blatant fooling. Really good? Ha ha. Chen Jidi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sugar little sister you are very talented when the anchor yo. Upon hearing this, Mujiogo had a ghostly aura that could be felt through the screen. What's going on? Wasn't this her own live room? But why did it seem like it had nothing to do with her at all? When there is nothing to do, when there's something wrong, you're a tool. What kind of thing is this? Muttering her mouth, she said in an aggravated manner, why don't you guys come and broadcast, and I'll be a big sister on the list? Unfortunately, her grudges and grievances were directly ignored by everyone who tacitly chose to ignore them. Mystic 9527 continued to send supreme pop-ups. Well, at least I'm an honorable Mystic user. Joining the atmosphere group and ignition group doesn't seem to match up well with my identity. I'd rather choose the combat group. Chen Jidi laughed and teased. Pull back. I guess you're about to brush and pull. So don't act like a pussy. Mystic 9527, hey group leader, can people have some minimum respect for each other? Are you polite? Okay. Welcome brother Mystic Man to join our gang and become a member of the honorable combat team. Mystic 9527, don't. Group leader, you are suddenly so polite. I'm a bit overwhelmed. Just call me 7. What's more, I'm still a 002. Uncle. Now it's Chen and D's turn to ask you if you're polite. What's wrong with you? You're young and you're proud? Well, he admitted that he ate the lemon. It seems that this mysterious person should also be a rich second generation, or rich third generation or something like that. Chen and D, who felt disliked, said in a bad mood, what uncle is not an uncle? I am also less than 30 alright. Mystic 9527, but, I'm only 18. I'm Nima. Chen and D took a deep breath, indicating that they didn't want to chat with him anymore. Following that, he asked to Sugar. Sugar, little sister, how old are you? Uncle, I'm only 18 too. I just got into college this year. Ha ha. Looking at the choked and speechless Chen and D, Mu Jiugu unimaginatively cackled with laughter. Let you be arrogant. Let you be wild. Let you be bold. Let you pretend. Age is your eternal wound. Chen and the first helpless sigh. Now the network has been all young people's world? He couldn't help but wonder. His age, suitable for playing the network? Doubt to doubt. It didn't affect his stiff upper lip in the slightest. I say, you've only just reached adulthood. You're still college students. Don't study properly. What kind of internet are you indulging in? Talking about you, Mystic, not only are you addicted to the internet, but you also have no restraint and spend money lavishly. You earn money? Running to the network to pretend what, big brother? The level is not low, right? Didn't spend much, did you? Don't think you can cover it up just because you wear a vest. Humph. Nonsense. Chapter 28. I am still charging that teenager. Chen and the first face is a righteous sermon. Sugar Candy Weekly took the initiative to explain, Uncle, I spend the money can be my years of savings of the New Year's money, and the family to the living expenses. Did not steal, did not rob. Oh, well, she also directly changed her name, and did not even need to overdo it. Earlier brother, called more than anyone affectionate, now a mouth a big uncle. However, it doesn't sound like there's any sense of contradiction. Chen and the first still did not have a good mood, said, New Year's money and living expenses can have how much? Keep it to buy clothes, cosmetics, buy delicious food does not smell good? Living expenses every month dad will give hundreds of thousands, just ask for more if it's not enough. Hearing this, Chen and D raised their eyebrows. Several 100,000 per month isn't a lot, it's better to economize. But mom and grandparents, grandpa and grandma will still give Nima. Not to mention the fans in the live broadcast, even Chen and D feel that the heavens are not fair. As for the New Year's money, it was bound to be a horrible amount as well. Chen and D also do not need to ask, he cannot be stormed. The people then people really angry person. Sugar Candy embarrassed smile, may also feel that he is too Versailles. Explained again, my family said that boys become bad when they have money, and girls become bad when they have money. That's why girls have to be rich, that's why. Hey, this little nun, can be real in. What else can Chen and D say? Being this kind of strong family, directly choked mute, mode way, in order to save face, he only had to point the spearhead at the mysterious person 9527. You kid, first take off your vest for me to take a look. Mysterious man 9527, when I heard you say mysterious man or something before, uncle, it was all brushed and pulled, so I wanted to take it off. Although what you said makes sense, I didn't brush it off. I just think it's enough to be pulled off, enough to be pretentious, enough to be mysterious. Since uncle you want me to take it off, I'll just take it off. It's not like it's unseemly. After floating the screen, he just closed the mystic suit. What is it, uncle? What's the instruction? As soon as the vest retreated, his screen name nickname, Rebel Teenager, was displayed when he floated the screen. Chen and the first click on his account to see, 60 level of God Hoa, IP belonging to the display or beautiful country, because it is a private account, so can only see these few simple information. From the reactions of the audience and fans in the live broadcast room, it was deduced that he must have been using the mystic costume. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a level 60 divine hero not to be recognized. Even if he changed his name, he would be recognized. And his mystic number, it was still changing all the time. Yoo-hoo, level 60. You kid is good. Come on, tell uncle. What's wrong with you again? Rebel teen, me? I'm still the same teenager who charged money, without a single change. When Chen and D saw this pop up, they actually sang it out in their hearts. I'm Nima, toxic puffing. Mujiogo and Sugar Candy couldn't help but laugh out loud. What about seriousness? Put aside here to make a scene? Rebellious teenager, I can't help it. If I don't take advantage of now to make a strong defeat, in the future, when my younger brother inherits the family business, it will not be my turn. I don't want to inherit the family fortune anyway, so I'll lose as much as I can now. It's best to spoil it all. I've already worked hard, but the speed at which I spoil and lose the family's money is not even 1/10,000th of the speed at which they make money. Uncle, it's too hard for me, can you give me some tips? Is there any way to lose the family fortune quickly? Martyr, one is more than a Versailles. What else can Chen Jidi say? What else can I say? And this kid is even more bull asterisk 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 asterisk. He also did not dare to ask further questions. Otherwise it may be pulled out what family ethics dog blood story to it. Why don't you go into engineering? Rebellious boy, huh? Do engineering? What's the point? Will it help me lose my family's fortune? Chen and the first swore back, I have a few engineering projects here for you to choose from. Your meager family's wealth can finish one. All powerful to the heavens. Rebellious teenager, really? Tell me. Uncle, you hurry up and tell me. Chen Jidi hemmed and hawed and slowly said, tiling the Great Wall inside and out, installing an elevator to Mount Everest, making a stainless steel cover for the Pacific Ocean, and installing a switch for the sun. Tell me, which project can you take over according to your family's family background? Rebellious teenager, uncle, I have no grudge against you. Why do you treat me as a naive batch? Aggrieved? Mu Jiogu shook his head helplessly and said, alright, don't talk about all this nonsense. It's already more than 2 o'clock. Sister Jio is going off the air to get her beauty sleep. Just as Mu Jiogu was about to say goodbye to her audience and fans, a level 60 account suddenly opened up. At first glance, Mu Jiogu was clearly stunned. She recognized it. Immediately afterward, she saw the floor tile special effect appear in the live broadcast room once again. The Tilted City Guild had given Chen and D20 Carnival. The floating screen said, the Tilted City Guild congratulates Brother Jidi for honorably rising to level 60, and has come to congratulate him. That's right. The Tilted City Guild was none other than a subsidiary of Tilted City Culture Media. It was also the property of Mu Jiogu's mom, Mooching. Chen Jidi was aware that the Tumbledown Guild was affiliated with Tumbledown Media. He just didn't know about Mu Jiogu's relationship with Mooching. He was surprised, and didn't expect the goodwill of the Pouring City Guild to come so quickly. In his scheming, his own sudden appearance would definitely attract the attention of all the major guilds in Douyin, but it was only attention. As for other goodwill, befriending, or even drawing in or whatever, they would inevitably wait to observe in detail before making the decisions they would make. Even though small guilds were meticulous in their calculations, let alone a top 10 ranked big guild like the Pouring City Guild. Therefore, the appearance of the Dumping City Guild would have been unreasonable. Moreover, it was even more unreasonable to send a gift of congratulations with great fanfare. Mooching? Her figure suddenly popped up in Chen Jidi's mind, but it was just an insignificant subsidiary of his company. What could it have to do with her? He hurriedly shook his head, shaking her shadow out of his mind. One must know that the center of gravity of Tilting City culture and media was placed in the entertainment industry, film and television, investment and other fields. Even if Qingcheng Guild was big and successful, it was still just a guild on the Douyin platform. Compared to the head office of Tipping City Culture Media, it was the difference between an ant and an elephant. Before Chen Jidi could say anything, he saw the floating screen of the Tilting City Guild's account again. Brother Jidi, don't think too much. I only came here to say congratulations. No other purpose. Congratulations. After sending the pop-up screen, he left the live broadcast room. As for whether there were any trumpets lurking in the live room to peek, who knew? Oh, good guy. And Brother D's stage is big ah. Even the Tilting City Guild account came to send gifts. It can only be described in 4 words. One battle to fame. That said, what exactly is the meaning of this Tilted City Guild? Chapter 29, Proceeds arrive. As soon as Tilted City Guild's account opened into the live broadcast room, it caused Mu Jiogu's brows to furrow slightly. After sending out gifts and congratulations, her brows tightened even more. She seriously suspected that the Tilting City Guild had received authorization from her old mom. However, the truth was that she thought wrong. Mooching, who had been invisible in the live broadcast room, really had no prior knowledge. When she saw the gifts sent by Tipping City Guild, she was also a bit surprised. However, in a moment, she figured out the connection. The head of the Pouring City Guild was an old subordinate who had followed her for many years, and naturally knew about her relationship with Mu Jiogu. Obviously, this was under the guise of congratulating her live-streaming big brother, but in reality, it was standing up for her to top her popularity. Of course, there was also the implication of making friends with the godly big brother. Mooching pondered briefly, a seductive smile appearing on her charming and elegant face. It seemed that she was very satisfied with this action of the Tilting City Guild. If you want to achieve great things, you can't be hesitant and look ahead. Timing is very important, and many times being one step ahead of others will give you a head start. Of course, the vision should not be bad. Mooching was quite optimistic about this mysterious god. Therefore, she agrees with the initiative of the Tilting City Guild to take the lead in taking a stand. As for the rest, there was nothing to worry about. Taking a step back, Even if the venture fails and ends up becoming the laughingstock of the industry, being accused of eating ugly, so what? But what if it succeeds? What if this guy is really a great god? Mujiogu shook her head and just treated it as if nothing had happened. Continuing, she said, "It's time. Sister Gio really needs to get off the air and get some beauty sleep. It's been a long time since I've stayed up late. First, I'll give you all a notice. From tomorrow onwards, the previous live broadcast time will be resumed. That is, 9 o'clock in the evening to start broadcasting. Everyone remember to come on time. Tomorrow night at 9 o'clock, Nine Sisters live broadcasting room. Don't see you. Bye. Good night, posy people. Love you yo." After saying the exit white, Mujiogu directly ended the live broadcast. Leaning on the bed, Chen and the first lit a cigarette. The heart calculates today's earnings. Little Yo-Yo 1 Carnival, Iron Mouthly 2, Little Brain Axe 10, Sugar Little Sister 11, Mujiogu 12, and Tilting City Guild 20. Altogether that's 56 carnivals. The total sound wave is 1,680,000. Converted into RMB is 16,880,000. And after deducting the platform's 50% draw, as well as the anchor's 10% draw, there's 67,200 left. Open the wallet to take a look. It is really more than 67,000. Chen in the corner of his mouth can't help but rise slightly. This is not breakfast money, is there? Without saying a word, directly bind the bank card and start withdrawing cash. When withdrawing cash, the 20% tax is deducted, so the money in hand is more than 50,000. The first thing I want to do is to get a good deal of money from the bank. There is no heart balance, no matter whether it is consumption or harvest. All of them are white whoring. What do not know enough? Compared to the exhausting work of moving bricks and delivering takeaways, I don't know how many times better. Although this money is obtained by drilling the system loophole, but reasonable and legal. No problem. No waiting. Almost seconds to the account. Also seconds to receive a text message from the bank. Looking at the account balance, Chen and D smiled like a small child. Comfort. Wholehearted comfort. The waist is not sour. The hand does not hurt. A breath of climbing 5 floors do not bring gasping. Looked at the hand still left a small cut of cigarettes. He did not even think. Directly press out in the ashtray. Buddy now not bad money. How can still be the same as before? Smoking to smoke filter it? I make money. Make money. I don't know how to go spend. I have to say that Chen and D swelled. After looking at the account balance shown in the SMS for a while, he turned off the SMS reluctantly. This was the first time in his life that he had so much money in his account. Previously, as long as there was a bit of money, he would transfer it all to Little Snot. And for himself, he would only keep a little bit of money for meals. He had lived a very bitter life all these years. Before, although bitter, but the heart is happy. Sweet. But after this happened, he started to ask himself if it was worth it. But whether it was worth it or not was one thing, whether he regretted it or not was another. Even without the appearance of the system, he probably would have changed his previous lifestyle. Life was just a few decades, and he had already eaten all the suffering in his life in the first 20 years. Therefore, for the remaining decades, he only wanted to enjoy life. At the same time, he also did some good deeds that he could do, as a way to repay the old dean for his nurturing. After all, without the kind old dean, there would be no Chen and D. The world kissed me with kindness, and I will return the favor with a song. Shaking his head, he stopped thinking about it. It was still too far away and impractical for him right now. After all, he himself was still struggling on the poverty line. Opened 99 plus messages and took a look. Ooh, all of them were following him and private messaging him. What a mess of private messages. The anchors fancy licking, fancy begging for support. The scammers fancy borrowing money, fancy luring. More than a few. Even Shulmai shamelessly sent him all kinds of hints and connotations. Chen and D were also too lazy to look at it. Only looked at the private messages of Mujiogu, Sugar, Little Brain Axe, and Rebel Teen. The ones that were sent were all their own microsignals, requesting to be added to their WeChat friends. Chen and D just wanted to open WeChat and add them, but they were suddenly stunned and muttered, No, can't use this number. Gotta get a specialized trumpet for that. With this thought, he also temporarily gave up the idea of adding WeChat. Wait until tomorrow to get a phone card and register a small number. Just as Chen and D closed his cell phone and prepared to go to sleep, the system's raw mechanical sound suddenly rang in his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the test task issued by this system. The qualifying degree of this test mission, 10 stars. In recognition of the host's 10-star completion of the task, this system hereby rewards the host with a set of real estate. Looking forward to the host's continued efforts to achieve further success. May I ask the host, is it time to receive the reward now? As soon as he heard the system talking about the reward, Chen and D popped up from the bed with a jolt. Filled with anticipation, he couldn't wait to say, claim. Claim now. As the words landed, a cowhide file bag appeared in his hand out of thin air. Busy unwrapping the bag, will be inside the documents of a brain all poured on the bed. Inside is loaded with the purchase contract, real estate license and other complete documents. A glance at the purchase contract and real estate license, Chen and the first could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Real estate in his own name, and the contract signature is exactly the same as his own signature. He then compared the fingerprints, but it was also exactly the same. Good guy, really is the system. This means not dare to imagine. Shocked to shock, but the thought is the handwriting of the system, but also relieved. Then he looked up. The system rewarded this set of real estate, located in the education district. That's right, the proper school district housing. Chapter 30, officially beginning the journey of the godly hero. Chen and D carefully put the purchase contract and real estate certificate back into the file bag. Since it is clear where the property is located and the neighborhood, it will be clear if you go to see it in person tomorrow. He had a smile on his face, and his heart was beautiful. I didn't expect the system to give substantial rewards, and the reward given is so appropriate. He was thinking of changing a relatively good condition of the residence. The system thoughtfully sent to the door. Isn't this just a sleepy encounter with a pillow? Really? He must thank the system's 8 generations of children's ancestors. Beautifully muttered, network god hero system? The original network can still shine into reality. He. Host, please do not be complacent. Still need to make further efforts. Besides, it's just a set of school district rooms. What kind of network shining into reality is that? If the host continues to complete the tasks issued by this system perfectly, you will naturally know what the real network into reality is later on. The expression on Chen and D's face was clearly stagnant. What he had just said was just a passing remark, but he didn't expect it to bring out the words of the system. The internet can really shine into reality? This, loss of Z. Chen and D were so excited and exhilarated that their faces turned a little red, like they were engorged with blood. His heartbeat also inexplicably accelerated wildly. He was curious and looking forward to what the system said would happen when it shone into reality. However, listening to the meaning of the system's words, it was obvious that there was still a certain distance for him at the moment. There could be no rush. The host has passed the test, meets the standard of network god hero. This system binding in. 1%, 20%, binding completed. Congratulations to the host, is about to start the network god hero journey. Wang DFA? This means it hasn't even started yet? What's going on? You spent 200 million bucks for nothing? You're already at level 60 and you're saying you haven't even started yet? So, for others, the end of a lifetime is just the beginning? Good man, that's a lot of energy. Has successfully recharged the host's account with 5 billion docoins, officially starting the road to cyber godhood. Well, it's 5 billion, 25 times more than the test. It's true that it's officially opened. The theme of this splurge. Bully. Splurge theme? I'm not sure what I'm talking about. Chen in the first moment were somewhat confused. He quickly asked, wait, what does this squandering theme mean? Hegemony, what does it mean again? No comment, please ask the host to figure it out on their own. Good lord, it seems like this should be the key point of this installment of the quest. The theme of squandering wasn't difficult to understand, but this hegemony had to be carefully thought out. Chen and D didn't dwell on it, but continued to ask, then is there a time limit for this phase of the mission? No. Chen and D slightly raised his eyebrows. Although the system did not limit the time, he could conclude that with 5 billion docoins, it was bound to be squandered as quickly as possible. Then if the current mission ends in failure, will there be a punishment or something like that? This was what he was most concerned about. No, the system was as concise as ever. Hearing its reply, Chen and D let out a long sigh of relief. Surprisingly, there was no punishment. Very nice. With some anticipation, he continued to pursue. Then if it is completed, will there be a reward? Depending on the degree of qualification of the host in completing the task. Chen and D lay on the bed, gazing at what the system said. What he could confirm was that the qualifying degree of the task was definitely related to the time spent and the word given. As for hegemony, what did it mean? After careful consideration, he confirmed that it should be something like domineering and overbearing. The system's meaning should be that with his 5 billion docoins, he must spend it in a domineering and overbearing manner. The evening breeze blew into the house through the rusty iron windows. It was now nearly 3 in the morning, and the temperature had dropped quite a bit, coupled with the fact that today encountered too many things, and labored for a day. Physically and mentally exhausted Chen and thought about it and fell into a dream. The night was silent. The next day, Chen and the first hard to open sleepy eyes, take up the cell phone at the head of the bed to see. Surprisingly, has been more than 8 o'clock. He hadn't gotten up this late in a long time. As a person struggling in the lower middle class of society, He basically woke up at 6 or 7 o'clock to start working for a living. Getting up early and staying up late was already the norm for him. It was probably because he was physically and mentally exhausted yesterday, coupled with sleeping too late, that caused his biological clock to malfunction. Getting up slowly, he then took a shower and washed up, putting on a cool sweatshirt, shorts, revealing his strong and powerful body as well as bronzed skin and long hairy legs. Once the flip-flops were on, no one loved them. Grabbing his keys, cell phone, and other items, he headed out the door. First, he rode his beloved electric bike up to be repaired. After all, it was an old buddy that had been with him for a few years, and he didn't want to throw it away or sell it. In the village, there is a battery car repair. It is very convenient. Chen am the first to negotiate a good price, leaving the battery car to wait for the master to repair on the line. Passing by the roadside stall where he often buys breakfast, Chen Jidi asked for a bowl of bean curd brain, 2 tea eggs, a cage of small dumplings, 2 sticks of donut. Yes, not wrong, is so much. Doing manual labor for a long time, he could not afford not to eat. Over time, he has developed a big stomach. Add 2 spoons of red oil chili pepper to the salty tofu brain, looking at people's appetite, sitting directly on the roadside stall, enjoying breakfast. Burp. It didn't take long to eat all of the breakfast for 2 people into his belly, and he burped contentedly. For him, there was nothing more grounding than having a full stomach. After settling the bill, Chen Jidi headed towards the city center. Slipping through the busy streets, he couldn't help but let out a sigh, suddenly unloading all the burdens on his body. It was a lot easier to relax, but there was a sense of emptiness. This person really meow is a cheap bone. When he was about to go buy a cell phone card, his worn-out cell phone suddenly rang. Taking it out and looking at it, it was a call from the station manager of the Phantom Corps, telling him that his paycheck had been sent to his WeChat and his salary had been paid to his card. He asked him to confirm it, if there are errors and omissions, instantly with the station feedback verification. Just hung up the phone. He received a text message that his salary had arrived, then carefully checked the paycheck. More than $8,000 of wages are no problem. I can't help but smile on my face, not only because of the money, but also part of the reason for the sense of accomplishment, relying on their own sweat, with hardworking hands to earn money, not ashamed, proud, look down at their own dress, and then look at the busy Chuanchi road. Chen and the first shook his head. Although the dress is quite comfortable, but it is really out of place, coupled with the hot weather, he was not willing to sneak around anymore. Originally only wanted to do a cell phone card, but hard in the salesman's flirtation, managed to get an expensive new cell phone. Looking at the latest model of cell phone, his heart is dripping blood. Has never used such a good cell phone. In fact, he is indeed a bit stingy. However, the main thing is that the habits and thinking and values of money that he has developed over a long period of time are very difficult for him to change over. He is not the same as those who get rich overnight, and there is no revenge consumption or other pathological psychology. Chapter 31 The Real Golden Nest. After buying the phone card and cell phone, Chen Jidi went straight back to the rental house in the middle of the city, put the phone card into the new cell phone and turned it on. Needless to say, new and expensive, it was a pleasure to play, fiddled around a bit, and downloaded all the apps that should be downloaded. After registering his WeChat trumpet, he started adding friends, Mooges, Sugar Sugars, Cerebellum Axes, and King of Versailles Rebel Teenagers. Plus is added, but none of them passed. Estimated that they are still sleepy. After all, for their young people, the morning is simply does not exist. There is no morning this concept. Just after adding, the car repair store called, told him the car is fixed, let him go pick up. Ben just need to change the back of the shell. Cost nothing. Chen and thought about it, picked up the bag of documents in the hand and went out again. Riding on the repaired battery car, he could not wait to go to his new home to take a look. The new home is located in the Fairview Hills neighborhood in the education district. Chen and Dee were aware of this neighborhood, and it was barely considered a high-end neighborhood. The neighborhood is directly across from the nationally renowned universities, with the Capital City Film Academy and Magic City Drama Academy, Tianfu Art College. Only the focus of the 3 colleges is different. This is not the point. The point is that the Tianfu Academy of Fine Arts has a lot of beautiful women. Chen and Dee secretly happy inwardly. Other aside, even if every day to see the beauty, feed the eyes, that is also very good. Riding a small battery car to the main gate of the district, Chen and the first did not expect the system actually recorded his face into the access control system. Unexpected, but reasonable. The purchase contract states that there is a parking space purchased at the same time. He will ride the battery car directly into the underground garage, find their own parking space and parked. It was a bit of a stretch to use an expensive parking space for a battery-operated car. The parking space was under the floor where the new home was located. Very convenient. Building 8, Unit 1, 8th floor. Number 1. Taking the elevator directly to the 8th floor. There were only 2 households on the first floor, facing each other directly. Very easy to find. Chen and Di subconsciously looked at 8182. The door of the room was tightly closed. Looking at the equally closed 8181, Chen and Di were instantly confused. How does this open the door? It wasn't an ordinary key lock, nor was it a combination lock. Even if it was, he didn't have a key or a password. Walking to the door, Chen and Di reached out and stroked the door. With just a light touch, he clearly felt the heavy feeling that the door brought. Chen Di frowned. This door is not simple. Looking at the center side, there was a box cover similar to a combination lock. Chen Di gently pushed open the lid. An electronic screen appeared in front of him. Immediately, a mechanical electronic female voice was heard. Please place your palm in the graphic. A palm pattern appeared on the screen. Chen and Di thought about it. It should be male left and female right, right? He extended his left palm and pressed it within the graphic on the screen. Palm pattern verification passed. Please recognize the iris. Chen Jidi slowly lowered his body again and brought his eyes close to the electronic screen. Recognition passed. Immediately afterward, a dull click could be heard, and the door to the room automatically opened. Chen and Di let out a long breath. Good guy, this can be really cumbersome. High-tech it is not just a set of ordinary school district room, as to engage in so rigorous and mysterious, it is like opening a bank vault door. Fancy. When Chen and Di pulled the door in, they also deliberately looked at the door. Visual inspection of the door at least 7 or 8 centimeters thick, and when you push and pull the door, the sense of thickness is even stronger. The material is definitely not ordinary. Chen and Di couldn't help but ask curiously, what material is this door made of? Dragon Power Specialty Alloy. Chen and Di clearly did not understand. Explain. With a series of functions such as anti-arc, anti-drilling, anti-cutting, anti-prying, fire prevention, etc. Simple and straightforward. In layman's terms is the same material as the bank vault door. Nima. Chen and the first instantly confused. Chen and the first is not generally speechless. Can't help but question. As far as? You can go in and see for yourself. Then you will know whether or not it's too much. Chen Jidi smoothly closed the door and walked into the entrance hall. Fixed his eyes on a look. Really shocked him hard. In front of the entrance is generally designed to wine cabinet, wine table and so on. This suite is also designed to shelves. However, it is not a wine rack, but a display rack made of gold nanmu, and the shelf is not placed on the wine, but a piece of porcelain and bronze. Chen and Di did not know if these objects were decorations or what, and they did look rather forced. However, he vaguely felt that it was not as simple as he thought. Pointing at the rows and rows of objects on the exhibition shelves, Chen Jidi's voice was slightly trembling as he asked, "You're not going to tell me that these are all real, right? You go and see for yourself." Chen and Di rolled their eyes without any good humor. What the hell do I know about antiques? If you don't know how to appreciate antiques, you still can't recognize words? Chen and Di carefully approached the exhibition shelf. It turned out that next to each object, there are several pieces of plastic sealed documents. Pick up a look, but it is the collection certificate, as well as identification certificate and other credentials. Looking at the identification certificate written on the Northern Song Dynasty Ru Kiln Green Blaze Sunflower Wash, Chen and again confused, casually take, actually is the Northern Song Dynasty objects. Good guy, gently caress a little, curiously asked, this thing is worth how much money? In 2012, a sunflower wash of the same model was auctioned off, and it was sold for $26.7 million at the time. What? Chen and Di exclaimed out loud in shock, jerking his lightly caressing hand back. Immediately afterward, as if he was afraid of attracting thieves, he hastily covered his mouth. His eyes were wide open and his face was filled with shock. This was so shocked that he couldn't even speak. He was in disbelief. Just this contraption like a plate was worth hundreds of millions of RMB? Froze for a long time, he slowly slowed down the vigor, hard swallowed saliva. Then he picked up the certificate next to the Qing Shenlong Famille Rose Gourd vase. What about this one? And worth? How much is it worth? 2010. Sold at auction for 207 million renminbi. Wang Defa? Just this broken bottle. Over 200 million? Chen and Di shook his head. He didn't understand. Also do not dare to continue to look. Continue to ask. He was afraid that his little heart cannot withstand. The exhibition stand is fixed on the floor, and the antiques above are all fixed on the exhibition stand. Do not have to worry about falling. Even so, Chen and Di were still careful to stay away. There is no way not to be afraid. Which is what vault are. It's clearly 1,000 times more valuable than a vault. This is not a schoolhouse. It's just a golden nest. Although he had already seen the certificate, he still couldn't help but confirm. Are these things compliant and legal? The certificates are complete. compliant and legal. No need to worry. Can I take these and auction them off? Can't. Chapter 32 Moving to a new home and a little chatterbox. CHCH changing. Upon hearing that it could not be auctioned, Chen Jidi instantly felt tasteless. He is neither an antique enthusiast nor an antique collector. These valuable antiques are just a decoration in his eyes. There is no use. Immediately, Chen Jidi surveyed the living room's decorations. A series of wooden furniture, either rosewood or golden nanny. The walls are also hung with ancient paintings. The entire living room is antique in color and aroma, with a strong classical atmosphere coming out. Very much the beauty of Huafoam. Undoubtedly, the value of the wooden carved and skeletonized furniture, as well as the ancient paintings and various decorations, would definitely make Chen Jidi's jaws drop. He also knew that, so he didn't ask at all. He was afraid that after asking, he wouldn't dare to touch again, so it was better to simply pretend not to know. The entire house had nearly 150 or so square feet, 4 rooms and 2 halls, dining room, living room, a master bedroom and 2 bedrooms, a study. The decoration design and layout was very reasonable, except for the ancient living room. The other room facilities are quite modern and technological. It feels like the whole house is a combination of ancient and modern, but does not make people feel incongruous, but rather complement each other, and there is no sense of incompatibility. The use of ancient and modern elements fused extremely clever and reasonable. Chen Jidi truly like, not general like. The house is not only beautifully decorated, but also has a complete set of home appliances and utensils, as well as household items, which are all brand new. Even the kitchen refrigerator was filled with all kinds of fresh ingredients, which made Chen Jidi marveled. At the same time, the system is also greatly appreciated for such a thoughtful and considerate, good guy. Do not need to bring anything, directly empty-handed can move in. Chen Jidi also found the access card, water, electricity and gas card in the living room on the rosewood table, lying on the golden nanny bench, blowing the cool central air conditioning, simply not too cozy, comfortable. This mother asterisk is called life. Chen Jidi slowly stood up, not lingering too much on the temporary comfort. He decided to move in today. With this in mind, he did not delay, and directly went out and rushed back towards the city center village. Surrender the rent. Move. There's not much to pack. Just pack his clothes and take them away. As for the other things, he generously left the next tenant. There was no deposit at all for the dilapidated rental house, so he just handed the key back to the landlord and called it a day. When he dragged his suitcase back to the Fairview Heights neighborhood, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. After a busy morning, he finally got things done. Chen Jidi took out a bottle of chilled happy water from the refrigerator in the dining room and raised his head to pour it in. Hiccups. Freely hiccups. Cannot say sound. Drinking happy water without burping would be meaningless. Holding the cola, he slowly walked towards the balcony. Looking at the blue sky, his thoughts drifted. When he recovered his mind, he obediently lowered his head and looked down. Ooh, the balcony was actually facing the main entrance of Tianfu Art Academy, and the distance is not far. The center is just separated by a road. Chen Jidi could even see the people entering and exiting the school gates. But now is the summer vacation period. Students are on vacation, so it is not lively. Looking at the scattered people entering and exiting the school gate, he thought that they should be the staff members living in the school. It doesn't matter. There are still 10 or so days to go before school starts. Then come back to feed your eyes. He. Chen Jidi were wondering if he had to go buy a telescope. Bah, nasty. Quickly shook his head and shook all the messy and obscene thoughts out of his head. Returning to the living room, before he sat down, a strong sense of hunger came from his abdomen. Directly into the kitchen. Anyway, the ingredients and food and oil and a set of condiments are all there. Do it yourself. If he wasn't busy earning money and didn't have the extra time and energy to cook, Chen Jidi really didn't want to eat takeout. Before the original part-time delivery, he naturally has seen too many worrying inside. All technology and hard work so now since he has the conditions, time and energy, he would rather cook by himself. Since he was a few years old, he had been helping the old dean share the household chores. Cooking was a piece of cake for him. Moreover, after dropping out of school and working to support his family, he had also worked in the back kitchen of a restaurant for a long time. It's not that he's bragging. His level of cooking skills is not worse than the average back kitchen master chef. If not systematically learning to cook is too time-consuming, he might really develop towards the line of chef. Just as he had simmered the rice, his cell phone beeped, drying the water stains on his apron. He pulled out his new cell phone from his pants pocket. It turned out to be the beep of friend verification passing. Moreover, all 4 of his friends had already passed, and he was so busy moving before that he shouldn't have noticed. Rebel teen, sorry uncle, I was eating dinner when you added me. I didn't see it. Chen Jidi just wanted to ask him if he had slept his head off, but suddenly remembered that he was not in the country. The time difference between pretty country and the country was around 13 hours, and he had added his friend at around 9 in the morning, and saw Ning's side would be around 7 or 8 p.m., which was indeed dinner time. Right now, his side should correspond to 11 or 12 o'clock in the evening. So Chen Jidi replied back, "It's fine. You should rest early. Rebellious teenager, OJBK. Tomorrow morning uncle remember to bring me along to play let's combine our swords and fight sound invincibility." Chen Jidi shook his head rather speechlessly. Again he meowed. He is a hot-blooded middle-aged 2-year-old. Moreover, chatting with him felt weird. Chen Jidi gave the mighty tiger of lurking minions a note of cerebellar axe. He didn't leave a message, but just passed the friend verification. "Sugar little sister, uncle. Last night I waited all night for you to add your friend." "Uncle, you got up so early? You're up so early in the morning to add friends? Uncle, what are you doing? Why don't you reply? Have you had lunch? I'm eating instant noodles. Am I annoying you? Am I bothering you?" "I'm sorry, I don't have any friends. I can only chat with uncle." Looking at the dozens of messages that poured out in a row, Chen and the first shook his head again. This little nun is afraid not a chatterbox? From her messages, Chen Jidi could read a few things. First of all, sugar little sister shouldn't really have any friends, otherwise she wouldn't have caught him alone and talked endlessly, not to mention talking to herself. Lastly, sugar little sister definitely didn't know how to cook. She even felt proud of herself for making instant noodles. Sure enough, she was a pampered little princess. Chen Jidi didn't reply to her, but instead tapped on the message sent by Gu. It's not that he's not willing to reply, but he's afraid that once he replies, what if this chatty little auntie is playing with her cell phone, and after seeing it, she looks for him to have an endless chat? Therefore, it was better to read Gu's message first. As a result, when he opened it, Chen Jidi immediately froze. Chapter 33, Fish and Water Charity Foundation. What Gu sent was a picture whose content was unbelievably powerful. Ahem, don't think too much. It's not a cool picture as imagined, but a screenshot of a donation. Donation object is Fish and Water Love Charity Foundation. The donor is not her Gu, but and first, and the donation amount is as high as $8 million. That is, she lived last night all the proceeds, deduct the platform draw and income tax net income. Looking at the screenshot, Chen Jidi, who had been in a daze for a long time, let out a deep breath. He had indeed never expected Gu to donate the entire proceeds. What he didn't expect even more was that it was donated in his name. At this moment, he had a lot of feelings. His senses towards Gu were even more straight up several steps. He slightly gazed and raised his eyebrows, did not rush to reply, but exited WeChat. He opened his cell phone browser and typed in Fish and Water Charity Fund. In order to avoid all sorts of misunderstandings that might follow, he still decided to check it out in person. With a single search, the webpage immediately popped up the official website of the Fish and Water Love Foundation. Clicking into the official website, what appeared on the page was a brief introduction about the Fish Water Love Foundation. The Fish Water Love Charity Foundation was actually a semi-official, semi-private foundation that was not publicly solicited and non-profit in nature. The target of its charitable assistance was also unexpected, and was actually military personnel. Chen Jidi were instantly energized and checked it out carefully. After a detailed understanding, the Fish and Water Charity Foundation's aid object, all for the country dedication of the brave soldiers' families, firefighters, JC, military personnel, and its purpose is, resolutely not let the heroes bleed and shed tears, cannot write too detailed, afraid of being shut down, everyone can understand on the line. Seeing here, Chen the First is already clear about the nature of the Fish and Water Charity Foundation. Have to say, this kind of nature of the charitable foundation, really very good, Chen must praise. However, wanting to start such a charitable foundation, it shouldn't be something that could be done easily, right? So Chen Jidi clicked on the foundation's structure and checked it out. Without looking, he was shocked. He also instantly understood why it was said that the Fish and Water Love Charity Foundation was semi-official and semi-private. The foundation did not have a president, only several honorary presidents. The head of the honorary presidents was the highly respected, numerous honors, retired for many years, the second in command of the J sector, Master Mu. The other honorary presidents were all big names, but they were all in retirement. Chen Jidi even saw Gu's name in the counselor column. He couldn't help but begin to speculate about the relationship between Gu and honorary president, Elder Mu. Of course he wouldn't be naive enough to think it was just a coincidence. Otherwise, how could Gushi be so capable? As for the organization that monitored and supervised the foundation, it was even more surprising to Chen Jidi. In short, the Fish and Water Love Charity Foundation was absolutely open and fair, and would never have any problems, if he hadn't purposely inquired. Chen Jidi really didn't know that there was such a foundation. Not only him, I'm afraid very few people knew about it. right? However, after inquiring, he was considered to have completely put his heart down. Exiting the browser, he tapped on WeChat's chat interface with Gu. After thinking about it, he typed, "Well done. I fully support you. Go for it," which knows that Gu directly returned in seconds. "Thank you, Chen Jidi. No. I didn't expect to be able to do a little bit for the warriors who are carrying the weight for us. I'm honored. However, I hope you do not belong to my name again. After all, it is your donation. Gu, that won't do. Of course what you swiped belongs to your name. What's more, you already know it now, so it's even more your name." I can hear the persistence in her words. Shannon know how to say no matter what is useless, can only helplessly shake his head, but it's okay, it's just a nickname. Gu, what are you busy with? Shannon D, cooking. Gu, yoo-hoo, God Ho will still be cooking? And also cook their own food Ignoring her flirting and poking fun, Gu continued to type, "It's almost 2 o'clock and you're only making lunch? You're lazy." Shannon D, busy moving, delayed the meal. Gu, yo, what a coincidence. I'm also planning to move in the next couple days. Shannon D were slightly stunned. Doesn't she live in 10 Mile Royal Mansion? Where is she moving to? Curious, he asked, "You're also moving?" Gu, yeah. Isn't there still 10 days or so before the university opens? If you live in the dormitory, it's not very convenient to live on air. And if you live at home, it's a bit far away from the school, which is even more inconvenient. That's why I'm planning to move off campus, so it'll be more convenient. Hearing her say this, Shannon D suddenly realized. Without waiting for Shannon D to reply, Gu sent a voice and said, "I have noticed that your IP belongs to the Tianfu. How about it? Oba, want to make a date?" Perhaps realizing that her words were a bit inappropriate, she hastened to add, "Don't think too much I mean about a meal. I'd also like to meet the legendary god of the world. What does he look like? To be honest, I'm quite curious." Shannon D smiled slightly. Meeting with her was impossible. He could only look around. There is nothing to see. In general, a handsome word almost sums up all of me, and also throughout my life. I Nima, stink table face. Gu of course cannot help but despise some. Bah, cannot point billion? Good guy, enough plagiarism Oba, do you have a girlfriend? Her sudden and inexplicable question made Chen and D a little confused, but still truthfully returned, "This world originally did not have a girlfriend. There are more people. I do not have it." Inside the villa of 10 Mile Royal Mansion, lying on the sofa, Gu held her cell phone and couldn't help but snort out a laugh when she saw the new message. "Ha ha, Oba, your whole thing is quite humorous After thinking about it, he must send a voice. "Oba, do you need me to introduce you to your girlfriend I'll tell you, my female classmates can be very pretty." Chan and D, who was choosing vegetables, didn't even think about it, and casually and perfunctorily replied, "Good although he is in a perfunctory, but Gu took it seriously quite enthusiastically and positively said, "Then Oba, what type do you like? The first thing you need to do is to get the right type of person. Is it a sensible and elegant type of imperial sister? The young woman who is mature and dignified? Or is it a mature woman who still has a lot of charm? Or is it the undead?" Chen and D were just about to reply, but they suddenly realized that something was messing with them. The undead? As expected of you Gu once you catch the opportunity, the little yellow car than anyone else to drive slippery. This guy, looks quite elegant when how is it a complete female hooligan? Sure enough, the appearance of women are very confusing. Do not trust Chapter 34 Primary school bully has some little capriciousness. Facing such a swarthy female hooligan, Shannon D reached out and held his forehead. Unwilling to show weakness, he returned the favor. "Only children make choices. I want them all." Roll, have you never heard of the story of the pestle grinding into a needle? Tainted. Shannon D really do not dare to continue chatting with the reincarnation of the tainted demon king, for fear that she will pollute her pure self, randomly finding an excuse to end this ridiculous and unbearable chat. "I'm going to start stir-frying," he said, not waiting for her reply. Directly lock the screen, put the phone back into the pants pocket, start frying. A person, simple as super rice pepper fried meat, and then a common tomato omelette soup. Finished, bring the meal to the table, and then take out a can of cold snowflake beer from the refrigerator, which is so cool that the heart flies. Eat a bite of hot chili fried pork, and then pour a mouthful of cold beer. Oh, this taste, ice and fire double heaven simply domineering miserable. Just before he ate 2 bites, his cell phone beeped again. "Sugar little sister, uncle, what are you doing I'm so bored Chan and D instantly had a headache. You say back to her, according to her current level of boredom, as well as her chatterbox attribute, 9 times out of 10 will chatter endlessly, but if you don't reply, it's not too friendly. After all, she has sent dozens of messages. Moreover, since she treated herself as a friend, then she also had the obligation to help her kill her boredom. There was nothing to do, so let's chat with her while eating. Chen Jidi, I've been busy moving, so I only have time to eat now. This sentence also simultaneously explained the reason why he didn't reply to the message. Sugar little sister, yeah, a Jussie is only eating now? What did you eat? Too lazy to type a reply, he directly took a picture and sent it over. Sugar, wow, it looks so appetizing. Drooling JPG, a Jussie, did you make this yourself? Chen Jidi plowed the rice with one hand and snapped the word with one hand. Sugar, wow, you can cook? I'm so tired of it. I only know how to make noodles. Who? Chen Jidi took a deep breath. He really can't stand the chatting style of these little girls nowadays. Sugar little sister, by the way uncle, I see that your IP belongs to the heavenly province, right? HM? Chen Jidi instantly raised his guard. He had also noticed that last night, Sugar-chan's IP address was the capital A. Why did she suddenly ask this question for no reason? Damn it, she's not trying to find herself, is she? If so, should he receive her or reject her? If he refused, what reason should he find? In an instant, countless twists and turns and thoughts flashed through his mind. He replied while thinking of a countermeasure. Yeah, I'm originally from Tianfu and I live in Tianfu as well. Sugar little sister. Ha, that's really great. When he saw this message, he thumped in his heart and screamed that it was not good. He didn't want to expose himself now. He hurriedly asked, what do you mean? Sugar little sister, I'm applying to the university in Tianfu. In a few days I'm going to report to Tianfu. At that time, uncle, you, me, and ninth sister, let's get together. Wang Defa? What a coincidence. What an ape. There are so many good universities in the capital. Why do you have to travel so far to come to Tianfu to go to school? Sugar little sister, hey, I just intentionally want to stay away from mom and dad. They always control me very tightly. Chen and the first slightly nodded. Youthful rebellious period of young boys and girls have this kind of idea is simply normal. As soon as there is a chance, they want to get away from their parents. Want space, want freedom, want independence. Chen and the first curious asked a sentence. Sugar little sister, how many points you high school 712 points. He, uncle, am I not mean? Oh, this was indeed something Chen Jidi did not expect. I feel like she's dumb and silly, but she's still an elementary school bully. She's almost caught up with me. This word Chen Jidi really did not blow awesome. His total score of the college entrance examination that year was more than 720. Proper college bully Eat, uncle you can really watch face. This should be the second person to say this to him today, right? But what he said is also all the truth How to be shameless. You're such a good score. Do not stay in the capital on those two famous schools. Can be a real pity. You test is the Tianfu which college Tianfu University? Chen and the first thing that came to mind was naturally Tianfu University. Because Tianfu University has a few majors, also is particularly powerful existence, but also will not bury her so high college entrance examination score. But whoever thought? Sugar little sister's reply, as if countless slaps, ruthlessly smacked in his old face. It's not it's Tianfu Art Academy. Wang Defa? Chen and Di were instantly confused. He realized that he could not keep up with the thinking of young people nowadays. You say you are a high IQ schoolmaster, a future pillar of talent. What the hell is taking an art college? Isn't this pure nonsense? When he dropped out of school that was no way, had no choice. But hey, nowadays young people are so capricious? Pure waste of talent sin. However, when I think of her family's favorable conditions, Chen and the first also relieved. What is the purpose of studying at a good university? Must not escape the word fame and fortune. But obviously, Sugar little sister's family does not lack, so why not choose their own favorite? After all, people are not the same. Maybe you spend your life pursuing things other people are born with, and the road you want to take, not necessarily suitable for others, or not others want to go. Why did you have to go to the Academy of Arts in heaven? Sugar, my dream since I was a child was to be a singer, so I came here to follow my dream. As expected, this is what she likes, what she pursues. Chen and Di do not comment on her choices and pursuits, and she also had the conditions to pursue what she liked. Ooh, so you should be pretty good at singing yo? Sugar little sister, must be well, although with 9 sisters still a little bit of the gap, but in fact the difference does not seem to be too obvious. I'll sing you a couple of lines. Uncle, the river flows eastward, the stars in the sky participate in the Big Dipper. Yo participate in the Big Dipper hey hey. Chen and Di put down the dishes, picked up the cell phone on the table, clicked on the voice, put it in his ear and listened intently. I rely on, was really shocked. Chen and the first, could not help but blurt out. The cell phone was scared out of hand. Good thing he moved fast enough. Or just bought a new phone, is afraid to suffer. He took several deep breaths before stabilizing himself. Good guy. Her singing voice and good can no longer be said to be completely unrelated, but no match. Okay? Where is singing? It was clearly a ghost shouting. A purely incomplete voice plus a broken gong voice. Other people sing for money. She sings for fear that it really has to be life. Chapter 35, The God of Luxury customized exclusive gifts. Chen and Dee were never expecting that sugar little sister would do more than just backstab him. She even smeared poison on her concealed weapon. Listened to her usual voice. Also quite good. How to sing so unforgiving. Sugar little sister, how about uncle? This song I learned for several days. Good. Who? Chen and Dee don't know where she got the confidence that made her ask this. Also don't know where she got the courage to say that the gap with Mujogo is not too obvious. Could it be that she belongs to is completely immersed in her own music world and can't help herself? Chen and Dee secretly sighed. And in their hearts, they silently prayed for the tutors of the Tianfu Academy of Arts. Perhaps right now, the Tianfu Arts Academy was still discussing how to ceremoniously welcome this superb student. Perhaps right now, they were still proud of sugar little sister for enrolling in their own academy. One also wondered what kind of mood they would be in when they heard sugar little sister's hissing cries from hell. It could be predicted that their expressions were bound to be wonderful. Chen and Dee didn't know what to say either, and really couldn't bear to shout her out of her own world. After thinking for a long time, he politely expressed, "Little sister, it's good to have confidence in yourself, but seeing yourself clearly is the most important thing. And there are some things that can't be done just by thinking about them, and talent is sometimes especially important. People, sometimes it's not good to be too obsessive and pushy. Can you understand what I'm saying?" Sugar little sister answered very cleanly. "Do not understand also. Come on. This day is designated to chat no more." At this exact moment, Chen and Dee's old cell phone happened to ring with an incoming call. Hurriedly typed, "First do not chat. I have a phone call in." With that, he hurriedly quit WeChat, locked the screen, and threw it aside, and then picked up the old cell phone. It was an unfamiliar call, but Chen and Dee still slid the answer button. Hello, who is it?" A pleasant female voice came from the opposite side. "Hello, is this Chen and Dee?" "Mr. Chen." Upon hearing this, Chen and Dee hurriedly said, "I don't do insurance, credit cards, or loans, thank you." After saying that, he was ready to hang up the phone. The woman on the other side obviously panicked, and busily explained, "Mr. Chen, you've misunderstood. I'm not in the business of sales and loans." Chen and Dee picked up the phone again. Not then you? "Hello Mr. Chen. I'm the senior private consultant of the Douyin platform, Li Mang." Chen and Dee frowned and muttered softly, "Private consultant?" "Yes, because Mr. Chen is a valued user of our platform. The company has specially assigned the services of a senior private consultant for Mr. Chen, which is me. Of course, if Mr. Chen is not satisfied with my service, the company will reassign a private consultant for you." Yo, playing it quite foreign. What's senior private consultant? To put it bluntly, it was a one-on-one dedicated customer service. Chen and Dee of course understood why Douyin would provide him with such a service. Consumption tycoon of course can enjoy. "Oh, hello, Counselor Li. I don't know what you're calling about." He didn't ask why the other party would have his information and other idiotic questions. It was all authenticated with real names. It would be strange not to know. "It's like this. At around 3 o'clock in the morning today, Mr. Chen, you recharged 5 billion Do coins on our platform, right?" Chen, and the first time he heard it, he immediately frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Why? Is there a problem?" Li Meng also heard that he might have misunderstood and quickly explained, "No problem. Of course there's no problem. After our verification, your fund recharge channel is compliant and legal. Don't misunderstand. What I mean is that you, Mr. Chen, are currently the most honored user of our platform. In order to reflect the importance that our company attaches to Mr. Chen, our company has unanimously decided to customize a unique special effects gift for you, Mr. Chen. Therefore, a special call was made to you to ask if you have any comments or suggestions." "I see." Chen and Dee suddenly came to a realization. When he used to watch Douyin's live broadcasts, he had also seen unique customized gifts from godly heroes. For example, Brother Dashing's Heavenly Flying Immortal, Old Man Time's Shuttle Time and Space, Tiger King's Fierce Tiger Out of the Mountain, and Sister Ching's Imperial Sword Female Valkyrie. Without exception, all of these god of luxury in the Douyin consumption of more than 100 million. Moreover, all of them have customized special effects gifts, which are equivalent to the official certification of Douyin. It's definitely not a return account, a guild account, an e-commerce account, or any other nonsense. Rather, it is the actual real God Ho, the real Big Brother. So, there are a lot of level 60 Big Brothers. but there are really not many that have customized exclusive gifts. Chen Jidi also understood why Advisorly would first ask him about recharging 5 billion do coins. If you don't reach a certain level of consumption, you don't deserve to have an exclusive gift. Chen Jidi really didn't have any ideas, and faintly replied, "You guys just watch the design. I only have one request." Li Meng said sincerely, "Mr. Chen, you have what requirements but say no harm. Can meet, our company must meet. Cannot meet, our company try to find ways to try to meet. Should say no. This attitude is still worthy of affirmation. My request is that the price must be expensive. The more expensive the better, and if it's a whole number." This wasn't even a problem for Douyin, okay? Anyway, the customized exclusive gift could only be swiped by him alone, and it wouldn't even appear in anyone else's gift bar. However, it was also absolutely impossible to set the price too outrageously, otherwise it would affect the PK experience. It could be set higher, but not too outrageous. As for Chen Jidi's request for a whole number, there was no particular reason, just a slight compulsion. Currently, the most expensive gift exclusive to Douyin's God Heroes should be Brother Xiaoxia's Heavenly Flying Fairy, which is worth 18,888 Dudon monthly per share, that is, 18,888 RMB. Hearing his request, Li Meng agreed without any hesitation. "Okay, Mr. Chen, no problem. I wonder if Mr. Chen can take a picture of your autograph and send it to me? It will be used when designing an exclusive customized gift. Of course, not your own real name, just the screen name nickname. By the way, another note for you, Mr. Chen. Your current screen name nickname has been certified by our company, and no other users are allowed to use it." Chen Jidi nodded with satisfaction. "Alright, I'll send it to you later. This is your own cell phone number, right?" Li Meng naturally understood what he meant. "Yes, Mr. Chen. This is my personal cell phone number, which is also a micro signal. You can contact me if you have any questions. I am online 24 hours a day to serve you." Chen Jidi nodded again. "I'll add you to WeChat later, and directly send you the autograph on WeChat." Chapter 36 The Mysterious Single Female Neighbor. After hanging up the phone, Chen Jidi used a small number to add Li Meng's WeChat, then got up and walked into the study. The study's decoration is also antique, while the decoration is mostly based on calligraphy and painting. As for the paintings and calligraphy, there is no doubt that they are all antiques from the hands of famous artists. Ink, paper, brush, all in one go. Chen Jidi were still quite confident in his calligraphy, and his confidence came from the old dean's teaching and supervision. "Take a picture and send it to Counselor Li." Only then did Chen Jidi have time to clean up the dining table. After brushing the dishes, Chen Jidi sat on the bench and leisurely sipped his tea. He didn't know anything about tea, nor did he know what kind of tea the system had placed in the house, but he felt that it tasted very good. Fresh aroma, light bitterness but not astringent, sweet aftertaste, refreshing the mind and lips. Come to think of it, this tea should not be cheap. With nothing to do, he stood up and walked towards the exhibition shelf. Anyway, it is also boring. Then simply study and appreciate the antiques. Cultivate the sentiment and sublimate the temperament. Perhaps this was also the system's intention of getting a bunch of antiques and placing them in the house. After all, to build him into a godly man, not a thug. Tastefully appreciating it, it was indeed exquisite enough, but he still couldn't figure out why the value was so high. He carefully pondered for a while, and then put the appraisal certificate and collection certificate placed next to each antique, and collect them all into the study and hide them. If someone in the family later guesses, they can also be fooled to say that it is a fake imitation. After all, really understand antiques, really not many people. The more you appreciate, Chen, and the more bored you feel. It just so happens that there are no more cigarettes in his pocket. He grabbed his cell phone and was ready to go out. As soon as he opened the alloy door, he saw a few people were moving all kinds of packed cartons and luggage to the opposite house. Upon closer inspection, the words "ant moving" and the logo were printed on the overalls of several people. Chen, and the first eyebrow raised. Coincidental enough, did not expect the other door is also moved in today. However, he didn't care. After all, the opening of the art college is just around the corner. There are a lot of students and families whose conditions allow them to come over in advance to rent a room outside the school. For them, if they cannot live in school, they must not live in school. It is normal for young people to aspire to unrestrained freedom. Chen Jidi did understand. Who hadn't been young before? As soon as you get out of the elevator, the stifling airwaves come crashing down on your face. Even the wind seems to be thick and hot soup. Such a hot day. Chen Jidi do not know before the outdoor work how he insisted on down. Perhaps it was all based on a certain sense of responsibility, faith in support. Secretly sighed, to his own suddenly born thoughts some annoyed. More than 20 years of hard work and trials were able to persevere, and now just one day of good life. Why is it pretentious up? As expected, It was easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. In less than a day's time, his mindset has actually begun to change. Transformation is a good thing, but cannot forget the original. Cannot forget the original heart, is not it? Otherwise, the system will only create an unself-conscious, arrogant and superior thug. The facilities near the neighborhood are very complete and convenient. Subway stations, hospitals, shopping malls, etc. Everything, and the distance is not far. So this area, or quite prosperous. There is a 24-hour convenience store right in front of the neighborhood. Chen and the first walked into the convenience store, said to the middle-aged boss, "Boss, give me a packet of red." Subconsciously, he wanted to blurt it out, but today he was ready to be extravagant. So he hurriedly changed his words and said, "Get me a pack of huazi. Coarse branch, medium branch or fine branch? Soft or hard?" "Hard, coarse branched." The boss took out a pack of Chinese from under the counter and handed it to him. 45. Chen Jidi scanned the code to pay, and while walking out, he unwrapped the package and pulled out one to light it up. Just after taking a drag, he frowned straight away. Want to throw away, but some can't let go. After all, more than $2 it. Do not look down on $2. If you buy $2 of salt, you can snore you to death. Standing outside the convenience store, slowly smoke cigarettes, he walked in again. Upon seeing him walk in, the middle-aged boss was a bit surprised. Out loud, he asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem with the cigarettes?" "Impossible, I definitely don't sell fake cigarettes here." Obviously, he had misunderstood. Chen Jidi smiled and explained, "No, there's no problem with the cigarettes. It's just that I'm not used to smoking them. Boss, please bring me another Red River that costs $5 per unit." When the boss heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that this guy was deliberately coming to pick a fight. Fear is not afraid. It's always too much trouble and bad influence. Only to see him take out the Red River from his own pocket, dispersing one to Chen Jidi, kindly smiled and said, "Older brother also like to smoke this? Well, strong, smooth, and the aftertaste has a silk sweetness. Mainly, the price is cheap." The last 4 words were said by the 2 men in unison. The 2 big old men looked at each other and smiled. Only both saw the helplessness and compromise of life in the other's smile. On the way home, Chen Jidi looked at huazi in his left hand, and then at Red River in his right hand. One was a packet, while the other was a whole bar. While the prices were comparable, shaking his head with a bitter smile, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. It's really a mountain pig that can't eat fine rice bran, but he is not concerned about the price, but really not used to smoking. For old smokers, smoking used to a certain type of cigarettes, and then smoke the other. Coughing, slurring throat. When Chen Jidi exited the elevator, he saw that the people from the moving company across the street were still busy. With nothing to do, he stood in front of his house and looked for a while, but did not see the owner of the house. Even the employees of the moving company misunderstood. The leader was busy coming over to spread cigarettes for him. "Older brother, is it possible that the commotion of us moving things has disturbed you? I'm sorry, I told them all to move a bit more gently." Chen Jidi laughed, and quickly said, It's fine. The soundproofing effect of my house is very good. It has no effect at all. I just have nothing to do. I'm just looking around." "Older brother, you are busy with your own business. Don't worry about me." The leading moving master also smiled naively, and then turned around and prepared to busy himself. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped and turned to look at Chen Jidi. Smiling, he asked, "Older brother, you're single, right?" Chen Jidi were greatly curious. "Older brother, where do you see that?" Teacher master pointed to the cigarette in his hand. "Can you be allowed to let yourself go like this if you're married and have a partner?" Chen and the first stunned. "It seems like it's really the same thing." "I'll tell you, old brother. You have to grasp the opportunity. You moved across the door. This is a single pretty little beauty. Near the water tower first. You kid has a great chance. After saying that, he smiled and went to work. Single beautiful neighbor? The whole thing was quite mysterious. Chen Jidi didn't look at it anymore and turned around to return to the house. Chapter 37. The word margin is unspeakably wonderful. Chen Jidi originally just wanted to take a nap, but who knew that by the time he woke up, it was already past 1800 hours. With the air conditioner blowing, the quality of sleep is really good. It's not like in a rented house, where you have to wait until you're too drowsy to sleep. Moreover, it was not uncommon to wake up in the middle of the night because of the heat. When you wake up, your body is sticky and sweaty. This year's summer, Chen in the first day of the night is not a comfortable sleep. Get up with cool water to wash his face. Into the kitchen he began to cook. Cooking, he was thinking, tomorrow is not to continue to deliver? The days when he doesn't work, it's too hard to pass the time. After much deliberation, he decided that he'd better carry on with the delivery work to the end. But no need to work as hard as before. just as a tool to pass the time. It didn't take long for the 2 dishes in one soup to be ready. Spicy, tender and smooth boiled pork slices, as well as spicy and tender chicken with saliva, and a corn rib soup. The portions of both dishes were large. A large pot of boiled pork slices, and a whole chicken made of spit chicken. Tonight he was going to simply celebrate the housewarming. Even though there was only one person, life had to be ceremonial. Just after serving the meal on the table, the crisp and pleasant doorbell suddenly rang. Chen Jidi frowned slightly, wondering in his heart who would come to ring his own doorbell. Doubtful as he was, his movement to open the door was not slow. "Who is it?" he casually shouted as he opened the door. But he had completely forgotten that the soundproofing of the house was not normally good. When he opened the door and saw the visitor, he instantly froze in place. The person who came froze in surprise when he saw him who opened the door. "It's you!" The two stared straight at each other and exclaimed in unison. Mujiogu also never expected that it would be him who opened the door. "You? How?" Mujiogu understood what he meant and said with a smile. "I just moved in today. Here, living right across from you. Good guy." The original one who moved in is her. The word fate is really wonderful. Earlier when chatting with her on WeChat, I heard her say that she was preparing to move, and I didn't expect the speed to be so fast, and also coincidentally moved to the opposite door. Oh, suddenly realized Chen, and the first nodded repeatedly. Good coincidence. Yes, really quite a coincidence. Mujiogu mischievously blinked her big eyes, matching his awkward conversation. The slightly awkward conversation made the atmosphere more and more awkward. Chen and Dee scratched their heads, smiled sardonically, and asked, this is something? Looking at his naive and dull appearance, unable to even speak properly, Mujiogu couldn't help but feel a little like laughing. Instead of answering him, he smiled generously and asked, "Why, don't you invite me in to have a seat? Oh, please come in, slightly stunned. Then after reacting, he hastily moved aside and invited her into the house. Once inside, Mujiogu looked around. Wow. She couldn't help but let out a surprised voice when she saw the rows and rows of antique objects on the display shelves. Slowly walking towards the display racks, she got close enough to carefully admire them. Chen and Dee's heart immediately thumped. Mujiogu curiously asked, are these things real or fake? Of course it's fake. I bought it just to look good. It's not worth anything. Chen and Dee returned without hesitation. If it's real, do I still need to go on a takeout run? Lay flat directly. Oh, Mujiogu nodded. He was about to leave the exhibition stand when he suddenly saw a piece of blue and white porcelain. When she looked closer, her mouth couldn't help but mutter meaningfully, "It's so beautiful. It's like it's real." After saying this, she couldn't help but reach out and touch it. Chen and Dee hurriedly changed the subject and asked, "Right, what would you like to drink?" Sure enough, Mujiogu's attention was immediately detached from the display. Returning, she said, "No thanks, I'm not thirsty." Chen and Dee knew what she was wary of and just smiled faintly, and didn't try to persuade her further. After surveying the entire living room, Mujiogu nodded and said, "Your decoration can be ancient colors, low-key luxury with connotation." Obviously, she also saw something famous. Chen and Dee said unhurriedly, "Why, are all left behind by the old generation? I'm just purely dipping into the light of the old generation." Mujiogu just smiled faintly and didn't say anything more. She suddenly sniffled and subconsciously blurted out, "What flavor? It smells so good." Chan and the first stunned. Good guy afraid not belong to dog? Before even waiting for him to speak, Mujiogu sniffed the scent in the air and took a step towards the dining room. When she saw the meal on the table, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. After a busy afternoon, at this point, she had long been famished. Chen and Dee accurately captured her movements of swallowing and licking her lips and asked with a smile, "Have you eaten yet? Do you want to eat something together?" "Okay," Mujiogu answered without hesitation. Perhaps even she herself felt that it might be too unreserved, and hastily withdrew her voice back again. Slightly embarrassed, she rephrased, Good. After saying this, her pretty face couldn't help but turn a little red and hot. Chen and Dee also wanted to laugh, obviously wanting to eat it, but on her lips, she had to pretend to be reserved. Come on, when you pretend to be reserved, can you take your eyes off the dish? Moreover, said that the heart of prevention cannot be without? Why can't you take your eyes off the food? Why? Neighborly, what's so bad about it? It's just in time. I also happen to be doing a bit too much, so you're just helping out, okay? Mujiogu twisted and turned, revealing a difficult look. Reluctantly, she said, "Since it's like this, then I'll consider it a favor." Finished also did not forget to add another sentence. "Not what I want to eat." Oh, well, the last sentence is really a bit redundant. The little kind, also quite arrogant it. Chen and Dee gave a subtle smile and said, "Wait, I'll go get you some dishes." However, When he came out of the kitchen with the chopsticks, Mujioga had already sat on the table and ate with his chopsticks. It wasn't much, although they were set in his place, they were unused and clean. Mujiogu also caught a glimpse of him frozen in place with his bowls and chopsticks, and an awkward but not impolite smile appeared on his face. After swallowing the food in her mouth, her eyes dripped and seemed to think of a good idea to distract and ease the embarrassment. Oh yeah, this is for you. Only to see her pick up a box of gifts from a side chair and hand it to him. Only then did Chen Jidi remember that when she entered the room, she seemed to be carrying a box in her hand. What does it mean? Chen Jidi asked, both puzzled and curious. As a neighbor, how can you have the good sense to visit the house for the first time with empty hands? So, you originally came to say hello to the neighbors and get acquainted, right? Mujioga nodded and shook her head again. Looking at Chen Jidi, he was a bit confused. What do you mean by nodding and shaking your head? Chapter 38 Uncle, you're superb. Mujioga picked up a piece of sliced meat and put it in her mouth, chewing and swallowing slowly before saying without a hitch, not really. Coming to look to say hello and recognize a face is one thing, and secondly, I want to talk to my neighbors about the situation, because I'm the anchor, and the live broadcast time is at night. Although the house here is soundproof very well, and it's also done to strengthen the soundproofing, but it's inevitable that I'll make some noise. I promise to try to move as quietly as possible, but in case I still accidentally disturb you, please bear with me. When the time comes, you remind me and I'll pay special attention. Chen Jidi nodded slightly, instantly understanding. She was afraid that the neighbors would complain or make noise, and had come to communicate in advance first. That's fine. The soundproofing of my house is professionally multiprocessed. Don't worry, it won't affect me. This wasn't a deliberate word of relief for her to say, but what the system told him. What you should consider is your upstairs and downstairs. Hearing him say this, Mujioga took a long breath. Smiling, she returned, I've already inquired clearly. Upstairs and downstairs are not inhabited. The owner's family is out of the country and has no intention of renting out the house. That's good. Chen Jidi also sat down and politely asked, the food may be a bit spicy. Can you get used to it? If you can't eat spicy food, I'll remake 2 more dishes for you. Well, Mujioga shook her head repeatedly while nibbling on the chicken. Only after swallowing the food in her mouth did she open her mouth and say, can eat spicy? Must be able to eat spicy. Spicy girl without spicy. Chen Jidi grinned and even nodded slightly in satisfaction. No, not right. Why the grin and the satisfied nod? Her dietary tastes matched and fit well with her own. What was there to be happy and satisfied about? The infinitely increasing favorability towards Mujioga made him a bit rambunctious now. Yummy. Fried chicken is delicious. Uncle, I didn't see that you still have such good cooking skills. It's awesome. Although slightly mischievous, he didn't mince his words of praise at all. But what the hell is an uncle? Chen Jidi did look a little vicisified, a mark left by life on his face, the already martial and handsome face, because of these traces of vicissitudes, instead added a touch of mature and deep temperament, quite manly. One look gave people a feeling that there was a story. Mujioga is also sure that there is an element of exaggeration. After all, it is not yet to rise to the level of uncle. Chen and the first is not with her. Call well, code name only. Clip up a piece of chicken thigh meat into her bowl, said with a smile, delicious on eat more? Our neighbors, do not be polite. Even he himself didn't realize how gentle his smile was. Mujioga wasn't polite now. Her chopsticks and mouth didn't stop. Chen Jidi's dishes were indeed a bit spicy, and although Mujioga enjoyed the flavor and feeling, she couldn't control her normal physiological reaction. She couldn't help but hiss, but the more numb and spicy, the more she ate. She couldn't stop. Listening to her hissing sound, Chen Jidi got up and went to the refrigerator. Taking out a can of ice-cold cola, he carefully opened it before handing it to her. Nah, drink some soda. Thanks. Mujioga took the cola and tilted her head back to pour it. Looking at her exposed white and delicate neck, Chen Jidi were slightly lost in thought. After returning to his senses, he hurriedly shifted his gaze away, not daring to look again. Mujioga chanted freely, indescribably cozy, without caring about the image of the direct use of the hand to wipe clean the cola that overflowed the corners of the mouth. Comfortably sighed, cool. Immediately sensing Chen Jidi's strange gaze, she smiled sardonically at Chen Jidi and hurriedly buried her head to continue building. This meal, Chen Jidi's meal, greatly lost its standard, and the main force was surprisingly the delicate and elegant-looking Mujioga, who could at best only be considered a playing aid. Mujioga leaned on the chair, rubbed her stomach with both hands, and said with a satisfied face, I'm stuffed. It's been a long time since I've eaten a meal made at home. It's so fragrant and delicious. After saying that, she also revealed an expression that she hadn't finished yet. Hearing her words, Chen and Dee were a bit puzzled, but they didn't ask much. Opening the gift box she brought, it was a box of colorful macaroon snacks. Would you like some more dessert after dinner? Mujiogo looked at the macarons with a look of struggle and hesitation. However, she still gritted her teeth and shook her head, refusing. No, can't eat anymore. Chen and Di somewhat wanted to laugh, so it was still a complete foodie. Then you go sit in the living room and rest for a while. I'll clean up the dishes first. Mujiogo nodded and walked towards the living room with her round belly. Seeing her appearance, it was estimated that she was indeed propped up on food. Chen and Di thought for a moment, picked up a teacup and brewed a cup of jasmine black tea. Putting it on the coffee table in front of her, he said, drink some jasmine black tea. It's good for the stomach. Mujiogo gave him a grateful look. Thank you. In her heart, a trace of goodwill was born towards Chen and Di for such a careful and considerate action. At the same time, she also secretly blamed herself for being a guest in someone else's home for the first time. How could she accidentally eat too much? This is also too embarrassing, right? Thinking about it, she covered her face with both hands, feeling too humiliated. This approach is a bit of self-deception. Chen and Di in the kitchen brushing the dishes of course did not know her little girl behavior at this moment. When he came out of the kitchen, Mujiogu also stood up, ready to say goodbye. Uncle, thank you for your hospitality. I have to go back and prepare for the live broadcast. It's only a little after 7 now. She starts broadcasting at 9 o'clock. What the hell is the point of preparing so early? Of course Chen and Di wouldn't poke at her, but smiled and nodded. Sent her to the door, was about to close the door. Mujiogu suddenly said, Uncle, your craftsmanship is superb. The cooking is especially delicious. Give you credit. Chen and Di politely said, thank you. If you like it, you can come over anytime. Hearing his words, Mujiogu's large Kazran eyes instantly lit up. Okay then uncle. Anyone could hear that it was a polite remark, but Mujiogu took it seriously. Fearing that he would back out, he hurriedly scurried into his own home, and then closed the door with a bang. I had a fog chin and also feel that he seems to say something wrong. Back to the living room, lit a cigarette, leisurely smoke up. A whole day has not logged on Douyin. I do not know after last night's big battle. Now Douyin have not appeared what wind direction. With this in mind, Chen and Di also picked up his cell phone and clicked on Douyin. The message is full of all kinds of messy private messages. There are countless attention to his tips, private messages and so on. He did not even bother to look at. Then look at his homepage. Ooh, good guy. Fans directly rose to more than 10,000. Is this the charm of the God's hero Big Brother? Chapter 39, Never Try to Make Me Surrender. What's going on little yo-yo? You've got over 2,000 people in your live room, and you're bringing $200 out to play PK? It's been 5 minutes. Can your blood bar move a little? Was it welded with a soldering iron or anesthetized? Squatting on the ground and unable to speak, little yo-yo could only let the opposite male anchor mercilessly taunt him. I say little yo-yo with this condition, what PK are you playing with me? Isn't it pulling down my GDP? Honestly little yo-yo, are you a woman or not? According to reason, you are not ugly. Why is there no guardian brother in the live broadcast? Look at the other female anchors. Which live room does not have a big brother guardian? How in the world did you get on? Originally thought that the bottom of the male anchor is already difficult enough. I did not expect that you are even worse than all of us? TSK. Forget it, live broadcasting probably doesn't suit you. Hurry up and go find a factory to play screws. I've already performed a 6-minute monologue. Why don't you stand up and say something? Good guy. The opposite male anchor's words were also dense enough, crackling with dislike, and every sentence went straight to the heart. Egu I go. Thank my little Marquis for sending the carnival. Big Brother is awesome. Big Brother is not so much. The opposite side of the 2,000 votes only, which need your hand No, Big Brother your carnival out. Directly lock throat. Victory or defeat completely no suspense well. Opposite the male anchor said while picking up a magnifying glass, pretending to pound on the screen. Hey, where is the bloodstain? The blood strip disappeared? Still have to be my little Marquis once come as a move blood strip disappeared art. How about this? Small yo-yo you simply surrender. Surrender lose half. Okay? Although little yo-yo couldn't speak, he rolled his eyes fiercely, eyes staring straight at the countdown. As soon as it reached 3 minutes, she hastily stood up and closed the other party's mic. This guy's mouth, also too able to damage people. Little yo-yo looked at the difference in blood bars, and a helpless bitter smile appeared on her face. Instead of canvassing, she said, forget it, big brothers don't upvote it. There is a big brother on the opposite side, so let's not waste the votes. Obviously, she had already admitted defeat. Do not say that the opposite big brother is still there, is now the number of bloodstained votes that already existed. Cannot beat the past. Her fans were still selling their votes for her on the public screen. Is there any big brother or big sister to help give a hand? Big brothers and big sisters who want to pay attention to the little lore to be even, please lean towards the top of the list. However, her blood bar remained motionless. Little Yo-Yo conceded defeat, but it was absolutely impossible to surrender, and it was necessary to bring out the momentum. Come on, family members, although we can't win the fight, but the addition must pass. One person, a careful heart, helped to pass the addition. The fans in the live broadcast room who had long been holding their breath, a brain dumped a small heart in their hands. More than 300 booster editions, instantly unlocked in seconds. The 5 times of the booster edition was unlocked, but there were no big tickets, basically crowdfunded loose tickets. The biggest gift is just 99 doobie sunglasses. The opposite anchor was also past the add-on and had hit another carnival with the 5x add-on. Together with the previous votes, he now had a blood bar of over 100,000, and the additive was still going on. If there were no accidents, this game of PK was basically a win. No, it couldn't even be said that it was an accident. Rather, it should be said that it was a miracle. Unless there was a miracle of God's mansion from the sky, it was impossible to lose. At this time, Chen Jidi clicked on the follow list and found that Little Yo-Yo and Iron Mouthly were both live streaming. He casually clicked on Little Yo-Yo's live room. Little Yo-Yo, who had already given up, was singing to his fans when he suddenly saw a system prompt floating above the public screen, and the first joined the live broadcast room. She was first stunned. Then she jumped up from the swivel chair with a prancing motion and picked up a prop on the side, the salute gun barrel. With a twist, there was a bang, and colorful stripes of sequins suddenly rushed into the air. Little Yo-Yo made the loudest voice, excitedly shouting, "Welcome me in Brother D." Although the male anchor on the opposite side closed her mic and couldn't hear her voice, he was instantly puzzled when he saw her series of excited and enthusiastic maneuvers. In case of a change of heart, he hurriedly opened Xiao Yu's mic and eavesdropped. As soon as he opened the mic, he heard Xiao Yu excitedly shouting, "Full screen, help me to deduct a wave. Welcome and the first brother." And the moment after hearing it, the male anchor's public screen exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. And Brother D is here. Lose lose lose. Zhang San, surrender. Brother He D has gone to the opposite side. What's the point of playing? Forget it, Zhang San, you'd better start doing punishments. Save time. Seeing the rhythm on the public screen, Zhang San became even more confused, puzzled and curious. He asked, "Who is Brother He D? So bullish? Level 60 godly brother. Do you think it's bullish?" Zhang San was stunned. Level 60 big brother? How come I haven't heard of it? However, he still said with a stiff upper lip, "Don't be afraid, brothers. So what if he's a level 60 big brother? Maybe he's just passing through? I've never heard of Little Yo-Yo knowing a level 60 godly big brother. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. The ticket should be uploaded on the ticket. The tower should be guarded on the tower. Big brother won't necessarily upload the ticket for her." Originally he said this is no problem, but he did not know what happened last night. However, there were fans in the live broadcast room who were aware of it. Don't pussyfoot around if you don't know, and Brother D will definitely upvote her. Don't you know that Little Yo-Yo went to the win last night? Zhang San frowned and said curiously, "What's going on? Brothers who know the news, tell me in detail." In Little Yo-Yo's live room, the entire public screen was now full of neat welcome brother Chen Jidi. Chen Jidi directly floating screen said, "Open the microphone. Ask him to surrender." The reason why he said so, or in order to cater to the system given the theme of profligacy. Isn't it just being overbearing and domineering? Okay, low in Brother D. Little Yo-Yo instantly smiled like a flower and hurriedly opened the mic and made a pause gesture. Zhang San, who had not closed his mic, directly asked, "What for?" Little Yo-Yo said with a smile, "My brother and I asked you to surrender. Surrender and lose half yo. He. Backhandedly, he returned his previous mocking words, expressing the stuffiness in his chest. Zhang San, who had already learned the whole story from his own fans, instantly hesitated. Facing in Brother D, who had angrily risen to level 60 in less than 2 hours, it was impossible to win a fight. However, he did not want to admit defeat in terms of momentum. Otherwise, in the future, when he played PK again, as soon as he encountered a slightly higher level, his own fans would concede and not vote. So what's the point of playing? After weighing the pros and cons, he directly and arrogantly returned, "No matter who. Never want me." Zhang San signed on the surrender, "because I do not recognize word." After saying that, he directly closed his mic. Good fellow, indeed arrogant enough. However, Chen Jidi liked unruly opponents. Chapter 40, Salutes keep on going. Carnival keeps on going. Chen Jidi once again floated the screen and said, "Fire the cannons, help the fun." Little Yo-Yo heard, and the first brother this is ready to go out and is now the whole Douyin the most bossy big brother. Do not go out then, but once out of the inevitable not to be underestimated. Therefore, the Little Yo-Yo which there is what is not happy about it. Besides, how much money is a gift gun barrel worth? A carnival doesn't even know how many boxes can be wholesaled. Okay, Nat big brother. Full of excitement, he answered. To be overbearing, isn't it? Simple. Chen Jidi floated the screen again and said, if the cannon doesn't stop, the carnival doesn't stop. Little Yo-Yo directly dragged out a whole box of ceremonial cannon barrels from off camera and said with a smile, Brother Chen Jidi, sorry, I have to let you break the bank. Chen Jidi didn't float the screen again, but answered her with practical actions, only to see rows and rows of red floor tile special effects that instantly extended out. Jidi sent out the carnival. Little Yo-Yo also didn't dare to freeze, and hurriedly began to release the ceremonial fireworks canisters. Bang! The carnival came out. One cannon blast, one carnival. At this point, PK blood bars and votes were completely unimportant. This was because from the moment Chen Jidi entered Little Yo-Yo's live room, the victory or defeat was already predetermined. Zhang San, including the fan audience in his live room, was also clear about it. Therefore, everyone no longer paid attention to the votes and bloodstains, but instead ran into the Xiao Yuyo live streaming room in unison to see what was going on. Even Zhang San also used another cell phone to open a small number into the Little Yo-Yo live room. Aya, and Brother D is worthy of being the current Douyin's first divine hero. Spirit, too damn spiritual. Gift flowers do not stop. The carnival will not stop. I go. And the first brother is also too domineering. I'm thinking, now Yo-Yo is not particularly regret. The home of the ceremony flower cannon barrel preparation too little ha ha. Last night watched the Huazi rain have not yet slowed down. Today it rains again. As Little Yo-Yo's ceremonial fireworks canisters were placed more and more, Chen Jidi's carnival also really didn't stop. When the ceremonial fireworks canisters were put to more than 50, the time for PK had actually arrived, but no one mentioned it, instead choosing to continue watching. Even Zhang San did not interrupt out loud and watched quietly. Chen Jidi's carnival had also turned into an empty brush. A whole box, a full 120 sticks, excluding the ones that had already been released. There were all still 100 or so left. By the time the 100 or so fireworks were finished, the colorful sequins piled up on the ground had already gone over Little Yo-Yo's insteps. Even her head and body were all stained with colorful sequins. After Little Yo-Yo finished releasing all the salutes, she made a 90-degree deep bow to the camera and said with sincere gratitude, thank you for the 107 carnivals sent by my and brother No. 1. Brother Hey D. Domineering. Full screen help me snap the wave to thank and brother No. 1. Good guy. A shot is more than 100 carnivals. More than 300. 000. So a little time. Shaking hands is gone. The key, this is still Xiao Yu did not have the gift flower cannon before the end. If there is still, I am afraid that this Huaji rain will continue to fall. Chen on the first floating screen said, there is no. First of all, do not have to save for me. It is not necessary. Give you another chance. There are still words. Hurry to move out. Xiao Yu spread out his hands. Helpless bitter smile, and the first brother. Really no law. Hey, give you a chance you also not in use all have not yet enjoyed it. Seeing her floating screen, Xiao Yu said not regret is false. After all, this is a real money If she had known earlier, she would have had to pile up the gift barrels all over the room. If she had known, she would have invested more last night, even if she had to sell her own money. But who could have predicted that? However, she was already satisfied. Smiling, she said, next time, the next time and the next time brother comes back, I'll make sure to let in brother have all the fun. I'll go in tomorrow. After saying that, she looked at the screen with an expectant face. Chen Jidi thought for a moment and drifted the screen. If there is a next time, I think there will be a different way to play. Little Yo-Yo's heart thumped. What does it mean? What does it mean? In her heart, she kept speculating about the meaning of Chen Jidi's words. Suddenly, she had a flash of light in her mind, and seemed to have figured out a certain important joint. A bright smile blossomed on her face. Okay, next time, I'll make brother Jidi satisfied. Chen Jidi raised his eyebrows. Why did this sound strange? Alright, then you play by yourself. I'm leaving. Little Yo-Yo hurriedly bent down and respectfully said, farewell brother Jidi. To be an anchor, one must be able to lick their big brother. No matter if it's sincere or not, the form must go. Before leaving, Chen Jidi switched to Zhang San's live room. Before he could react, he casually threw out 3 carnivals. Zhang San instantly bounced up in excitement, chanting, thank you for the medical expenses sent by brother Jidi. Brother Jidi is domineering and stout. Chen Jidi smiled and directly exited the live broadcast room. As soon as he left, Zhang San immediately gave a thumbs up and said, okay, Yo-Yo, did not expect and brother really licked by you Little Yo-Yo said beautifully, what licked to not lick to, and the first brother should just simply come to return the favor. Chang. Zhang San gently snorted. I say we are also old friends. You say this is not meaningful. If it's just a simple return of a gift, would Brother Hidi let you get so fancy? Moreover, Brother Hidi wouldn't have chosen to come in when you were playing PK. Even though Brother Ndi has a big pattern, sending medical bills doesn't have the same meaning. Do you understand? Little Yo-Yo was smiling so happily. How could she not understand? She understood. She understood more than anyone else. Zhang San suddenly gave himself a slap, full of regret. Hey, why did you go drinking last night? If I didn't go, I definitely wouldn't have missed the big battle last night. If I didn't miss it, then I specified that I also have to go to venture capital. Hey, look at this rate of return. 1 to 100. Can really envy me to death. A broken wine. Let me lose a 60 level god big brother. Good gas. Little Yo-Yo quietly watched him perform, smiling without saying a word. Don't say you didn't let you touch it. Really let you touch it? Do you want to give up? You dare? I don't want to see anchors asking for gifts in the live broadcast room, but I want them to pay out. That's the only way. But if you want them to pay out, they are more stingy than one another, for fear that they will lose out. Last night, lurking in the Mujioga live broadcast anchor, not a few, right? But why only she and Ironmouthly sent gifts? All of them are not see the rabbit do not spread the eagle's main child, and want a high return, but also refuse to take half the risk. How can you think so beautiful, now that you've made a fortune? You're jealous and regretful? It deserves it. Chen and the first to exit the live broadcast room, thought about it, or to buy the entry stealth privileges. Then he clicked on the Ironmouthly's live room, stealthy entry. At this time, as the news gossip anchor Ironmouthly is talking to the fans and viewers some of the gossip between the anchor trail. Chapter 41, fascinated by listening to your own stories. A long table, a chair, a folding fan, a piece of shocking wood, and a bowl of covered tea. Tai Zueli was wearing a long green shirt and round-mouth cloth shoes. Sensei, no matter the style of the live broadcast or dress, it looks quite stylish, quite like that. But feel it, he is not like news gossip anchor, but rather like a book telling commentary. Chen and the first stealth into the live room. I saw the public screen. Someone shouted Ironmouthly speak last night's war. Ironmouthly smiled and said, all want to hear me talk about last night and the first brother a battle to seal the matter of God? The public screen was filled with the word want to hear. Even Chen and D became a bit more interested. He didn't rush to return the favor, but quietly lurked in the live broadcast, wanting to hear what he had to say about himself. Ironmouthly nodded his head and said bashfully, alright, since the brothers all want to listen, then I'll just natter on with everyone. After saying that, he picked up the tea bowl in his hand, pretending to be very stylish, and took a small sip. Immediately afterward, he only heard a pop sound, and he heavily knocked on the wood of the hall. Before we talk about in Brother D's battle to seal the gods, we have to mention one person, and that's the female anchor, Shu Ermiai. If it was in the past, when it came to a certain anchor or a certain big brother, in order to avoid starting a rhythm in the live broadcast room, the news and gossip anchors, including Ironmouthly, would use a codename as an alternative. However, Shulmai was now considered well known across the network, so where was the need to be cryptic? What's more, Ironmouthly so explicitly, clearly is in the stand, in the position, one by one, all are some old foxes, very cunning, a sentence is full of curves, intelligence quotient is not enough, want to mix in the live broadcasting world, is tantamount to a fool's errand. Even if you are lucky enough to become a big anchor, you will have to be knocked back to your original form. I'm afraid that some brothers still don't know that the first thing that Brother Hiji appeared in was not in Sister Nine's live room, but rather Shulmai's live room. Then why would Brother Hidi upload 9 sisters and would in turn whack Shu Ermiai hard? What is the unknown hidden agenda in it? Ladies and gentlemen, don't be in a hurry, and listen to Li Tizui slowly. After saying that, he deliberately paused, slowly picked up the lid bowl and drank a mouthful of tea. The old fans in the live broadcast room, how could they not know what this guy wants to do? He was reminding everyone that it was time to buy tickets. Ironmouthly is Bean Batch giving away a Porsche. I love gossip to send out a private jet. Ironmouthly immediately revealed a bright smile, even said, thank you for the tickets for the support of the Big Brothers. Big Brothers bold. I wish the Big Brothers more money. Less angry. The card is not lack of RMB. Good health and all the best. Worthy of relying on the mouth to eat. This smooth talk. A set of tickets also bought. Don't he meow dawdle. Speak nimbly. Ironmouthly's control of the rhythm is perfect. Know when to gag. Know when to reward. Also know when to say business. Snap sound. Once again knocked the shockwood. And the first brother is indeed the first to appear in Shulmai live room. But at that time and the first brother is still a small white number. And the high-minded, self-esteemed Shu Ermiai of course will not care, and the first brother a small white number. She only cared to go to welcome together into the live room of the big brother. So when the first brother typed and asked why he was not welcomed, and no one in the live room paid any attention. asked a second time and was still ignored. After and Brother D asked a third time. Good lord. Finally they all couldn't hold it in. The anchor, along with all the fans in the live broadcast room, all aimed their guns at and Brother D in unison. Not only did they mock him for finding his presence, they also angrily denounced him as a little black fan, and that big brother even threatened to ask he D brother to brush his gifts to speak Shelmai in order to cater to the big brother, but also directly pulled Black and the first brother a kick out of the live room. Speaking here, Ironmouthly stopped and didn't continue speaking. Instead, he slowly said, pause for a moment, let's first analyze a wave in depth. And the first brother is a small white number. Enter the live room will not have a floating screen prompt. Shelmai did not see, did not welcome, is understandable. However, after and the first brother asked out, as a qualified anchor, all will welcome it in passing. Some would say that the screen was swiped too quickly and didn't see it. So what about the second time? Not to mention the fact that there are only 1 or 2 dozen people in the live broadcast room. How could they not see it? But it's just a matter of a simple sentence. What can I do if I say it? Is it a crime to lose a piece of meat or to break the law? However, as the host of the Shuramai, not only rebuke mockery, but also pull Black kicked out of the live room. Brothers, you say excessive or not? More than 10,000 people in Ironmouthly's live room were all brushing. Indeed excessive. Then let's analyze and Brother D again. Not only did Brother He D enter her live room, he also stayed. What does that mean? It means that He D brother's first sensation of Shu Ermii is not bad. And the reason why he asked why he wasn't welcome wasn't that and Brother D was looking for presents, nor was he being good-natured. If oldly my guess is right, it should be testing Shulm. And if Brother He D asked 3 times in a row, that proves that he is quite appreciative of Shelmai. Therefore, willing to give her 3 chances. Unfortunately, not only did she not cherish it, but she also completely offended and Brother D. But if she seizes 1 chance and says the word welcome, I'm afraid that the 200 million sound waves consumed by Brother He D last night will all go into her pocket. Moreover, it will also succeed in circling a super buxom guardian big brother. Chen Jidi nodded his head straight as he listened. This guy analyzed it without a hitch. He really does have 2 brushes. Not bad. A talent. Ha ha. Now that what Shelmai? I'm afraid it's become the biggest joke on the whole network. Marred. This is really too stupid. Give her 3 chances. She is not useful. It is estimated that after this matter, for quite a long time, there should be no anchor will look down on the small white number, right? Ironmouthly was capable. The storytelling was very good. Whether it was the creation of the atmosphere, the control of the rhythm, or the mobilization of emotions, it was all pinpointed to death. A PK was described by him as magnificent, blood-boiling, fascinating. Even Chan and the first party could not help but listen to the fascination. After finishing the story, Ironmouthly gave his own evaluation. Sister Gio is indeed a rather excellent anchor. With face value, body, talent, and character, she deserves everyone's attention. As for in Brother D, oldly I can responsibly say that he is definitely one of the most bashful and arrogant godly hoes that Doin has ever seen. The ferocity of his coming can be said to be unstoppable. Brothers, don't be stubborn with me. If you don't believe me, let's wait and see. Ironmouthly is not all about slipping up and licking his big brother. He really thinks so. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invested in 2 carnivals last night without hesitation. Chen and D were about to show up when they were caught by the rhythm that suddenly rose on the public screen. Oldly, your nemesis, Doin Gossip's first brother, Gossip King, said that Brother He D is either a reflux number or a guild operation number. What do you think about this? Chapter 42, Brother He D's brainwashed fans. Gossip King also said, don't look at Brother He D is now a fierce batch, but sooner or later he will start his own broadcast. Right. He said that what Brother He D wants is the effect of becoming famous in one battle, and then slowly cultivate the leaks. And when the time is ripe, he will start broadcasting and cut the leaks in the right direction. Even Chen and D frowned straight away as they looked at the messages sent by the fan audience on the public screen, not frowning at the Gossip King bringing his own rhythm, but at himself. CH changing. Ironmouthly snorted disdainfully. A reflux account? Guild accounts? Hidden e-commerce accounts? Ghost Bull ********. A load of crap. What kind of a pisser he is. Gossip King. The viewers can see for themselves. But wherever there is a bit of heat on people and things, he will rub it in, and not bring it down once. For the sake of a little heat, popularity and attention, he dares to say any nonsense, and dares to bring any rhythm. This is not once or twice. He is also relying on the strength of a strong guild behind him to back him up. Otherwise he would have long been cleaned up in plain sight. A broken mouth. Anyone who dares to arbitrarily make things up, sooner or later he'll run into a tough opponent and won't know how to paste it. The more he said, the more disdainful Ironmouthly's expression and tone became. Although what he said was the truth and relatively objective, it was still more or less with a bit of personal emotion. Saying in Brother D is a return account, a guild account, an e-commerce account that hasn't yet set out its identity? Gee whiz, don't even use their brains? Open your mouth? If it were really these accounts, would they put their votes on a newbie little anchor with only a dozen or 24 people in his live room? If you casually spend some money and find a first-tier or super first-tier popularity anchor to play a PK match, wouldn't it be more sensational than last night? More popular than last night? Moreover, the votes swiped by Jidi last night were basically considered to be empty swipes, right? If it's really those accounts he's talking about, would he have wasted so many votes? You have to know that this is all real money. Not to mention, how many of you have seen a few returning streams, guilds, and e-commerce accounts that gave 3 carnivals medical bills? Where's the bull asterisk 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 asterisk? All of you know about Little Yo-Yo giving and Brother D a carnival last night, right? But just now, do you guys know how many gifts Little Yo-Yo gave back? 107 carnivals. Yes, you heard it right. A whole 107 carnivals. This is still in the case of Little Yo-Yo's own lack of vigor. If Little Yo-Yo had enough gift canisters, God knows how many Brother Hay would have swiped out. What do you mean by being bold? What do you mean by being overbearing? Nah, and Brother D has interpreted it in the best possible way. 100-fold return. Ward Sky, what kind of concept is this? Let's all talk about it. Is this something that a return, guild or e-commerce can do? Joke. Certain anchors in order to point popularity heat. Really he meow is not billion. What rhythm dare to bring? Maybe there are people who can't stand to see Neely Tizui. Well, say that I am brainless to lick in the first brother. Hey, you don't have to say. I really is in the first brother's brainwashed powder. How to drop it. In fact, whether Brother Jidi is the true godly magnificent big brother or the other accounts that some people think, it really isn't hard to tell. All without waiting too long. Tomorrow it should be clear. See the public screen on the whole, ask him if he knows what insider. Ironmouthly pretended to be mysterious smile. Pick up the tea bowl and drink tea. Look at this guy began to deliberately pose again. Angry at the audience and fans in the live broadcast room straight cursing. The big brother with a generous hand began to throw food. At once, the live broadcast room hot air balloons, Porsche, airplanes and whatnot. A mess of flying. Cough cough. You're welcome. All the big brothers are too polite. Don't send it. Hurry up and stop. Don't stop. Chen and D are also very curious. Why would he say that tomorrow it will be clear at a glance? Is this guy really know what insider information? But they are not ing clear. See off selling almost. Treasure also played enough. The atmosphere is also in place. Ironmouthly again coughed twice, clearing his throat. Continued, not what insider. As long as the brain can figure it out. Let me remind everyone. Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, the mystery shop will reopen. And the limited gifts in the mystery shop will also undergo a new round of updates. Saying that, everyone should be able to figure it out, right? When he said that, there were quick-witted ones in the live broadcast room who instantly reacted. Oldly, are you saying that Doin will customize an exclusive Divine Hero gift for an Brother D? That shouldn't be possible, right? Those who customize exclusive gifts are those who spend over $100 million, and Brother Hidi is still quite a bit short. Oldly, don't mess with this rhythm. If it doesn't come out, you're backstabbing Brother Hidi. Chen and D looked at this guy's confidence, feeling that he should really have gotten some reliable insider information. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have said that. Iron Spoutly smiled and said, although Brother Hidi's current consumption is just over 2,000W, anyone can see that Brother Hidi's momentum is strong and his potential is great. No, just a few minutes after going online today he casually consumed dozens of W again. If the people at Douyin had no problem with their brains and had a long-term vision, they would have taken the initiative to show their goodwill and grabbed this godly client of Brother Hidi. And for Douyin to be as successful as it is today, there must be no lack of brains, vision and vigor. Isn't Tiger King the best proof of that? Wasn't King Tiger only spending $20 million in the beginning, and Douyin customized an exclusive gift for him? And by now, the Tiger King has consumed less than $200 million, right? So, oldly I think that Douyin will still make a move this time. We should be able to see some clues tomorrow night. Not to mention, this guy's analysis was quite similar. However, Shen and D dared to conclude that this fellow had definitely gotten wind of it. You really can't underestimate any anchor. Maybe they have some special channels and connections. Then he saw Ironmouthly smiled proudly, grimly said, at that time, Lee Ironmouth, would like to see how certain mouth-stinking anchors who have been punched in the face, how should they handle themselves? But I guess it's nothing to his kind of faceless anchor. After all, being punched in the face isn't something that's happened once or twice. So when the time comes, a casual apology will muddle through. Hearing his words, Chen and D couldn't help but frown. Oldly, didn't you also go to venture capital last night? How come brother Hidi didn't come to return your gift? It couldn't be that he screwed you into oblivion, right? Ha ha. Seeing the flirting of the fans in the live broadcast, Ironmouthly smiled in a cloudy manner, said, why? And brother D such a godly man, can it be bad? Do you think brother DG is like us? Maybe he is busy. What's more, how do you know brother DG didn't show up? What if he's invisible in my live room? Chapter 43, Brewing a Big Storm. Chen and D frowned and pondered for a moment, but in the end, he didn't choose to show his face and silently exited the live broadcast room. Tapping on Ironmouthly's homepage before clicking on private message, he sent a message to Tai Zueli. Putting down his phone, he lit a cigarette and smoked it leisurely. His eyes gradually deepened, not knowing what he was thinking. And at this time, inside the Radiant Media Company located in Magic City, Ning Mu Cha, who had eaten dinner, changed her clothes and put on makeup, was sitting in the exclusive live broadcasting room that the company had created for her, ready to start broadcasting. Drinking a mouthful of milk tea beautifully, she looked at the female assistant who was checking the equipment next to her, casually asked, Xiao Mei these 2 days I was busy signing with the company, so I didn't have time to start broadcasting, and I didn't pay much attention to the platform. Is there any hotter anchors in Douyin recently? Hearing her question, Assistant Xiao Mei immediately stopped what she was doing and replied, there are, Sister T. To say that the anchor with the highest heat right now would be Mu Jiugu. Ning Mucha's eyebrows slightly frowned as she asked suspiciously, Mu Jiugu? How come I haven't heard of it? Naturally you haven't heard of her. Sister T. She's a new anchor who's only been on the air for 2 or 3 days. Newbie anchor? Ning Mocha was even more puzzled. Then why would you say she's hot right now? Assistant Xiao Mei explained. Her heat is high because a super godly big brother appeared out of nowhere in her live room last night. Ning Mocha subconsciously asked, who is it? Andy. He? Ning Mucha exclaimed in reflex. Assistant Xiao Mei was all taken aback by her sudden startle. Sister T. You recognize it? Ning Mucha shook her head and continued, give me the details. After listening to Assistant Xiao Mei's detailed explanation, Ning Mucha had a look of envy on her face. This kind of good thing, this kind of godly big brother, how come she couldn't encounter it herself? While envious, she also secretly blamed herself for overreacting just now, but it was just coincidentally the same name. It was herself who was too sensitive. Oh yeah, I even made a point to look at his homepage last night. His IP affiliation is surprisingly in Tianfu, the same place as you. Sister T. Sister T. You don't really know this mysterious divine hero, do you? Ning Mucha's heart thumped, surprisingly having an indescribably bad premonition. Shaking her head heavily, she felt a little ridiculous at her sudden thoughts and premonitions. How could it be the same person? 2 days ago, one was still getting up early in the morning and working hard in the dark, delivering takeaways in the wind and sun. One is a mysterious tycoon who spends money like dirt and throws tens of millions of dollars on a PK game. As long as the brain is not broken, I'm afraid that no one will be able to connect two people who are worlds apart, right? Ning Mucha felt that she might have been too busy recently, so busy that she had lost her head, and that she would even give birth to such a ridiculous thought. Yo-Yo said, I don't know, the heavenly mansion is so big, I may not know everyone. Besides, people might just happen to be in Tianfu. She didn't want to talk about this topic anymore and digressed. In the next 2 days, the company will arrange for me to link up with Mr. Jian, a super tier 1 popular anchor, to play a PK. Win or lose, there will definitely be a lot of beats in the live room at that time. You must manage it well for me. Understood, Sister T. Ironmouthly was more or less still a bit disappointed because until the end of his live broadcast, and Brother D didn't show up. For this reason, he had purposely extended his time off the air. Usually, his live broadcasting time was from 3 in the afternoon to 8 in the evening, and today he waited until 8:30 to get off the air. As soon as he got off the air, his wife Lu Jing came into the room and called him out for dinner as usual. Having been married for a few years, they naturally knew each other quite well. She saw at a glance that her man's mood seemed a bit off, and quickly asked with concern, Hubby, what did you encounter? Why is your mood so low? Tai Zueli shook his head. A far-fetched smile appeared on his face, and softly said, It's fine, wife. Maybe I'm a little tired today. Lu Jing wasn't stupid. How could she not see that he was relieving himself? However, since he didn't want to say anything, then Lu Jing didn't ask much. Instead, she slowly walked behind his chair and stretched out her hands, massaging his shoulders and neck. Gently, she said, Husband, if you really feel too tired, then let's not do live broadcasting, right? We've saved up some savings over the years, so it's fine to casually start a small business. Tizuili shook his head and said, That money cannot be moved, is to prepare for emergencies, the old man and child at home in case of a little accident. We are not at a loss. While saying this, he reached out to hold the 2 hands on his shoulders. It's okay, It may be that the popularity of the live broadcast has declined in the past 2 days, causing me to be a little tired. Lu Jing looked at him with some heartache. Husband, don't work too hard. If you really can't, let's just rest for 2 days. Tai Zueli once again firmly shook his head. Originally, the popularity of the live broadcast room was declining. How could he still dare to rest? Alright, wife, you go eat first. I'll see if there are any important private messages. Checking private messages was one thing that every anchor must do after going off air. Lu Jing didn't leave either, still standing behind him, massaging for him. As soon as Iron Spoutly opened his private messages, he saw the message that Chen Jidi had sent him at a glance. As soon as he saw Jidi's name, he was instantly energized, and even his waist unconsciously straightened up a lot. He couldn't wait to open it, and after reading the message sent to him by Chen Jidi, his entire body sprang up from his chair. Lu Jing behind him was really startled. What's wrong? A startled one. Ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Iron Mouthly laughed out loud in excitement. Pressing his hands on her shoulders, he said with incomparable excitement, Wife, I've met a nobleman. I've really met a nobleman. Ha ha. Although Lu Jing didn't know what was happening, but seeing her husband so excited and happy, she followed suit. Smiling, she said, Can we go out for dinner now? No. Iron Mouthly refused without hesitation. Wife, you go take care of the kids for dinner first. Just leave it for me. I still have to mess with things now. He. This time Lu Jing didn't insist, but silently exited the room. Iron Mouthly, without saying anything, directly clicked on the Gossip King's live room, swaggering in. As soon as he came in, he heard Gossip King still passionately arranging to denigrate and Brother D. When Iron Mouthly heard, he immediately laughed coldly, worried about not find the beginning of the group, which no just come into the encounter. Iron Mouthly also simply no nonsense. Direct supreme floating screen to open the group. I came up to catch the Gossip King a wild spray. Rebuked him will only say nonsense with rhythm. Only know to rub the heat. In order to popularity and scrupulous, making up nonsense. Uncovered truth. Directly Gossip King sprayed the dog ball is not worth. What's more, he bluntly said that if he is not backed by the big guild, what qualification does he have to be the first brother of the news gossip board? Is he worthy? Chapter 44 Incarnation of the Black Hand. Behind the scenes manipulation. Gossip King and Iron Mouthly have always been incompatible with the matter, is known to the whole network. You look at me like a dog. I look at you like a turtle. Each other are not good. However, there are contradictions to contradictions. Do not return to not. Like today, directly and blatantly ran to each other live swearing situation, is really the first time. Received the wind of the Iron Mouthly's fans, also instantly broke into the Gossip King's live room. Bagua Wang faced to run to their own house, pointing at their own head and face a scolding Iron Mouthly. Naturally will not be spoiled. Shake off the bladder is a pass to fight back to dislike. Two people in the live broadcast, in the face of both fans and melon audience. Direct front hard, who is not egregious who. You denigrate me a sentence. I will dislike you a sentence. You come and go. Good and lively. And the fans of both sides did not hesitate to join the battle, spraying each other up. The two anchors are okay, after all, no matter what. You can't swear, right? But the fans have no limit. All kinds of trash talk directly to each other's face. Dislike surrounding the masses of melon eaters is also more and more gathered, one by one. Watching the incident is not too big, and constantly behind the back of the incitement of the Wind Point Ghost Fire. The number of online viewers in the live broadcast room is almost linear upward growth. Gossip King heart simply happy flowers. But see, things are getting bigger and bigger. The situation is getting more and more serious. The fans of the word is also used more and more dirty. Gossip King suddenly cannot laugh out. If it goes on, his live room will definitely be banned. At that time, the loss would outweigh the gain. If it is banned for a week and a half months, then it is even more finished. But Iron Mouthly is like a king's weight eating iron heart. Non-dead bite his mouth. If you show your cowardice and admit your weakness, how can you still mix in the Douyin live broadcasting world? Just when he was in a dilemma, suddenly saw the public screen on the eaters said, a hammer of mouth, capable of real dry on a PK. The Gossip King heart secretly praised, can be really a little witty. Before he also shouted many times Iron Mouthly, do not serve, we two directly dry a game. Who lost who he meowed to each other to concede. However, Iron Mouthly either avoided not fighting, or playing deaf and dumb not to respond. The Gossip King for this no less mocking contempt for him. Iron Mouthly is not stupid. Know that he has guild support behind him. How can he agree to do a fight with him? So, don't look at the two people make a lot of noise, but so far, has not really played a PK it. Seeing the reminder on the public screen, Bagua King was immediately pleased. Both can end this farce, to avoid being banned, but also can turn the other side of an army, forcing him to concede. Gray rolled out of the live room, but also can use this to grow popularity. Three birds with one stone. Why not? He was also too lazy to talk to the other side. Directly said, "Lead duck, I really didn't make a mistake in giving you this nickname. You are the cooked duck. Only your mouth is hard. And don't act like a shrew, only cursing at me. If you're really capable, let's have a real fight. A father-son game. Whoever loses, in the future, whenever we appear together, or connect, or enter each other's live room, regardless of the occasion, we have to call each other dad. Do you dare to answer? If you don't dare, you take your goon fans and get out of Lousy's live room." After saying that, King Bagua had an arrogant and smug expression on his face. According to his understanding of Ironmouthly, he would only drop a couple harsh words and then bolt with his tail between his legs. The strong support from his own guild was the backbone to defy him. Even if he, Ironmouthly, took the money out himself to fight back, that would definitely not be able to do it. What's more, it's still so ruthless, so insulting. PK, he dares to take it? If he really took it, then whoever loses, not only will he lose face, but his popularity will also fall directly to the bottom, and his fans will be collectively depowered. Basically, it is also regarded as a waste. If there is no big opportunity, want to get up again is as hard as heaven. Therefore, he ate the Ironmouthly dare not pick up. Do not say Gossip King and his fans. Even the Ironmouthly's fans also agreed that he will not take this appointment out. Before also majestically and vigorously Ironmouthly fans instantly laid down the drum. No sound. On the other hand, the Gossip King's fans suddenly dejected up, unscrupulous on the other side of sarcasm, mockery and contempt. Unbeknownst to him, at this time, Ironmouthly, his mouth has been laughing crookedly, smugly muttered, "Humph, any you find like a ghost, also have to drink the master's foot washing water." Let all the people in the live broadcast room, including the Gossip King, was shocked. Ironmouthly even floated the screen to answer the war. Answered the war. Good, then tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. Dry A. Who goat who ing grandson. When seeing him floating screen, Gossip King obviously froze. The heart also can't help but secretly mutter, "This shrinking turtle, how dare to take the move, also received so dry? The will not have fraud, right?" Doubt to doubt, but the words have been set out. Now there is no room for maneuver. After all, nearly 30,000 people are watching the live broadcast. If this time to show cowardice to change the mouth, that would become a joke. So he can only harden his head and said, "Okay, then we will be about tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. I would like to see what you duckly actually have the ability to dare to play PK with me." Ironmouthly, whether it's a mule or a horse, we'll know when the time comes to pull it out for a walk. I hope that tomorrow night your conditions will be as hard as your mouth. Bagua King was not willing to show weakness and returned. "This should be me talking to you. Hurry back to sell the house and prepare to get the money together. Little Patty." Ironmouthly, brothers, let's withdraw. After sending the last floating screen, Ironmouthly exited the live broadcasting room. At this moment, he was sitting on a chair, dancing with excitement. That's right, everything tonight was his premeditation. He was purposely going to provoke Bagua King. He was purposely making him in a dilemma. Even the pop-up screen that Bagua King saw, he was also purposely sending it with a small number. And he is to force the Gossip King to take the initiative to invite the war. Now that the purpose had been achieved without any effort, how could he not be excited and pleased? In the face of Bagua King's invitation to battle, he would always only avoid battle. Why would he take the initiative to seek battle this time? What kind of confidence does he have to dare to accept the invitation? That's right, his confidence comes from Chen Jidi. It was Chen Jidi who manipulated everything behind the scenes. Chen Jidi sent a message to Ironmouthly, only a simple sentence. Find the king of gossip for a day to help you reclaim your throne as the first brother of the news gossip section. He guessed that a joke that he had said earlier in the live broadcast room was actually true. Brother Jidi was really stealthy in his live broadcasting room. It was no wonder he told his wife that he had met a nobleman. After the excitement and euphoria passed, he calmed down. Walking out of the room, he pulled Lu Jing, who was eating with her parents and children, aside alone, saying, "Wife, take that card of our emergency savings and bring it to me." Chapter 45, The King Doesn't Make Morning Appearances. The gentle and virtuous Lu Jing just gave him a very serious look, then turned around and walked into the bedroom. It didn't take long for her to walk out with a bank card, and directly shoved the card into Tai Zueli's hand. From the beginning to the end, she did not say a word, not to mention asked him what he wants this money. Ironmouthly, both affectionate and heartbreaking to look at the people in front of them, since they followed their own, have not enjoyed a day of happiness, every day to serve a family of old and young, softly asked, "Wife, you do not ask what I want this money?" Yes, the front mouth just said that this money cannot be moved, but the back mouth to move this money. Anyone would be curious, right? Lu Jing also curious, also doubt, but she did not ask. Gentle smile, said, "I believe you." Simple 4 words, but it is heavy and incomparable. As soon as he held her tightly in his arms, his own eyes were covered with a thin layer of water mist. What more could a man ask for when he had a wife like this? Thank you, wife. At this moment, Ironmouth Lee's thoughts of taking a gamble faltered. He wanted to backtrack, even if it meant losing face, even if it meant his popularity ceased to exist. He didn't care. He was afraid. He was afraid that he would lose the bet. If he really lost the bet, how could he stand up to this heavy trust? At that time, everything can only go back to square one. Start from zero. He is not willing to let the people in front of him to follow his suffering. At this moment, all his ambition, all ambition, are gone. In fact, there was nothing wrong with stability. He let go of the person in his arms and handed the bank card back to her. Lu Jing didn't take it, but stared straight at him, clearly having seen through him. Pushing his hand back, she smiled and said, "Husband, just go ahead and do whatever you want. Don't have too many worries. We've never lacked the courage to start over again. Oh, go for it." Hearing her encouragement, Ironmouth Lee was simply not too touched, secretly vowed that no matter what happens in the future, he will never fail this stupid woman. With his wife's support, Ironmouth Lee was no longer concerned. So he gambled. He has already prepared. Even if tomorrow and the first brother does not appear, he will also fight with the Gossip King. Even if Brother He shows up, then he can't let Big Brother go on the ticket alone. Tomorrow is bound to be a tough battle. Big Brother said to support you, but you cannot really take Big Brother as the beanbatch, as the wrong kind of right. The attitude belongs to oneself, should be put out, whether you win or lose. In the Big Brother to see their own attitude, is bound to be pleased, even if it is a loss. Big Brother will still come to support themselves. I have to say, Ironmouth Lee did quite well, and the pattern is also quite big. No problem. It is such a simple and straightforward reason, but some anchors hard not to understand. Even if you understand, but also intentionally play dumb. Clearly the Big Brother as a wrongdoer. Surrounded by a bath towel, Chen Jidi hummed a little song while wiping his inch head with a towel. After a comfortable bath, the whole person was quite refreshed. Walked into the restaurant, took out a can of cold beer from the refrigerator. Summer thirst quenching also rely on this stuff. After drinking a mouthful of it, I sighed that this is ing called life. Take the beer, cigarettes and cell phone, back to the bedroom. Leaning on the bed, he unlocked his cell phone and looked at the time. Just 1 minute past 9. He clicked on the Douyin app, then clicked on the follow list to see that Mu Jioge had already started broadcasting. Little boy, quite punctual, directly clicked into her live room, because the invisibility privilege is on, so it will not show the tip that he entered the live room, because just started broadcasting less than a minute time. The number of people in the live room is not too much. Chen and the first pulled open the online audience list to see. Ooh, good guy. One by one are quite punctual, earlier than himself. Sugar Little Sister, Little Brain Axe, and the King of Versailles have all arrived. Mu Jioge, on the other hand, had changed her style from yesterday, and was actually wearing a swaying Chinese dress. Her hair was also coiled into a bun, looking quite classical. She was a real beauty in ancient costume. Mu Jioge revealed her signature charming smile at the camera and said softly, "Little black fans, good evening. Today we won't sing the opening song. Today to give you this group of small black fans to have an opening dance, classical dance. The king doesn't come early. Please enjoy." After saying that, she rose in style and danced along with the gentle music. With her soulful eyes, marvelous dance posture, and soft and boneless lithe physique, one could tell that she was quite professional at a glance. Towing lightly, graceful posture, dancing under the light as gentle as moonlight. Even the white and slender fingertips were dancing along with it. At this moment, Mu Jioge was like a fairy dancing in the Yao Qi. Although the viewers in the live broadcast room didn't know how to dance, they couldn't help but be mesmerized. Chen and Dee were even more mesmerized. As she danced, one by one, and one by one, Chen and Dee's heart also followed a tremor. A tremor. Oops, it's a heartbeat. He hastily grabbed a beer and pounded it, but instead of letting him calm down, he gave birth to a wave of inexplicable bravado of waking up to the power of the world and lying drunk on the knees of a beautiful woman. After the song was finished, Mu Jioge returned to the screen and sat down. While wiping the fine sweat on his forehead with a tissue, he asked with a smile, "How about the little black fans? Is there a feeling of heartbeat? I kind of understand why ancient kings love to watch dancing. Is this the reason why kings don't go to court early? In my place, I'd damn well designate a dim king." Ninth sister, it must have been very hard for you to descend to earth, right? It's such a nice, beautiful dance. After watching it, I silently picked up the coat hanger and walked towards my girlfriend, who was lying paralyzed on the sofa, eating potato chips and watching soap operas. Sugar Little Sister, Little Brain Axe, and Sa Ning also marveled at her dance. Looking at the screen full of compliments, Mu Jioge was a little smug. Dejectedly, she said, See, Sister Gio can sing, dance and even drive. So you little black fans don't clamor to go out and fight. Doesn't it smell good to shut the door and appreciate the talent? Seeing that the number of people in the live broadcast room was growing, it had already broken through 10,000 plus. Mu Jio-gu continued, little black fans, the lap license should be handed over. The trouble to hand it over. Wait, don't panic first. I'll send everyone a lucky bag and a second bag. Wait to hand it over after grabbing it. After saying that, he began to send out lucky bags in red packets, all of which were the largest amount. A look at this situation. Last night did not make a splash of the tart. Decided to do a good job tonight. Hurriedly floating screen said, I'll send. Didn't grab the brothers, don't be anxious. 10,000 second bag. First come 5 say. Said. Directly sent 5 10,000 second package. The audience and fans in the live broadcast room were simply delighted. It has to be Nine Sisters live room. Not only don't want us to go on the ticket, but also reimburse the cost of the light sign. Nothing to say. Direct road to powder. Although I didn't grab it, I have to pay attention. I have to send the lamp sign. Look at this. This is the pattern which is like other anchors. In addition to circling the vote is wool gathering. Bah! In an instant, Mu Jio-gu rose countless powders. After grabbing the red envelopes and sending the light tags, the fans started to get restless again. Atmosphere Group Badao, pull the group leader on the mic and take us out to fight. Atmosphere Group Libai, pull the group leader on the mic and take us out to fight. Chan and D, who had been peering at the screen, suddenly discovered that these guys were surprisingly organized and disciplined. In front of their nicknames, they uniformly added the prefix Atmosphere Group. And this masterpiece, I think it must be from the hands of Sugar Little Sister. Chapter 46, The Gang's First Offense. Mu Jio-gu flavorfully rolled her eyes and pretended not to see the rhythm on the public screen. Continuing to talk to herself, she said, does everyone see anything different today? The fans were really attracted to her topic. Isn't it obvious at a glance? It's even prettier than yesterday. Is it the start of secondary development? Why does it feel like it's grown a little? Sister 9, tell me honestly, how many papayas did you eat after you got off the air last night? Or did you get someone to give you a massage? Looking at the public screen full of remarks teasing her that her breasts had gotten a little bigger, she couldn't help but look down. Instantly forehead flashed several black lines. Exasperated. Said, development of a ghost. I seriously warn you, and then dare to ridicule me square small. Collectively pull black. Humph. Also do not wait for them to answer, but continue to say, do you not find, my house is not the same? Said also stood up and walked out of the camera. Without her cover, the camera shot wider and clearer. After her reminder, the fan audience naturally saw it as well. Rejoining the camera, she smiled and said, that's right, because the university is about to open, so I moved to a new residence not far from the school law. Oh right, she suddenly remembers something. Let me tell you guys something coincidental. I found out after I moved in that my neighbor across the street is my friend. Tonight, I had dinner at his place. Don't mention it, he's a superb cook, and his food is delicious. While saying that, she also licked her lips in a very reminiscent manner. What's even more coincidental is that his name is Hidi, exactly the same as List 1 and brother Hidi. Could it be that ninth sister I am destined to be entangled with a man named Hidi in this life? Chen and D smiled slightly, knowing that she was flirting with herself to liven up the atmosphere. Little black fans, can you help ninth sister out? How can I go to my neighbor's house every day to rub my nose in it? Oh, good lord. This girl was actually addicted to food and wanted to come and dine every day. But for some reason, Chen and D were inexplicably a little happy and expectant when they heard this. Is this not simple? Seduce him. Seduction is afraid that it won't work. After all, the survey shows that more than 90% of men are not interested in pare. Mu Jio-gu that angry so angry that even the chest are 2 circles. Asshole, out of the idea on the idea. Pull what to a not to a? Whoever mentions pare to me again, I'll get angry with whoever. Lurking minions of the tiger, calculate brothers. Hit people, do not hit the face. We do not have to keep stepping on other people's feet, is not it? The real hammer. Cerebellar axe is also a real small black powder one. Ignition team, to a, I say, cannot pull the no. Do not see the popularity has been falling? Hurry up and let Sister Sugar get on the mic and take us to a fight. Mu Jio-gu saw that the rhythm was picking up again, and this time she couldn't pretend not to see it. Can only muddle through. What fight? Big brother are not there. Go out and get beaten up. Also, what the hell is your nickname? Hurry up and change it. Pull the black warning. The rebellious teenager immediately floated the screen and said, what do you mean? You look down on me, don't you? Looking down on the honorable level 60 users? I purposely set the alarm clock and got up early in the morning just to fight. Hurry up and let Sister Sugar get on the mic. And the fans instantly rioted. Sugar Candy also took the opportunity to send out an application for continuous my. Facing the riotous fans, Mujioga had no choice but to let Sugar get on the mic. As soon as Sugar Candy got on the mic, he shouted, "Skinny old men, are you ready to fight? Dry. Asterisk. It is worthy of being the atmosphere group. The public screen is full of the word asterisk dominating the screen, and the atmosphere is on the head in an instant. It seems that Sugar Little Sister has managed the atmosphere group quite well. This momentum, this battle, just like a large army marching. Once she saw this formation, Sugar Little Sister was dejected. What's the matter, 9 sisters? Don't need us to invite, right? Mujiogu also has no beard. Otherwise it is not angry to blow his beard. Huffed and puffed. What am I sitting here for? Come, I get up. Let you broadcast, okay? Hey. Sugar Little Sister smiled smugly. 9 sister, don't be anxious. Wait 2 more days, I will come over to help you broadcast. Oh, Sugar Little Sister, you dare to bring rhythm again. Believe it or not, you are not allowed to come. I'll quit the group. Do you believe that when the time comes, I'll let you sleep in the toilet? I'm quitting. Do you believe I'll report you? I'll quit the troop. Listening to their mutual dislike, Chen and Di frowned. Why did it feel a bit off? No matter how much Mujioga threatened and intimidated, Sugar Little Sister just lightly replied, I'm quitting the troop. In the end, Mujioga was not only anxious, but also directly broken defense, causing the live audience to laugh repeatedly. Her lifeblood had been seized, and she was unable to do anything about it, because she didn't doubt for a second that these little black fans would really quit the group. The kidnapped Mujioga could only turn on random PK. In less than 3 seconds, she was matched with a female anchor whose popularity was still not low, because her current PK value was too high, and she had already won several consecutive matches. The randomly matched anchor would also have a higher segment. When the opposing female anchor took a look at her, her face instantly sank, obviously recognizing her. Yeah, Sister Gio, hello. Mujiogu also greeted warmly. Hello Kiki. Sugar did not give them the opportunity to blow up each other's pleasantries, and directly opened the door and asked, opposite anchor, can you play? The tone and attitude of arrogance, deep in the true tradition of those PK anchors. Chi didn't answer, but weakly asked, is an brother D around? Mujiogu shook his head and returned, not in. Upon hearing this, Chi, who had just been delicate and weak, instantly transformed. With an arrogant face, she shouted, ha, brother he D isn't here. How dare you guys come out to fight PK? Still dare to call out to Sister Chini, right? Is it because you've never taken a severe beating? Come on, directly say how to play. I must give you a lesson today. Good guy. This face changing. It's comparable to a master of Sichuan opera. However, everyone knew that it was just for the live broadcast effect. It couldn't be taken as real. Mujioga said meaningfully, whoever loses will hang a banner plus 5 true words. How about it? Chi is not grading. Take it. 10 minutes. Before 1 after 3, whoever has fewer votes will sit and not be allowed to speak, not allowed to play music. Okay. When the PK officially began, the moment, Sugar excitement surging shouted, skinny old man, ignition. The public screen was filled with the word ignite from the atmosphere group. Ignition group 1, applying to fight. Cerebellamax directly floated the screen and said, granted. Then he saw Ignition group 1 send out a Porsche, TSK, good guy. A PK is just a PK. But it was actually played out by these guys with a blockbuster instant feeling. As soon as the gift special effects came out, the atmosphere group once again followed suit. Thank you for the Porsches sent by Big Brother No. 1 of the Ignition group, Big Brother V587. Sensei, this gang's whole thing was kinda like that. The sense of atmosphere, the sense of ceremony, the sense of immediacy, all of it was full. Sugar continued to command. Stop, the battlefield will be handed over to the brothers of the battle group next. Rebellious teenager. Guaranteed to complete the mission. Although it was indeed quite middle-aged, there was no lack of fervor and excitement. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room, was so good that it was explosive. Even the live broadcast room of a Super Tier 1 anchor didn't have such a good atmosphere. For the first time, an organized and sizable gang crime seemed to have a good feeling. Although Chen and Di were crying and laughing as they watched, they quite had the urge to jump into action. On the surface, he refused, but inwardly, he was honest. Chapter 47, Deterrence from and Brother No. 1. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room can only be described as loud and unstoppable. However, looking at the blood bar again, 1200 votes, poof, spitting blood, an operation is as fierce as a tiger, and a look at the bloodline white pounding. Su Nin is not in a hurry to get on the ticket. After all, he is not the same style as Chen in the first. Chen in the first beginning of the first direct a magic band spell, Bloodline disappearance art. Simply do not give the other party the opportunity to resist and struggle directly from the psychological line of defense to break down the other party, so that the other party does not even have the courage to upvote. As long as the PK began, he was like eating hyun mai, simply cannot stop. In the end, it is bound to be a crushing victory, but wherever he strikes a game, just when it starts, it means it's already over. This is the tableau of an Brother D's bravado, but naturally, it was not suitable for him to use such a brutal tactic in this kind of inconspicuous entertainment PK, but Sa Ning was different. His style was all about you and me, back and forth. Otherwise what fun was there in one-sided abuse and crushing? He would slowly upvote, and would not let the bloodline gap open up too much, just to let the opponent be able to see the hope of winning. When the other side of the blood pressure over, he counter pressure over, and the gap has been grasped just right. The audience and fans in the live broadcast room would feel that this PK was unusually intense. There will even be a sense of tension and excitement that if you are not careful, you will lose, and in the end, he will only be able to kill with a single blow, letting his opponent's hopes, which had risen countless times, be annihilated in an instant. He liked this kind of control, and also liked the feeling of playing in the palm of his hand. Should I say no? This guy was playing quite perversely. Chichi How to Say is also a live room resident, a few thousand people of the medium anchor. The family naturally has the strength, but also certainly have guardian big brother. When they heard that Brother Hidi was not there, they could not hold down the votes in their hands. Once they saw that the other party only had 12,000 votes, a certain big brother directly is a private plane. The other party's blood pressure dead. At this time, the time has already passed 1 minute, which also declares the end of the previous minute of closed mic canvassing time. The next step is to open the microphone. Less votes are ready to accept the other side of the insults and ridicule it. As expected, as soon as the mic was opened, Chi-Chi arrogantly laughed. Ha ha, Sister 9, you can't do it either. This is too much pull, right? Can you take out the momentum from last night? Oh yeah, and Brother D is not here. You little lesbian. You're nothing without Brother G. Can you get the blood over? The difference isn't much. It's just over 1,000 votes. No, right? Without Brother Hidi, your family can't even press over more than 1,000 votes? TSK. Too much pulling down my family's GDP. It's really painful for my big brother to have votes that he can't fight. It should be said not to say. These anchors dislike people are a set. All kinds of yin and yang. Although the effect of live broadcast, but if you meet a bad mentality, you have to give a squeeze to break the defense. Directly dislike the mentality to collapse. Mujio Ge's mentality is good, not panicked and not busy, and the face has been hanging a smile. The fans in the live broadcast room did not bring the rhythm, not to mention the kidnapping of the big brother, urging the big brother to hurry up on the ticket. Rather, they should welcome the new visitors to the live broadcast room to welcome, to guide, to emphasize the effect of the show to emphasize. Very organized and disciplined. Soinyen saw that the time was ripe, and no longer hide. After a night of waiting, it was finally his turn to take a shot. Directly, it was a disco worth 4,999 do coins that pressed the blood bar over. Mujio Gu is also finally able to speak. The first sentence that he opened his mouth naturally had to thank his big brother. Thank you for the disco from Sa Ning. The members of the Atmosphere group all started thanking big brother in unison as well. Mujio Gu didn't turn on the yin and yang taunting mode. Not that she wouldn't, but she simply didn't want to. Instead, she also very solemnly and sincerely fueled up the other party. Big brothers of the Chi-Chi family, cheer up. Make sure to beat my family's little black fans down and beat them into submission. They are just too jumpy, too big and small. Give me a hard beating come on, Ali give. As soon as the words left his mouth, he heard Sugar bellowing, shut up, go, sing, give the skinny old men a boost. When Mujio Gu heard this, she was furious again. Sugar little sister, you are bold and fat. How dare you teach ninth sister to do things? Chen Jidi also finally floated the screen at this time. Can't teach you to do things? As soon as she saw the floating screen, Sugar little sister immediately exclaimed in excitement. Welcome my uncle. Atmosphere group full screen welcome a wave and Uncle D. As soon as they heard her shout, the big brothers in Kiki's live room who were preparing to send gifts to upvote the bloodstain over instantly froze. The fingers that had all been pressed on the gifts could only be put back. Finished. There was already a level 60 big brother in. Now and the first brother also came. Oh exempt. Still playing gross Brother Hidi is here. There's no way to play. 2 level 60 big brothers. Who the hell dares to fight? Kiki, admit defeat if you can't. The live broadcast room, which had just been filled with small gifts, instantly lost all its hearts. Not to mention that the fans have lost their fighting spirit. Even the anchor himself has lost his mind to circle the votes. This if still shouting big brothers on the ticket. Also too uncharacteristic. Eat face is also too ugly. And is not forcibly framed the big brother to send to death? Will not offend the big brother to the bottom. Kiki's blood bar. Really like welding welded to death. A movement does not move. This is the deterrent power of an brother D now. Moojyogu instantly blanked out and said in a bad mood, can you be properly stealthy in the live broadcast? Look at yourself. Once you come out, how can others upvote? Please give the other anchors a way out. They also have to earn money. You do not purely smash people's rice bowls? The king of Versailles was also instantly anxious. Hurriedly floating screen said, hey uncle, what do you mean? Can you still play happily? It's not easy for me to take the limelight. What are you doing here? Give me a chance to show off my skills, okay? First of all, you're not allowed to get on the ticket. I'll play this one. Chen Jidi laughed speechlessly, drifting the screen and said, okay, I'm not going to be on the ticket. I'll just be a spectator and a commentator, okay? Pull me on the mic. There's no way. The requirements of the godly big brother must be met. Moojyogu can only obediently pull him on the mic. Do not dwell on whether you can get on the microphone. Do not be serious. Then rushed across the street and said, Chi-Chi in the live broadcast of the big brothers. Do not false, do not be afraid. And the first brother said not on the ticket. You cheer. Chi-Chi immediately eyes bright. Confirmed, really? Brother Hidi, you guarantee not upvote? Chen Jidi disguised his voice and said, really, I guarantee that I won't be upvoted. Instantly, Chi-Chi came energized. Families, big brothers, do you hear me? Don't be afraid and don't be a wimp. If brother Hidi doesn't get a vote, let's beat up the group together. She also abided by the rules of the game. After all, the vote less said the words, hurriedly got up and did 20 high leg lifts. As the sound of her canvassing landed, the live broadcast room also instantly returned to active. The gifts floated up again, and Chen and Di also disguised themselves as commentators and began to play. Chapter 48, Super Combustible and Super Explosive PK. Okay viewers, pay attention. You are now watching a large-scale PK league that is being reviewed live for you by the commentator and D. First of all, as per usual, let's take a look at the lineups of both sides. The blue side is a black powder team led by Moojyogu, and serving as the main attacker is a level 60 veteran. He has inherited the hopes of all the black powder legion, and the little black powder in the entire broadcast room is watching him. If he loses this game, I'm afraid it will be hard for him to go home. On the red side was the Kijia Legion led by Kiki. Different from the tactics deployed by the blue side, the Kijia Legion's offense had a lot of output points. Its offensive lineup was also luxurious, with an experienced veteran at level 52, a main general with a strong wind at level 49, and several young generals with a hot head at level 45. Whether the red side's level 60 veteran generals are strong, or the blue side's luxurious lineup with fierce firepower is more skillful, let's wait and see. Without further ado, let's go straight to the match. 2 minutes have passed, and the blue team is holding a slight lead. Attention! Attention! The red side suddenly launched a fierce counterattack, and the level 52 veteran general took the lead with a private plane to tie the score. The 49 level Master General's rocket is right behind him. Worthy of being a popular Master General, his strength should not be underestimated, and level 45 juniors are not willing to lag behind. Have bright sword. For a moment, the field Porsche, airplane, disco a mess. The situation is very chaotic. The red side's multi-point attackers suddenly struck, catching the blue side off guard. Now that the blue side is trailing by a large margin, facing a siege with blockers in front and pursuers behind, can the powerful level 60 veteran break out successfully? Look, he's done it. He's really done it. He's succeeded with a divine carnival direct breakout. Incredible. Russian beauty. Be careful. Be careful. The red side changed to 112 formation. It's backfiring. It's backfiring. The level 52 veteran also staged a carnival. The level 49 main general added another one, and the two level 45 juniors each had a scampering monkey, extending the score once again. In the face of the opponent's raging pack siege, how should the 60th grade veteran respond? We saw that the 60 level veteran was really calm and old. At this time, he not only didn't panic, but even wanted to laugh a little. Here we can see that the 60th grade veteran handled it with great familiarity and finesse, not lacking care in his boldness, always keeping the rhythm in his own hands, and the score was controlled with extreme precision. At this point, the situation on the court looked very anxious. The red side and the blue side both tacitly stopped attacking, and the chaotic situation was temporarily stabilized. But according to my years of experience, this is the last calm before the storm. The red side, which is temporarily behind, should be saving up its energy, storing up its strength, and brewing its last attack before the end. And the blue side, which has a small lead, should also be conserving its strength. No, he's not. He's even interacting with the fans on the field. It seems like he's winning this match. Time passes little by little. For such a long time, Neither side has organized an effective attack. The red side has had a few small unscaled attacks, but they have not formed a threat to the red side. There is less than a minute left until the end of the game, leaving little time for the red side. It's moving. It's moving. The red side that has been holding back for a long time has finally moved, and this will be their last attack of the game. It's Huaziyu. That's right, it's Huaziyu. The red side's multi-point attackers are all firing at once. In the face of the sweeping Huaziyu, what should the blue side's level 60 veteran do? He's still watching, and isn't rushing out. The match has entered the countdown. 10, 9. Seeing that the match time is about to expire, the red side is ready to win, and they can't wait to start celebrating. We can clearly feel the nervousness of the fans in the audience. At this moment, their hearts are all in their throats. 5 seconds to go. 4 seconds. 3. Moving. He finally couldn't hold back, and struck in succession. 10 strikes a second. At this moment, it was as if he was possessed by Brother D. He wasn't fighting alone. He wasn't alone. Beautiful. Hold it. He really held it alone. Extinction. Rebel boy. Last second. Extinction of the Kijia army. Last second. Kijia army fell from heaven to hell. Great rebel boys. Great black powder corps. Bull forced. As Chen and Di's passionate commentary ended, it was obvious that Mu Jiugu and Chi-Chi, at the same time, could be seen letting out a long breath. Obviously, they were both mesmerized by Chen and Di's commentary and were completely infected. Not only them, but the audience fans of the two live streaming rooms were equally so. My Nima, I'm thrilled to hear this commentary from Brother Hidi. Can I say that in the last second? I couldn't help but stand up and clench my fists. He meowed a PK only. After and the first brother a commentary, I thought it was watching the Champions League final. Exciting, tense, passionate, and the first brother can really talent. Mud, a PK, even the whole out of the feeling of watching the World Cup. You black powder group and the first brother can really know how to play. Enough said. Can you take me one? Mu Jiugu couldn't help but clap his hands and shouted. Good. The commentary was passionate, tense and exciting. Very good. Sugar little sister and Chi-Chi on the opposite side also clapped along. Rebel teen, Uncle Ah, do you know how nervous I was listening to your commentary? I was afraid that if I didn't defend in the end, I felt like I was the sinner of the world. But when I won, I felt as if I had won the world's gold medal. It's just a PK. I won out of a sense of pride, and honor. Do you guys dare to believe that? Chen and Di smiled, feeling quite amused. He then got off the mic and switched to Chi-Chi's live room. Without saying a word, the medical fees for the 3 carnivals were sent directly. Thank you for my and Di's medical bills. And D is atmospheric and bold. Like the other anchors who received Chen and Di's medical fees, they were all excited and dancing. Chen and D floated the screen and said, live effect. Don't take it seriously. Play happy, play happy. After saying this, he switched back to Mu Jiuji's live room and continued on the mic. Chi-Chi smiled and said, how long will the banner hang? Hang what? Chapter 49 The Tainted Demon Queen Who Drives the Train. Just like last time, Mu Jiugu still didn't make any unauthorized decisions. After all, he had to respect the wishes of his upload big brother. Tart, what do you say? What the rebellious teenager was playing with was the process. As for the punishment of the final result, he didn't have any interest. Pao Ping said, Ninth sister, you just make the decision. No need to ask me. Mu Jiugu muttered, then it's the same as last time? Rebel teen, okay, I have no problem with it. Chi-Chi on the opposite side directly said, I know, it's just hanging a banner of ninth sister. You, and brother D being mighty and domineering, right? Seeing Mu Jiugu nod her head, she continued, is it also for 7 days? Yes, 7 days. Okay, I should be able to do it tomorrow and start hanging it the day after tomorrow. As an anchor, if you lose PK, you have to admit it. Even if you don't have medical bills, the punishment must be done clearly. Only if you give the medical fee, doing the punishment will be more positive and in place. There are 5 more truths, right? Come on, feel free to ask, as long as it's not against the rules and not blocked, and I bet I swear I'll never lie and say anything. Don't look at the previous Chi-Chi's small mouth blathering, squeezing people that called a slip, but do the punishment is also not ambiguous, people quite straight. Mu Jiuji's eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, thinking carefully, although it is his own live room, but now he is more and more no prestige, the limelight even all by the live room and the small black powder to steal away. He was like an outsider on the fringe of the OB. Wasn't this a hoot? If you don't give these little black fans some program effects, how can you get a foothold in the live broadcast room in the future? He would be bullied to death by the black fans. We have to think of a trick to lure this group of small black fans into our own command. As for the 4 black fan leaders, it is not enough to be afraid of at that time. how should I do it? That is bound to give the little black fans a whole program first, so that they tend to themselves. As for, he. At this time Mujio Ji's heart already had a calculation and idea. Mujio had a wry smile on his face and slowly said, Chi, you have to listen to my question. How to say it? Connotation. Yes, it's more visceral. You know. Seeing the impish smile on her face and her meaningful words, how could Kiki not understand? After all, it was all tap water. So what the hell kind of purified water was it? She nodded and replied back. Understood. Just asked ninth sister gently. Coughing. Mujio pretended to fake cough twice. Slowly asked. Chi, do you have a boyfriend in reality? Chi didn't hesitate and said bluntly. No. Then have you met and eaten with the big brother of the live broadcast in private? Again without hesitation. Yes. First, 2 small dishes. Appetizing. Next can be the main course of the main meal. Mujio smiled evilly and continued to ask. Then, when you were with Big Brother, did you ever eat French fries? Put. Chen and Di on the mic were stunned by the sudden train, didn't hold back, and sprayed all the beer in his mouth. Sister 9 this is, driving? I drop mom. Not only is driving, 9 sister is driving a train. Dirty. Oops, I go. Or 9 sister understands us LSPs. This question is asked. Really good. I love to hear it. Chi was first stunned, then also reacted. Instantly blushing, she shook her head straight and said, No. Mujio smiled faintly. Don't look at her on the surface cloudy and light, steady as an old dog. In fact, in her heart, she was still flustered, nervous and shy. After all, still yellow flower big girl, even if the mouth flower, still quite shy. Cough. Again fake cough 2 times, forced to pretend to be calm. Kiki, honestly, do you have small toys at home? Kiki's face turned even redder, but she still nodded truthfully. Yes. Is it still called a woman if you don't? Her answer directly caused the LSPs in both live rooms to instantly stir. The last question that is to say, how many cars have been parked in our family's garage? As expected, each and every one of them was pure water. Instantly understanding in seconds, Kiki looked up slightly at the ceiling, as if she was silently recollecting her calculations. Finally, she held up 3 fingers and said, 3, okay, then let's shut each other down and play together again sometime. Kiki flirted. 9th sister, as long as I'm playing with you, I'll have time anytime. Next time we play again, I'll just lie down and wait for the medical bills. If there's such a good thing again, you must call out to me. Indeed. Right now, I'm afraid that there are a whole bunch of anchors lining up all wanting to play PK with Mujio. After all, and Brother D's shot was 3 carnival medical fees. Who wouldn't be moved? After hanging up the connection, the live broadcast room exploded. Sister Gio, you're really a real person. I didn't realize you were so dirty. In the past, someone told me, never tell a girl a joke with color, because she may in turn tell you a more H. I don't believe it. Now I believe it. Hey, I didn't think that 9th sister you were this kind of person. I like you even more. Mujio covered her face with both hands and pretended to be shy. You guys don't say this. In fact, 9 sisters, or a little girl. Chen and Di shook their heads slightly helplessly. She was still the same driver, without a single change. Deliberately flirting and snickering, he said, Xiao Jiao, you're really good. You know quite a lot. Mujio waved her hand and explained. Why, do I have this little bit of stuff? All learned from my girlfriends. I won't hide it from you guys. Once upon a time, Sister 9 was still much of a simple little girl, but since knowing the self-proclaimed tainted Demon King's best friend, without realizing it, she was brought off course, and on the road of driving, she also went further and further away. It's a handful of bitter tears to say the least. Rebellious teenager, Sister 9, may I ask, is this the legendary friend without a center? Mujio rolled her eyes and said in a good-natured manner, Little brat, talking nonsense. This was a joke. As for what he said before, Chen and Di believed it. Ha. Don't bull ********. 9 sisters, drive. We want to get on the car. Hurry up 9 sisters, go out and drive. Old driver take me. We want to get on the car. Mujio smiled smugly and said, Want to get on the car? Okay, will you still make trouble in the future? Will you still be right with 9 sisters? No. As long as 9 sisters take us on the car, wherever 9 sisters point to in the future, we will fight. Only 9 sisters' head. Seeing this, Mujio couldn't help but be more dejected. Patting her chest, she said boldly, Get on the car. All get on the car. 9th sister will take you out for a ride. All fasten your seatbelts. Hold on to the handrail. The car is a bit fast. After saying that, they began to randomly match PKs. Now it's not even called going out to fight anymore. It's changed to going out for a ride. Chen Jidi shook his head straight and had to voice out a reminder. You still have a good grasp of the proportion and scale. Don't say too revealing. Otherwise I'll have to go to the official if I'm banned. Chapter 50. Tens of thousands of people's accusations and denunciations. Mu Jiuge snapped. Hey, this guest of the Lianmai. Please be bothered to watch your words when you speak. What do you mean by proportion and scale? What do you mean by banning? We are a positive energy live room. Please don't bring up the tempo for this continuous guest. Okay? Little black fans, think Nine Sister is right. Public screen on the positive energy buckle a wave. Good guy. Less than a second. All positive energy 3 words brush screen. Looking at the neatly organized public screen, Mu Jiuge felt that she was okay. Sure enough, by virtue of superior car skills, she saved the day, instantly reversing the lopsided situation. Look at this. This is the normal anchor in their own live room of influence call. Humph. Still want to threaten Nine Sister me with withdrawing from the group again? Dream on, brother Meng. Fasten your seatbelt, grab the handrail, drive a car for a ride. Dirty. Next Mu Jiuge led the LSPs in the live broadcast and played all the way up, randomly playing the field, but only playing with the female anchor. Also no longer play 10 minutes of the bureau, too delayed, directly replaced by 5 minutes of PK length. If you lose, let the other female anchor pull the banner, plus 5 sincere words. Good guy. The LSPs in the live room, like chicken blood, do not need Chen in the first and the King of Versailles on the ticket. The LSP army led by Cerebellamax, all the way to God blocking God, Buddha blocking Buddha, simply cannot stop. Chen Jidi and the King of Versailles just need to clean up the mess at the end, responsible for paying the medical bills on the line. They were so happy to play until 11:30 and still can't get enough of it. There were at least 10 female anchors who were brutally attacked by them, and Mu Jiuge's flirty words, flirty questions, but also endless, simply shattered Chen Jidi's glasses, saying that they were ashamed to be inferior. All kinds of connotation vocabulary, all kinds of connotation description, a lot of things even Chen Jidi do not understand. Still, it was only after the public screen prompts and left and right thinking that he was able to figure it out. He couldn't even help but give thumbs up to Mu Jiuge, the tainted demon queen, and call out to the insiders. At first glance, it's definitely a very normal and common question, but on second thought, it's extremely frightening. If there were segments for dirt and connotation, then Mu Jiuge was definitely the handful of people standing at the top. And Mu Jiuge has also gained a huge wave of popularity and fans with his super high car skills and super fast speed. At the same time, it was also embraced and supported by all the small black fans, sweeping away the previous disadvantage in the live broadcast. Looking at the still enthusiastic LSPs, Mu Jiuge hurriedly pressed her hand and said, All right, let's stop here today, okay? Nine Sisters still have half an hour before we have to go off the air to get some beauty sleep. During this time, Nine Sisters will sing 2 songs for you guys. How about it? Come on, tell me, what do you want to hear? What's your specialty? Not that I'm blowing smoke up your asses, but I'm good at every song. It wasn't known who said that, letting Sugar Candy on the mic and Brother and No One each have a song. And then, the audience fans followed the rhythm and invited the 2 extremely graciously. Mu Jiuge was instantly infuriated again, exasperated. She said, What's wrong? How long has it been? And you guys don't want to listen to me sing? Immediately afterward, she used her face-changing skills to put on a grumpy and cold demeanor. Complaining, she said, When I was driving around with you guys just now, I called people sweetie. Now that the newcomer is better than the old, you guys are even starting to dislike me? Humph, a bunch of scum. Good fellow, you have a lot of drama. It made Chen Jidi look at her with a blank stare. Her words weren't accurate enough. Where were the little black fans disliking her? They were clearly ignoring her, still continuously brushing the screen, inviting the 2 guests. Before Chen Jidi could politely decline, the leaping sugar little sister directly responded, Yes, I'm not bragging to you guys, I can sing well too. You can have the blessing of hearing, I just learned a new song in the past 2 days. Sister 9, put down the accompaniment of the Song of the Good Man for me. Mu Jiuge was slightly stunned and said with slight surprise, Ooh, Sugar you're good. You can even sing such a rough and bold, atmospheric song? Sugar little sister said back in triumph. That's not necessary. I'm an all-around singer. I can handle all styles of songs perfectly. The Song of the Good Man, the hand holding the pinch, hold it to death, the prime good at you. Listening to the tone of her conviction, Mu Jiuge and the fans and audience in the live broadcast room were all looking forward to it at once. I'm afraid that only Chen Jidi in the live broadcast room knew exactly what was going on. With a heavy sigh, a moment of silence for the tens of thousands of viewers online, and then he busily removed his headphones, grabbed the beer on the side, and pounded a mouthful of it to suppress the shock. Here it comes, The accompaniment for the song of the good man is here. Sugar, you get ready, Mujiogu said as she picked up the water cup next to her, ready to take a sip of water to rest her breath. The audience in the live broadcast room also couldn't help but perk up their ears and listen intently. Listening to the passionate intro, Sugar little sister coughed twice to clear her voice. The great river flows eastward. The stars in the sky participate in the Big Dipper. Put. The water Mujiogu had just drank into her mouth instantly sprayed it all out. A face full of shock and disbelief. And the public screen was also instantly occupied by words that expressed amazement. I Nima. Asterisk 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 asterisk. One defa. Oh by karma. However, Sugar little sister, who was immersed in her song with her eyes closed, did not see the crowd's reaction. Still incomparably intoxicated, she sang loudly, yo hey, sen bedu a bowl of wine for life and death good guy. Even the chorus backing voice part was done independently by one person. Say go, let's go wow, you have me have all wow, yo hey, all have wow, in the water and the fire do not turn back wow. Mujiogu's face is full of panic curled up on the seat trembling, constantly swallowing saliva. Luckily, Sugar little sister only sang half a song before ending. However, Chen Jidi knew that she definitely didn't want to stop on her own. I'm afraid that her voice couldn't take it anymore and her breath couldn't keep up before she stopped. Otherwise, she was afraid that she would not be able to stop singing for several times. After singing, Sugar little sister opened her eyes from the intoxication. She also asked smugly, How is it? Isn't it super great, super good? I don't want to say anything. I'll wash my ears. I feel has caused a very serious impact on my healthy psychology. No, I want to go to consult a psychiatrist. No technique, all emotion. Well sung. Next time absolutely yes, no more singing. Cerebellum Max, I'm especially curious. Sister Sugar, how do you keep every tone, every word out of tune? The output is all by dry roaring. Ha, rebellious teenager, so there really is someone who can kill themselves by singing? I'm puking from listening to him. Do you dare to believe it? As for Mujiogu, she was completely dumbfounded, sitting paralyzed in her seat, her face stagnant and her eyes godless. Sugar little sister's singing voice was really a biochemical weapon. Wherever it went, not an inch of grass could grow. Chapter 51, The Worst Big Brother on the Internet. What do you mean? Is it hard for me to sing? Sugar little sister's tone was surprisingly still full of surprise and doubt. Cough. Mujiogu, who was holding his face green, choked and coughed at her words. Little sister although my comments about you may cause you a deep blow and injury, and you may be devastated by it, but ninth sister still has to say it. Take advantage of the fact that the school has not opened yet. You seize the opportunity to shout at your uncles and aunts to walk around and change colleges. The Tianfu Arts Academy is not suitable for you, and the path of music is not suitable for you either. Your singing voice, honestly, it's the worst I've ever heard. It's even more annoying than even the singing voice of a pentatonic person. I don't even know what to say to that. Let's just say that just catching a random crow and having it howl twice would be better than your singing. Truly, on behalf of all the teachers and students of the Tianfu Art Academy, I would like to implore you, little sister, to raise your voice, and beg you to spare them, and also beg you to spare the music, and even more so, beg you to spare yourself. After saying that, Mujiogu fell silent. Chen Jidi followed with silence. Everyone in the live broadcast room also fell silent. Her words were the truth, but the truth hurts and her words were really heavy. Not to mention that Sugar little sister was still a young girl who had just been 18. Can you imagine how big of a blow this must have been to a little girl running on the road to her dreams? It was simply comparable to turning her world upside down. As Mujiogu said before, it was very likely that she would be devastated. However, it was also unrealistic to keep living in a dream, in her own world, in a lie. Sooner or later, it would be awakened and punctured. That's why Mujiogu was mercilessly speaking heavily to make her recognize herself early on. Little Sugar sister was also silent. Chen Jidi, who was afraid that something would happen to her, wanted to speak out and say something, but he was completely at a loss as to what to say. Can't continue to lie to her, right? In that case, it felt like it was instead harming her even more. At this time, the live broadcast room was silent. No one spoke. No one sent pop-ups. After a long time, just as the crowd was worried, Sugar little sister opened her mouth. Her voice was low and slightly hoarse as she said, "Is it really that hard to hear?" Mujiogu's lips mumbled slightly and eventually spat out 3 words. "It's hard to hear." A look of heartache and intolerance appeared on her face after saying that. Everyone thought that Sugar little sister would be dejected, but who knew that she actually cheered and said, "Ha, that's really great. I was worried that when I went to school, the teachers would no longer have anything to teach me." Wang Dfa? Mujiogu instantly became a muggle. This little girl, doesn't follow the rules. This brain circuit of hers seems to be somewhat different from the norm. Sugar little sister is still chattering to herself. Hard to listen to good. Hard to listen to good. So I will be full of motivation again. I'm also worried that if I sing too well, the tutor will not be able to teach me. So what's the point of me attending this school? Why? Worry for nothing. This is good. Not only to find the meaning of going to college, but also full of motivation. Really good. Well, not only was she worried for nothing, even everyone in the live broadcast room was worried for nothing. Mujiogu swallowed her saliva. She really didn't know what to say. This girl, right, she just couldn't be judged by common sense. With the super high quality of teaching at the Tenfu Arts Academy, and the deep musical heritage, and then with my superior learning talent, as well as my smart little brain, in less than a semester, I will definitely succeed in my studies. Little black fans, I remember you. Do not laugh at the poor wearing rags. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. When I return from my studies, I will make sure that you will be impressed, and you will not be able to climb up to the top. Good guy. On her unusual brain circuit, can be described as conceited powerful confidence, as well as such a middle too hot-blooded style, can be struck, can she? The previous worries, redundant, purely redundant. Hey, after all, we paid wrongly. I thought that my little sister was just a simple little girl. I didn't expect her. I'm afraid she's the devil, right? A moment of silence for all the teachers and students of Tianfu Arts Academy. In the future, whoever dares to let little sister sing on the mic again, I'll be at loggerheads with him. Chen Jidi smiled at this time and said, I say everyone, do you still want to hear me sing? After Sugar Little Sister's incident, the people who have already had a psychological shadow were still dare to go gambling? One by one, the wild brush does not want to do. Mujiogu said triumphantly, let you listen to me sing. You are still not happy, now no wrong? Beg me, I'll sing you a song, wash your ears. And at this moment, a supreme pop-up screen floated across the screen. Nothing, Sister 9, can you sing Falling in Love with You is a mistake? Surprisingly, it was still a level 55 big brother. Mujiogu casually asked, Old Iron, you have a story here? Nothing, my daughter-in-law ran away with someone. Mujiogu was slightly stunned. She just casually said, did not expect, but also masked right? Slightly embarrassed snapped a smile, and quickly comforted, nothing, wife is gone, there are friends and brothers, how big a thing? Nothing, it is with my brother Ran. The intention was to comfort a wave, but unintentionally, it turned into salt in the wound. Mujiogu once again smiled awkwardly, forcing comfort. It's okay, do you have a child? If you have a child, it's not a big deal. Nothing, the child is also the two of them. I Nima, *******. Big brother, you this is also too miserable, right? Can be called the whole network's most miserable big brother. I'm sorry big brother, in fact I do particularly sympathize with you, but I really can't hold back my desire to laugh. I'm sorry. I'm also convinced that Sister 9 is this old 6, specializing in picking other people's sore spots to say Mujiogu wanted to give herself 2 slaps in the face. What the hell is this nonsense? For the last time, she decided to comfort one last time. It's fine, at least you still have money. After saying this, she regretted it. Deadly staring at the screen, she was afraid that he would come and say that the money was also rolled away by them. Really, if this is the case, originally others may not even have light thoughts of life, but froze to be comforted by themselves to want to die. Then it is really sinful. Nothing, yeah, except for money. I have nothing now. Mujiogu patted her chest and breathed a long sigh of relief. Secretly grateful. Want to hear Falling in Love with You is a mistake, right? Okay, no problem. Wait a bit, forget it, it's better not to talk nonsense. Hurry up and sing. Life has many difficult passes to pass. Since ancient times as the love pass is the most difficult, perhaps I am destined to be bumpy in the sea of love. Sure enough, a professional is a professional, and the level of singing is completely unquestionable. Mujiogu, who finished singing, carefully asked, Old Iron, you, still, okay? Instead of seeing his pop-up screen floating on the screen, he instead saw rows and rows of yellow and red floor tiles laying out, and there was more than one. Out came 10 Carnival, as generous as they could be. Nothing, at least I'll be fine until I spend all my money. The lyrics are great. Life does have a lot of hard times to get through. These hard times are nothing to me. I wouldn't be honest about these things if I hadn't gotten through them, wouldn't I? That's true of him. It's not much of a hardship to be able to talk about it. Chapter 52. Another fierce general under his command. Sugar little sister from the guest seat was straight to the point. Then, tragic brother, how long can your money support you? Put. Mujiogu once again sprayed the water he just drank into his mouth. Hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry old iron. Childish talk, you don't mind. And then roared without any good humor. Sugar little sister. If you don't know how to speak, just shut up. Dare to talk nonsense again. Directly kick you down. Only to hear the sugar little sister aggrieved Baba softly muttered. I didn't say anything wrong. It was originally. What are you muttering? Seeing ninth sister blow up. Although sugar little sister was unconvinced, she still honestly shut her mouth. Chen and Di cried and laughed as they shook their heads. Should this child be so honest? The IQ of the little girl is online, but the emotional intelligence, I'm afraid that the connection is disconnected. Tragic brother, little sister, this name is good. Very suitable for me. I requisitioned. Good guy. Hands and feet enough neat ah. Even nicknames have been changed. It really is one that dares to shout and one that dares to use ah. As soon as the words were said, the floor tile special effect came again. Not for Mu Jiu-gu, but for the guest of honor. Sugar little sister. Well, this guy seems to be not treating money as money now. Tragic brother, my current savings are enough to support me for a good 10 lifetimes. So don't worry. Oh come on, it's another godly man. Sugar little sister added, look at you are so rich. Just eat well, drink well, play well on the line. Want what women brother ah? The only thing in this world is the beauty and food can't be let down. Just lie down and enjoy it. Solid hammer. Sugar little sister a little emotional intelligence, but not much, very limited. Tragic brother, I'm enjoying it right now. Look at the dance. Listen to the song, nagging, how good. So many live rooms. Your live room is the best atmosphere I've ever seen. It's very comfortable to stay. It's very relaxing. And you guys are very good at playing. Mu Jiu-gu was a bit smug. To be honest, she didn't know why the live room had unconsciously become like this now. But it looked as if it was not bad. She pondered a little, then said very solemnly, since we're talking about this, then Ninth Sister I'll also say a few more words. Nine Sisters, I hope that every fan can have fun in the Nine Sisters livestream. Of course, I also hope that those who hang on to our fans' light tags, no matter what the situation is, don't casually bring up the tempo, and even more so, don't go to other live rooms to bring up the tempo, especially when playing PK. No matter how excessive the other anchor's behavior is, we shouldn't go and lead a rhythm. Also, our fans are definitely not allowed to kidnap any big brother, no matter if it's Son Yin or in Brother D. If we can't do that, then I'm sorry. Such fans, Sister 9 doesn't want them. Sugar little sister, Atmosphere team, copy. Cerebellum Max, Ignition team, copy. Sa Ning, Battle group, copy. Immediately, the screen was filled with fans with lighted tags brushing Roger. Chen and D nodded with satisfaction at Mu Jiu-gu's move to restrain his fans. In fact, the correlation between fans and anchors was really big. Many anchors relied on their fans to achieve great success, and there were also many anchors who were dragged down by their fans, especially the big brothers in the live broadcast room. Many of them were actually borne away by their own fans. Chen and D slowly said, of course, we don't cause trouble, nor are we afraid of it, but whenever I'm in the live room, there's no need for the black fans to worry about winning or losing. With me in the PK, what makes our family lose? No matter who the opponent is, first tier anchor or super first tier anchor, whoever it is, our family will win. I say so. Little sugar girl, uncle is so bossy. Cerebellum Max, my brother is awesome. Son Yen, uncle is awesome. The way this was said was truly wild enough. There was a saying in the Douyin live streaming world that there was no such thing as a win-win PK, but this saying was obviously not valid for Chen and D. For a while, the public screen was full of brother Chen and D's domineering spirit. However, a viewer wearing a Zhang's army lamp tag spoke, oh, big talk, you go and play PK with Mr. Zhang to try. See if you can beat you out of the Xiang. Chen and D smiled faintly and said, see, there are always some fans who like to run to other anchors' live rooms to blindly bring the rhythm. Be warned, this friend, if you're not convinced or don't like me, you can go back and call your family's anchor to even come over and try. I'd like to see how he'll beat the out of me. Also, I have to remind you, you have to recognize yourself. Can you represent your family anchor? If you can, okay, I'll accept this letter of war, and I can immediately call out your family's anchor company to come over for a match. If I can't, then I think your family anchor might have to be more disgusted and revolted by your behavior of going around provoking trouble. Since you're wearing the anchor's lampshade, that proves that you appreciate and recognize him, so please don't invite blackness to your family's anchor, okay? Chen and D didn't get angry either, but instead spoke gently. In 3 words, Blackie was rendered speechless, and immediately exited the live room in a grayish manner. Tragic brother, trouble, excuse me, may I ask brother D, can I join the battle group? You who? Is this unconsciously successfully capturing a wild big brother again with the charm of the live broadcast room? Before Chen and D could say anything, Son Yen grabbed the screen and floated it. It's reasonably possible, but by standard, no. Even Chen and D were confused. What does that mean? What does it mean? What is the standard for our combat group? As the leader of the group, how come he doesn't know? Tragic brother, what standard? Tragic, this battle group must have the strength to stand alone, to be a one-man army, so the wealth level must reach level 60 to be able to do so. Oh, good lord, this standard, can he meow receive members? Are you kidding me? Really think that level 60 big brother is a cabbage? Tragic brother, 9 sisters are going off the air, right? In that case, I'll come back tomorrow to upgrade. Okay, just pretend what was just said wasn't said. Sudi, okay, no problem. Then let's welcome Brother Tragedy in advance to join our Blackpink group's battle team. Full screen snap me a wave of welcome. Welcome Brother Tragedy to join the battle group. Welcome Brother Tragedy to join the battle group. I didn't expect that on the virtual network. This incomparable disillusioned tragic brother felt the family-like harmony and warmth. At this moment, his mood was probably a bit complicated. 1,000 words converged into 2 words. Thank you. Chen and Di were also quite happy to have another fierce general under their command. At the same time, he also wondered, to what scale could this battle group of his develop? Just as he was also about to open his mouth to welcome a wave, he suddenly saw the floating screen prompt of little Yo-Yo entering the live broadcast room. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, secretly saying, this girl still understands things. It seems that she didn't spend money for nothing. Chapter 53, Far-Sighted Layout. The moment little Yo-Yo entered the live broadcast room, she naturally had to greet first. And the way she greets is also simple and rough beyond compare. Directly throwing out rows of floor tiles, little Yo-Yo gave Mu Jiogo one carnival. The pop-up screen floated the screen and said, Sister 9 is good. Mu Jiogo was quite impressed with her because last night she was the first anchor to give a gift to and first brother in her live room. Immediately smiled faintly and said in a pleasant manner, hello little Yo-Yo, off the air so early? Little Yo-Yo, I broadcast from 6 p.m. to 12 p.m., a little bit earlier today. After sending the pop-up, she stopped talking nonsense and continued to greet Chen and Di. Xiao Yuyu gave 10 carnivals to Hidi. Thank you brother Hidi for your great support. Chen Hidi smiled heartily and said, little Yo-Yo, why don't you and Xiao Jiu cross-customize? You can play together when you have time during the week. There's a 4-court 2 versus 2 game. You can also pull Xiao Jiu, definitely back you up. Upon hearing this, little Yo-Yo was instantly delighted. Live broadcasting broadcasting is about human feelings. You see, isn't this getting on the line? People and the first brother often hundreds of millions of dollars, which will look at their own send a few carnival Obviously, people and the first brother just want their own attitude. So, in the future, this heart, or have to express every day to be able to. If he knew what little Yo-Yo was calculating at this moment, then Chen and Di must give her a nod. Okay and brother Di, then can we pull on Sister 9 in the high-end game? Chen and Di returned in a cloudy manner. In my case, there's nothing between high-end and low-end games, high-scoring fields and low-scoring fields. It's just the difference between poking more and less at the screen. It sounded like a crazy feeling, but everyone in the live broadcast room didn't question it in the slightest. After all, and Brother D had already proven with his strength that he had the qualifications to say this. Although he had only made a small fuss in little Yo-Yo's live room tonight, the strength and effect presented was a strong batch. Of course, there would definitely be some people guessing that he had slowly brushed his pole, but none of it mattered, because tomorrow night, he would once again let the entire Doin see his strength. This was one of the reasons why he wanted Ironmouth Lee to go on a date. He wanted to shut up those who questioned his strength completely. Let's take the king of Bagua who had the backing of the Grand Guild. How to say that it was also the first brother of the Doin gossip and entertainment section, but it did not dishonor his second axe. According to the system given by the Doin task, is 3 axes, only 1 axe more than 1 axe hard. Of course, the reason why he was ready to praise Ironmouth Lee, and not just to return the favor, there is also the idea of integrating him. After all, gossip news section in the Doin is also very public opinion guidance. Want to bring the rhythm of the wind and waves? Simply easy. The importance of public opinion guidance is naturally self-evident. Not to mention still on the network. Want to do big things in the Doin? Public opinion. This piece is particularly important. Gossip King behind the backing of Victory Media is very mindful of the importance of the degree of training to create a news gossip section of the first brother can be imagined. And through the Gossip King's operation, driven by the rhythm, as well as from time to break the lace small news, Victory Media is very popular a few anchors. Therefore, Chen and the ultimate goal is to bring Ironmouth Lee to the top, a move to control the gossip news section, thus controlling the direction of public opinion. He is the layout, and know its importance of the Victory Media, and how can the hands of the cake to give it away? So it is completely predictable that tomorrow night's PK battle between Ironmouth Lee and King of Gossip, the degree of excitement is absolutely far beyond imagination. Little Yo-Yo, okay, If we run into a tough opponent during the 2 versus 2, I'll pull Sister 9 to back me up. Ninth sister, you mustn't refuse my invitation at that time. Mujiogo helplessly smiled bitterly and said pitifully, our big brother has opened his mouth. How dare I refuse? I don't dare to offend him. Little yo-yo, hey, that line. Ninth sister, and brother you play happy. I slipped away. Mujiogo waved her hand. Bye. It just so happens that Nine Sisters is going off the air too. Happy times are always short. Even though there are 1,000 things in my heart that I don't want to let go of, it's still time to say goodbye. Little black fans, Nine Sisters really have to go off the air, punctual and on time to and from work, is Nine Sisters' unwavering principle. So, everyone doesn't have to retain the Nine Sisters at the start of the broadcast. You guys love and ignore the Nine Sisters at the time of the next broadcast. You guys can't climb up. Humph. Good night, Posy. See you tomorrow night. Oh, bye. Love you all. Knowing that the public screen will definitely not appear what good words, so she directly ended the live broadcast, closed the live broadcast of Mujiogo, lying on the chair long breath. It wasn't that she was tired, but she relaxed the string that had been taut. After all, she was doing a live broadcast, her heart had to be taut with a string, always reminding herself not to talk nonsense and think twice. She couldn't rest now. She had to organize the list of people who had swiped gifts for her tonight as well as the amount, then withdraw the cash. Make a note of the names to transfer a sum of money into the account of the charitable foundation. Although it was tedious, this would be the most joyful and satisfying moment of her day. Chen and Dee also removed their headphones, put their cell phones aside, and got up to stretch. Gulp! Just as he stood up, a gurgling sound came from his stomach. Hungry. Dinner had basically gone into Mujiogo's stomach, and he hadn't eaten much at all. It was already a miracle that he was able to hold out until now before getting hungry. Since he decided to live well, he naturally couldn't treat himself poorly, so, he decided to make some snacks to compensate himself. Walking into the kitchen, opening the refrigerator filled with ingredients, he happened to rummage around and found crayfish tails, so let's make a spicy crayfish tail with noodles. Without saying a word, Chen and Dee put on the apron and began to operate. Mujiogo let out a deep breath and propped up her lazy back. Done. She stood up, walked out of the room that was transformed into a live broadcasting room, and came to the living room. Walking to the window, she pushed it open and closed her eyes to take a deep breath of fresh air, a smile like enjoyment on her face, but as she sniffed, she smelled a strong aroma. Mujiogo thought it was her own illusion, and once again twitched her nose and sniffed carefully. That's right, it was smelling a strong aroma, or the flavor of spicy crawfish. After confirming, Mujiogo frowned and muttered in exasperation. Hoo-ah, so immoral? Late night poisoning even if it's not enough. You still make it so fragrant. Make it so fragrant even if it's not enough. You still don't close the window. It's just too immoral. Spitting back to spitting, cannot delay in the slightest that she smelled the flavor. While closing her eyes to feel the strong fragrance permeating the air, she licked her lips and swallowed her saliva uncontrollably. Crap, the craving was hooked up again. Chapter 50 for the two who raged inner monologue. I'd like to see just whose house is so damaged. In the middle of the night, this doesn't allow people to sleep soundly? Mujiogo vigorously sniffed at the source of the scent. Prompted by her keen sense of smell, she was pleasantly surprised to find that the strong fragrance of the spicy crawfish came from the next-door neighbor. Greedy stomach rumbling, her big eyes darted around, her heart calculating how to successfully rub a late-night snack. No matter, go and try first. She didn't even bother to change her long dress, so she directly wore slippers and went out. Chen and Dee, who had just finished frying the crayfish tails, were about to cook the noodles when the doorbell rang. He didn't even have to think about it. It's definitely Mujiogo from next door. There's no one else except her. But he couldn't help but wonder what she was doing knocking on the door so late at night. Lonely men and women. Could she? Shook his head vigorously, shaking the ridiculous thoughts out of his head. Turning off the fire, while wiping his hands on his apron, he quickly walked to open the door. Open the door to see. Really, as the clothes have not changed, Mujiogo couldn't help but look up and down. Compared to her in the live screen, the real person looks more beautiful and more temperament. Both puzzled and curious, she asked, "It's you, come knocking on the door so late. Is there something? Didn't I just move in today?" "There are some." Mujiogo twisted and turned, obviously not having thought of any suitable excuse yet. She pretended to huff and puff, without warning sharply changed the topic. "Yeah, uncle, you are making a midnight snack?" As she said, she went to the house hard. The current her, with the one who came knocking on the door in the afternoon, can be said to be a different person. In the afternoon, she still knew how to exchange pleasantries and was polite. But now, she didn't take herself as an outsider at all. "I'm not disturbing you, right, uncle?" Chen and Dee only had to close the door and follow behind her. Returning, "No, But is there something you want? Mujiogu ignored his renewed mutual question, and went to the kitchen on her own, searching for the scent. Yo-oo, really don't take themselves as outsiders. At this time, Chen and the first were still do not know what she wants to do. Slightly smile, also no longer ask, but would like to see her and play out what tricks. Yeah, Mujiogu exclaimed in mock surprise. I said how to smell a spicy crawfish flavor at home. The original uncle you are doing spicy crawfish tail mix should not say, but also uncle you others simply cannot make such a tantalizing flavor it. Well, first of all, not first through the rainbow fart before. However, Chen and D were quite pleased, although know what she is playing ghost idea, but good words, who is not happy to hear uncle you are ready to cook noodles? Not waiting for him to answer, directly continued, I'll do it. Uncle I'll help you cook. I cook noodles can be strong and delicious it. Chen and D leaned on the kitchen doorframe, smiling, quietly watching her performance. As for what she said, Chen Wei Di didn't believe any of it. It's still strong and tasty. You're burning newspapers in your grave and fooling the ghosts. One look at her like this. I know is not divided into 5 grains. 10 fingers do not touch the spring water. Soak and instant noodle are struggling style. Seeing that he actually just quietly smiled and watched, Mujiogu couldn't help but mutter straight in her heart. What's going on? How is he indifferent? No indication? Could it be that I didn't hint enough? No way. No way. He doesn't really want to let himself cook noodles, right? I don't know how to cook noodles. What should I do? Steady, steady, steady. Don't be shy. Although she was panicking in her heart, she looked calm and confident on the surface. Things have come to this point. She can only harden her head. The first step should be to boil water. Right? Right. Boil water. Mujiogu looked around and found a dipper on the kitchen table. Picking up the ladle, she started to catch the water, catching a full ladle and pouring it into the pot. Up to this point, her behavior was all fairly normal. But next, Mujiogu put down the ladle. Chen and D instantly widened their eyes. What for what? She shouldn't think that this amount of water is enough, right? Seemingly sensing his heart in general, Mujiogu also couldn't help but secretly mutter, this bit of water shouldn't be enough, right? So she picked up the ladle once again and caught another full ladle and poured it into the pot. Chen and D nodded unnoticeably. Now this water would be suitable. But Mujiogu was in doubt again. Enough. Enough? Forget it. Whatever. Just take another dipper. It's fine to have more anyway. Then she picked up the dipper again. What's she doing? She's not going to add more water, is she? Mujiogu directly confirmed his suspicions with practical actions. After she poured the water into the pot, looking at the pot full of water, Chen and D couldn't help but hold his forehead. Mujiogu looked at the water in the pot and was also stunned. This should be much more, right? So, she picked up the ladle again and again and again and scooped a little out. Feeling that it was still a bit much, she scooped some more. Still more. Scooped some more. Seems like it's still a bit much, so scoop some more. Looking at her, Chen and D fell into deep thought. Is she not very bright? Is it that hard? Crap. It seems like I scooped too much. Mujiogu secretly screamed that it wasn't good. Couldn't help but sneak a peek at Chen and first from the corner of her eye. Will he think I'm stupid? Good guy. A light and easy process of adding water. Froze the two of them acting out the feeling of a documentary. Raging inner monologue. So am I adding it now? Or not? Mujiogu was obviously a bit hesitant. In the end, she still chose to add water. She also didn't forget to give Chen and D an awkward smile, forcing her to argue. Uncle, your family's pot and dipper aren't the same size as my family's, so it's really hard to grasp. Chen Ji, who knew it all, could only smile back. In the end, there was a little more water, but it doesn't matter. Cooking noodles is to water wide. The next natural thing is to light the fire. Although Mujiogu has never eaten pork, but also seen pigs running, not so much that she can't even find the switch, but when she twisted the switch, she only heard hissing sound, and did not see the fire. She tried again, but there was still only a hissing sound. Do I have to wait for it to come on? So she flipped the switch and waited. Chen and the first immediately scared face changed, did not dare to look down, rushed forward to turn off. Good guy, don't get gas poisoning before you eat your meal. Mujiogu smiled sarcastically. Uncle, your gas stove is broken, right? Chen and D were about to be laughed at by her. No good white her a glance. Also do not speak. Directly twisted the switch. Snapped. Hit. Mujiogu looked stunned. Subconsciously, she blurted out. Uncle, how did you light it? You will magic I Nima. Chen and the first called us speechless. Chapter 55, Partnering for Life. Chen and D took a deep breath. Secretly told himself that he must be taught. The rich girl, never cooked, do not understand the kitchen utensils is also understandable. Normal. Thinking of this, Chen and Di forced a smile, patiently explained, first of all, you have to press the switch down, and then turn, so on the line. Oh, Mujioga suddenly came to a realization and unconsciously nodded her head. Suddenly she came back to her senses, remembering what she had said as well as a series of tawdry operations, and instantly made a big red face. She just wanted to open her mouth to explain, but was directly interrupted by Chen and Di roughly. How many noodles do you eat? He then didn't ask the question of whether to eat or not. After all, this process was too redundant. With things having come to this, Mujioga was no longer embarrassed, but rather her heart was wide open. Directly returned. 2 tails? No, 3. 3 tails. How many 2 tails and 3 tails there were? She didn't know, and her measure was the noodles in the noodle store outside. Chen and Di did not question in the slightest whether she could finish it as a girl. After all, they had already seen the amount she had during dinner. Seeing that she was still standing aside, Chen and Di said, why don't you go to the living room first to watch some TV and eat some fruit? Good. Mujioga was completely letting herself go. After all, as long as she wasn't embarrassed, then the ones who were embarrassed were others. After walking out of the kitchen, she patted her barren chest and let out a long sigh of relief. Goo, it's too hard to dabble in a meal. It didn't take long for Chen and Di to walk out with 2 bowls of spicy crawfish tail mixed noodles, greedy straight out of the clear saliva Mujioga first time to welcome up. Full of joy, she said, yeah, it's done so quickly? Chen and Di put the noodles on the dining table. He had long been starving. He was also too lazy to talk nonsense. Bluntly said, start it. Mujioga, who had long ago thrown politeness and false condescension off the surface of the earth, grabbed his chopsticks and couldn't wait to suck them up. As soon as the noodles mixed with the lobster tail entered the mouth, the rich and mellow flavor instantly blossomed on the taste buds. The noodles are strong and full of soup, with the smooth and tender lobster tail. Simply delicious to the explosion. The super spicy and fresh flavor constantly stimulated the taste buds, completely making people crave for more, and they simply couldn't stop. Mujioga didn't care about the image and ate it in large mouthfuls. Of course, she didn't mince words about praising Chen and Di at all. Wrapping the food in her mouth, she said indistinctly, good, super tasty, uncle you're super mushy too. It didn't take long for the two to finish the mixed noodles at almost the same time. Mujioga licked her lips with intent, and Chen and Di just happened to see her movements and were instantly stunned. Temptation. It was just too tempting. He hurriedly opened the topic to distract himself. Hey, what exactly is it that you came over for? Mujioga, who was already determined to swing for the fences, bluntly said, oh, not doing anything, just rubbing it in. Good guy, now you're not even pretending? Chen in the first pretense of no good temper said, dabbling in the meal you say clearly. Once you come to you on the whole that out of the fancy why? Redundant. Hey. Mujioga laughed nervously, and then saw her suddenly make a look like she wanted to say something. Opened her mouth to say, but then retracted it. Opened her mouth again, and retracted it again. Watching Chen and Di were anxious for her. Mujioga, at least you're a young person, can't you be more straightforward? If you have something to say, just say it. That's, uncle. Aside from the neighbor relationship, we are also considered friends, right? Chen and Di nodded. To be honest, we're really quite destined to be friends. Mujioga stared at him with a sincere face and slowly said, then between friends, eating and drinking is nothing, right? Ha! Chen and Di raised their eyebrows. Mujioga. Just as he said his name, he was interrupted by her reaching out. Since you're friends, don't be so outgoing. My friends all call me by my nickname, Mao Mao. She put up a fight just to rub it in. So what? What exactly do you mean? Mujioga smiled embarrassedly and squirmed. It's, uncle. Look, can we partner up for life? Ha? Wang Defa? Chen and Di stared at her with wide eyes and a shocked expression. Surprised, he exclaimed. What the hell? My mom. Nowadays little girls are coming so fast and direct? Are they out of touch with the world and the times? But seemingly, there wasn't much difference in age with her, right? No, not. I don't mean this. Mujiogu also realized that she had spoken baldly. Hastily waving her hand, she explained, what I mean is, can the two of us partner up for dinner? In that case, I don't have to go through all the trouble of coming to dine with you. Chen and Di didn't answer, but said, you don't know how to cook, but you can order takeout, or you can hire housekeeping. After all, you're not bad at it. Occasionally when you have a craving, you can also come to my place to dine. Mujioga said pitifully, I've been eating takeout for more than 10 years, and I have a psychological shadow on housekeeping nannies and the like. Shannon asked with curiosity on his first face. Ha, what happened? As soon as I was born, that man heartlessly abandoned me and my mom and ran away to a foreign country with another woman. Chen and Di were obviously stunned and quickly said, I'm sorry, he was originally an abandoned orphan, so he could sympathize with Mujioge's feelings. Mu Jiogu shook her head, seemingly unwilling to mention this too much. Continuing, she said, my mom had to go about her career and work before she even left the womb. She simply didn't have any extra time to take care of me and had to hire a nanny. The first nanny was very nice and took care of me until I was 4 years old, when she stopped doing it because of her health, and then hired a nanny. Seeing her reluctance to mention it, Chen and Dee nodded understandingly to show that they understood what she meant, signaling that she didn't need to go into detail. After all, it was someone else's unforgivable matter, so there was no need to get to the bottom of it. In short, it created an indelible psychological shadow on me. Later on, I even attended a kindergarten of the custodial kind, and elementary and middle school were always residential. My mom also doesn't know how to cook, so for more than 20 years, I either ate in the cafeteria or ate takeout. Chen and Dee let out a slight sigh. Uncle, I really don't want to eat in the cafeteria and takeout anymore. Uncle, don't worry, you only need to be responsible for doing it. The cost is all on me, okay? Please, Uncle. Good guy, he's even pampering himself, by any means necessary? In fact, Chen and Dee were not prepared to refuse from the beginning. The reason why he said that was just to make a point. If you say it and then agree to it, not only will you lose your price, but you will also make others think that you are unsuspecting. Even if you have a cat's heart, you can't show it too obviously, can you? Chapter 56, Fighting for Wisdom and Courage. After hearing about Mu Jioge's unbearable past, it reinforced his idea of not refusing. Besides, it was really quite lonely to eat alone, so it seemed good to find a partner. Anyway, he himself has to cook every day. Now adding someone is just doing more. It's not worth anything. What's more, Mu Jiogu also wrapped up his living expenses. Why not? The situation is a win-win situation. Chen and the first pretended to show a difficult color. As if his heart had gone through repeated tangled struggles, he reluctantly said, that, okay. Also, Mu Jiogu was instantly as happy as a 100-pound child, jumping straight up and cheering. Uncle, you're so nice. Give you a quillio. Chen and Dee smiled and shook his head, saying, it's okay to partner for dinner, but I have a few conditions. Before he finished speaking, Mu Jiogu snatched and said, promise, I promise, not to mention a few, is a dozen I also promise. Don't rush to promise. Listen to me before you make a decision. First, you eat whatever I make. No picking and choosing. You have what you want to eat. You can also give me a word in advance. I'll decide depending on the situation. Mu Jiogu was busy nodding her head straight. Second, I'll only do lunch and dinner. You'll take care of breakfast yourself. Third, basically, dinner at 12 noon. Dinner at 6 in the evening, out of date. In case of special circumstances, another discussion. Mu Jiogu nodded again, indicating that it was all acceptable. Last one, I'll cook. You have to be responsible for washing the dishes. Mu Jiogu immediately bulged a pair of big eyes and stared straight at him, exasperatedly saying, Uncle, you're going overboard with the feces. Chen and the first directly ignored her angry eyes, said lightly, if you do not agree, you cannot partner well. The choice is yours. You are clearly determined to eat me? Although Chen and Dee didn't answer, the confident smile on his face already said it all. Seeing his bland demeanor that he was confident that he would win, Mu Jiogu was furious. From her barren chest that kept rising and falling violently, one could tell just how angry she really was. The key not to mention finishing him off. Now she couldn't even resist, which undoubtedly made her even more angry. Only to see that her just now also swords and crossbows, imposing posture, instantly disintegrated. The whole person also disheveled down. Aggrieved Baba conceded, I wash it. Seeing her soften and concede, Chen and the first nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. Since this is the case, then start from now on, just as a practice. Adapt to adapt. What? Now? Mu Jiogu immediately exclaimed out in shock. Uncle, don't bully people too much. Chen and Dee didn't say anything, still looking at her with a smile, meaning, very obvious, is bully you. So what? Seeing that he was indifferent, Mu Jiogu instantly transformed into a little sheep, pitifully pampered. Uncle, people can start washing from tomorrow? Good. Ouch, I go. This voice is also too fluffy. Chen and the first couldn't help but shiver a little, hit a cold shiver, hurriedly righteously colorful. Do not come with me to this set. Not good. Seeing that he was neither soft nor hard, Mu Jiogu was completely out of options. She could only glare at him fiercely, and then dawdled and started to clean up the dishes on the table. From time to time, he also used the corner of his eye to gouge out his eyes. I guess he wanted to fix his heart to death, right? Chen and the first may not care like a little angry bag of her. Self-concerned walked to the living room to rest to eliminate food. Mu Jiogu, with cheeks puffed out, huffed and puffed with bowls and chopsticks, also entered the kitchen. Looking at her dressed like a fairy, but clumsily doing household chores, Chen the first called out sin sin sin, but the smug smile on his face, as well as the favored look, has deeply betrayed him. Just as he lit up a cigarette, and began to gulp down the smoke, pop sound, clear and loud sound came from the kitchen. The sudden crunch, really startled him. A jump, reflex like Tang a moment to scramble up. Immediately reacting, he helplessly reached out and held his forehead. No need to think to know what happened. Sure enough, the next moment he saw a head poking out of the kitchen door, showing an embarrassed awkward smile. He slyly said, "I'm sorry uncle, I definitely wasn't being angry. It really just accidentally fell to the ground. I promise." Chen and Di powerlessly waved their hands at her, signaling that she was fine and to continue washing. But when she retracted her head back for less than 30 seconds, the crisp sound resounded once again. Chen and Di trembled and desperately took deep breaths. Only after he gradually calmed down did he quickly walk into the kitchen. As soon as he walked to the kitchen door, what met his eyes was the debris all over the floor. Mu Jiu-gu, on the other hand, was like a small child who had made a mistake. With his head down, standing in place, his hands rubbing the corners of his clothes helplessly, pitifully apologizing, "I'm sorry, uncle, I really didn't mean it." Seeing her in this state, Chen and Di really couldn't bear to talk about her anymore. Letting out a slight sigh, he gently tugged her out and said softly, "You come out first, I'll clean up." "Oh." Mu Jiu-gu lowered her head and walked out of the kitchen disheveled. Chen and Di shook their heads helplessly, then began to clean up the mess. In his heart, he couldn't help but secretly think, he was afraid that he had found himself a daughter to raise, right? But what he didn't know was that Mu Jiu-gu, who walked out of the kitchen, hooked a smile at the corner of her mouth, revealing her fox-like cunning eyes to sneak a glance at him. Oh, good guy, the truth comes out where she is not careful. From the moment she succeeded in her cunning plan like a smug smile, we know that she is absolutely intentional. Hey, the small tactics used quite skillful. Uncle, it's too late, I'll go back first. Crouching on the ground, with his back to her, Chen Jidi, without looking back, waved his hand at her, with a very impatient attitude. "Uncle, see you tomorrow. Oh, bye." Mu Jiu-gu stepped on the joyful small broken steps, contentedly went home. In her heart, she was so pleased. "Little boy, see if you dare to let me wash the dishes again tomorrow. All of them will be given to you to scourge the light." After cleaning up the mess, Chen in the first long breath. Fortunately, the system is prepared for the ordinary tableware. If it is what antique cups, plates and bowls and so on, he had to die of heartache. But CEI 2 bowls in a row, also enough to let him heartache, and then let her wash 2 times. The home of the bowl is afraid to be her hands. Chen in the first carefully thought about it. This is not going to work. We have to think of a way. He now also a little taste back. He suspected. Mu Mao Mao more or less with a bit of intent. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. The little boy. We'll see. Still can't clean up your little girl piece? Back to the bedroom of the independent bathroom. After brushing his teeth and washing up, he also went to bed. Compared to the cheap rental house, the conditions here are many times better. Lying on the bed, not much later, he fell into dreamland with the comfortable air conditioning. Chapter 57, Another encounter in the cafe. Early the next morning, just as the sky dawned, Chen and Di were woken up by the biological clock. Opening his sleepy eyes, he took the cell phone at the top of his bed and saw that it was indeed 6 o'clock sharp. Yo-Yo lifted the quilt to get up, walked towards the window, pulled open the curtains, comfortably stretched a lazy waist, looking at the faintly fish-belly white east, a smile on his face. Soft queen-sized bed, comfortable air conditioning. Last night's sleep quality is not generally high. Full of hope, he whispered, another beautiful day. Cheers. Then he walked into the washroom and started washing up. When he had changed into his yellow lab coat, he grabbed his cell phone keys and a large water cup filled with tea and headed out the door, riding his beloved little donkey. Just out of the neighborhood, he opened the Phantom Group writer to take orders. At the peak of the breakfast season, just clicked on the order. The system dispatched the order came along. After taking down, he immediately rushed to the cellar stores to pick up food. On the way to pick up food, the system also sent other orders to him, but he turned them all down. Now Run Takeaway is running to play, to kill the boredom of time only. Where to use like before, desperate to grab a single send single, to the store to ask. The takeaway is not yet packed. Chen and the first is not in a hurry. There is plenty of time. Just incidentally eat some breakfast. Fill up the stomach. Waiting for him to finish 4 big meat buns and a bowl of soybean milk. The business takeaway is also just packed. Grabbing the takeout, he rode on the small electric donkey and sped along, waiting for him to complete the order in hand. He will continue to take orders. A single delivery. Easy, no pressure at all. Even so, by 10 o'clock, he also delivered nearly 20 orders. And he, unexpectedly, also from the education city unknowingly dry to the main city center near Chen and the first looked at the time, decided to take another single to go home. After all, it will take half an hour to go back by bike, and if it's late, it will delay cooking. In the app lobby to find an order to send back. He did not even think about it and grabbed it. Ordered a cup of iced coffee. Look at the navigation. Not far from the business. Following the navigation, he walked through the busy city center, and then turned around into a quiet road with ginkgo trees planted on both sides. There are not many pedestrians on the road, and even the vehicles passing by are not many. Chen in some curiosity. How to say that he is also the old Tianfu people. How to not know the main city also hides such a secluded place Maybe it was covered by the busy city center in front of him. At the end of the road was the destination of this trip, the In Love Cafe. Chen and Dee parked the small electric donkey at the side of the road and pushed the door into the charmingly decorated cafe. Hello, is the Phantom Troop 28 order ready? Chen Jidi inquired to the clerk at the bar. The beautiful clerk in a maid outfit smiled sweetly and replied, it's being done, please sit down and wait for a while, little brother writer. Okay? Chen and Dee nodded and walked to the side of the specially planned rest area and sat down. As soon as he sat down, the beautiful clerk who had just done so walked up to him with a cup of ice water. Little brother writer, have a glass of water. Chen and Dee hurriedly got up and took it with both hands. Thank you, the maid-suited clerk sweetly returned. You're welcome. To be honest, after a few years of delivering takeaways, Chen Jidi had encountered many kind merchants and customers. Of course, he had also encountered a lot of black-hearted merchants as well as deliberately difficult and unreasonable customers. Chen Di, who had nothing to do, looked around. The cafe was decorated in a stylish flavor and a petit bourgeois mood. Because the light was blocked by the dense ginkgo trees outside, the lighting in the cafe was very bad, and the lights had to be turned on even in broad daylight. However, the soft orange light adds a quiet and peaceful atmosphere to the cafe. At this time in the cafe, apart from the 3 female sales clerks, there was only Chen and Di. It seemed like business was a bit slow, although, the cafe's decoration was great, the environment was good, and the service attitude was also very good, but after all, the location was too bad, so it led to the business being slow. Of course, the poor taste could not be ruled out. Chen and the first time he came in, he liked the cafe. It was a good place for relaxation and quietness. Just when he appreciated the cafe, a woman wearing a red halter slimming dress, suddenly pushed the door. Before she even walked in, she shouted, Xiaonuan. The person she called Xiaonuan was the same clerk who had just greeted Chen and Di. Once Xiaonuan saw the person, she immediately greeted with a smile. Sister Qingcheng, you're here? Is it the same old routine? Hearing the conversation between the two of them, Chen Ji thought to himself that the one called Sister Qingcheng should be a familiar customer of this store, right? But this name, why does it have a sense of déjà vu? He curiously turned around and looked over. Oh, good guy, so it's really an acquaintance. No wonder he was somewhat familiar with this name. It turned out to be Mu Qingcheng who chased his tail 2 days ago. At the moment he looked over, Mu Qingcheng also happened to see his front. It's you? Mu Qingcheng exclaimed in slight surprise, and then stepping on the eye-catching red fine heels, she quickly walked to him. After carefully measuring 2 eyes and confirming that she was not the right person, she said, why didn't you call me? It's not because you're worried that I won't recognize you, right? Chen and Di shook his head and replied, I had something to do in the past 2 days. I was busy, so I forgot about it. Mu Qingcheng also did not continue to dwell on this issue, but asked, have you gone to the hospital for a checkup? Seeing that he shook his head, he continued to ask, then how have you been feeling these 2 days? Are there any uncomfortable places? I'm really fine, just some bruises. Mu Qingcheng nodded. Right, has your car been repaired? And the takeout that was knocked over that day, how much in total? I'll compensate you. Repairing the car is not much even if you just compensate me for the takeout money. After all, the takeout that day was a bit expensive. How much is it? 4,388. After Chen and Di finished, they were worried that she didn't believe them and would think that they were blackmailing her, and hurriedly turned over the order records from that night to show her. Mu Qingcheng subconsciously glanced at it, and when she saw the address on the order delivery record, she was a bit surprised. Unexpectedly, the takeout he delivered that night was from his own home. Originally, she believed that Chen and Di did not make a messy offer, and now, she was completely convinced. Exquisite and especially young face reveals a flirtatious smile, slowly said, WeChat it, trouble you to open the collection code. I transfer to you. Chen and the first immediately took out his cell phone and clicked on the WeChat cash code. Mu Qingcheng took the cell phone and drummed for a while, said, okay, you see received no? WeChat collection $8,000. After hearing the beep, Chen and Di were slightly stunned. Busy asked, you are? Mu Qingcheng guffawed and said, the extra is considered my compensation and intention. After saying that, she turned around and walked towards the bar. Chapter 58, After doing a good thing, deeply hiding your merits and fame. Writer boy. Order number 28 is ready. Xiaonuan poked her head out of the bar and shouted at Chen and Di in the rest area. Chen Jidi hurriedly walked over to the bar, lifted the beautifully packaged takeout and headed out. Mooching looked at his departing back, pondering. Xiaonuan in the bar naturally took in the scene and asked with a smile, Sister Qingcheng, you two know each other? Mooching nodded, but did not mean to elaborate. Xiaonuan winked at her mischievously, flirting with her with deep meaning. Isn't it very handsome and manly, Qingcheng's sister? Mooching subconsciously wanted to nod her head, but suddenly reacted. She blankly glanced at her with a flare, and said in a bad mood, Xiaonuan, you're getting more and more bold now. Even Sister Qingcheng dares to flirt with you, right? Aren't you afraid that I'll find late night to sue you and have her dock your pay? Not at all. Xiaonuan revealed her trademark sweet smile, not caring about her threat. Mooching raised her willow leaf eyebrows. Don't believe it, right? Saying this, she made a gesture to unlock her cell phone, looking like she wanted to make a call. Xiaonuan shook her head. Don't believe it, Sister Qingcheng, you won't tell on me, and Sister Evening won't deduct my wages. Hey, you little girl is calculating correctly. That's true. Sister Qingcheng and Sister Evening are the best. Come on, Les. Don't think that if you say a couple of nice words, I will forget about the flirting just now. I have written it down for you in my little book. Maybe I will turn it over for you one day. Xiaonuan beamed, muttered softly, where did I flirt? I just feel that Qingcheng's sister is looking at him in a strange way. Although it was a small voice, the quiet environment still allowed Mooching to hear it clearly. Hey, little girl piece, you really itchy skin, right? You dare to make things up, right? No, Qingcheng's sister, you know yourself. I'm going to go wipe the table. After saying that, afraid of Mooching to find their own trouble, hurriedly skipped. Mooching smiled and shook her head. She just appreciated Chen and Di's character. That's all. Chen and Di carried the takeout, panting, climbed up to the 5th floor. Sweat was falling down one by one, because half the day did not wait for the elevator, so he simply climbed the stairs. Climbing 5 floors in the middle of summer was really annoying. After waiting for his breath to even out, he rang the customer's doorbell. A moment later, he heard footsteps coming from the house. Opened the door is a 30-something mature young woman. The first look is not very bright eyes, but the more you look at the more I think it fits, belongs to the enduring type. Chen in the first 2 hands will hand over the takeaway, and said, Beauty, your takeaway. Wish you a happy meal. After saying this, he turned around and was ready to go, but he was suddenly stopped by her. Handsome, can I ask you a question? Chen and Di nodded. Yes, what do you want to ask? The woman asked with a serious face. Why do you men think that women outside are better? Chen and the first stunned, did not expect her to ask this question. It seems that she should be a little problem on the marriage. Without thinking, he directly returned. This question is very simple, because it hasn't been played. The woman frowned, obviously not understanding. What do you mean? Just like a child likes to buy new toys. Haven't played T, get it? The woman nodded and continued to ask. So is it that as long as it's a woman and not ugly, you guys won't reject it? That's someone else, not me, Chen said with the first righteous face, but then an evil smile instantly appeared on his face. Hey, I not only can't refuse the ugly ones, even the ones that aren't women, I can't refuse them. The woman also heard that he was joking, and did not take it seriously. Just when Chen and Di were ready to leave, she called out again. Handsome, I haven't finished asking. Handsome, do you have any methods to keep those women outside from messing with my husband? Chen and Di returned without even thinking. Yes. When the woman heard this, she was immediately delighted and hurriedly asked, what way? You hurry to tell me. Chen and Di stretched out a hand. The woman, who did not understand what he meant, looked at him with a blank expression. Chen and Di's thumb and forefinger rubbed again. The woman instantly understood and took out a red sun from her bag and handed it to him. Receiving the $100 bill, Chen and Di smiled knowingly and put the money into his pocket while walking towards the house. As he walked, he asked, you should be the one holding the economic power in the house, right? I am in charge. The meaning of this statement is very obvious, and in the Bashu region, this situation is even more normal and reasonable. Chen and Di looked around, walked to the dining table and touched it with his hand. Well, marble tabletop, very heavy, good. He slowly bent down, hands holding the table leg, force upward a lift. Sure enough, a hidden mystery. Remove the red that is pressed under the table leg and hand it to the woman. It is a neatly folded $100 bill. Chen and Di went towards the window again, lifting the curtain cloth in the far corner. Sure enough, he found 2 more $100 bills stained on it. After handing it to the woman, he looked upwards again, and after seeing the curtain hanging rod, he said to the woman, help me move a stool. The woman hurriedly ran to move a chair. Unsurprisingly, Chen Jidi removed the decorative head and pulled out 2 small bundles from inside the hollow hanging rod. Next, Chen Jidi were on fire, bringing his instinctive way of thinking as a man to the forefront. Photo frames, remote control boards, wall clocks, pillows, even toilet tanks, toilet paper hanging rods and so on, all these incredible places. And the woman, under Chen Jidi's display, also completely understood what was called the most dangerous place was the safest place. What she never dreamed of was that there was money hidden in things she used every day. For example, in the handle of the spoon, in the handle of the broom, in the heels of her high heels. It really opened her eyes. As the money in her hand continued to increase, her face also became more and more gloomy. Finally, looking at the pile of banknotes in her hand, her face was wringing out water. Chen Jidi clapped their hands and said with a smile, "Beauty," without any surprises. "No woman outside is looking for your husband anymore now. Moreover, your husband is absolutely on time and on point to come home from work." The woman asked, "Why? Poor." After saying that, Chen was the first to turn around, dashing off. Just as he walked to the elevator entrance, he came across a middle-aged man exiting the elevator. Chen Jidi carefully surveyed 2 eyes, ghostly asked, "Older brother, you live in 501, right?" The middle-aged man nodded. "Yeah, what?" Chen Jidi sighed, patted his shoulder and said, "Older brother, take care." Also not waiting for the man to react, the elevator door closed and skipped off. Deep in his heart, the middle-aged man who froze in front of the elevator door had a bewildered look on his face, muttering, "Inexplicable," and then walked toward home. Immediately afterward, 501 came the sound of crackling and snapping, accompanied by the man's miserable scream. Even Chen Jidi, who were already downstairs, heard it. Looking up at the balcony of 501, he exclaimed, "Hey, sinning ah!" Then he could not help but speed up the pace. Chapter 59, Daily Dislike of Each Other. Before going home, Chen Jidi also made a special trip to the supermarket to buy some things. As soon as he arrived home, he went straight to the washroom to take a shower first. Being sticky and slimy all over his body was not generally uncomfortable. Only after he finished his shower did he unhurriedly walk into the kitchen and begin to start preparing lunch. In an hour or so, a sumptuous lunch was ready. Cola chicken wings, sweet and sour pork ribs, minced pork and eggplant, stir-fried hollow cabbage, and a cabbage and tofu soup. After serving the meal on the dining table, Chen Jidi took out their cell phones and looked at it. It was exactly 12 o'clock, Pepiketi, and at that exact moment, the doorbell also rang at the exact same time. Open the door. Wearing pajamas and slippers, Mu Jiogu stood in the doorway without any image. With a head of disheveled hair, sleepy eyes, and yawns, it was obvious that she had just gotten up. "You're quite punctual." Mu Jiogu walked towards the house while replying, "Of course, I purposely set an alarm clock." When she saw a table of food, Mu Jiogu was instantly energized as if she had shot chicken blood. She was not polite, and directly sat down and picked up the dishes to start cooking. Chen Jidi opened the refrigerator, took a can of cold beer and asked, "Mu Mao Mao, what are you drinking?" "What's there?" "Beer, Coke." Mu Jiogu blurted out without thinking, "Beer? What does a little girl drink?" "Drink Coke." After saying that, he picked up another can of Coke and closed the refrigerator. Without good humor, she gave him a blank look. "Come on, uncle. I'm already 21 years old. You're not out of school yet. You're still studying. Then you're a little girl." Defeated by his powerful reasoning, disgruntled, he muttered, "Then why are you even asking me? It's redundant. Doesn't it seem like I'm democratic?" Mu Jiogu twitched the corners of her mouth, revealing a look of contempt. With food present, she was too lazy to fight with Chen Jidi. Grabbing dry rice was the right thing to do. Seeing her left-hand chicken wings, right-hand ribs, completely unaware of what modesty and elegance are, she couldn't help but ask, "Mu Mao Mao, have you washed your hands and brushed your teeth?" Mu Jiogu said vaguely, "No." "Hey, I say you're such a big person. Can you pay attention to cleanliness and hygiene?" Mu Jiogu raised her head, plucked out a glance at him, and said in a bad mood, Uncle, you're super weird yeah. Just now you said that people are little girls, and now you're saying that people are so big. What do you mean? Besides, don't worry about these details. I'm only like this today. Good guy. Even the Bay Area accent is out of the hole." Hearing Chen Jidi straight goosebumps. Look at her again, directly left-hand chicken wings, right-hand ribs, big chew up. Chen Jidi finally did not hold back. Said, "Mu Mao Mao, at least you are a fairy. Can you pay attention to the image? Elegant and elegant point?" Mu Jiogu blinked her big eyes full of spirituality and said with a smile, "Uncle, although you're very chicken, but you sometimes speak quite neutral. What's wrong with fairies? Fairies also have to eat and fart and poop." Mu Mao Mao. Chen Jidi put down their chopsticks and glared at her angrily. "Eating? Are you evil or not?" Mu Jiogu spat out her tongue mischievously and didn't get stubborn with him anymore, but continued to dry her rice. The corner of Chen Jidi's mouth rose slightly and said, Mao Mao ah, could it be that you haven't realized until now that there's something different? Something different? Is there? Where? Mu Jiuge looked at him with a puzzled and bewildered expression. Chen and Di shook their heads in a very speechless manner. This girl was truly a real foodie. In her eyes, she simply couldn't see anything other than food. Such an obvious change in difference. She didn't even see it. I'm afraid that Li Qing came and saw it, right? Bang bang. Chen and Di tapped the bowl with their chopsticks to give her a hint. Mu Jiuge was first stunned, then had a surprised look on her face, and then instantly turned into a fried cat. Her chest rose and fell violently, and she huffed, Uncle, you're too much of a turd. The emotion was so agitated that even his speech stuttered. It turned out that the dishes on the table today, even the chopsticks, were all replaced with plastic ones by Chen and Di. That's right, before he went home, he specially went to the supermarket to buy. Chen Jidi smiled smugly. Now you can let go of your hands and feet. Drop resistant. Mu Jiuge, who was furious, gasped for air. A pair of peach blossom eyes that glared at him angrily were about to spit out fire. Chen and Di raised an eyebrow, still trying to provoke her bottom line. He. I like to see this side of you, not used to seeing me, and can't do away with my stifled angry look. So angry, but he was right. Mu Jiuge could only turn her anger into appetite. Seeing her fierce look as she tore into the chicken wings and ribs, as well as staring angrily at her own eyes, Chen and Di couldn't help but shiver a little. She couldn't have mistaken the chicken wings and ribs in her hand for herself, could she? Oh, can't mess with it anymore. God knows if she would just pounce on him and viciously tear himself apart if he messed with her again. In total vigilance, Chen and Di finished this lunch. As soon as the dishes were put down, he got up and walked towards the living room, and Mu Jiuge could only obediently clean up the dishes. This time there was no more crackling sounds coming from the kitchen. Sitting on the sofa smoking and drinking tea, like a grandpa, Chen and Di nodded in satisfaction. Mu Jiuge, who had finished brushing the dishes, was still puffing her mouth like a puffer fish. Looking at the smoking Chen and Di, she frowned, walked over and huffed. Smoke hard, lung cancer is beckoning you, humph. Then, her eyes dripped, and a smile actually appeared on her face. Uncle, let me teach you to do a handicraft. Chen and Di looked at her doubtfully. What kind of handicraft? Mu Jiuge picked up the cigarette case he placed on the coffee table while saying, In the future, Uncle, you finished smoking the cigarette case, don't just throw it away. There is a big use for it. What great use? Mu Jiuge opened the cigarette case and took out the tinfoil inside. Uncle, you watch. Fold it like this, fold it again. In a short while, the dexterous Mu Jiuge folded a small gadget. Look Uncle, fold it like this to make a golden dollar. There are two kinds of tinfoil in the cigarette case. The gold one you fold into a golden dollar, and the silver one you fold into a silver dollar. That way, when you smoke your way to lung cancer and smoke yourself to death, the dollar bills you folded should be enough for you down there, too. And if you fold it yourself, you'll feel relieved to burn it. Even you'll feel involved after you die. Mu Jiuge stuffed the folded golden dollar into his hand and smiled wryly. How about Uncle? Isn't it practical? Chen and Di dazzled her, looking at him who was so angry with himself that he was already dumbfounded. Mu Jiuge was instantly in a good mood and became even more pleased with herself. Continue to stab knives towards his heart. But Uncle, in the future you have to buy cigarettes that are golden tinfoil. After all, the golden dollar, more useful. Chapter 60, the most charming are the most dangerous. Intangible intimidation, the most deadly. Chen and Di looked at the cigarette that was burning in his hand and hurriedly stuffed it into his mouth to take 2 puffs to suppress the fear. His eyes gradually became a bit strange as he looked at Mu Jiuge. If he remembered correctly, Mu Jiuge should be the second woman to discourage him from smoking, and the first one was still the little snot from a long time ago. Although the way she discouraged him was a bit hardcore, and there was a deliberate intention to anger himself, Chen and Di still had a warm current flowing through their hearts, did not pick up her words, but digressed and said, WeChat friends plus it, easy to contact. You have what you want to eat in the future dishes. You can also send me WeChat in advance. Mu Jiuge also had this intention. Without the slightest hesitation she unlocked her phone and opened WeChat. You sweet me. Chen and Di certainly wouldn't confuse the old and new cell phones with the size of the WeChat signal. Immediately, he took out his old cell phone and swept it, and Mu Jiuge also passed in seconds, and note evil uncle for words. The next moment, she suddenly grabbed Chen and Di's cell phone. Hey, Mu Mao Mao, what are you doing? Chen and Di instantly panicked. If she clicked on Douyin, then all would be exposed. He made a gesture and was ready to snatch the phone back. Mu Jiuge nimbly dodged away and said, Why so nervous? You're a single uncle. Are you still afraid of people looking at your cell phone? After saying that, she drummed twice and then returned the phone to him. Chen and Di curiously took it and took a look. It turned out that she was just changing her notes. Chen Jidi had given her the note Moo Mao Mao, while she had just changed it to Little Fairy. Skimming his lips, Moo Mao Mao, you're really quite narcissistic, saying that, but he didn't change the note back. Hey, uncle, this is what you yourself just said. Oh, I'm just helping you follow your heart. Chen and Di impatiently waved their hands and directly began to drive people away. You've had enough to eat and drink. Why are you still sticking around my place? Go. I'm going to take a nap. Chi. Who cares? Mujioga was like a goose that had won a battle, holding her arrogant little head high, strutting away. Chen and Di are really going to take a nap, and when he wakes up, the alcohol will almost dissipate, and then it will be no problem to run a takeaway. When he woke up, it was exactly 2 o'clock. At this time, the sun was at its hottest. However, Chen and Di went out without even thinking about it, mainly because staying at home was too boring, and he was also a person who couldn't be bothered at all. Compared to staying at home and being bored, he preferred to go out and run a takeaway. What's more, Ben is a Buddhist takeout delivery, and it's only slightly hot. In the hot summer afternoon, the most ordered takeout is iced milk tea, iced noodles, iced dumplings, these cool heart-flying food. Just like in the morning, we deliver one order and then take the next one. As if he had planned the route, without realizing it, he ran near the city center again. When he received a new order again, Chen and the first look at the delivery address. Surprisingly, it is the City Culture Media Company. Then look at the customer information. MS. Chen in the heart of a sigh of relief. Fortunately not mooching Chen. He does not know why his heart will subconsciously breathe a sigh of relief. Maybe in the face of mooching Chen, always unconsciously sink into her charming charmit. It was as if her charming bones were made in heaven. Her knitted brows and smile, and even a small action of stroking her hair, were all full of flavors and full of femininity. Sexy in appearance, sexy in temperament. There is even a kind of sexy that is not controlled by people. The key to her sexiness and femininity is that it is not the least bit fawning or pretentious, and you can even clearly feel the depth of her soul. Like mooching such a special thing, seemingly charming, confusing the heart and titillate the body. Just by unintentional every move can ignite the man's instinctive impulses and arousal. But in reality, she is extremely dangerous and powerful, not to be controlled, not to mention not to be conquered by men. Chen and Di are like old hunters with a keen sense of smell, who instinctively choose to stay away after smelling the fascinating danger. The most fascinating is the most dangerous. This saying is not unreasonable. After picking up a few cups of iced milk tea from the milk tea store, Chen Di followed the navigation and rushed non-stop to the headquarters of Qingcheng Culture and Media Company. It's just a few kilometers away, just one street away from the global center. A single office building. The whole building is even all City Culture Medias. The old Tianfu Chan and know, of course, that the company's headquarters. Old Heavenly Palace Chan and of course know this place. Just before really did not pay attention to. This is the Pouring City Media Company. The small electric donkey parked in front of the office building as a parking lot on a large area of open space. Looked up and glanced at the high-end atmosphere of the office building. In his heart, he thought, how much money must this be worth? Carrying takeout, just ready to enter the building, but was stopped by the security guard at the door. Sorry, non-company personnel, prohibited from entering. Chen and Di nodded with understanding. It was normal. Many companies were like this, not to mention the fact that there were so many star artists in the tilting City Culture and Media Company. How could it be possible to casually let outsiders in? If paparazzi or bad media mixed in, how could it be messed up? He took out his cell phone and dialed the customer's number. Hello MS. Chen, your takeout has arrived, but I can't get into the company. Do you think I can trouble you to come down and pick it up in person? A sharp female voice mixed with anger instantly came from the opposite side. The security guard is next to you, right? You immediately give the phone to the security guard. Without thinking, Chen and Di knew what she was going to say to the security guard. However, he still handed the phone to the security guard. The security guard took the phone suspiciously. Hello, Sister Ing? I know, but, no way Sister Ing, the company has rules. Sister Ing, please don't make it difficult for me, okay? I'll lose my job if I'm found out. It's not that I don't give you face, Sister Ing, the company is clear. Can you have your assistant come to the front desk to pick it up? I'm sorry Sister Ing, I can't go AWOL, I'll lose my salary. Then he saw the security guard put down the phone with a helpless face and handed it back to him. Chen and Di secretly sighed. All of them were laborers. It's not easy, if not to earn a living. Who is willing to lower their voice? Who would want to suffer this kind of anger? He was lucky this time. The customer did not catch him angry. Previously encountered a few times. The company is not allowed to enter. And the customer unreasonable let him find a way to send in. Otherwise it is bad reviews and complaints. Dude, what did she say? The security guard shook his head and said, Give me the takeout. I'll put it on the front desk for you. It seemed like it should have been so angry that it just dropped the phone, and didn't say if it was coming down to pick it up. Chen and Dee were about to hand him the takeout when a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Give me the takeout. Chen and Dee and the security guard both turned their heads in unison to look, and it turned out to be mooching. Not knowing when she came, both of them surprisingly did not realize it. Chapter 61 Bullying Female President. President Moo. Upon seeing that it was mooching, the security brother quickly saluted and greeted him. Mooching nodded at him. You are very good. Keep it up. It was thought that she should have arrived a long time ago and had heard the earlier conversation. After Chan and first saw that it was her, he hurriedly averted his gaze, not daring to covet one more glance as he was afraid that he couldn't help but fall in. Thank you, Mr. Moo. Thank you for your trouble. After handing her the takeout and saying thank you, he hurriedly left. It's true that the more you fear something, the more you get. Chan and Dee, who didn't want to have any interactions with her, always had chance encounters over and over again. Looking at his hastily fleeing back, Mooching frowned in confusion. She couldn't help but ask, am I scary? Why does it feel like he's scared of me? The security guard, on the other hand, was ear to nose to mouth to heart, as if he didn't hear it. Mooching carried the takeout and returned to the president's office, directly pressed the company's internal telephone and ordered, Xiaoling, come to my office. Moments later, the knock on the door sounded. After receiving permission, Wang Ling, a smart and capable secretary wearing a black business suit, pushed the door in. Mr. Moo, what are your orders? Mooching directly said. You asked Chening to come to the president's office. That is, my place, to get the takeout. Wang Ling was slightly stunned, although she was full of doubts. As a secretary, she only needed to execute. Okay, Mr. Moo. Quickly reacting, she hurriedly exited the office. It wasn't long before the knock on the door sounded again. Secretary Wang Ling led a young and beautiful woman into the office. Taking a closer look, wasn't this the actress who had recently become very popular relying on 2 hit costume dramas, Chen? It was clearly visible that Chen had a nervous look hanging on her face at this moment. The moment she received Secretary Wang's notification, she knew it was bad. All the way here, her heart was also apprehensive. General Manager Mooching looked up at this newly promoted flower girl, smiled faintly, and pushed the takeout on her desk in front of her. Indifferently, she said, your takeout. Chen sneaked a look at her and then looked at the takeout in front of her. At this time, it was neither right for her to take it nor wrong for her not to take it. The dilemma she can only silently lower her head. Mooching lying on the boss chair, just quietly staring at her. Also do not say anything. The atmosphere in the office at this time could only be described as depressing. Chen was now not even daring to breathe. The aura that President Moo was invisibly emitting was giving her too much pressure. Although she wasn't an old man of Qingqing media, she had long heard of this mysterious, charming female president's ironic and forceful methods. Just when the atmosphere was depressing to the extreme, Mooching finally opened her mouth. How long have you been signed to Qingqing? President Moo, 2 years. Then you should be aware of the company's rule that prohibits non-internal staff from entering, as well as the rule that takeouts need to be picked up at the front desk, right? No. Then why don't you go down and pick it up yourself? Why did you have to use your power to get the security guard to violate the rules? Chen hurriedly defended herself. Mr. Moo, today it just so happens that my assistant had something to go out, and I was at a critical moment of researching a new script. I couldn't get away for a while, so I just... Mooching frowned. You don't have legs when your assistant has something to do? Are you that expensive? A few steps can tire you out? Researching a new script? Those who don't know would think you're researching nuclear weapons. You can't even delay for a minute or two, can you? Chen still tried to argue, but was directly interrupted by Mooching's impatient hand-waving. Knock knock. Mooching's fingers gently knocked on the desktop. In the large office, only the clear thud sound could be heard. After a long time, Mooching slowly said, our company has always been based on humanization. Since you are afraid of being tired, then the company definitely has to consider everything for you. Just put down all the notices in your hand for now and take a good rest for a while. Upon hearing this, Chen was immediately dumbfounded. Anxiously said, Mr. Moo, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I promise not to do it again. Can you? Before she could finish her words, Mooching instantly chilled her face and snorted coldly. Even though Chen was no longer willing, she had to shut her voice. In the company, no one ever dared to question the decisions of the overbearing president Mooching. Not to mention that Chen was only the newest popular flower girl. Even the pillars of the company, the first brother, White King, and the first sister, Chu Tianho, didn't dare to question them in the slightest. If she dared to talk back or argue, it would not be temporarily or for a period of time anymore. Understood, Mr. Moo. After saying that, her entire body instantly wilted, as if she was a walking corpse and left the office. Mooching glanced at her back and shook her head. After shooting 2 movies and becoming popular, you don't know your own surname anymore? You dare to treat the company's rules as if they are nothing? The company can promote you, but of course it can also suppress you. It's just a new flower girl. What's it worth? It's just a matter of cultivation. There are many people who are waiting for the resources to get to the top. What's more, even if a person's character is not good, even if their business ability is strong, Mooching does not like them. Of course, she didn't slap her directly to death, but gave Chening a chance. At that time, if she directly and sincerely admitted her faults without sophistry, then Mooching would not be punished so heavily. At the end of the day, when she said for the time being, she was also giving her a chance and helping her. Letting her rest for a period of time is also to let her calm herself down. Only in this way can she walk more solidly and farther. If after this period of precipitation, she can correct her mindset and position, and correct her character, then Mooching does not mind reusing her again. But if, it depends on whether she herself can comprehend it or not. Mooching's tactics seem to be tough and overbearing, but they are secretly soft. But also have to say, she is really powerful. Chen Jidi didn't realize that because of one of his takeaways, a popular actress had been temporarily snowed in. At this time, he was on his way to pick up his meal. Looking at the next new order in his hand, he was also quite curious. The order was for a super spicy stir-fried meat, and 5 boxes of rice, with a note for the merchant to give more kimchi. It wasn't hard to guess that in all likelihood it was because of shyness. Smoothly pick up the meal, he rushed to the delivery address. It's a very old silo building. The wall skin has been completely peeled off. Looks very shabby. Chen and the first carry take out into the dim and human hallway. Voice-activated lights are also bright and dim. I do not know where the water leakage or how, but also can hear the sound of dripping water drops. And Chen and the first also clearly felt a cloudy wind blowing over. Hot day. Actually have a kind of shivering, creepy feeling. Fortunately, it is daytime. If it is nighttime, this scene, the timid people can be scared into soft feet. Chapter 62 Mixed Brothers. Chen and Dee were just about to knock on the door of the room when they heard the sound of a heated argument coming from inside. Boss, I can't hold on any longer. Why don't we disperse? Scatter? Old 5, what the are you talking about? The new game has already developed a large portion of it. It won't take us more than a few days to finish designing it, so bite your teeth and hang in there and you'll get through it. Hold on, boss, you tell us how to hold on? Can the 5 of us put together enough $20? We haven't had a full meal in days. Boss, recognize reality, okay? We're at the end of our rope. Yes boss, even if we can hold out until the new game is completed. Who can guarantee that it will be a success and that it will make money? If it flops like the previous small games, what are we going to do? What's more, after the game is developed, it will require a large amount of publicity and advertising fees and miscellaneous expenses. Where will it come from? Have you thought about that? Boss, stop being stubborn. We can't see any hope at all right now. Disperse, sell all the computer equipment. You should still be able to share some money. Let's all go our separate ways. I'd rather go back to Gao Lao Zhuang and raise pigs to count the balls. Dreams? That bull ***** dream. He too. After the self-deprecating rant, the room fell into silence. No one spoke anymore, but through the door, Chen and Dee could hear the ragged panting of several people. Knock knock. Chen and Dee knocked on the door of the room. Click. The one who opened the door was a young man wearing black-framed glasses, his lens thickness comparable to the bottom of a beer bottle. As soon as the door opened, a strong stench of sweaty feet as well as moldy smell hit the room. Your takeout. Enjoy your meal. Thanks. The man with the glasses gave a far-fetched smile and said thanks. With that, he closed the door to the room. Chen and Dee did not leave, but remained standing outside the door. Let's eat. Last meal. Chen Jidi could hear that this was the voice of the boss. He could also hear the resignation, helplessness, and a hint of desolation in his tone. The meaning of his words was also very clear. That is, he agreed to break up the group. No one answered him, and he didn't speak again. Chen and Dee also didn't hear the ringing of dinner. To be honest, Chen and Dee did move with compassion, especially when smelling the mixed stench that permeated the house. Not only because Chen and Dee empathized, but also because anyone with a dream deserves respect. Eat? It's already this time. What's the point of being pretentious? Then the sound of wolfing down food came from the house. Chen and Dee let out a slight sigh, raised his hand, and knocked on the door of the room once again. The one who opened the door was still the glasses. Upon seeing Chen Jidi, he was visibly stunned and asked, "What is it that you want?" Chen and Dee did not speak, but instead walked directly into the house. The living room was set up with a few simple tables, on which were a few computers, as well as a large pile of messy things, and 4 young men in their 20s were sitting at the coffee table in the corner, wolfing down their food. Each of them had a disheveled and unkempt appearance, and their faces and hair were covered in grease stains. Without exception, they all had a pair of panda eyes, bloodshot, deep-set eye sockets, and a waxy complexion. Those who didn't know thought they were XD. One by one, they were all dressed in sweatshirts, shorts and slippers. Chen and Di also took a special look at the ashtrays on the table. Each ashtray is full of cigarette butts, and all of them are smoked to the filter. No need to think about it to know that it must have been rummaged through by them. Chen and the first cannot have any look down on the meaning. After all, smoking men, who has not smoked potpourri? His condition is only a few days. The 5 men all looked at him, the uninvited stranger, in unison. A tall, thin man put down his chopsticks and stood up, asking suspiciously, "And you are?" Chen and Di smiled faintly. "As you can see, I'm a delivery man. I don't know what's the matter with you." "I'm fine." Chen Jidi shook his head. "However, I see that you guys look like you have something going on." "Us? What could we be in trouble for?" The tall and thin man was stunned, then revealed a self-deprecating bitter smile. "I just heard it all from outside the house, and just to be clear, I didn't mean to eavesdrop. It's mainly because you guys are too loud." Seeing that no one picked up on his words, he continued, "Man, I don't have any other intentions. I just simply want to invite you guys for dinner." The 5 people all revealed expressions of both curiosity and doubt. The tall and thin man stared straight at him. Why? It seemed that this man should be the boss they were talking about. Chen and Di shook their heads. "No reason. Someone had once helped me in my most difficult time without expecting anything in return, and I just want to spread this kindness and warmth. That's all. My ability is limited, but it's still no problem to treat you all to a full meal." Perhaps seeing his sincerity, a few people put away their wary gazes. "Thanks." The tall and thin man said a similarly sincere thank you. "But, no need." He still refused. "Chen," he said with a playful look on his first face. "What? Afraid that I have designs on you guys?" The tall and thin man laughed to himself, and returned with great self-awareness. "We're already in this state. What else is worth you trying? Is that because you're afraid that I'm going to karma your wastes? But even if you're afraid, it should be me who's afraid, right? After all, you guys are 5 people." Also no longer joking, directly said, "Okay, our young people, our big men, pretentious polite what strength? It's just a meal, just consider it as making friends." A few people were obviously a bit hesitant, but Chen and Di did not give them time to hesitate, urging, "Let's go brother a few. Why are you still waiting? Can a big man show some manliness? Okay, then thank you brother." Did not go too far away, did not deliberately go to find a restaurant, but in the neighborhood casually find a seemingly good restaurant. This, and this, all come. Chen and the first ordered 7 or 8 dishes in one breath, and then handed the menu to the boss skinny tall man. "Look at what else you guys ordered. Since you came all the way here, you don't have to be polite. Brother, it's really enough. You can't finish it even if you order too much. It's not good to waste it." Chen and Di said to the waiter. "Okay, then let's serve these first. We'll order more if it's not enough." After the waiter left, Chen and Di said with a smile, "By the way, I haven't introduced myself after talking for so long. My name is Chen Jidi, East Chen, and Di of Scholar and First." The tall and thin man took the lead and said, "The 5 of us are good friends who have been in the same dormitory for 4 years in college. I'm the boss, Zhou Qi." Then came the man with glasses who opened the door earlier. "I'm the second oldest, Zhang Yu." Then there was the big fat man who was about 1 meter 9 tall. "I'm the oldest, Guo Chang." Then it was the turn of the most handsome-looking young man of the 5. "I'm the 4th, Lu Hua." Lastly, there was the short man of 1 meter 6. "I'm the oldest 5, Li Tian." It had to be said that the 5 brothers really did have their own characteristics, and they were also very distinct. Guess they should be considered mixed brothers, right? Chapter 63, Investing in a Small Game. After a simple self-introduction, everyone was considered to be initially acquainted. Chen and Di curiously asked, "I heard you guys say earlier that you should be developing and designing games, right?" Boss Jochi nodded his head and laughed bitterly. "But it's just a self-important joke. What development and design? Which is so lofty? It's just us 5 brothers blindly tinkering with a few small games and dreaming of getting rich overnight." Chen and Di continued to look for a topic. Not doing too well? His question was actually quite euphemistic. All mixed to this field now. It does not matter whether to pretend or not. Truthfully back, a few small games made in front of all the street. Also exhausted all of our money. Now do the game. Completed a large part. However, we have been unsustainable. Also intends to break up. It could be seen that the character of the 5 brothers were all very introverted, not good at talking, and not only were they not smooth in dealing with people, but they were also quite mute. Perhaps most of the programmers, engineers and designers who were engaged in game development were inclined towards geeky personalities. Zhou Qi, the boss who had been communicating with Chen and Di as their representative, was relatively better, but also very limited. Curiosity prompted Chen and Di to ghostly ask, "What kind of game are you guys making now?" "It's still a small program game, called Wave a Wave. Simply speaking, it's a game similar to elimination music. But, when it comes to his field of expertise, Zhou Qi instantly looks like a different person. Not only is he glowingly eloquent, even his eyes have light in them, and the whole person exudes a powerful confidence. Between his words, he could completely feel his extremely high professionalism. The more he spoke, the more the light in Chen and Di's eyes flourished. After he finished speaking, Chen and Di also basically understood the game in general. Originally, it was a small game, and it wasn't that complicated, so it wasn't difficult to understand. Chen and Di couldn't help but ask, "What level have you guys reached now? Is there a way to try out the game?" "There's an initial beta version. It's not too perfect, but it's playable." Zhou Qi turned his head again and said to Zhang Yu, "Lao Air, give me your cell phone." Zhang Yu didn't hesitate and directly took out his cell phone, tapped the small game icon on the screen, and then handed the phone to Chen and Di. Receiving the phone just happened to load the game interface. Chen and Di directly followed the prompts and clicked start. The first level, messy point, but the second level. When game over, Chen and Di subconsciously clicked continue. From the beginning of the calm, to serious thinking, to scratching his ears, and finally hate to smash the phone. He didn't know how long he had been addicted to it, only knowing that the cell phone, which was fully charged, had prompted that the power was too low. Only after seeing the prompt did he put down his cell phone with fondness. Even if he had already played to the point of his mind exploding in the end, he couldn't help but want to play another game. It was purely a battle between himself and himself. Putting down his cell phone, he let out a long sigh of relief. Looking at the dishes that had already been served, as well as the 5 brothers who didn't move their chopsticks, he hurriedly said, "Eat don't just stand there. Hurry up and start building. Start building." "Right, do you guys drink?" The 5 shook their heads in unison. Boss Zhou Qi said, "Thank you brother, but no wine. We still have things to do later." Chen and Di smiled faintly and said, "Going to sell computers and equipment?" The 5 people all had a helpless and awkwardly bitter smile on their faces, which was considered as a tacit acceptance. Chen and Di beckoned to the waiter and shouted, "Waiter, help us get a case of beer." Chilled, "No brother, we really." As soon as he heard him shouting for alcohol, Zhou Qi hastened to dissuade him, but before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Chen and the first. "No need to sell it." The 5 people were stunned. Zhou Qi frowned and asked suspiciously, "Brother, what do you mean by that?" Chen and first smiled. "How much does it cost you guys to develop this game?" Although he didn't know what he wanted, Zhou Qi still truthfully replied, "The development cost doesn't cost much, around $20,000 to $30,000. What about the later stages?" Zhou Qi shook his head. "The specific costs in the later stages, it depends on how to publicize and promote. Of course, the publicity and promotion fee is the biggest cost, not a small amount." Chen and Di opened the beers and distributed them to the crowd while saying, "I think I can invest in you guys." "What? Invest?" the 5 people exclaimed in unison. "Of course, if you guys are willing, I can also directly spend money to buy this game and then hire you guys to work for me." 2 modes of cooperation. If you are willing to work together, you guys can ponder over it carefully. When Chen and Di proposed buying out the game, he noticed that the 5 of them frowned slightly in unison. After a moment of silence, the eldest Zhou Qi said seriously, "Brother, are you really optimistic about this small program game of ours? Are you really willing to invest in it?" Chen and Di didn't hide anything, and said bluntly, "Very optimistic. It definitely has the posture of bursting into flames." He does not understand the game. He is only in the capacity of an ordinary game player. After the experience, get the intuitive feeling. We now have nothing but technology, not to mention the back-to-build servers, as well as promotion and publicity. We have even planned to break up on this. So brother, if you really want to invest, all the expenses can only be paid by you alone, and we can only use the technology as shares. Chen and Di nodded his head. "I'll pay for the money, and you guys don't need to care about the promotion and publicity. You only need to be responsible for doing a good job with the game as well as the technical aspects." Then he raised his palm and put up 5 fingers. 50%, I want 50% of the shares. "No way." The 5 people rejected with almost the same voice, and the reason why they rejected him was not because he took up too many shares and had too big an appetite. Zhou Qi shook his head and put up 3 fingers, saying, "Brother, we only need 30%. Do you guys know what is most important in the 21st century? The 5 shook their heads, indicating that they did not know. "Talent, or ing talent. So you guys are worth it." Also not giving them the chance to speak again at all, directly hammering away. Alright, it's decided. All of you are big men. Don't be a ing pussy. Come on, celebrate our happy cooperation. Cheers. The 5 young men chasing their dreams also finally revealed their smiles. 6 old men, 1 case of beer, easily settled. After eating, Chen Jidi took out his cell phone while saying, "Come on, let's first add a WeChat friend and contact information." After they were all added, Chen Jidi added, "Zhou Qi, I will transfer $50,000 to you first. You and your brothers will deal with it first." 5 people really did not expect Chen Jidi will be so trusting them, so generous. All of them were big boys in nature. It would be a lie to say that they were not touched. Take a bath, and then go back to sleep properly. Look at you guys like this, also not afraid of sudden death. Ah, brother. Zhou Qi voice a little choked. Chen Jidi patted his shoulder. Okay, the money transferred to you. You guys just feel at ease to develop the game. The rest of you don't worry about it. P.S. The 9th day of the 9th month of September, Chongyang Festival, also happens to be my birthday. Add one more chapter. Wish me a happy birthday. Chapter 64, The Evil Dog Big House. Chen Jidi pushed the small electric donkey, slowly and leisurely walking on the road. Drinking car not open wine not drink car, not even a small donkey, after all, or their own dog life is important. The heart also cannot help but calculate the next plan and intention. The money in the pocket is going to the bottom again, but there is a lot of work to be carried out next. Everywhere you need to use money. Registering the company, hiring professional managers, developing and designing games, building servers, renting office space, and so on, all need money. As for the promotion and publicity, he already has a plan, originally accounted for the bulk of the cost of expenditure, to his hands instead of needing to spend a penny. Push 10 minutes, even 1/10 of the distance have not gone to. Chen and the first is tired and hot. Ah, the heart straight call drinking mistake. He was ready to find a place to park the small donkey, their own ride home, and come back tomorrow to get. But just at this time, a big G suddenly parked on the side of the main road. Just parked on the side of the road to rest. Chen and the first did not care at all. Thirsty, he took himself out of the takeaway box water cups to drink, while the right window of the big G slowly fell down. From the car poked out a head. "Uncle! Uncle!" A familiar shout suddenly rang in Chen Jidi's ears. He put down his water cup and looked at the sound. In the big G car, holding up half of his body and trying to poke his head out of the car window. It was actually Mu Jiugu. Chen Jidi never expected to meet her here. Oh, this girl is enough domineering and tugging and even drive a big G. Then he saw Mu Jiugu turn off the engine and get out of the car, walking to him. "Ha, it's really you uncle. Mu Mao Mao, why are you here?" Mu Jiugu smiled back. "I finished shopping and was just about to go home." "Uncle, what are you doing parked on the side of the road in this sun? Is the car broken or out of battery?" "No, I've been drinking and have no way to ride." Mu Jiugu asked with a puzzled face. "It's half-afternoon. What kind of wine are you drinking?" Chen Jidi perfunctorily explained. "Newly met a few friends, drank a little when I was happy." Mu Jiugu gave him a blank look without any good humor. "Drunkard, you're really going to push it back? How long will that take?" Spitting was spitting, but she still said, "Come on, stuff the little electric donkey into the trunk. I'll drive you back." Looking at the domineering big G in front of me, stuffing a small electric donkey is not a problem. Chen Jidi also did not talk to her politely. While loading the car, asked, "I remember you drove a red Beetle, right? Is this a new car?" Mu Jiugu helped out while casually replying, "I didn't change it, and there's no rule that a person is only allowed to have one car, right?" In one sentence, Chen Jidi were directly choked speechless. Dog big household. Damn. Alright, uncle, get on the car. Chen first sat on the passenger seat and then hastily tied the seatbelt. His hand also gripped the armrest, his body tense. "See him like this?" Mu Jiugu exasperated questioned. "Hey, uncle, you overdone is not look down on our female drivers?" Chen Jidi shook his head and said bluntly without mercy, "It's not that I look down on female drivers, it's just that I feel you're unreliable." Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. As if to prove her driving skills, the next second she put her foot directly into the gas tank, stimulated by a strong sense of pushing back. Cold sweat straight. Chen and the first repeatedly apologized. I'm sorry, it's me who said the wrong thing. You're reliable. You're the most reliable." Hum. Mu Jiugu was very proud of the humming. Of course she also retracted her foot that stepped into the gas tank. Mu Jiugu slightly glanced sideways at him. Her heart as fine as a hair naturally saw that the frowning Chen Jidi were thinking about things. Curiously, she asked, "What's wrong, uncle? Look at you with a preoccupied look." "Nothing." Chen Jidi shook his head and replied perfunctorily. I don't know how to somehow provoke her, only to see her directly pull over, and then stared angrily at himself. At once, he asked with a bewildered face, What for? What's the point of suddenly pulling over and staring at me? Mu Jiogo once again questioned in a bad mood. Uncle, are you not treating me as a friend? Chen Jidi suddenly realized, shook his head and smiled, unable to see that this girl is quite righteous. It's really nothing. It's just that I just invested in a project today. My hands are a bit tight. I'm trying to figure out how to turn around. Lack of money, ah? Well, the effort to try to speak euphemistically a little. The result is good. 2 words directly pierce. Why? Lack of money you to Nine Sister said Nine Sister borrow you not finished? Uncle, I go to your place to rub rice or not embarrassed. How do you with me still polite on it? Are you treating Sister Gio as an outsider? This kind of boldness, do not know thought it was the old magnate. Besides, when did you become an outsider? Chen Jidi said how did he not know? Chen Jidi just smiled awkwardly and didn't answer. Yo, uncle, you're not shy, are you? Mu Jiogo mischievously blinked her big eyes and deliberately teased. Scram, you're the one who's shy. Mu Jiogo hemmed and hawed, but did not dislike each other with him anymore. Say, how much is the difference? Chen Jidi carefully calculated and pondered for a while, then stretched out 5 fingers. Mu Jiogo didn't even frown. $5 million? Okay, send me the card number and I'll transfer it to you when I get back. Wang DFA? Chen and the first face surprised, dumbfounded look at her. What's wrong, uncle? You're not talking about $50 million, are you? Then she frowned slightly and continued to say to herself, $50 million is not impossible. It's just that, uncle. Let me first say that I'm not trusting you. After all, it's not a small amount of money, so it shouldn't be too much for me to ask you what you're investing in, right? There are so many crooks now, we still need to be careful. Seeing her chattering away to herself and getting more and more outrageous, Chen and Dee were both depressed and amused. 10,000 evil dog big household. Invisible show-off wealth. The most pretentious. Chen and Dee had to interrupt her with a voice. Stop, stop, stop. Mu Mao Mao, what do you see me doing? Mu Jiogo returned with a puzzled face. Delivery, what's wrong? I'm a delivery man. Can I borrow $5 million? $50 million? Mu Jiogo was stunned, then awkwardly scratched his head, stupidly said, right. Chen and Dee breathlessly propped up his forehead. This girl is sometimes more refined than a monkey when she's stuck on her hair, but when she's sick, it's hard to explain. How much do you want? $500,000? Chen and Dee nodded. Okay, I'll transfer it to you when I get home. Mu Jiogo paused for a moment, then looked at him blearily and said daintily, Uncle, tonight I want to eat boiled fish and braised meat. I'll make it for you when we get home. Gotcha. The big G started up again, and the Yellow Plum opera automatically played in the car's music player. Birds in pairs in the trees. Nice. It sets the scene. Chapter 65 By the Promise of Love. Before going home, Chen and Dee also purposely went to the fresh food supermarket to purchase some ingredients. After all, the big debtor mainly eats fish, which is not available at home, and the fish still has to be eaten freshly killed to be beautiful. After returning home, he still first went to the bathroom to take a cool shower, and then changed into the home of the big undershirt and shorts. The whole person instantly comfortable a lot. Smoke a cigarette to rest for a while, and then took out his cell phone to check the time, almost to the point of cooking. Previously, when he invited the 5 brothers to dinner, he just focused on chatting and talking about things, and basically didn't move his chopsticks much, just drank 2 bottles of beer. Therefore, there was no delay for him to eat dinner. When he was about to get up and go into the kitchen to cook, the doorbell happened to ring. He originally thought that it was definitely Mu Jiogo, but when he opened the door, it was actually 2 delivery men. Chen and Dee were both puzzled and curious as they asked, What are you guys doing? May I ask if this is Chen and Dee? Mr. Chen, yes, I am, but I didn't buy anything? The 2 delivery men were also slightly stunned, and then asked, May I ask if this is the Fairview Hill and River neighborhood? Building 8, Unit 1, Floor 8, Number 1, right? Chen and Dee nodded. Your name is also Chen Jidi, right? Chen Jidi nodded again. That's right then. Please sign for the dishwasher. Mr. Chen. Dishwasher? Chen and Dee came to a realization and subconsciously raised his eyes to look at the opposite door. Good guy. Mu Mao Mao can really have you. What tricks you can think of. No wonder I met her in the middle of the road. 9 times out of 10, she ordered a dishwasher. After clearing what is going on, Chen and the first also signed the receipt. It didn't take long for the 2 men to help him install the dishwasher in the kitchen. When the 2 delivery and installation masters were sent out, the opposite door happened to open, and Mu Jiogo also happened to see the departing figures of the 2 masters. Yeah, uncle, was the dishwasher delivered? Chen and Dee said meaningfully. Sure enough, lazy people have made an indelible contribution to advancing society. He. Mu Jioge smiled smugly and didn't feel the slightest bit of shame. After following along into the house, Mu Jioge took out his cell phone and said, "Uncle, give me your account number." Chen Jidi didn't make any pretense, walked into the bedroom and took out a bank card from the nightstand. Mu Jioge clicked on the cell phone bank. After a flurry of operations, said with a smile, "Transferred. Uncle, see if you received it?" The words just landed on the ground. His cell phone rang with a text message tone. "It's here. Thank you." This thank you, Chen Jidi, was from the bottom of his heart. In the end, he and Mu Jioge had only known each other for a few days, and she even lent herself $500,000 without even a hint of hesitation, without asking anything more. No interest, no collateral, even how long to ask. This trust, isn't it worth? Chen Jidi moved? Perhaps for Mu Jioge, this money is just a hair, but Chen Jidi is a real huge ah. Chen Jidi's heart was touched by her heavy trust. He didn't say anything, but stared straight at her. Sitting on the sofa, Mu Jioge was staring straight at her, pretending to shrink back timidly, and gradually protecting her hands in front of her chest. CHCH changing. Chen Jidi snorted disdainfully. "There's nothing at all. What's there to block?" These words did not have any surprises to enrage her. Tang stood up, put down her hands, and the breasts that she had just been vigilant to protect, now not only purposely stood up and stood up again, but also kept on getting in front of Chen Jidi. Huffing and puffing roared, "No? Open your dog's eyes to see whether there is or not. Are you blind? Women can really strange. A moment to cover up, a moment and then come to the front, forced to appreciate. This is what is going on." Chen Jidi were forced to retreat by her, only to raise his hands, surrendering and admitting defeat. There, sorry, it's my eyes that are bad. It's my eyes that don't see Taishan." Mu Jioge arrogantly raised her chin. "Humph, count on you to know what you're talking about. But, honestly, what were you staring at me all the time just now?" Chen Jidi smiled faintly. "I was thinking He stopped on purpose halfway through his sentence. Mu Jioge pursued. "Thinking about what?" "I'm thinking about how to repay your great kindness." Mu Jioge pondered for a moment and said seriously, "Then be a cow and a horse." No. Chen Jidi shook their heads. "Being an ox is not enough. Then how do you want to repay?" she asked curiously. Seeing that she took the bait, Chen Jidi smiled cheaply. "Give your body in return." Mu Jioge was stunned, obviously not expecting him to say this. Immediately afterward, she touched her chin with her hand and looked around Chen Jidi with a serious and earnest face. Then she actually clapped. "Uncle, you girl line I did not expect you to be quite deep in the heart of the city Chen Jidi were confused by her maneuver. Full of bewilderment, he asked, "And what happened to me?" "Poof." Mu Jioge snorted smugly. "Don't think I don't know what you're playing at. Trying to lasso my great cleverness? Humph, don't even look at who I am." Chen Jidi were even more bewildered. "Mu Mao, what exactly are you talking about?" "Poof, uncle, the real purpose of you giving your body is actually to not want to pay back the money, right?" Chen Jidi were first stunned, then a flash of light flashed in their eyes. Mu Jioge's refreshingly unorthodox brain circuits were like opening the door to a new world for him. Seemingly, this line of thought of hers, it's quite flawless. How about following her line of thought? 2 words, get her. When the time comes, not to mention pay back the money, you can also hold a beautiful woman. Money, deposits, people, all want. Chen in the first pretense of surprise said, "Huh? This is you see through it? It seems that I am wrong in this wishful thinking." CHCH changing. Mu Jioge proudly and arrogantly angled her little head. "Who am I? Big smart. The sound of your planner. I can hear it across the Pacific Ocean." Chen Jidi laughed and shook their heads, not playing smart with her anymore. Instead, he once again walked into the bedroom, and while placing the bank card into the nightstand, he took out a file bag in his hand. Returning to the living room, he sat down next to Mu Jioge, put the cowhide file bag in his hand on the coffee table, and then pushed it in front of her. With a serious and earnest face, he said, "If you take this, you can rest assured that I am also at ease." Mu Jioge subconsciously looked down at the file bag and asked curiously, "What is it?" "You'll know if you open it yourself." Mu Jioge picked up the document bag, then slowly unwrapped the thin line that sealed it. When she saw what was inside, the smile hanging on her face stuttered. Then, it was instantly gloomy again. Furious, she pranced up and threw the file bag in her hand in front of Chen Jidi. Chapter 66, a little able to make a mess of the mindset. Uncontrollable anger was written all over Mu Jioge's exquisite and worldly features. "Chen Jidi, what do you mean by this?" It could be completely felt that it was completely different from the anger she felt when she disliked and choked each other before. This time she was really angry. Even the tone and voice when questioning became cold. Moreover, he was no longer addressed as uncle, but instead called him by his first name. Chen Jidi guessed that she might be angry, but he did not guess that the situation would be this serious. patiently explaining, you really don't think too much. The reason why I pledged the real estate license to you, there is no other meaning. It's just to figure out a peace of mind and solidity for myself. $500,000 is nothing to you, but to me at the moment, it is undoubtedly a huge sum of money. You lent me the money without a hint of hesitation, and didn't even ask how long it would take to pay back. How much trust does this have to be in me, nowadays? In this society, I don't need to say that we have only known each other for a few days. Even if we have known each other for a decade or two, or even longer, we can mention anything, but we can't mention money. For this great trust of yours, I am grateful and touched. However, I'm afraid that I will fail your trust, so I'll be able to put the real estate license on you, so that I can be a bit more solid. In this way, it is also to give yourself a little sense of crisis, pressure and motivation. What's more, all brothers have to be clear about their accounts. I can't rely on your trust in me and play shamelessly with you, right? After all, trust is something that doesn't come easily. I have to cherish it. So the reason why I'm doing this is not because I don't take you as a friend. Instead, I especially value you as a friend. Understand? Chen Jidi used his 3-inch tongue to chatter a lot, finally smoothing over the furry Mujiogu. The anger gradually dissipated and his gloomy face slowly eased. Mujiogu looked at him angrily and said in a bad mood, "Do you think that I can forgive you if you put here to stir up feelings?" Chen Jidi rubbed his nose and smiled sardonically. "Tell me, what do I have to do to get your understanding?" Mujiogu blurted out without thinking. "You wash the dishes in the future. Isn't there a dishwasher? Doesn't that still require someone to put it in and operate it? Fine, I'll do the dishes if I want to, but first say goodbye. This matter is written off, and you're not allowed to use the opportunity to blackmail me again in the future." Mujiogu guffawed and made an okay gesture. "Alright, I'm going to cook." After saying that, he got up and made a gesture to walk towards the kitchen. "Wait," Mujiogu suddenly called out to him. Chen and Di turned around. "Take your things away," Mujiogu said as she threw the picked-up file bag at him. Chen Jidi looked at the file bag in his hand and revealed a bitter smile. After putting in so much effort, he didn't expect it to end up back in his hands. Along with the dishwashing chores, it returned to his own hands. In an hour or so, Chen Jidi had made dinner. Just 2 dishes of boiled fish and braised pork. Because the portions were both exceptionally large, Chen Di didn't make any other dishes. Previously, because of the installation of the dishwasher and the tussle with Mujiogu, there was a lot of delay. So today's dinner was much later. When she saw the 2 dishes on the table, foodie Mujiogu couldn't help but gulp. "One look and I know that it must be especially delicious. Can't wait to pick up the bowl and chopsticks." First chucked a slice of boiled fish and tasted it. As soon as it entered her mouth, Mujiogu let out a satisfied exclamation. "Delicious as always, oily but not greasy, spicy but not dry, numb but not bitter. The fish meat is smooth and tender and fresh, and it's quite flavorful. Awesome. Oh, good guy, really is a veteran foodie." The review was head and shoulders above the rest, and very professional. Then she picked up another piece of braised pork and put it into her mouth. Her exclamation was even more excited than the party. "Yummy, yummy, super yummy." Before she could even swallow it, she was praising it one after another. Red color, rich taste, fat but not greasy, thin but not faggy, soft and melting in the mouth, fragrant and glutinous and fluffy. Great, great, first class. Uncle, this craft of yours not going to open a restaurant is simply a great loss for millions of foodies. Saying that, she suddenly brightened up. With an excited face, she proposed, "Uncle, why don't we partner up and open a restaurant? How about it?" Chen and Di blankly glanced at her in a bad mood. "Not good. Are you really saying that the wind is the rain? I have a big head and a thick neck? Hurry up and build. The delicious food can't even plug your mouth." Once the food was present, Mujiogu didn't even have the interest in disliking him. It was as if she was afraid that if she said 2 more words, she would eat 1 less bite. Not bad for an authentic foodie. The 2 large dishes that had a full portion were divided up by the 2 of them. There were still some peppers, chili peppers and oil soup left in the boiled fish. The broth of the braised pork was mixed with rice by Mujiogu. There were no surprises. She was full again. "Uncle, are you still making a snack tonight?" "My Nima." Chen and Di's mentality collapsed. 1 second just put down the chopsticks. Are still rubbing the rounded stomach, but the next second, even began to think about the snack. Chen and Di took a few deep breaths and tried their best to keep their minds at peace. Directly ignoring her question, he buried his head to clean up the dining table and walked quickly into the kitchen with the dishes. Mujiogu softly muttered, "What's wrong? Is it a do or don't do?" Bewildered, she suddenly remembered something and hurriedly got up to follow. "By the way, uncle, can you do me a favor tomorrow?" Mujiogu leaned on the doorframe and looked at the busy Chen Jidi and asked, "What favor?" "Help me pick up someone at the airport." Chen Jidi's movements on his hands obviously gave a start. Of course he knew who Mujiogo wanted him to pick up. You have something to do? Well, there happens to be something tomorrow morning. Chen and D nodded. Okay, no problem. Send me the flight information. Thank you, uncle. I'll put the car keys on the coffee table. Oh, the car is parked next to your parking space. You know. After saying that, Mujiogo did not leave. Still leaning on the doorframe staring at him, Chen and D asked suspiciously. Why? Is there anything else? Mujiogo looked like she wanted to speak but didn't dare to. If there's something, just say it. Now you're being polite with me instead. Uncle, can I discuss something with you? Chen and D said back succinctly. Speak, Mujiogo carefully said. It's, in the future, can you cook for one more person? After she finished speaking, she used the corner of her eyes to surreptitiously observe Chen and D's reaction. However, Chen and D's complexion did not change in any way. Instead, he agreed to her very quickly. Yes, this was indeed beyond her expectations. The reason Chen and D agreed so readily was because he knew who that person was. Moreover, he owed Mujiogo more than one or two favors. What's more, one sheep was a rush. A flock of sheep was also a rush. There was no difference. His quickness, in turn, made Mujiogo think more. Chapter 67 Exclusive Gift, Golden Rankings. Mujiogo looked at his busy figure seriously cleaning the kitchen, her eyebrows slightly knitted. Uncle, if it's because I just lent you money and it makes you feel like you owe me a favor and can't refuse, then it's not necessary. Chen and D turned around and looked at her with a somewhat surprised expression. He didn't expect Mujiogo's heart to be so sensitive. Mu Mao Mao, why would you think like that? Why do you like to think nonsense when you're so young? You've grown 800 hard eyes, ah? Then if I had just rejected it outright, could it be that you wouldn't have pestered me? Mujiogo shook her head. Of course not. I will definitely soften my words and try to find ways to get you to say yes. Uncle, what about the final result? Mujiogo was full of confidence. Then what's the point? Uncle, you will inevitably be worn down by me and have no choice but to compromise. Chen and D spread their hands and said, isn't that the end of it? The end result is the same anyway, so why would I bother and suffer? It's better to agree to it painfully, and your ears will be cleaner. What's more, a pig is fed. A group of pigs is also fed. No difference. Mujiogo is very pleased to smile. Not bad, oh uncle. You now have a very high ideological awareness. Immediately, she came back to her senses and viciously questioned. Uncle, did you just call me a pig in a roundabout way? Chen and D pretended to be fawning and humble, busily explaining. No, you misunderstood. He originally thought that he was going to apologize and admit his weakness, but he didn't expect that he would come up with a twist. I didn't beat around the bush. Hey, seeing the exasperated Mujiogo like a puffed-up puffer fish, Chen and D laughed indulgently. The unconvinced Mujiogo just wanted to dislike her back when her cell phone alarm went off. It was 8 o'clock sharp. She had to hurry back to simply put on some makeup and clean up a bit more to get ready to start broadcasting. Although there was still a full hour before she started broadcasting, but women are really troublesome and time-consuming to clean up and dress up. Uncle, I'll go over first. Greeting, she left in a hurry. After packing up the kitchen cleanliness and hygiene of Chen, and the first also did not dare to delay, took the cell phone and went into the bedroom. Ironmouthly and Bagua King's appointment time has arrived. It is not very panicky, although the agreement is 8 o'clock, but the two people even on the line certainly still have to play mouth to mouth. Put trash talk, waiting on the person at the same time, but also can drive to guide the mood and atmosphere of the fans of the live broadcast, for the opening of the battle after the circle of votes to make a good pad. This is also the reason why the anchors like to play the script and like to engage in hate bureaus. He had just returned to his bedroom, and before he had the time to click on Douyin, a call came in. It was his senior personal advisor, Li Mang. Hey, Counselor Li, what's up? There was no dilly-dallying, and he directly opened the door. Hello Mr. Chen. I'm calling to let you know that our company's customized Divine Hero exclusive gift for you, Mr. Chen, has successfully gone live. Our company's special invitation letter has also been sent to you through the platform system notification. You only need to click on the link on the special invitation letter to enter the mystery shop, and you will be able to successfully receive the unique customized exclusive gift. Chen and D said indifferently. Okay, got it. After hanging up the phone, Chen and D tapped on Douyin. There was indeed a new message in the system notification in the message list, and when he tapped on it, a beautifully crafted and designed special invitation letter came into view. Clicking on the link attached to the invitation, the page automatically jumped to the mystery shop. This time, the mystery shop launched 4 new gifts. The first 3 were limited summer series gifts, and except for the special guests, if they wanted to get the right to use them for a limited period of time, they had to meet the required recharge criteria. Special guest Chen and D could of course also receive them, but he couldn't see it. And the 4th new gift was Chen and D's exclusive customized gift, Golden Ranking. This gift name, Chen and D still quite liked it. Moreover, it echoed his name he D. The whole network unique gift. Only he Chen and D can receive. Also only he can use. And the right to use is also permanent. Unlimited. Then look at the price labeled below. 500,000 do coins. That's right. 500,000 do coins. Or 50,000 RMB. This could be said to be the most expensive gift in the entire network at the moment. Although the price was still too low for Chen and D, he was quite satisfied. After all, if the price was set any higher, it would really upset the balance. The price of 500,000 do coins was, frankly speaking, already exceptionally high, and it would also already affect the balance. However, the impact wasn't too great, and was completely within the platform's control. So Chen and Dijin were quite satisfied, and could also see that Douyin's official attention to him. After clicking to receive, below the gift instantly appeared a line of exclusive customized gift small words. At the bottom of the acquisition list, there was only he D. After exiting the mystery shop, he turned off the invisibility privilege, then tapped on the follow list, and directly tapped into Tai Zue Li's live streaming room. He joined the live broadcasting room. Li, who was playing with the king of gossip, very accurately captured the floating screen prompts. At that moment, he stood up from his seat, holding the microphone in his hand, and hissed with incomparable excitement and enthusiasm, "Welcome me and brother D." Then he set off the ceremonial firecrackers, beat the gongs and drums, and danced with his hands. Seeing his maniacal excitement, those who didn't know thought he had won a few $100 million. There is no need for him to say. The public screen of the live broadcast room is instantly full of welcome and brother no. 1 inch to dominate the screen. What is the countertop? This is the face of God's great big brother. The opposite side of the gossip king and his shouted out welcome and the first brother. Some froze. He instantly understood why Li Tizui, this goon, dared to run to his own live room to clamor, to bring the rhythm. He also finally understood why Li Tizui would not hesitate to take his own battle last night. Originally, it is Douyin these 2 days made a lot of noise in the first in the backing MA. Of course, the gossip king also counted on the iron mouth Li behind someone. Only he didn't guess that it was in the first brother just. Bagua King unknowingly picked up his cell phone that was placed off camera. On the surface, he was interacting with the fans and viewers in the live broadcast room, but in reality, he was sending a message to the guild boss. Boss, there really is someone behind Li Tizui. It's N brother D. I know, it's nothing to make a fuss about. As soon as he saw the message back from his boss, Bagua King was instantly delighted. Since he already knew, then he must have made sufficient preparations, so he had nothing to worry about. The boss is really skillful. 1,000 penetrations. Only a horse's ass does not penetrate. Douyin looks big and deep, but when you reach a certain level, it's just the same thing. There's no secret to speak of. P.S. Do not send takeout on not send well. Not moving to threaten people. Which is all day long in the PK brush gift? I have to write some daily life and relationship progress. The network, reality must be taken into account. Or look at also feel boring. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that, but I'm sure I'm going to be able to do it. Chapter 68, The Great War, One Touch of Light. As the Victory Guild boss said, the whole thing could be guessed after a little analysis. Ironmouthly dared to suddenly and publicly with Gossip King called the board, that he must be behind someone to support. The Gossip King is the Victory Guild's anchor. This thing, in Douyin is not a secret. Almost all know. Ironmouthly's backer is also absolutely know that Gossip King behind the Victory Guild still dare to declare war on his hands. That strength must not be underestimated. But after the Victory Guild boss's understanding, recently Douyin did not have new forces stationed. In addition to Chen and D, recently there is also no new godly big brother, and then with other guilds and know the godly big brothers to inquire. After learning that it is not them, the answer also slowly surfaced. Combined with the Gossip King's remarks last night, as well as Iron Spout Li's various manifestations, the truth is calling out. If not the recently popular and the first brother, who else would it be? Who else had the strength to blatantly rob a large guild of its cake? The Victory Guild's boss of course knew why King Gossip had sent himself a message. The company's operations and I are all stealthy in your live room. Don't worry, I'd like to see what he has that dares to call the shots with our Victory Guild. The company is very well prepared. You just let go. According to what we said before, you take 70%. The Bagua King's heart crossed, gritted his teeth, and replied, okay, boss. The 70% he said wasn't a good thing, but the total number of votes played in this PK, he had to buy 70% of the bill. How to put it? The Victory Guild was sort of a bit human, but not much, and Bagua King is naturally gambling. If this PK hit the desired effect, then he can definitely rely on this wave of popularity and heat. From the second line directly promoted to a line anchor, only promoted to first tier anchor, then the debt he owed to the guild. Also simply not a matter. Organize 2 events. Bring a few waves of goods. Cut a few leaks. Easily solved. But if you lose the bet, then it is really a complete street. Not to mention hitching into the savings. I'm afraid that you have to put the car and house into it, and even put himself into it. The profits are high. The risks are just as high. Fair enough, but in his opinion, his own chances of winning were quite high. Not only did he have the backing of the Grand Guild, but he had left his hand in the air at the same time. This PK, he was busting his ass and was bound to take it in one fell swoop. Since he had gotten the guild's promise, he was also naturally relieved. Putting his cell phone down, he began to focus on live broadcasting, and he was no longer afraid to do so. Directly clipped and taunted. I say Lee Tizui, can you come out to see more of the world when you're not doing anything? A level 60 big brother only. See you excited. Do not know thought it was your own father came. If you can lick the big brother this energy, used in doing live content and effect, you to now are still struggling in the 3rd line? Not I say you this person. In fact, we're all quite good, but is too poor vision, too lack of heart. I advise you to keep your eyes peeled and be careful. Don't be sold at the time and not even know it. The meaning in his words was obvious, and almost every sentence was alluding to Chen Jidi. Chen Jidi in front of the screen smiled faintly. Not only did he not care, he even opened a can of beer. A truly strong person never pushes more, but only uses strength to hit the face. How high you jump now, how painful it will be when you fall later. The same are all juggling. Iron Mouthly naturally is not vegetarian. Immediately choked back. This point is not bother you worry. Even if my vision again poor, again lack of heart, but also better than some people. Certain people can have to be careful. Do not be taken as a pawn and abandonment is. Oh yeah, the mystery shop has just been updated with new gifts. You don't know that yet, do you? The king of gossip froze slightly. To be honest, he really didn't know about it and didn't pay attention to it at all. He also didn't understand why Iron Spoutly would suddenly and inexplicably bring this up. It wasn't just him. At least 90% of the 200,000 plus viewers and fans in the 2 live rooms combined didn't understand. Hearing him finish, there were immediately curious viewers who clicked into the mystery shop to check it out. The platform really customized an exclusive gift for N Brother D. It's really been corrected by Oldly. Golden ranking. This is a really good name, and it's quite a match for Brother He as well. Obviously, the platform official authentication, and the first brother real god ho, or strength, huge potential real god hoa. Good lord, did no one notice the price of the gift? $500,000. My ass. The most expensive gift in the entire network. There's no one. This is the platform official giving in Brother D stage. Awesome. Really awesome. For a moment, the public screen of Iron Spoutly's live room was full of people talking about Chen and D's exclusive gift, the Golden List. On the other hand, the public screen in King Bastard's live room was a bit miserable. Oh, Bastard, how do you feel now? Does your face especially hurt? Marred. A day in addition to rumors and chaotic arrangements, is to give the same guild's anchor channeling flow. Long ago to see you are not happy. Take off. The knife is not sharp and the horse is too thin. What are you going to fight with in Brother D? Bagua King's face was a bit ugly. He did not expect that at this critical moment, it would be such an accident. Being punched in the face is also even if. Anyway, he is also used to being punched in the face. But this time, even by the platform official to the face, and still in the big battle at the moment before the trigger. This is not purely shake the military heart? He didn't dare to delay any longer. Things shouldn't be delayed. The fight must start immediately. Chen and the first also do not want to listen to their continued nonsense. Directly floated the screen and said, Li Tizui, ask them if the people have arrived yet? Although Tai Zueli was puzzled, he still truthfully conveyed, Turtle King, my brother Hidi asked you if everyone has arrived? King Bagua was equally puzzled and asked, what people? Chen and the first again supreme floating screen, guild operations, self Big Brother as well as assisting Big Brother, as well as electricity supplier. Joke. Hear the Gossip King after relaying. A face of disdain snorted. I Gossip King playing PK. Never play false. Operation. Backflow these. Simply does not exist okay? At least is also a 60 level Big Brother. Surprisingly bring these lowly rhythm. You this heart and pattern also cannot His words were just to fool the rash people who couldn't understand the live broadcast. But even if everyone knew it by heart, there was no way he would admit it. It was one thing for the audience and fans to know. It would be another if he admitted it himself. Andy, don't talk to me about all that nonsense. If it's all here, start the fight. Don't waste time. If it's not all here yet, then I must give you enough time to inform and invite. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll have a bad time. P.S. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, I'll update another chapter. Chapter 69, Fighting Against the Entire Guild with One's Own Strength. He was also too lazy to type and send out pop-ups to float the screen, directly allowing Tai Zueli to pull him onto the mic. After sitting on the guest seat, Chen Jidi shouted in a domineering manner, "Since you want to play with me, then please prepare enough tickets. I don't want to see you all get down before I even start to make an impact. Operation or return flow or God's whole big brother or electric business. But whatever you can call to help. All call me, I'll take it all by myself." In order to fulfill the system's stipulated squandering theme, Chen Jidi also put up a fight. As Chen Jidi's domineering declaration of war ended, the public screen in the live broadcast room was completely blown up. Holy, worthy of being Brother Jidi? This is too ruthless. Is Brother Jidi preparing to pick over the entire guild by himself? This is too damn powerful. It's overbearing. More than overbearing? It's already an overbearing bloodbath. The boss of the Victory Guild wasn't the only one paying attention to this live broadcast. Basically, all of the big guilds in the top 10 rankings of Douyin had people hiding in the live broadcast room, sitting and watching this big battle. Of course, there were also a lot of godly big brothers who were stealthily in the live broadcast room. All of them wanted to see just how strong this mysterious god boss, who had appeared out of nowhere for only 2 or 3 days, could actually be. Although there was a big battle last time, everyone knew that in Brother D hadn't really powered up at all. It was just as well that this time, the Victory Guild had come to help them test the depths of Brother Jidi. That's why each and every one of them quietly plopped down in Ironmouthly's live room to catch a glimpse of Brother Jidi's style. However, it should be said that the mysterious and the first brother, in the temperament of this piece, is absolutely pinpointed to death. One person dared to call the shots of the entire guild. This is not claptrap, eye-catching bean batch. Then absolutely is a super big god ho. Whether he was a dragon or a bug, everyone was waiting to see. At the same time, the headquarters of Magic City's Radiant Media, President Lin Yuanxiao's office. President Lin, wasn't it already arranged for me to play PK with Mr. Zhang in a continuous stream tonight as my first battle after signing up with the guild? Why was it suddenly cancelled? In the face of Ning Nuka's questioning, President Lin Yuanxiao was surprisingly not half dissatisfied, because Ning Nuka was the one who personally went to his door to sign the contract. He was very optimistic about Ning Nuka and was prepared to train her as the first sister of the guild. Young people, it's completely understandable that they are quick-tempered, so just teach them slowly. Lin Yuanxiao smoked a mouthful of cigar. In the mouth slowly taste feeling, slowly spit out. He smiled and said, "Tonight is not suitable, so it was cancelled temporarily." Ning Mucha doubtfully pursued, "Why is it inappropriate? Tonight, the focus of the entire network's attention is gathered on this big battle between Mysterious Divine Hero and the First and Victory Guilds. If you and Mr. John link up for PK tonight, the attention won't be too high, so we've decided to change the time to tomorrow night's prime time slot." Ning Mocha frowned slightly and muttered softly, "Mysterious Godly Hero and no. 1. Victory Guild?" Lin Yuanxiao smiled. "That's right, the Divine Hero and First Solo Battle Victory Guild, including me. Many guilds, Divine Hero big brothers, and even the platform officials are paying attention. You can also go and take a look." Ning Mocha nodded, and then exited the office, hurriedly returning to his live room and paying attention. Just as Ironmouthly was about to open his mouth to talk about punishment, rows and rows of yellow and red floor tile special effects suddenly spread out in the live broadcast room. Who is it? Before the fight has even started, you can't hold back and start sending Huazi? Ironmouthly fixed his eyes and saw that it was a 60-level godly big brother. The rebellious teenager gave and the first 10 carnival. This is not all. Followed by a level 55 big brother began to make a move. The tragic brother gave and the first 10 carnival. These two's tawdry maneuvers directly confused the hundreds of thousands of viewers in the 2 live rooms. What is the situation? It hasn't even started yet. Isn't this pure waste? Even Chen and D were a bit confused, busy asking, "Why are you two here? Rebellious teenager, uncle, you're not decent. Such a pretentious and overbearing thing. You didn't even inform me? Damn it. Tragic brother, looks like I'm going to level up to 60 here tonight." Ironmouthly took a look at the two people's floating screen pop-ups, and was instantly delighted. This is the help coming. Wouldn't that be more stable? But what everyone didn't expect was that and Brother D refused without hesitation. "Hey, warning you two, this PK, none of you are allowed to intervene, or I will be anxious with you too." Chen and D thought for a moment and continued, "Audience friends and fans in the live broadcast room, I hope that this next PK, you all don't make a move to upvote, but it's just a dirt chicken and dog. Leave it to me to deal with. You guys eat melon and watch the fun on the line. Where do you need to make a move? Remember, a careful heart do not send. If you really can't resist the restless heart in hand, want a little participation, then you directly give me the gift. As for me to shout and cheer, don't ever hit the bloodstain, okay? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Should we be so overbearing? Brother Jidi is really prepared to fight the opposite side alone? Too ruthless. As a keyboard warrior, I don't serve anyone in Douyin, but now I'll serve in Brother D. I'm going to blow my brains out for the rest of my life, no matter if I win or lose. Ironmouthly now that is called it excited excitement. Since the first brother dares to say such domineering words, that is absolutely have the confidence and strength to win. The opposite side of the Gossip King heard his wild words. His face is angry green. The guild boss who was lying in the live broadcast room, as well as a group of big brothers and electricians, their faces were horribly gloomy. They had encountered crazy ones, but they had never encountered such a crazy one. There was really enough arrogance. King Bagua, besides the punishment we set last night, I'm going to add another one. The Bagua King sneered. It's just right. I also have this intention. You say it first. If you lose, I want you to smack your own big mouth while apologizing to ED for your own foul mouth. Okay, I'll take it. If you lose, I want ED to yell I'm a loser. I'm sick, and I'll never run out without my medication again to embarrass myself. Pa! Ironmouthly slapped heavily on the table. Even the camera shook violently a few times. Wang Ogway, don't go too far. This punishment is impossible for me. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Chen Jidi. Cloudy said, I'll take it, brother Hidi. Ironmouthly still wanted to say something, but was once again interrupted by Chen Jidi. It's fine. Remember, since I made a move, there's no PK that I can't win. Good lord. Another dominating quote. The audience in the live broadcast room heard it with boiling blood. The PK hadn't even started yet, and the live broadcast room had already been completely lit up by the domineering and peerless brother Hidi. Chapter 70, 10,000 Arrows. Hardcore Operation. Don't look at Chen Jidi's current aura of unrivaled dominance, but in fact, he was still panicking in his heart. It wasn't that he was afraid of not having enough dough coins on his account, but rather he was afraid that his hand speed wasn't enough. If there was no time limit on PK, then naturally he wasn't worried in the slightest. If the opposite side was determined to fight directly head-on from the start, then he, alone, would definitely not be able to point against the opposite side, even if he was able to swipe the most expensive gift in the entire network right now. After all, it was hard to beat four hands with two fists. Moreover, even if he clicked his fingers to make sparks, it was absolutely impossible for him to brush through 5 billion votes in one PK. So he was still very flustered and despondent right now. However, right at this moment, the system delivered timely rain for him, solving his pressing problems in one fell swoop. Detected that the host's mission theme this time has reached 90%, and hereby rewards the host with an auxiliary specialty, 10,000 arrows. After Chen Jidi understood the auxiliary special skill rewarded by the system, he immediately breathed a long sigh of relief and no longer had any worries. In his heart, he thanked the system's 8 generations of ancestors. It was really timely rain. When the 10,000 arrows assist special skill was turned on, Chen Jidi would obtain the terrifying ability of 100 strikes in 1 second. In other words, he could poke the screen 100 times in a second. Moreover, within the range of 100 hits, he could control the speed at will. Of course, this terrifying ability could only work when delivering gifts, meaning, Chen Jidi could only turn on and use 10,000 arrows when he was swiping gifts. This auxiliary stunt, to him, was not only not the slightest bit ribbed, but rather, it was quite useful. With the 10,000 arrows ability in hand, when doing system tasks in the future, wouldn't it be half the battle? It's a breeze. Mom will no longer worry about me poking my hands until they hurt and cramp up. A confident smile appeared on Chen Jidi's face as his previous worries were swept away. Now, after turning on 10,000 arrows, he was able to swipe out up to 50 million votes a second, and the 5 billion dough coins in his account would only last for 100 seconds. Less than 2 minutes. Ward Sky, what the hell is this concept? I don't even dare to think about it. Of course, he is not stupid. How can he really do it? It must be to control the speed well. Now his account nearly 5 billion, and his golden list is worth 500,000. That is to say, to brush the words, his poke 10,000 times. According to the longest PK time of 15 minutes, he had to poke more than 666 times per minute on average, so he had to poke at least 11 times per second. This workload was big enough, since the last time his wrist was poked with soreness, pain and cramps, Chen Jidi really didn't dare to play that way anymore. Moreover, with his hand speed of more than 20 years of being single, he could at most poke 7 or 8 times, and he simply couldn't reach the average of this time. Therefore, he must open the plugin, and the speed will be controlled at 12 hits per second. It is also barely able to muddle through. After all, the fastest hand speed can press the button 16 times a second. Chen, in the first thought, decided that it is better to give everyone a precaution first. Very pretentious said, old Iron Men, like you see today, what is called a real man's hand speed. Ironmouthly, start. My fingers can't wait to dance. Start for 15 minutes. I can't get enough of 10 minutes. Well, there it is again. Here he comes, here he comes, here he comes again. 15 minutes again. I wonder how many votes and Brother D can get on this time. Record the screen, hurry up and record the screen. Not only can we see the unique and exclusive gift, it seems that we can also witness a miracle. We must record the screen. With Chen and D's order, a battle that hundreds of thousands of viewers were looking forward to paying attention to was finally kicked off. Chen and D, who had long been prepared, directly opened the 10,000 arrows special. At once, click gift fingers came a tingling sensation, although under his control, but he felt as if it was no longer his own fingers in general. It was contradictory, but it was indeed his true feeling. He, as well as everyone in the live broadcast room, also finally saw the special effects of the golden list, only to see a fairy atmosphere surrounded by the heavenly palace, in the misty clouds hidden, and then the distant heavenly palace floated out of a volume of carved dragons and phoenixes of the Emperor's decree. The Emperor's decree, which was filled with light golden light, floated and flew from far and near, nearby before and after. The swaying imperial decree suddenly unfolded, only to see the imperial decree on the imperial decree written in the 4 big words of the golden list of titles in the dragon and phoenix, and in the bottom left corner, it is Chen and D handwritten in D2 words. At a closer look, there is even a large seal with the words in first. I have to say, Douyin's official customized gift is really heartfelt. Chen and D were simply satisfied. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So beautiful. So domineering gift special effects. I dare say that this is definitely the best looking and most domineering gift special effect of Douyin at the moment. Bar none. Good looking. Really good looking. I don't know how many times better looking than the exclusive gifts of other godly heroes. Douyin official this time is very attentive. Not only the design of the atmosphere, but also does not lose the exquisite beauty. The most critical. The details are also done quite in place. This is uniquely belongs to and Brother No. One's countertop? Tai Zueli was already excited beyond words. Vocally shouted, "Thank you for the exclusive gift from me and Brother D. It's so beautiful." And he had also recorded the screen long ago. This was the first golden ranking sent by Brother He D, so he had to record the screen to show off. Even Ninth Sister hadn't gotten her first yet. The opposite side also didn't plan to hide their strength at all, and they directly went head-on. 5 level 60 accounts struck at the same time in the first second of the start. 3 of the accounts were well known. One was the Victory Guild's operation number, one was an e-commerce account, and one was the Guild's account specializing in returning traffic. As for the other 2, they should be the Victory Guild's befriended godly big brothers who were specially invited to help out. The 5 accounts worked in unison, and were able to get on 2 million or so votes in a second. And Chen and the first second can be on 6 million votes. The difference is not a half a star. In fact, it is mainly because the price difference between the 2 sides' gifts is too big. Chen and the first 1 vs 5 not only did not lose the wind at all, but also pressed the opposite side to catch their breath. Dominance, unrivaled dominance. They all knew that this was a big battle, but who would have thought that the opening would be so bloody and brutal? Look at the audience of the 2 live broadcast room as boiling blood, passionate and those lying in the live room peeping guild bosses, god big brothers, and even the platform official, all by Chen and the first hardcore operation as well as strong strength to the shock. How long has it been? But a minute's time, and the first brother even ing on nearly 400 million votes. What kind of concept is that? What is this concept? 1 minute, nearly 40 million renminbi. Who dares to think? Who dares to be tough? Even if your carnival is $300 apiece, you wouldn't dare to fight hard. Moreover, looking at the situation of Brother D, he can definitely give you a chance to go bankrupt. P.S. Update time to clarify. Every morning 001 update. Chapter 71, A Battle Alone. The Manhwa king was already confused as he looked at his side's blood bar that was almost eaten up. A godly big brother who had been invited to help out floated the screen and said, "No way. The gift price gap is too big. We simply can't point to win." The Manhwa king also reacted at once and hastily canvassed for votes. "Brothers, family members, this battle can be about our family's status and face, so we can only win. We can't lose. Everyone crowdfund together. Help give a hand. Need to pay attention. Need to." Even the bosses of the little master lean forward. Old Wang absolutely give the bosses arrangements in place. While he was frantically canvassing for votes, he was also constantly giving everyone a peace of mind and washing their brains. Big brothers are altogether a hand opposite only in the first person on the ticket. Do not be afraid. Don't look at now his bloodline steadily pressure us head to head. That's because his exclusive gift is too expensive. His hand speed is also too fast. He has a golden list that can match a dozen of our carnivals. And although we have 5 big brothers upvoting together, we can't overtake them at all for a while. Although our big brother has the strength to have tickets, but we can't make it out at all. But brothers, don't be afraid. This is a 15-minute long protracted battle. the opposite side can't keep going up so hard. The reason why he went crazy at the beginning and pushed up the votes was just to suppress our family's momentum and give us a downward spiral. So brothers, we can't let him succeed in his trickery. Let's all lend a hand and press the bloodstain over to me. He's a single person. On what grounds can he fight against the 200,000 to 300,000 people in our live room? A godly hero? Today we, the king's army, will slaughter God to prove the way? Dry. It should be said that the Bagua King's wave of brainwashing and atmosphere mobilization was very successful, especially that last sentence of slaying the gods to prove the way. It was even more exciting to hear the fans' blood boil. In an instant, the fans in the live broadcast room all stepped in and gave generously. From Carnival on up, to Little Heart, the screen was filled with gift effects that flew around for a while. At the same time, the contracted anchors under the Victory Guild also came to help out. For those who weren't on air, the anchors came in person, and those who are on air also let the fans and big brothers in the live room come over to help. In the case of powering together, the effect is also not generally significant. The situation was instantly reversed, and the bloodstain that had been suppressed was also as if it had eaten Viagra, instantly rebounding. Asterisk chased over. Bloodstripe chased over. Is it really not necessary to help? I'm afraid that Brother Jidi can't block it at all on his own. There are too many helpers on the opposite side, and all the anchors under the guild have come to help. The situation is quite bad. Brother Jidi is here to help our Ironmouth army. How can we really let Brother Jidi carry the load alone? Brothers, let's go together. Even if we have to play support for Brother Jidi, I don't care. Brothers of the Ironmouth army, let's all go together to help Brother Jidi share the firepower and reduce the pressure. Chen Jidi didn't panic at all, and even lit a cigarette with one hand. A sudden onslaught like this from the opposite side wouldn't last long. The cockerel ting on the head section is hard. Within 2 minutes, it will definitely go soft. Altogether with the force can only be with their own equal strength. But also what to fight Not everyone is Chen Jidi. There are endless votes. Even if it was the Victory Guild, would he dare to take so much money to play with Chen Jidi? He could not ignore the company's interests and future and fight Chen Jidi to the end just because of one of his anchors and a small cake in his hand. When his payment is greater than the value of the cake in his hand, then he will not hesitate to give up the cake in his hand. This is a wise businessman. That's why Chen Jidi are emboldened and not panicked in the slightest. Even if you really want to go to hell in a handbasket, then he also has nothing to be false. With a system and the body of the destiny of the Son of Death, have that strength? Worthy? Seeing his own fans spontaneously organizing crowdfunding, Ironmouthly was very pleased and touched. And when he saw that level 60 Big Brother Rebel Teenager, as well as level 55 Big Brother Tragedy Brother also started to join together, his gratitude towards Brother Jidi was expanded infinitely. If it wasn't for Brother Jidi, who did these two big brothers know him to be? Not to mention upvoting him, they wouldn't even give a damn about him. Seeing this, Tai Zueli also stopped hiding. Cannot really let the big brothers and fans in front of the charge, while they are cowering in the back to pick up the big cheap, right? So engaged. Not let the support of their own big brother and fans cold heart? Pure big brother as a big wrong species. The fans as Lika, really so engaged. Even if he won the PK, he Ironmouthly also have to cool through. So he must take a stand. Whether or not it is not a false sense of drama for show, he has to go out. What's more, he hadn't even thought of being a shrinking violet from the start. He had already put all of his savings last night and recharged it into his trumpet. At that moment, he picked up the spare cell phone on the side, clicked into the live broadcasting room, and then began to upvote himself. When he saw the screen full of other gift effects floating up, Chen in the first instantly became anxious, hurriedly said, Hey, what are you guys doing? Didn't you hear what I said before? What does it mean now? Looking down on me? Ironmouthly hurriedly smiled and explained, Brother Jidi, your strength is unquestionable and well known, and we in no way mean to look down on Brother Jidi. Before he could finish his words, he was forcefully interrupted by Chen Jidi's annoyed voice. No meaning to look down on me? Then what are you guys doing? In a hurry, or panicked? The blood bar has only been pressed over a little bit, and you can't hold it together? Ironmouthly said in a hurry. No, Jidi, we didn't. We weren't. Oops. He, who was a good tongue twister, couldn't even speak now. It can be seen how anxious and panicked he was, fearing that Chen Jidi would misunderstand. Chen Jidi also did not make it difficult for him. Okay, all stop. Don't hit to the blood strip again. If you really want to fight alongside me, then just give me the gift directly. Otherwise don't mess around. As for the blood strip, don't rush. Let the bullets fly for a while first. It's only interesting if there is a back and forth. What's so good about one-sided crushing? Resist, vigorously. The more intense resistance, then I will be more excited. He. Hearing Chen Jidi's words, Iron Spoutly was also helplessly smiling bitterly, since Big Brother repeatedly refused them to intervene. Then he could only follow orders, hastily dissuading and stopping the audience fans who still wanted to continue upvoting. He, on the other hand, also took the lead and started swiping gifts for Brother Jidi, with Brother Jidi's unrefusable request in front of him, and Anchor Iron Mouth Lee's guidance behind him. All the Big Brother fans who couldn't hold back their restless hearts and hands also swiped their gifts towards Brother Chi. This kind of strange phenomenon in the whole network is also really the first time to see. P.S. I really can't give you a guarantee of how many more a day, how many chapters. The only thing I can guarantee is that there will be more and more. Thank you for your love. Chapter 72, The Godly Big Brother Who Was Sprayed Away. For the first time in the entire network, the tawdry operation appeared, and many viewers who were new to the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. The top one Big Brother single-handedly fought the group alone. Hundreds of thousands of viewers and fans gave gifts to the Big Brother and cheered. Look, the headlines of tomorrow's Douyin gossip are all there. The king of Versailles rebel boy who loves to pretend to be a bully is now quite admiring and worshipping Chen and the first. Damn. Or uncle and the first uncle will play look at this pussy, let him to pretend. The fullest The wind is overpowering the entire network He couldn't help but secretly calculate that he could learn to do the same. Big guilds may not be easy to deal with, but you can find a small guild to do it. Well, the more he thought about it, the more feasible he felt. The force cannot let him alone to pretend. Chen Jidi didn't know that there was a teenager who was struggling on the path of losing all his family's assets and was trying to steal and imitate his pretending technique. Chen Jidi's 10,000 arrow speed has not been adjusted, still 12 hits per second. As for the opposite side, as he expected, it had already begun to show a declining trend. It didn't even last 2 minutes. Seeing his side's bloodline once again counter-pressurizing the past, Chen and Jidi shook their heads and sighed with a disappointed expression. Without a single capable fighter, how lonely was invincibility? PK time had only passed 3 minutes. Chen and Jidi had already furiously swiped more than 1 billion votes. The Bagua King's side, on the other hand, now had just over 800 million votes. Crowdfunding votes have also been played out, and now in the live broadcast room, in addition to the 5 level 60 accounts still brushing Carnival violently, there is only a small heart is still floating. The main anchors under the Victory Guild who had invited their own Big Brothers had also all stopped and weren't up for votes anymore. It wasn't because they didn't have the strength, but people weren't stupid. People are rich, but they're not unjustly seated cuties. To be able to come is already enough to give face. Why should we do our best to help you? It's not like you're the little lord that people are guarding. What's more, even if they want to upvote, his family's guardian little lord won't let it. Meaning, as long as the face can pass, but also really help to die waste your own Big Brother's ticket on you. Still want to eat it? Do you want to buy a luxury car to buy a villa? This is also a guild. Otherwise who would be happy to come? What's more, offended a super god Big Brother for nothing. Everyone's heart would have been upset, and the Victory Guild invited to help the 2 god Big Brother also suddenly stopped at the same time. One of the Big Brothers called Power to the World drifted the screen and said, I'll stop here. You guys deal with the rest on your own. Seeing the situation, another drunken Sandfield Big Brother also followed the floating screen said, then I also do not participate. And then continue. It really offended. The boss of the Victory Guild, who was lying in the live broadcast room, had long since lost his previous calmness. More than 1 billion votes, more than $100 million in real money. The last one to hit 1 billion sound waves was still Tiger King, right? Now the guild has almost hit 400 million sound waves, that is, 40 million renminbi, and it was still being steadily pushed down by the opposite side. What's more crucial was that there was still no telling how many votes had to be filled in before the end. He was now starting to panic. Seeing the 2 Big Brothers floating screens again, he couldn't help but become even more annoyed. Slapping hard on his desk, he grimaced, Godly ho? Bull asterisk god ho, all ing wallflowers. Once you see the momentum is not right, slipping faster than anyone else, really can't be relied on. Some of him who was on top of his head couldn't even keep his cool anymore. Taking a few deep breaths, he forced down the dissatisfaction in his heart, pressed the phone call button, and instructed Secretary Zhang, immediately notify the company's executives to meet in the conference room. This time, the company plus e-commerce only had a total of 1.5 billion votes, plus the 2 godly Big Brothers swiped out, making it a full 2 billion votes. If 2 billion votes couldn't win, then, his forehead had begun to ooze fine sweat, and his face was tense and grave. And Bagua King, after seeing the 2 godly Big Brothers floating screen, immediately also anxious. Subconsciously, he blurted out, Brother World, Brother Sand, don't now that we've fought to this point, how can we give up our previous efforts? You guys stop, what if you lose? As soon as he said these words he realized that it was bad and said the wrong thing. As expected, the rhythm on the public screen instantly rose. That's it? You just started and you're brushing off the pull? Or did you admit defeat? This is not good. The same are all 60 level god big brother. How is the gap so big? What do you mean? Halfway through the game, he said he'd slipped. Isn't this a pure pit for our old king? Is that intentional? This is treating old Juan like a little cutie. Playing with him? Or is he deliberately digging a hole for him to jump into? He promised to help, but once he saw that he was a tough opponent, he became a shrinking violet again? Big brother, don't give up. Together, we can win. The public screen with the rhythm, but also all wearing the Gossip King fan like card, and the level is not low. Naturally, there are also many in the discouragement, in the scolding, but these words with rhythm, is too eye-catching, simply cannot be covered. See, this is the irrational fans. Wants a little bit of unfavorable wind direction for their own anchor, jumping higher than anyone. The rhythm is bigger than anyone. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that it's a black fan guest impersonator. See, the situation is more and more wrong. The rhythm is more and more big. Gossip King more panic, more anxious. Busy just want to defend their own just now unintentional words, trying to salvage the remedy. But it was too late. Powerful, first of all, does it seem like I don't owe your family anchor anything? Secondly, if it wasn't for the fact that I owe Zhou Zhangping a small favor, do you guys think I would have come to dabble in this mess? Then, I made a deal with Zhou Zhangping that his little favor is worth at most 200 million votes, no matter how many are on the opposite side. Even if it's only one vote, then I'll play all 200 million votes. In the end, I damn well want to brush it. Don't want to brush it? You still dare to hold a knife to my neck and force me to brush it? Helping you to upvote is a favor. Not upvoting is a duty. Want to kidnap me? Give me a climb. A series of several pop-ups floated the screen. It seems that the big brother was indeed infuriated enough. And the Zhou Zhangping he was talking about was the boss of the Victory Guild. Of course, it wasn't just the fans of the Bagua King's family that were like this. Many fans in the live broadcast room were actually like this, kidnapping Big Brother at the drop of a hat. Even many anchors were like this, as if Big Brother should brush him and must still brush him alone. Bagua King couldn't even wait to explain and weasel his way out of the live broadcast, and Powerful World and Drunken Sans exited the live broadcast room. Now he couldn't spare his hands to deal with it. It was imperative to win this PK first and wait for the rest to be over. Although the two big brothers were gone, the other three accounts were still frantically upvoting. Bagua King was no longer reserved. He was likewise prepared with bullets. If you don't go on at this time, when will you wait? Grabbing his spare cell phone, he boarded his small number and got involved in the battle. Just brushing a few carnival, he suddenly noticed that the opposite side of the blood bar actually stabilized and did not move. At that moment, he was so happy in his heart that he seemed to have seen the light of victory and hope. A long-lost smile could not help but appear on his face as well. Chapter 73, Reversals, one after another. At this moment, Zhou Zhangping, who was already sitting in the conference room, stared intently at the projection screen. Suddenly, a company senior reminded, Mr. Zhou, the opposite side's blood bar doesn't seem to be moving. Zhou Zhangping fixed his eyes and saw that it really hadn't moved, and secretly let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. Ha! Snorted disdainfully. I thought I could hard just from the beginning to the end, and thought I could get on how many votes, but the result is this? More than a billion will not be able to brush and pull? Thunder loud rain small, cause me to worry for nothing. Ha! After mocking two sentences a comfort chest, he said to the executive sitting on his left-hand side, managerly, notify the operation, communicate with the electricity supplier, don't keep it, and hit all the tickets out. While we're at it, immediately catch up and deaden the bloodline for me. After this PK is over, our guild should be able to get our blood back, right? Looks like it was the right bet. Ha ha. The reason why Chen Jidi paused to upvote was clearly intentional. As stated before, a one-sided slaughter really wasn't much fun. If he kept up voting, the other party would definitely stop there if they didn't want to fight to the end. So how could they still have fun? When he paused to upvote, Ironmouthly Live Room of course will also start the rhythm. However, the rhythm is not much, and all the tourists who are watching the fun. But to say the most excited, it is certainly not the tart. As soon as he saw that he was no longer upvoting, the rebellious teenager was busy fluttering the screen with pop-ups. Uncle, tired of poking, right? Why don't you take a break first, and leave the next battle to me? Let me poke, okay? This guy, it really was the style of not pretending for a day. He really didn't miss any opportunity to pretend. He poked the needle when he saw a seam. Chen Jidi smiled and said, that won't do. This PK isn't even enough for me to play alone. Tired? Doesn't exist. Just purposely stopping for a while and waiting for the opposite side. If we don't let them see a glimmer of hope for victory, then how else will they continue to upvote and beat me up? There's no rush. Let them chase the bloodstain first. wait for them to be happy, waiting for them to think that they have already won and are bound to win. I will then. Jia. Wouldn't such a reversal be more interesting? Good guy. A sense of immediacy of the big bad villain instantly came to the surface. Rebellious teenager, Uncle Ah, to say who is the most badass in Doinshanhao. You are definitely the first. The bad. The pus flowing from the top of the head and the sores on the soles of the feet can't compare to your wilting badness. But, hey, I like it. Forgot. This guy is also a pervert yet. Such a tense and intense PK. Not to mention the two anchors. Even the watchers in the live broadcast room, their hearts were raised in their throats, unconsciously clenching their fists. However, what about Chen Jidi? He even went to take a nap without panicking, and even leisurely went to the kitchen to wash some fruit. When he came back and took a look, not only had the opposite side's bloodline already caught up, it had also exceeded 500 million votes. Now the opposite side's votes had come to 1.5 billion votes, suppressing half of him, although he knew that brother Jidi was strong. Ironmouthly and the fans in the live broadcast room couldn't help but panic a bit. Chen Jidi looked at the PK time. There were less than 8 minutes left. It was time to strike. Lightly said, no fun, not playing, ready to end. Immediately, he clicked on the gift bar and started the 10,000 arrows special by pressing his finger on the golden list. He also appropriately adjusted the speed faster to make up for the delay in the middle of the time. Or else nearly 5 billion is afraid that the brush is not finished. Then the beautiful special effects of the golden list appeared again in the live broadcast room. The bigwigs who had been hiding in the live broadcast room, paying attention to this PK, also steeply spiraled up. Previously, they all thought that this mysterious divine hero that came out of nowhere was just a flash in the pan and brushed and pulled in a few days. But they didn't expect that the blood bar, which had been immobile for a few minutes, had surged up again. Bagua King and Zhou Zhangping in the conference room, when they saw the opposite side of the blood bar suddenly began to surge, their faces all changed. Just a moment ago, the face of the smiling face was instantly replaced by gravity. A bad feeling also arose in King Bagua's heart at once, and it was very strong. And now, the 100 million votes he had returned himself had all been knocked out. All hope could only be pinned on the guild. Of course, he was also praying that the opposite side's bloodline would never press over. Radiant Media's president's office. Ning, who do you think will win this PK? Lin Yuanxiao looked at Ning Muka, who had been called into the office once again, and asked with a smile. Ning Mucha thought for a moment and said, I think the Victory Guild should win. Oh, Lin Yuanxiao seemed a little surprised. Why? Ning Mucha slowly said, the Victory Guild is a large guild that ranks in the top 10 of the Douyin rankings anyways. It's not like it only has this much strength. Moreover, from the very beginning, the Victory Guild has been on a roll, and it hasn't stopped in between. Even though the two godly big brothers were sprayed away by the rhythm fans, they still didn't stop upvoting, but instead, they even got more and more aggressive. That's proof enough that the Victory Guild has the backbone to prepare enough tickets. And then on the contrary, if he hadn't stopped in the middle, I believe he might have won. But that stopped just now. It's obvious that he went to recharge. So, Lin Yuanxiao smiled, slowly puffed on his cigar, and said, you don't believe what he said? Ning Mocha frowned and shook his head. Indeed, I don't quite believe it. I'm more convinced that he did it on purpose, including the fact that he's such a high-profile one-man fight against the Victory Guild. After he came out of nowhere, his acting style has all been extremely high-profile, and I feel like it's on purpose, like he's putting on a show. It doesn't even seem like the style of a true divine hero. Lin Yuanxiao smiled indifferently and said, putting aside this mysterious big brother for the moment, if we're talking about this PK alone, I'm betting that the Victory Guild will lose 100% of the time. Ning Mocha asked doubtfully, you believe what he said? Believe it. Lin Yuanxiao replied without the slightest hesitation, seemingly very certain. But I believe the news I got even more. What news? The Victory Guild has been in a state of severe loss for the past 2 years. Its business condition is very bad. If there is no more new investment capital injected, I'm afraid that it's not far from bankruptcy. From start to finish, the one who is really playing the big tail wolf is not one, but the Victory Guild. The more Lin Yuanxiao said, the more the smile on his face flourished. For this PK, even if they smash the pot, at most they can only invest more than 1 billion sound waves. And the cooperating e-commerce companies can't possibly invest too much either. Together with the votes on the two big brothers who came from the pit, their total votes don't exceed 2 billion. Ning Mocha was clearly surprised. How could that be? Why haven't we heard anything at all? Even if the news you got, Mr. Lin, is true, then why would the Victory Guild still be smashing their way through this PK? This will undoubtedly only accelerate the company's bankruptcy. It's completely unreasonable. Lin Yuanxiao shook his head and said with a smile, Xiao Ning, you need to open up your pattern and not be too limited and one-sided in your consideration. Chapter 74, Being Missed by the Guilds. Lin Yuanxiao slowly spat out a few wisps of white smoke from his mouth, and explained to her with extreme patience. Victory Guild, does he dare to reveal half of it? Once the wind of a broken capital chain is revealed, the e-commerce companies they work with will have to block the door for fear, and their contracted anchors will have to cause trouble. By that time, there really won't be any chance to turn around. So, it's better to go for broke and put up a fight. If this PK that the whole network is concerned about wins, then the next thing to do is to have traffic with traffic, popularity with popularity, and heat with heat, and then take the opportunity to cut some leaks, attract some investment, easily get through the difficult times, and to say that now the whole network has the most heat and the topic of the characters. Of course, non and first belongs to, that gossip king is pure injustice kind of cutie, being played in the palm of his hand without even realizing it. Still really think that their guild is fully supporting him and looking out for him? The naive goods who still have to help count the money even after being sold. Ha! Lin Yuanxiao's mouth showed a mocking-style smile. His Zhou Zhengping's wishful thinking is louder than anyone else's. But it's a pity, he didn't expect the hot topic of mysterious divine hero to be so bad to rub off on. And this bone is so hard to chew on. This time, I'm afraid it's not just a matter of chipping off 2 teeth. After Lin Yuanxiao's explanation, Ning Mocha felt enlightened. She couldn't help but ask, what about and? What do you think of this mysterious big brother? Mr. Lin? Lin Yuanxiao gazed and frowned in contemplation for a moment before shaking his head and saying, can't see it, can't understand it. Such a high-profile and overbearing style of acting does seem like it's putting on a show to garner attention. As a rule, it's only e-commerce, guilds, or other profit-making accounts that would be like this. What makes me puzzled is why the Douyin official would customize an exclusive gift for him right now. Although we don't see the true intentions of first this account right now, it doesn't rule out the possibility that he'll operate, profit, and bring in goods in the future. Then on what basis are Douyin officials so certain? Is it someone they know, or is there some other reason? Ning Mocha also frowned and pondered, and suddenly she had a flash of light. Guessing, she said, there's also the recharge channel. You can check a lot of things from the recharge channel. Lin Yuanxiao was also stunned, then said, it seems like I'll have to find a relationship to inquire about it, to see exactly why the official platform is so certain. When we figure out the identity of this mysterious person, then it will all be clear. If we don't figure it out, it always feels like he's a time bomb. I don't know if this maniac will aim his spear at us. Radiant, although I'm not afraid, it's always right to know your enemy and know yourself. After he finished speaking, he took out his personal cell phone and prepared to contact his own backstage at Douyin official. That's right, Ning. When this PK is over, you'll go show your face in the company's name. He didn't even say to wait until after he won, as he was already certain of the ending. Understanding what he meant, Ning Mocha immediately replied back, got it, Mr. Lin, but how much is appropriate? Lin Yuanxiao thought carefully for a moment. 100, no more, no less, just right. After you're done you go directly to the finance for reimbursement. Okay, Mr. Lin. A similar scenario occurred in several other guilds as well, and what they all focused on was undoubtedly Chen and Di's identity. One after another, they used their favors and connections to start inquiring. 2 billion la. Holy, brother He Di is too formidable. Is brother He Di eating Hyun Mai? Can't stop? Awesome, really awesome. I have to be careful when I play with joy beans, and brother Chi is not taking money as money at all. To be honest, poverty really limits my imagination. The world of God's great man really is not something we can understand. Opposite side seems to have stopped. Didn't upvote again. The Bagua King side indeed didn't upvote anymore, as the tickets had all been upvoted. Power to the World and Drunken Sands, 200 million votes each. 8 Trigrams King's Own Reflux, 100 million votes. Victory Guild, 1.5 billion votes. Densho, 300 million votes. The other scattered votes as well as the votes on the anchors of the same guild were basically negligible before such a huge number. Therefore, Bagua King's blood bar was finally set at 23 billion votes. Right now, Bagua King, as well as the audience and fans in his live broadcast room, as well as the executives in the Victory Guild's conference room, were all staring intently at each other's blood bars. Their hearts were really in their throats at this point. Every time they saw their opponent's blood bar jump, their hearts were beating violently. For Victory Guild and Bagua King, the critical moment to decide their fate had now arrived. It was either heaven or hell, and the only thing they could do now was to pray. Looking at the blood bar that was getting closer and closer, Zhou Zhengping didn't even dare to breathe. He couldn't help but clench his fists, and even his body was trembling slightly. Almost, just a little bit closer to catching up. Stop, stop, stop. He, who kept roaring and shouting in his heart, finally closed his eyes, not daring to look any further. The heavens seemed to have heard his cries, and their prayers in general. The opposite side's blood bar actually did stop again. Old, Boss, it stopped. It stopped. The opposite side stopped. The secretary exclaimed out with wide eyes and a face full of unbelief. What? Stopped? Zhou Zhangping was busy opening his eyes. At a glance at the blood bar, it was indeed fixed at 2 billion. Everyone stared wide-eyed in deadpan, not daring to shift their gaze elsewhere at all. They were waiting to confirm that the blood bar and the numbers would not jump again. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 minute, no movement, still no movement. At this moment, it was as if they had once again seen the light of hope. Unconsciously, they also let out a sigh of relief. How come and Brother D also stopped? It's only 100 million votes away. Is it going to be all for nothing? Hey, it seems that this time it should really stop. Unfortunately, it's just a little bit short. But Brother D is also powerful enough to fight the entire guild alone, and can fight so gruesomely. Although he lost, he's still honored. How is it possible to lose? Let's not talk about whether or not Brother D is really stopping. Didn't you see that there are still 2 stupid big brothers in the live broadcast room? That's right, definitely won't lose. Junior brother and tragic brother can't wait. Rebel teen, uncle, is it real or fake this time? If it's a real stop, then I'll be rude. Brother tragedy, I say, little fellow, with your skin, you can also know that Brother Hay must have done it on purpose. Besides, please don't cut in line, okay? Don't you know how to honor the elderly? Rebel teen, you're low on the wealth scale. I don't want to talk to the low on the scale. Tragic bro, yo ho. Provoking, ha. Rebel teen, you're low in rank. Tragic brother, can you change your sentence? Rebel teen, you're not as high ranked as me. Tragic brother cursed and exited the live room. This time, they had guessed wrong. Chen Jidi really didn't mean it. Chapter 75, Douyin's First God of War. It's fine to play a bad joke once, but playing it over and over again, I'm afraid that it will cause people to be offended and hold a grudge. And the reason why he paused again was because the doorbell rang and he had to go open the door. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Mujioga standing straight in the doorway. Something wrong? Mujioga smiled faintly, blinking her big eyes and asked, nothing, I just want to ask, Uncle, are you sure you won't make a snack tonight? Nima. Chen Jidi hated to give her a slap in the face. To come knocking on the door so late at night, only to ask if you're going to make a midnight snack? It seems like you had dinner less than an hour ago, right? Are you a dog? You can't eat enough to get hungry fast? Besides, why don't we just tweet about it? Do you have to ask me in person? Just as Chen and Dee were about to open their mouths to dislike her, she suddenly revealed her hand behind her back. Dang dang dang. Uncle, please drink milk tea. Chen and Dee could only swallow back the words that were already on his lips and looked at her with a complicated expression. Why are you staring at me like that? Allah, I often go to this brick and mortar store. There is no technology with ruthless work, yo. Man. She thought Chen and Dee were worried about the quality of the milk tea. Thanks. Chen and Dee took the milk tea and said thanks. Mu Jiogu waved her hand with a big grin. Based on our relationship, what's the point of being polite? Chen Jidi gave her a blank look. What kind of relationship do we have? Apart from being neighbors, we are in debt. You make it sound like we are so close. Okay, I have to go back to prepare for the broadcast. After saying that, she turned around and prepared to go back to the house. When Chen and Dee closed the door to half, she suddenly turned around and asked again, Uncle, really do not do late night snacks? Moo Mao Mao, you're damn sick. Chen and Dee closed the door with a bang. Returning to the bedroom, with a little more delay, he again had to adjust the speed of the 10,000 arrows once again. It's moving, it's moving, it's moving again and again and again. Numb nuts. And Brother D is purely messing with people's minds, right? Sympathize with the opposite side. I'm afraid their mindset has really been tossed apart. It's more exciting than riding a roller coaster. It's still Brother Chen and Dee who know how to play. If you don't mess with the viewers and anchor's mindset, you'll lose even if you lose, right? This time, Chen and Dee didn't give his opponent a chance to fantasize at all, and in more than 20 seconds, the bloodline was reversed, and there wasn't even the slightest intention to stop. The moment they saw the votes being counted, the Bagua King, as well as Zhou Zhangping in the conference room, coincidentally paralyzed in their seats, their faces like dead ashes. Finished, completely finished. Zhou Zhangping was lost in thought for a long time before he slowly came back to his senses. Where on his body there is still half a bit of the elegance of the president should have, the whole person has collapsed in that instant just now, as if the whole body energy was taken out of thin air, disheveled and depressed to the extreme. With a bitter smile on his face, he used his last bit of strength and said to the executives in the conference room, Everyone, I officially announce that our Victory Media Company is declared. Boss. Just as he was about to declare the company bankrupt, the secretary hurriedly ran into the conference room, his mouth still shouting, So no rules and regulations. If it is in the usual, naturally there is no less than a scolding, or even directly fired. But now, The company is going to ing collapse. Where still care? People are afraid to fire the company's squid. Zhou Zhangping forced up his spirit. Powerless bitter smile, what's wrong? The news of the company's broken capital chain was revealed, right? Did the cooperative e-commerce companies also call? The company's employees and anchors, too, are now in a state of panic and ready to make a scene, right? The more he spoke, the more desolate the expression on his face became. The bad news that ensued was something he had long predicted. If this PK won, then the company's broken capital chain might not have been exposed, but if it lost, the result would be that it would be spread out in the first place. And now PK is not even finished. The news has already spread out. Visible behind the group of Victory Media, this piece of meat, eyeing the capital. How impatient. They are waiting to divide it up. This is the business world. This is the capital circle. In addition to eternal interests, all other is bull ********. If he were anyone else, he, Zhou Zhangping, would be the same. Yes, the secretary gave an affirmation to his guess. However, her words suddenly changed. But what? Zhou Zhangping rubbed his temples. Say it, it's already come to this. What's worse that can't be said? The secretary shook her head and smiled back. Boss, it's not bad news, it's heavenly good news. Oh, you can still hear good news now? A miracle? It's not certain if it's really a miracle. Just now someone called your office, boss, saying that they want to invest in our company. I don't know if it's true or not, so I came in a hurry to inform you. HM? A faint light seemed to flicker in Zhou Zhangping's dead eyes. Busily, he pursued. Did he say who it was? He said his name was riding a crane down south, and he also said that you must know it, boss. Upon hearing this name, Zhou Zhangping was shaken, stood up in a flash, and asked with incomparable eagerness, where is the phone? Did the phone hang up? He said he would call back in 5 minutes. Zhou Zhangping directly threw down the dumbfounded executives and hurriedly walked towards the office. And at this point, PK had become meaningless, and what was left was just time for Brother Jidi to pretend. In the midst of a screen full of awesome, Chen Jidi also tapped out the last golden ranking. PK time also finally arrived. These few minutes were nothing short of torture and torment for the Manhwa king. The final score of votes was also finally finalized at 5 billion, 23 billion, and this PK that the whole network was concerned about. Although it didn't break the record of the highest sound wave of a single game in Douyin, it was ranked into the second. Moreover, it also set a record for single upvotes for a single game of Dujang. The previous record setter was Dashing Brother, who had hit 3 billion sound waves in a single match. The new record set by Chen Jidi was almost double his. Another PK, another personal show from Brother Jidi, and another new record. 5 billion? I'm really convinced. All these godly big brothers have money printing machines at home, right? Wang Duoyu, have you learned? 15 minutes, 500 million. Easy. Nay, I have no culture. A sentence walks the world, and Brother D deserves to be the first god of war of Douyin. The pop-up screen for proof. The whole network, if someone can do over the god of war and the first brother. IING Live said 5 Gears Electric Fan. Originally, Chen Jidi's votes were less than 5 billion, but midway through, didn't everyone have upvotes? So it is also enough to make up 5 billion. To say the most confused, of course, is not Ironmouthly. When he saw that the total number of votes was set at 5 billion, he was completely dumbfounded. Without the slightest exaggeration, so many votes, who else would be confused? Only after he ruthlessly gave himself a few big mouths did he slowly come back to his senses. P.S. I have to advise certain brainless and foul-mouthed spammers to be careful what they say. I'm not going to spoil you like other authors. I'll spray you. And don't try to make your presence felt with me by showing off your ridiculous IQ. I'll spray you anyway. I'm a one click open the door of heaven's one scholar. And I'll spoil you? Chapter 76, Being a Traitor Under the Sect. After Iron Spoutly returned to his senses, to the surprise of all expectations, he did not display the excitement and madness that everyone had imagined. On the contrary, he unexpectedly acted particularly calm, even more so than at any time. What's going on? Is Old Lee stupid? How come he's not giving any reaction at all? Something's not right. Usually at carnival he is so excited that he rolls and jumps. Could it be that today he was scared into dementia by $5 billion? I think this is the normal reaction, right? After all, 5 billion sound waves, who wouldn't be dumbfounded? Ironmouthly didn't pay attention to the public screen subtitles, but instead took a few deep breaths. Then he bent down deeply and said very calmly, "Thank you and Brother D." He then kept bowing for a long time, unwilling to get up. In the end, it was Chen Jidi who couldn't see past it and spoke. "Alright, get up. Stand up straight. Straighten your back. You can be tough now." Yes, has been pressed him, now finally can straighten the waist. Hard up. Ironmouthly straightened his waist, raised his head, and it was obvious that he could see the tear tracks in the corners of his eyes. do live a few years of time, the live room from the beginning of a person are not, to the first fans appeared, and then do a few hundred or so thousands of popularity, and then to the peak of the 10,000 people, and finally come to this point now. During the period experienced how much pain and suffering, suffered how many blank stares and abuse, only he himself knows, and he can come to this point, topped the gossip news section of the throne of the first brother, promoted to the second line head anchor ranks, is entirely thanks to and the first brother. Therefore, his gratitude to brother Jidi was overflowing. The fact that he was so excited that he shed tears also proved that he was a person of nature. Ironmouthly mumbled his lips, wanting to say something, but he opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound. Perhaps this is the true excitement from the heart? Chen Jidi just quietly watched, and did not make a sound to urge. And the public screen is full of brush oldly, refueling. After a long time of easing up, he said with a trembling voice, Brother Jidi, I really don't know what to say, nor do I know how to express my gratitude to you. To be honest, even though I'm a trickster, I'm really not very good at licking big brother. I, Li Tizui, only have one thing to say. I am willing to be a traitor under brother Ndi's door. After saying that, he bowed deeply again. Old Li this is what you said about not being able to lick big brother? I see you lick more than anyone. Marred. Sudden turn of events, almost flashed old man's waist. Wouldn't that have been right? To die for face and live to suffer. Where is the big brother if the male anchor wants face? Chen and Di were also made to cry and laugh by this guy's tawdry maneuvers. Not so. Our friends help each other just. What traitor not traitor? So hard to hear. Chen and the first look. This guy even gave himself brush 100 million votes. Well, our big money It seems that this harvest is quite good. It is a win-win situation. Ironmouthly laughed nervously, did not answer, but he was clear in his heart and also put his own position. He was not a rash person. Emotional intelligence and human feelings this piece. He thought that there was still no problem. Thank you again and the first brother. And the first brother is awesome. The full screen to me to deduct the wave of the god of war and the first brother. Good guy. Passion comes when you say it. Ha! And the audience fans in the live room were very cooperative in responding to his call. In an instant, the public screen was dominated by God of War and Brother D. At this moment, Chen and D's vanity was really greatly satisfied. Tai Zueli opened the opposite side's mic and made a pause gesture. Don't compare. I opened the mic a long time ago. Bagua King said breathlessly. Alright, then let's start doing the punishment. Ironmouthly was also too lazy to rub it in. At this time it does not matter whether to taunt or not, since it has already won. Then the pattern is a little bigger can not hurt. Bagua King shouted expressionlessly. Dad, I give you, from now on, as long as you see me, you must call a master. Ironmouthly heart straight to the pain. Long been Gossip King insulted and bullied by the evil gas. Finally out. Bagua King did not pick up the fight. He just wanted to hurry up and finish the next punishment. For him, staying one more second now was a punishment. Pa. He smacked himself in the mouth while shouting, I'm sorry and Brother D. I'm wrong. I shouldn't have made up rumors about you. My mouth stinks. Chen and D shook his head and said long ago, don't jump too high. The fall will be tragic. Before Bagua King could hang up the connection, Chen and D said, withdraw. It's no fun. Okay, big brother. After hanging up the connection, Ironspoutly was just about to speak when he suddenly saw the system's floating screen prompt. In his heart, he couldn't help but wonder, why are they here? But doubtful as he was, he still said, welcome brother Powerful World and brother Drunken Sands. Even Chen and D were puzzled and curious. What was the meaning of these two big brothers who had quit halfway through coming over together? Quan Tilting World and Drunken Sandlot didn't send pop-ups to float the screen, but instead started throwing carnivals directly towards Chen and D. This makes everyone in the live broadcast room confused. Ironmouthly at this time is naturally not convenient to say anything, just quietly watched. Chen and D, who were baffled, couldn't help but ask, no, two brothers, what are you doing here? The power of the world sent 100 carnivals to Chen and D. Drunken Sands gave 100 carnivals to Chen D. Only after the delivery was complete did Quan Tiantian's pop-up screen fluttered. Brother He D, don't mind me, my brothers and I didn't mean to target you. The reason why we stepped in to help is because we owe victory a favor. Chen and D suddenly realized, but he did not put it on his mind before. After all, the gods hold big brother. Where you want to play, just want to be happy on their own. Now the two of them were so polite. In turn, the Chen and D to the whole embarrassed. People respect me a foot. I will respect people at 10 feet. This is Chen and the consistent nature of urine. Hurriedly said, world brother, Sandfield brother, you too this is also too polite. There is no such thing as don't mind. Needle does not target. Everyone has their own favorite anchor. Can't say to help their favorite anchor on the ticket, is targeting the opposite anchor and Big Brother, right? So don't think too much about the two Big Brothers, we are also entertainment. Happy, there is no need to take it seriously, is not it? We are playing the network, not by the network to play, is not it? Power to the world, okay, since I'm the first brother so open-minded, then we are not entangled. If something comes up in the future, Brother Jidi will greet us. Chen Jidi also politely said, then thank you two Big Brothers first, let's play together again when we have the chance. The two then exited the live broadcast room. Oldly, you circle your own fans and suck up popularity, I'll also slip away first. They all knew that it was 9 o'clock and Sister 9 was on the air, so none of them stayed. Ironmouthly hurriedly got up to send off his big brother. Waddy brother had swiped 5 billion sound waves for him, could he not be respectful? Chapter 77 The Mysterious Source of the Capital Property. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission issued by this system. The degree of qualification of this mission, 10 stars. Degree of profligate theme tightness, 10 stars. Leaning on the bedside of Chen and the first sight of the beauty of swallowing clouds and fog, while waiting for the system to hand out rewards. As a result, after waiting for half a day, he did not hear the system's following. Chen and D frowned and couldn't help but ask, huh? There is no rewards? What about the promised network into reality? Hasn't the reward been issued in advance? Chen he was stunned for the first time. You're not talking about the auxiliary stunt, 10,000 arrows, right? Bingo! Congratulations, you answered correctly. Well, although it wasn't really a material reward, Chen and D admitted that 10,000 arrows was of great use to him, and was exactly what he just needed. However, he was still undeterred as he continued to ask, what about the network illumination into reality you mentioned? Network illumination into reality is a function that can only be unlocked after the system has been upgraded to the next stage. Upgrade? You can still upgrade? Please don't ask such a sandalwood question again. Even your crappy cell phone system can be upgraded. How could a great as this system not be upgraded? Seems to be the case. Then how can you upgrade to the next stage? The host has successfully completed 3 quests, and all of the quest passes have reached the highest rating of 10 stars. Chen and D raised an eyebrow. Then am I just one mission away now? Yes. Chen and the first to hear it, couldn't wait to urge. Quick, hurry up and give me the next mission. Good fellow. For those who so urgently requested the system to issue the next mission, Chen and the first was afraid to be the first among the countless piggybacks, right? Has successfully recharged the host's account with 50 billion do coins. The theme of this issue's squandering is known throughout the internet. Aha! Chen and D did not expect that the theme given by the system this time would be so clear. There was absolutely no need for him to bother guessing and blindfolding, which rather surprised him. Should I say no? This system was quite human. No, isn't it true that I'm not considered to be known all over the net right now? Count, but still have to symbolically go through a set of processes. Oh, well, isn't this system a system within the system? Everything according to the process? Typical formalism. Chen and D must give a nod to such a friendly system. He suddenly frowned and seemed to remember something. He quickly asked, System, honestly, is the account you recharged safe or not? Does it stand up to investigation? Host doesn't need to worry. Everything this system handles, including this set of real estate and the antiques and artifacts in the house, as well as the do coins, are all reasonably compliant and lawful. So, from what account did so many do coins go? If you don't tell me, it's hard for me to feel at ease. A foreign family consortium. Chen and D were dumbfounded on the spot. He originally thought that it would be some hidden tycoon in the country, or a corporate company, or even a mysterious consortium or family, but he didn't expect it to be from abroad. As for the channel, it would be too simple. After all, there were so many international banks, multinational banks. Chen and D couldn't help but frown tighter. Foreign ones, there won't be any messy problems, right? Don't worry about these blindly. There is absolutely no problem whatsoever. Moreover, you don't need to know too much. You just need to know that all the capital property is reasonable and legal. Chen and D thought for a moment and asked, has the Douyin official already checked? Yes, and it can be more than just Douyin officials who have checked. It wasn't a surprise. After all, he had been so high profile in Douyin recently, it was impossible for him to not be checked. And up until now, no one had come looking for himself, so that proved that what the system said was not a problem. Chen and D's hanging heart could finally rest assured. Now his mood is really beautiful. Even spit up a smoke ring. This is to be placed in the past. Dare not even dare to think. A mouthful of smoke cannot wait to inhale into the lungs to turn a few circles, which can be so wasteful. Spit circle. The whole network is known? This process is too simple. But well, he wanted to play something interesting. Looking at the account, more than 50 billion bucks. Chen and the first have been numb. A second ago just spent 5 billion. The next second immediately to the account of 5 billion. This, a string of meaningless numbers, couldn't help but mutter, hey, no matter how you brush it, it's going to be half of the Douyin pumped out, even though I don't get a single point, but it always feels like it's a loss. It's true that it's a loss for others, but for you, it's very profitable. Chen Jidi's eyebrows twitched as he asked with both curiosity and doubt, what do you mean? Are you hinting at something? Unspeakable, unspeakable. Hearing the mechanical-like voice of the system in his head, Chen Jidi was even more certain that the system knew something and was hinting at something. However, he knew for sure that he couldn't ask, so he didn't even think to ask. Sooner or later we'll know. Not anxious, Key anxious also no-ball with ah. As soon as he entered Mu Jiuji's live room, he heard her heavenly singing voice, and saw her wonderful dancing posture like a shock. Under the willow smell Yaoqin, dance and a song, as if reflecting the year, fluttering like a stunning shadow, self-singing and self-dancing. The ancient Chinese-style song accompanied by the self-created classical dance was flawless, stunning the entire live broadcast room. Still have to follow Sister 9 and Brother Jidi. Sister 9 has face value, talent, and car skills, and she can still crack jokes. And the first brother, do not let the audience fans on a vote. Not to mention, super large red packets are also sent non-stop. Really strong. Yeah, I'm not hiding it from you all. I've grabbed 1,000 or so bucket coins in Sister 9's live room. Glancing at the public screen, Chen Jidi smiled faintly, while enjoying Mu Jiuji's song and dance performance. Red packets kept raining down. It was all maxed out second packets. Rebellious teenager, asterisk. Such a good opportunity to pretend to be a good man. And again, Uncle was the first to get it. Tragic brother, it's not like anyone's not letting you send red envelopes. You can send them too. Rebel teen, now follow the hair again. No longer have that flavor. Tragic brother, what flavor? The smell of the ocean? Cerebellar axe, I suspect you're driving. After the dance, Mu Jiuge returned to sit in front of the camera and smiled while stroking her long hair that was scattered on both sides. Hello ya, Arabodies. A day without seeing you is like 3 autumns. Have the little black fans missed Sister 9? Don't talk nonsense. Pull and Brother D on the mic. Don't push. Pull the God of War on the mic. Looking at the public screen, Mu Jiuge snorted coldly. Oof. Again look down on 9 sisters who just started broadcasting, right? Originally also wanted to announce a good news with everyone. Now well, it should be unnecessary. Skin to skin. But her speed of pulling Chen Jidi was not slow at all. When she said this, even Chen Jidi couldn't help but get curious. Don't dawdle. Hurry up to say, and then sell the words. You don't broadcast. Sit on the side to go. We help you broadcast. Well, the beginning is still only coercion. Now direct action to steal the rice bowl, right? Chapter 78, Media Guild comes to the door to deliver gifts. Mu Jiuge gave a flavorful blank look, and just as she was about to speak, a row of yellow and red floor tile special effects suddenly spread out in the live broadcast room. Who is it? This open broadcast 2 sentences have not even finished it. Carnival dumped out la. Mu Jiuge subconsciously voiced her thanks. Thank you Cha-Cha, Radiant Media, for sending the carnival. Before she finished her thank you, she realized something was wrong. Nutshell, it seems like it wasn't sent to herself. Fortunately, she reacted quickly enough and quickly changed her words. Carnival for and Brother D. After saying this, she let out a sigh of relief, admiring that she was indeed a little witty, and almost could have flipped the car. Chen Jidi looked at the avatar of the person who gave him the gift, and he recognized it right away. It was her, Ning Mu Cha. It turned out that she had signed up with Radiant Media. Radiant Media, gave Chen Jidi 100 carnivals. No more, no less, exactly 100. Chen Jidi and Mu Jiuge blocked the gift-giving special effect almost simultaneously. There was no way around it. If they didn't shield it and let the special effect display, God knows how long it would be displayed. And the gift special effects would cover up the public screen and the floating screen pop-ups, so it was a wise choice to shield them directly. The main thing was that Chen Jidi wanted to see what her floating screen pop-up said. Sure enough, as soon as the gift was swiped, she sent the floating screen pop-up. Cha-Cha, Radiant Media, congratulations to Brother Jidi for breaking the Douyin record once again. Please take care of Brother Jidi in the future. Chen Jidi didn't say anything, much less take a stance, not even a salty perfunctory one. Ning Mucha waited for a while in the live broadcast room, but didn't wait for a response from him, instead waiting for more opponents. Tilting City Media had given the 100th carnival. Huangtu Guild had sent 100 carnivals. Starlight Media gave 100 carnivals to the first 100. The Starlight Alliance gave the 100th carnival. The top 10 guilds in the Douyin rankings, one by one, all came to send gifts, and it was as if it was a promise. It was all 100 carnivals, except for Radiant Media, who sent representatives who were their anchors. The rest of the guilds who came to the door to send gifts were all company accounts. Even the reasoning and rhetoric was exactly the same, congratulating brother Jidi for breaking another record. Chen Jidi also simply said thank you. There is nothing to be polite about. The reason why they came to send gifts is that they smelled a profitable flavor. Still, capital is only interested in profit. Chen Jidi naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to come over and talk about friendship with them. Only after they exited the live broadcast room one after another did the uncertain Mujiogu impatiently ask, "Who can tell me what's going on here? I hang big. I'll say it, Sister 9. You don't know. Just now and Brother D." Mujiogu looked at the public screen, and in a few moments she learned the details of what happened from the audience's fans. After sorting it out, she was also astonished inexplicably. Then she gave a thumbs up to the camera. Okay, God of War, quite powerful. 15 minutes, throwing away $500 million, wildly brushing 5 billion sound waves. Way. Although she was also a real rich woman, and could casually take out $500 million, but she really couldn't do such a luxurious and inhumane squandering. For one thing, she didn't earn her money on her own, but was given it by her grandmother and a few uncles, so she wouldn't squander it frivolously. On the other hand, she will not be in order to find happiness and reckless spending. Have these money, do what not? Why do you have to use to squander it? There are many more meaningful things than this, is not it? The reason why she would choose to be the anchor when the network read, no other, just because the money fast. She believed from the very beginning that with her own face value and talent, she would definitely be able to stand out in a crowd of anchors. And the purpose of making money is also very simple. The money given by her family and the money she earned herself were certainly not the same. She is not a saintly mother, but just to do her bit. This is also true and normal. When a person in the material has nothing to pursue, then he will naturally begin to pursue spiritual fulfillment. The money she earns as an anchor, all donations, not only can they get satisfaction, a sense of achievement, but also invariably help netizens to do good. Why not? What's more, with her or without her, the netizens should still brush. What she just said was not eerie, much less anything else. Chen Jidi smiled faintly, not taking it seriously, and urged, "Hurry up. What exactly was the good news you said earlier?" Upon hearing this, Mujiogu instantly came energized. Frowning, he said, "I carefully thought about it. Isn't the content of our live broadcast too single and not rich enough? Besides going out to fight, it's just singing and dancing. It feels like there really isn't much live content." Chen Jidi slowly asked, "So what? What do you want to do?" Mujiogu said with a slightly smug look, "So I want to try to enrich it. After a whole day of sleepless meditation, I finally came up with a very good live program." When Chen Jidi heard her words, they really wanted to spray her to death with a mouthful of salt vapor. Still sleep and eat? You're so close to giving everyone a show with 3 mouths and a pig. In his heart, he spat, but he still asked curiously, "What live program?" This comic cue was good, and Mujiogu nodded his head to show that he was very satisfied. "The matter of tragic brother last night gave me quite a big inspiration, so I'm going to start an emotional counseling program. On the one hand, it can help netizens and fans who are in emotional trouble, and on the other hand, it can also fill in the content of the live broadcast. Moreover, I have a hunch that it's definitely very watchable and very effective live." After saying that, she also revealed a bit of a smug and proud expression. That meant as if to say, "Isn't this idea of mine superb? Quickly praise me." Puffing, Chen in the first moment didn't hold back his laughter. The imaginary praise didn't come, but instead ushered in jeers. How could Mujiogu endure? With a black face, he questioned in a bad tone, "Jidi, what do you mean?" Chen Jidi tried his best to hold back his laughter and explained, "Xiao, it's not that brother thinks your idea is bad. It's just that emotional counseling, it doesn't seem to be very suitable for you." Nonsense. Books on relationships and emotions. I haven't read dozens of books. I have a dozen or so. In this field, I can definitely be called an expert, having quite a rich theoretical knowledge. So, little black fans, there are any questions about this area, you can apply for a consultation on the mic. Sister 9 will definitely be able to help you solve the confusion and give you the most correct guidance. 9 Sister come on your own salt, special pinch the pain of the ability to think. Who dares to look for you to consult? That's right, originally what the is not looking for you after counseling. It is estimated that all have to break up, divorce, suicide. Mujiogu immediately ahead of black line, but she still mouth hard sophistry. Tragedy brother, that is an accident. Absolutely will not happen a second time, everyone will rest assured.